52 hours 34 minutes and 59 seconds left before the internal test starts. A line of light screens quietly floated in front of Anon, and the characters burning with bright red flames were jumping like candlelight. His body seemed to be shaken apart, and his spirit was very tired. It was like a person who was severely carsick was tied to a chair, and then drove for 2 hours, and his face was distracted after vomiting everything in his stomach. Even lying on the beach, he felt as if he was walking on the ground. Anon didn't want to move, think, or talk. He could only lie quietly on the beach, watching the last set of numbers keep jumping, as if time was gradually slipping away. After he woke up, 32 minutes later, after all he had been counting, he finally felt a little thirsty. Anon covered his aching back of his head and slowly got up from the ground. His profession is a game planner for a popular mobile game. Yes, it is the profession that has a very high risk factor for himself and his family. Just now, he was so greedy that he casually clicked on an app called Misty Continent Internal Test Version that appeared on his phone at some unknown time. Based on the name, he thought that this was probably not a copycat mobile game of the type Love's Elimination or Gods and Demons. He opened it with a professional look. But the moment he opened it, he felt as if someone hit him hard on the back of his head with a brick, and his eyes went dark and he passed out. What kind of new way of traveling through time is this? Anon took a breath tiredly and couldn't help coughing while sitting on the ground. He took a while to relax, and then he barely supported his weak body that seemed to be shaken apart, and slowly climbed up from the beach. He lowered his head to look at his slender fingers, and the short-collared top on his body that was luxurious in style but stained with mud and blood. This seemed to be the clothes of an aristocrat. Did he encounter a shipwreck? Anon took a deep breath and looked back. He clearly saw the endless Black Sea behind him, the dilapidated sailboat stranded on the shore, and the dark red sunset hanging high on the seashore, with 3 layers of luxurious golden runes rotating in the halo. Anon. Although he was mentally prepared for the fact that he might have traveled to another world, he was still shocked for a moment when he saw the gorgeous sunset for the first time, which seemed to be a free special effect. His first reaction was a very clear idea: Miss Artist, make one for me. Then Anon realized belatedly that he seemed to no longer have to work overtime. And after traveling to another world, he was afraid that he had bid farewell to the profession of game planning forever. He could only sadly be a young noble eating, drinking, and having fun every day, enjoying this decadent and boring life. It's so sad. What's even sadder is that Anon did not inherit the memory of this body at all. When he opened his eyes, he saw this picture of the shipwreck scene. It's like a player who skipped all the opening CGs but did not receive the guidance task. Weak, helpless, and confused. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Anon sighed and patted his face. He sobered up a little. He felt something was wrong. Although he was not a normal person, why? When such a big thing happened, he was not nervous at all? He was neither afraid nor panicked. There was no negative emotion in his heart. He was as calm as a social animal living a peaceful life. This was not the psychological state that a social animal should have, nor was it the emotion that a time traveler who knew nothing about the current situation would have. Not to mention, just looking at the sun with full special effects, you can tell that the problems in this world are definitely huge. In this situation, it is normal for me to be nervous and panicked. Woo! The moment Anon realized this, he suddenly felt as if something hit the back of his head hard. Suddenly, the eyes blurred, and then a large amount of data began to flow out from all directions, and finally formed an attribute column: Anon, human, male, rare, elite, gold, challenge level 3 title, none rank, none health, 55% corrosion, 3% attributes, strength 7, agility 8, constitution 6, perception 11, will 12 public experience, 20 personal characteristics. Heart of Winter, reversed inscription, job list, Swordsman LV3, Guardian Swordsmanship LV4, Disarmament LV1, Frost. Swordsmanship LV1, is this a system? Anon was immediately excited. That's right, I clicked in from the mobile game. Is it reasonable not to release a game system? Except for the rare elite, gold, that made people feel a little uneasy. After a rough glance, Anon, relying on his professional intuition, immediately turned his attention to the personal characteristics column. As expected, the other words immediately disappeared, and this line of words was enlarged to the center of the field of vision, and a long paragraph of introduction appeared below. Heart of Winter, gold, talent type, original effect, abandoned. You will not feel any positive emotions. The damage you receive with the frost element is permanently reduced by 50%. You can only be killed by damage with the frost element. The whole paragraph is crossed out. Special, reverse inscription, is equipped, cannot be removed or destroyed. Effect, you will not feel any negative emotions. The damage you emit with the frost element is permanently increased by 20%. You will not be killed by damage with the frost element. I see. Annan thought. This talent is probably the source of his calm and comfortable mood. Anyway, let's investigate first. Annan took a deep breath and looked at the sailboat. The sun was about to set. I'm afraid he didn't have much time left to investigate, but at least he could spend the night on the boat. His current body only had half of his health left, and he still felt obviously uncomfortable. If he caught a cold at night, he might get sick. And, since he was a swordsman, there should be at least a sword on the ship, right? If he had a sword, he would feel more confident. I don't know what my body looks like. He dragged his still tired body and walked slowly to the seaside. When he walked to the front of the boat, he lowered his head and saw his body from the unsettling Black Sea. He looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, and his skin was quite white, even almost sickly pale. He had the thin shoulders, collarbones and slender waist of a teenager, and shoulder-length black hair. But what attracted Annan's attention the most was the pair of clear and clean ice blue pupils that made people feel cold. Surprised, I'm still quite cute. But no matter how cute I am, I'm still a little hungry. Annan smacked his lips, and still stepped on the rope ladder with difficulty and climbed onto the boat. He looked at the deck carefully. This is a large sailing ship. In terms of the sail configuration, it is somewhat similar to the Carrack sailing ship in the 15th century. It has multiple masts. The main mast hangs a large square cross-sail, the foremast and midmast are equipped with several cross-sails, and the mizzen mast hangs a triangular sail. But all its sails were burned to tatters by something, and the original patterns on them could not be seen at all. But there was no scorch mark or bullet mark on the wooden deck. The masts were not broken either. This was very wrong. Suddenly, Annan's pupils shrank slightly. He saw a corpse. It was a young man with brown curly hair. He was lying diagonally near the rope ladder, staring at the front with his eyes wide open. His right hand was tightly holding a broken sword, and 2 nails were broken and soaked with blood, but he did not let go of the sword until his death. His chest was soaked with blood that had long dried and turned dark brown. However, there was no murder weapon around him. This doesn't look like a shipwreck. Annan sneered. Faced with such a dangerous thing, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Perhaps it was the characteristics of this body. He could not feel any fear at all, only a strong sense of excitement gradually filled his heart. There is no evidence that the person who killed the crew and burned the sails has left the ship, but I really have nowhere to go. So, I need a weapon. Even if it's just a broken sword. Annan's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He stretched out his hand without hesitation and tried to pry open the crew member's fingers. Although his body was very young, he seemed to be quite strong, so it was not difficult. But when Annan touched the sword, he was stunned. Because a line of data suddenly appeared in front of him. Unpurified nightmare fragments detected. Nightmare fragments have been bound. Level requirements, bronze or below. Professional requirements, swordsman. Special requirements, cannot have the ability to cast spells. If the requirements are met, you will fall into a nightmare in 10 seconds. 10, 9. Falling into nightmare, dungeon being generated. The dungeon difficulty is easy, you can enter up to 3 times. The current purification rate is 0/3. The total erosion of the team is 3%. The dungeon difficulty increases by 3%, and the probability of nightmare distortion increases by 3%. This dungeon has 1 save point, and the erosion increases by 1% each time you die. You will be forced to exit the dungeon after 3 deaths. This dungeon provides an introduction to the plot and a decryption reward. Dungeon clearance reward, occupation, swordsman, increases by 1 level. Dungeon decryption reward, unknown, loading completed. The world in front of him was pitch black, with only the data stream flowing down quickly. Annan stared at every word carefully, fearing that he would miss any details. Just as the characters that were loaded gradually faded, a vague and illusory whisper suddenly rang in his ears. Traitors, all must die. It was a young man's voice, but it was like the cry of a drowned person, wet and full of resentment. The next moment, Annan suddenly felt that he was being pushed hard. John? John, wake up! A rude male voice sounded in front of him. Why did you fall asleep? Where did the young master go again? Annan realized that he was sitting on the ground and fell asleep leaning against the 2 wooden barrels behind him. He opened his eyes and saw a bearded man in his 40s squatting in front of him with a stern face. The man had a stern face and looked very angry. But from the point that he didn't kick him up directly, this man should have a good temper. A little sleepy. I'm very sorry. Annan answered vaguely. After all, he didn't know the man's name at all, and what his relationship with him was. He could only respond like this. But as soon as Annan's words came out, he paused. Although the sound in his ears when he spoke was quite different from the recording he heard from outside. But Annan still keenly realized that the resentful words he just heard were probably said by John. Who is the traitor? What is the status of Annan on this ship? Seeing that Annan was distracted after replying, the middle-aged man raised his voice again. If you are sleepy, go practice swordplay, don't be lazy here. I shouldn't have let you stay in the cabin. You really wasted the young master's appreciation of you. How can you take care of young Master Don Juan like this? You won't even know if he is captured. I'm very sorry. Don't apologize, say yes, instructor. Yes, instructor. Annan followed suit. He roughly understood the identity relationship between the two. Wait, Klaus. A childish and somewhat nervous voice sounded behind them. The two looked over. It was a young man who had just come down from the door, about 14 or 15 years old. The young noble named Don Juan had short black hair and azure eyes similar to Annan, and the same fair skin. But his appearance was far less delicate than Annan's, with freckles on his face, slightly high cheeks, and small eyes. But from the white and tender skin on his hands and face, it can be seen that this is indeed a boy from an aristocratic family, and he usually takes good care of himself. The boy held a bag of small sugar cookies tightly in his hand. Noticing the gaze of Instructor Klaus, he nervously put the sugar cookies behind him and ordered calmly, "Don't do this to John, Klaus." John. He didn't mean it. His voice was quite loud at first, but he soon lost his confidence under the gaze of the middle-aged man. Klaus just frowned and explained politely to the noble boy, "I am your captain of the guard. The Earl asked me to look after you, so I am responsible for your safety. In the North Sea, the reputation of the Gerald family is far less useful than in the royal capital. Anything can happen here. Anyway, you are here." The young Earl's son didn't care much about it, and Lord Benjamin. "My father said that he is a silver-level wizard. How could he be in any danger in a remote place like the North Sea? Please don't make things difficult for me in front of the Earl, Master Don Juan." Klaus' tone increased slightly. "At least on the surface, you were sent here by the Earl. Although Lord Benjamin and I are protecting you in secret, we can't help you too much. Also, it's almost time for dinner, and you can't eat sweets anymore." Okay, I got it." Don Juan Gerald pouted and responded a little irritably. Seeing that Don Juan didn't seem to be convinced, Klaus turned his gun completely around, no longer paying attention to John, but scolding Don Juan severely. Until Don Juan lowered his head and stopped talking back, he snorted and turned to leave. "Remember to watch the young master, John. Don't fall asleep again," he warned Annan again. Annan immediately replied, "Yes, instructor." Seeing this, Klaus nodded with satisfaction and left. Seeing him leave, Don Juan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and came to John and complained in a low voice, "Klaus talks too much. Do I have to report to him what I eat? Really? Anyway, thank you, John. I have got the thing." Don Juan pointed to his left armpit and said proudly, "I sewed it in the interlayer of my clothes." "I still think so." Annan muttered ambiguously, without saying much, just trying to get some new information. Don Juan's face immediately darkened. "You don't understand. I can only feel at ease if I keep this thing close to me. After that," he sighed, "on this ship, except for you, no guard is mine. They are either sent by my father or my two brothers. I have no one to trust except you, John. I will protect you." Hearing this, Annan immediately acted very touched and said righteously, "You can trust John completely." Although he felt that the tone of John was a bit strange, Don Juan nodded with relief. "Then I'll leave it to you. By the way, John, you continue to stay here and pretend to sleep. Remember to keep an eye on my package and don't let anyone get close to it. You can go after I come back after dinner. I always suspect that someone wants to steal it. If someone wants to get close, drive him away, and then tell me who it is in private." "I understand." Annan's heart moved, and he responded softly, "If someone wants to get close, isn't Klaus one of them?" But obviously Don Juan didn't suspect him yet. So Annan was smart and didn't say much. He just thought about it for a while, and said casually, "By the way, young master, Klaus just asked me where the other black-haired and blue-eyed child on this ship is." How should I answer? Black hair and blue eyes? Don Juan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Impossible, this is a characteristic of northerners, and only people from the Principality of Winter have black hair and blue eyes. If it weren't for my mother. In short, there is no such person on this ship. Having said that, he frowned slightly and confirmed, "Are you sure Klaus asked this?" "Yes." Annan replied seriously, "Should I reply to him like this?" "No, don't be in a hurry. If he mentions it again, you just say there is no such person at all, although there really is none." The black-haired boy warned again with some uneasiness, "Don't tell him what I just told you." "Yes." After Annan got the information he wanted, he kept silent in accordance with the principle of speaking more and making more mistakes. Are there no such people on this ship? That means, I was not killed on this ship? Well, that's right, this ship was not a shipwreck at all, but was looted and killed by traitors. In this case, Anan glanced at Don Juan and his heart moved. Maybe I can replace his existence. Now I need to get more information about this world, especially Don Juan's personal privacy. Watching Don Juan close the door and leave, Anan felt dizzy again as if he was hit by a brick. But this time Anan was almost used to it. He shook his head, and a large stream of data appeared in front of him. Even Earl Gerald couldn't save his youngest son, Don Juan Gerald. Perhaps Don Juan was exiled to the most remote North Sea territory, which was his last retreat for his son. The most important city in the North Sea territory is the frozen waterport bordering the Winter Principality. If the Gerald family can survive the next disaster, then he can naturally return to the capital. If the Gerald family suffers a disaster, he can at least flee to the neighboring country's sphere of influence and apply for asylum. But it is obvious that poor Don Juan Gerald did not make it to the frozen waterport alive. The same is true for his most loyal guard John. After these traces faded, new words appeared in front of Anan again. Main quest, complete John's unfinished wish. Then, a large piece of small words quickly appeared below this line of words. Find out the true identity of the betrayer, survive until dinner starts, don't let Don Juan Gerald drink the poisoned wine. The betrayer. Anan thought. He suddenly remembered the resentful whisper that sounded like underwater when he just entered the dungeon. The betrayer, all must die. At present, Anan thought that the most suspicious person seemed to be the guard Captain Klaus. John was ordered to pretend to sleep in the room, the purpose of which was to make him stay in this room more naturally. In this way, if he was caught by someone, it would not alert the enemy. From this point of view, the young Master Don Juan still had some brains. However, he did not seem to believe that the guard captain invited by his father was the one who planned to steal his treasure. Instead, it was the nonsense he just said that made the young master suspicious of Klaus. Obviously. At least in Don Juan's opinion, Klaus had no motive to take his treasure, but he might have bad intentions towards his background. This decryption difficulty can only be considered as a simple level. After taking a look at the 3 mission details derived from the main mission, Anan sighed. Forget it, after all, this game involves his own life safety. Let's be a little more serious. He narrowed his eyes slightly and started thinking, if I were John, what would I do? John is a very loyal guard. Maybe the only one who is loyal to Don Juan. If you think about it from this point of view, he may really have never left here. Then, he should not know who betrayed Don Juan until he died, and he was killed before the dinner started. But he knew that Don Juan would be poisoned. Anan did not ignore a detail. John was the only one who died on the deck. There was only one bloodstain on the deck, which was under John. So, John finally left the room. And when he left the room, it was when John was betrayed and died. On the other hand, if he wanted to fulfill John's last wish, he must not stay here. Otherwise, it would be a repetition of what happened to John. I have at most 3 chances, so I must get some useful and advantageous information this time. If I can find out who on the ship are traitors, when and where they plan to act, such information will be useful for the next time. I will know nothing if I stay here. I must leave here. But I can't let Don Juan find out. Anan's thoughts became clearer. Anan searched Don Juan's room carefully and found some good things. First, he found a handy short sword. The length of the hilt was less than 60 centimeters, more like a slightly longer dagger. Its sheath was luxurious and exquisite. When it was sheathed, it looked more like a huge fountain pen. When it was pulled out, the blade had a strange blue reflection. A silver pocket watch with complicated decorations, but the pocket watch had stopped. The outer shell of the pocket watch was engraved with a 3-eyed bird pattern with feathers as sharp as daggers. This seemed to be the emblem of the Gerald family, because Anan saw that many other things were engraved with part of this pattern. In addition, there was a bag of coins, some letters, a ring inlaid with sapphires, a seal, 2 handkerchiefs, a bag of candy, and the snacks that Don Juan had just brought back. The whole room was scraped clean as if a brave man had entered. The only thing worth noting was the ring. Because when Anan picked it up, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Deep blue guardian, type, ring, purple, description, a relic left by Don Juan Gerald's mother, which contains cold magic and curse, description, it seems to be a way to remove the seal, but it is encrypted, mysterious ritual check failed, description, you have never heard of this curse, advanced curse check failed. Seeing the word curse, Anan hesitated for a moment. But after thinking about it, he still took it in his arms. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was right to prevent the betrayer from getting it. And more importantly, Anan found the sword he saw before entering this copy. It was hanging on the wall closest to Anan. It was a little over 1 meter long, and the outer sheath had almost no decoration, but it was polished. It looked elegant and reliable. After pulling it out, you can see that the sword is half of your height. It has not broken, and the blade is sharp and heavy. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be John's custom-made sword. The moment he held the sword, Annan was suddenly stunned. A lot of memories of using the sword came to his mind. He immediately became a mature but not so good young swordsman. But Annan soon noticed that it was not the memory of John learning to use the sword. It was the memory of the young Annan practicing sword in the snowy environment. The previous memories flowed quickly, and Annan only had time to grasp that feeling. However, the more this memory flowed, the clearer it became, until he finally saw a short but relatively complete memory. He was holding a slender sword, lying on the ground exhausted, panting, and exhaling white air like a husky. The blade of the sword was not metallic, but ivory white. Standing opposite Annan was a man who looked only in his 30s. He looked 7 points similar to Annan, but his face was cold and harsh, and his eyes were emotionless ice blue. From this angle, he looked tall and scary. "Stand up and continue," the man said in a deep voice. The voice was low and hoarse, and the ice blue eyes seemed to have magic. Just one look at them, and your heart would seem to freeze. As he breathed steadily, the air around him gradually crystallized, and frost continued to condense on the ground and then melted again. "Stand up, Annan. You have rested enough." "Yes, father." Annan heard his own voice. The voice was shrunken and timid, as if his soul was frozen. He mustered up his courage again and stood up. Annan gritted his teeth and raised the sword. He placed it horizontally in front of his waist and posed a somewhat strange posture. As he drew the sword, white frost spewed out from his palm, carrying snowflakes and cold wind that seemed to never stop, and entwined on the blade. A layer of frost immediately formed on the white blade. A not-so-obvious frost mark in the air drew a straight arc and attacked the man's knees. But the man did not move, just staring at the sword mark. As soon as the frost mark approached him, it seemed as if it was cut off by something invisible, suddenly breaking and shattering, and dissipating in the air. "Continue," the man repeated. The memory fragment stopped here. "Interesting." Annan raised his eyebrows. "It seems that this child has a lot of stories. At least he should have an extraordinary father." However, he tightened the one-handed sword in his hand, and a burst of enlightenment surged in his heart. That kind of swordsmanship that rolls up ice waves. I seem to be able to use it now. Is this the frost sword art on the panel? I have only learned the first level of frost sword art. What kind of power can it have? At least it should be able to make people's blood stiff, right? Annan roughly packed up his things, restored the somewhat messy room, and went out with 2 swords. The long sword was held in his hand, the short sword was carefully hidden in his arms, and the pocket watch on the table was picked up by him, using it as an excuse to accidentally bump into Don Juan, so that he could call him aside without leaving a trace. "Master, come and have a look, your pocket watch has stopped again." It was something like this, just to help others plant a flag. But Annan seemed to have worried too much. He didn't need to run around the ship looking for clues. The clues had already found themselves. As soon as Annan went out, he found that not far from the door, there were 3 young men dressed similarly to him leaning against the corner pretending to chat, but their eyes were fixed on Don Juan's door. They were all stunned to find that Annan actually took the initiative to open the door and come out. Then they quickly communicated with each other, and one of them ran away quickly. Noticing that Annan cast his eyes on the man who ran away, the remaining 2 were obviously a little flustered. "John, here." One of them suddenly had an idea and shouted to Annan, "Where did you go just now?" "I was a little sleepy just now, so I took a nap in the master's room." Hearing this, Annan walked over and showed an honest smile. "Why are you here too? Are you here to take a lazy rest too?" Yes. Seeing their clumsy and unsociable companion's reaction, the 2 felt something was wrong, but they could only respond like this. "Is that so?" Annan said with concern. "Then you 3 must be tired standing here chatting? Why don't you come sit inside? That guy should not have gone far, otherwise I will go and call him first. You go to the house to warm up. There are some sugar cakes on the table, they are delicious." No. He is going to the deck to help cook. One of the young guards saw that Annan was really going to chase him, so he quickly stopped him and smiled kindly with great difficulty. "Aren't we going ashore tomorrow? Tonight is our last night on the boat. We can have a big dinner." "Is that so?" Annan sighed with regret. "I thought he was going to see Instructor Klaus." The two of them were immediately shocked and almost thought that this fool had seen something. However, they were also novices and didn't know what to say to delay John at this time. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Annan suddenly said, "I feel a little cold." Let's find a quiet place to practice swords and stretch our bodies. That's fine. One of the guards quickly responded, I know a place. Yeah, I'll go too. Another person followed. Seeing Annan make such a request, the two of them showed obvious joy. The two looked at each other and sneered silently. Hey, are you guys showing that you want to hurt me so obviously? This is completely undisguised. In your mind, how much of a fool is this John? That's it, after all, it's a simple difficulty. Annan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He just showed a simple and harmless business smile, and said very politely, then you lead the way. Soon, the three of them went around and around, and turned into a relatively empty small room, and began to slowly organize the surrounding wine barrels, trying to make room. At this time, Annan had roughly determined that Don Juan's room should be located in the middle of the ship on the lower floor below the deck. There were separate corridors outside the two doors of the room. The ship was about 70 meters long, and the space was not abundant. The rooms were almost adjacent to each other except for Don Juan himself, who had a larger room. The other rooms were almost adjacent to each other, including the room of the captain of the guard. In other words, anyone who wanted to enter Don Juan's room had to go here. Even if they were discovered at the door, they had no excuse to explain. Because only Don Juan's room was not adjacent to any room. So they brought me here just to delay me and let me leave Don Juan's room. If I continue to stay in the room, maybe they will knock on the door after a while and find an excuse to trick me out. Where is Sir Benjamin? Annan suddenly asked. He is still reading in the captain's room. One of the guards answered casually, except for Master Don Juan, the master doesn't see anyone. What about the instructor? Annan asked, I'm considered absent from duty. Won't the instructor catch me? Don't worry, John. The instructor must be on the deck at ordinary times. Another guard said very confidently, only he has the ability of eagle eye. He must always be watching the sea. How can he have time to go down to the cabin to patrol? Is that so? Annan murmured in a low voice. Looking at the two guards who were facing away from him and slowly stacking wine barrels, Annan narrowed his eyes slightly. He slowly drew out John's one-handed sword, and the blade flashed with a cold light. He didn't want to wait for the enemy to step on his face before he went to fight back with a sad face. No player can resist the temptation of backstab. Without hesitation, he stabbed the blade flatly at the young guard closest to him, and pierced his back directly. The sharp blade pierced straight in, and the red blade emerged from his chest. Then Annan drew his sword horizontally, bringing out a stream of scarlet blood, splashing on the other man's face. His right lung was cut in half by Annan, and blood gushed into his lungs. Take my righteous backstab. After the sneak attack was successful, Annan suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, and the other man was frightened and almost lost his grip on the sword. At this time, Annan had already raised the blade in his hand and chopped it straight at the other man's neck. The startled young guard shuddered. He shrank his body and subconsciously wanted to move aside, but he was still a step too late. He could only raise his left arm to symbolically block it. But Annan did not chop his forearm vertically. Instead, he chopped it diagonally, and the sword cut off a piece of flesh on his upper arm. Ugh! The young guard howled and stumbled back, but he unexpectedly did not lose the ability to fight back because of the pain. Annan clearly saw a faint red light burst out from the heart of the young guard. His right arm holding the sword suddenly burst out with countless slender flesh and tendons, and countless red insects and ants seemed to be swimming in the blood. His right arm holding the sword became much more stable. He tried to draw the sword to fight back. Annan took a step forward and slapped the sword horizontally. He easily slapped away the opponent's long sword, and the blade lightly swept across the opponent's right shoulder holding the sword, bringing up another puff of blood. It was obviously just an ordinary sword, but the blood vessels of the young guard seemed to burst directly, and the blood burst out and swam on the ground like a living thing. The young guard couldn't help but let go of the sword, and let out a miserable wail as the hilt of the sword fell to the ground. The muscles on his face twitched at an almost crazy frequency, as if something was about to jump out. What the hell is this? Looking at this scene, Annan suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Is this the supernatural power of this world? Annan's intuition told him that if he let the other party continue to transform, this guy might pop out a second stage for him to fight. As his mind raced, Annan's eyes silently ignited with a cold light, and a thin layer of frost covered the blade in an instant. Why not try the frost sword technique? Annan, wrapped in frost, thrust his sword upwards, aiming straight at the opponent's chin. If this strike could hit, it should at least slow down his transformation. These thoughts flashed through his mind. But soon, Annan was startled and stopped moving forward. It was just an ordinary upward strike. He didn't even hit the enemy, the blade only brushed the tip of the opponent's nose, but a faint frost mark slanted out from the tip of the blade and hit the right eye of the young guard. In a very short time, the frost mark spread across his head. The opponent's head was covered with a layer of white frost, and even the movement of turning his head and the twitching of the muscles on his face became stiff, and the skin was emitting visible cold. The man's eyes were even more surprised than Annan. Frost sword technique? Before the young guard could finish his words, his throat was covered by the spreading frost mark. After spreading through the heart, the traces of frost suddenly increased several times and spread directly to the whole body. The young guard fell backward stiffly, his face pale and bloodless, his eyelashes covered with frost, like a frozen corpse that had been frozen in the ice and snow for a long time. Even Annan was shocked by the power of his sword. He has always been a very cautious person. He just wanted to slow down and then make a long-term plan. Am I so strong? I have to test it to see what the upper limit of the frost sword technique is. If this life cannot complete the main task in the dungeon, then at least find someone to test his damage. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to determine what level of enemy he can beat outside. As the saying goes, if you can beat it, then ripple, if you can't beat it, then run away. When people pretend to be cool, they must have some confidence in themselves so as not to be killed in return. Annan quickly made up his mind and began to clean up the bodies in the room. There is no need to deal with it too much, just bury them with wine barrels. Anyway, it's just a copy, as long as no one can see it when the room is opened. After tidying up his clothes again, Annan walked out of the room calmly and walked back along the original path. When he returned to Don Juan's room again, he slowed down in advance. After walking to the door, Annan really heard someone rummaging inside, and he didn't cover it up at all. Look again, carefully. Klaus's deep voice came from the room. That thing is a piece of paper, it may be anywhere, every book must be carefully turned. Go and see if there is any in the bed. Also look carefully for the ring and seal. If any of them are missing, I can't deliver them. If anyone dares to have evil thoughts, I will throw him into the Black Sea. Delivery? Annan frowned slightly. He glanced at the taskbar. Find out the true identity of the betrayer has been silently marked with the mark, completed. But the last two tasks have not been completed. He did not alarm these people, but slowly backed out and prepared to go to the captain's room to take a look. Before he came to the deck, he heard the clanging of swords on the deck. Just a rough listen, he could tell that there were at least 3 groups of people fighting. He didn't know if the wizard was a friend or an enemy. If he was a friend, he was probably in danger now. If he was an enemy, he would be sending himself to death if he went up now. At this time, hurried footsteps came from behind Annan. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. He had no way to retreat. Have you been discovered? Annan laughed out loud. It seems that you are not so stupid. Survive until dinner? Don't let Don Juan Garant drink the poisoned wine? He didn't plan to do these 2 things at all. Annan heard clearly that there were extra rewards for decrypting. So if he wanted to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. He wanted to make everything clear and get the best benefits. He couldn't be resurrected outside. If he was timid and couldn't do it perfectly in the copy where he could be resurrected, how could he use his life to pass the more dangerous game outside? Isn't this the simplest truth? Annan no longer hesitated, kicked the door of the deck open, and climbed up. As soon as he got on the deck, he looked around and saw the location of the captain's room. He ran there without hesitation. The 2 parties fighting on the ship saw him rushing out and rushed to the captain's room without hesitation. For a moment, they could not confirm which side he was from. But soon, someone from the side with more people reacted. Kill John. Someone shouted loudly, kill him if you want to live. He can't be persuaded to surrender. You. Annan ran at full speed, and said back, how do you know if you don't try? He threw the scabbard far away and used the frost sword technique on the man who tried to intercept him. He slapped the opponent's sword blade with his sword, deflecting the opponent's slash. At this time, the man screamed and the long sword in his hand fell out of his hand. Annan took the opportunity to knock him away with a shoulder collision. The man did not intend to stop Annan any longer, but just held his right hand and retreated with a cry. The man's right hand emitted a faint chill, pale without any blood color, forming a sharp contrast with his left hand, which was full of blood. The long sword he threw on the ground quickly frosted and was fixed to the deck. At this time, Annan finally rushed into the captain's room. It was almost as he expected. There were only 2 people in the captain's room. Or strictly speaking, 1.5 people. Don Juan was hung in the corner, looking at Annan with a complicated expression. Benjamin, the silver-level wizard in a long robe, was already lying on the table. The silver ring on his right hand cracked, and countless trembling eyeballs emerged from the gap. His mouth was full of blood, staining his teeth and plates red, and the eyeballs of his eyes were not distinguished from the pupil, iris, and white of the eye, leaving only a dark color. "John, are you the Duke of Winter's man?" Don Juan asked Annan softly, with a complicated expression. "Are you also a nail arranged by others to be by my side?" Annan asked back with interest, "How did you know?" The young master didn't struggle much, and he was probably mentally prepared for his fate. He was silent for a while, and then answered Annan's question in a low voice. "I saw that you used the frost sword technique. You have no rank, and you don't know witchcraft, but you can freeze others from a distance. This can only be done by the frost sword technique of the Grand Duke of Winter. They will never pass this trick to outsiders. And you are indeed from the Grand Duke of Winter." He paused, and then asked Annan, "You ran so far to the capital, are you also here to find the Book of the Sky Chariot? Does the Grand Duke of Winter have any ideas about it?" "No, no." Annan answered casually, looking at the old wizard who was breathing out more than breathing in, and asked again, "What happened to Lord Benjamin? Is he poisoned?" "He violated his own curse and was counter-cursed." "What is a curse? What is a counter-curse?" Annan asked. Don Juan did not struggle, but whispered, "You will know when you enter the level. Extraordinary people are not beautiful things. Tell me more, tell me more." Annan closed the door and turned to urge. Don Juan sighed, thinking that Annan had gone crazy, so he fulfilled his wish and told him everything he knew. Power has to pay a price. In this world, all supernatural powers come from curses. Every time you carry a power, you must bear the same curse. For example, every time your soul level rises a level, you must bear a new curse. Curses are everyone's biggest secrets. Every time you violate a curse, you will suffer a pain. If you violate all the curses, you will be counter-cursed and temporarily lose all your power. The two curses that Master Benjamin holds are cannot eat squid and cannot refuse wine given by people older than you. I don't know where Klaus learned about his curse, so he designed to kill Master Benjamin with poison wine mixed with squid juice. How are you sure that I haven't entered the rank?" Annan frowned slightly. Without figuring out this problem, he was even a little afraid to use the frost sword technique. Although this thing is fierce, it will expose your identity. Unless the opponent is sure to die after using it, this trick can be used when no one notices. Of course, it doesn't matter in the copy. Hearing this, Don Juan looked at him strangely. Isn't this common sense? He was a little confused, and it seemed that he was suspicious of Annan's identity. "Hurry up and tell me, just treat it as a way to adjust your mood. Anyway, you have nowhere to go, we all have to die together," Annan said quickly. Don Juan was stunned, looked at him carefully, and then looked at the bronze ring on his hand. "You really don't have any bronze jewelry on you?" Don Juan himself was a little uncertain. "Where did you keep your curse? Is that so?" Annan's heart suddenly became clear when he heard this. He glanced at Benjamin's broken silver ring, then at Don Juan's bronze ring, and roughly understood it. The supernatural power of this world seems to be associated with curses. And curses need containers to store. So are the bronze steps below the silver steps? That's it. That's why they are called bronze steps or silver steps. Are the ones above the gold steps? At this moment, the door of the captain's room was knocked open. The one blocking the door was Klaus with a gloomy face. He looked at Annan without saying a word. "You may not believe it, but I have an iron crotch," Annan casually said to Don Juan, and then launched a frontal attack on Klaus without hesitation. The opening was a king bomb. He directly used the full-strength frost sword technique and chopped at the opponent's head. But Don Juan's face suddenly changed. "Don't hit him from the front." "What?" Annan was stunned for a moment, and the frost marks on his sword had already chopped Klaus' chest. But Klaus did not dodge at all, just looked at Annan coldly without saying a word. Annan suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He lowered his head and found a touch of frost spreading rapidly throughout his body. But this frost only made his body stiff, and he did not feel any destructive power. "Is it ice of this strength? Ice that can't even freeze an ordinary person to death?" Klaus suddenly spoke and sneered. "If this is frost swordsmanship, it's weird." He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and chopped off Annan's head with a sword. The next moment, time went back. Annan had just fallen into darkness, but suddenly felt that he was being pushed hard. "John? John, wake up!" A rude male voice sounded in front of him. "Why did you fall asleep? Where did the young master go again?" This time, Annan's conversation with Don Juan was slightly different from the last time. Because this time, Annan did not ask Don Juan about the black-haired, blue-eyed boy that Klaus asked about, and when Don Juan left the room this time, his expression was not so serious. This time, Annan specifically asked one more question. "Master, where are you going?" "I'm going to see Master Benjamin," Don Juan specifically told him, If you have something urgent to find me, just go directly to the captain's room. No matter who talks to you in the meantime, don't pay attention to it, and don't be distracted to other places, just go and come back quickly." "Yes," Annan replied. Don Juan was very cautious for his age. He did almost everything he could do. But unfortunately, he still missed the hearts of people. He mistakenly trusted the captain of the guard too much. For nobles like them, especially those who carry valuables, have offended people and have no ability to resist, he should not trust anyone, including John. Annan sighed inwardly, watching Don Juan close the door and leave, thinking about something. Sure enough, actually, I have changed something unconsciously in the previous time. The main task said that Don Juan should be stopped from drinking the poison wine. So this means that in real history, the young master should have been poisoned to death at dinner. But not long ago, when Annan found Don Juan, he had been and put away. He looked like he was going to die on the spot, so there was no need to use poison wine or wait until dinner time. The only possibility is that the words I said to the young master before made him suspicious of the guard leader. Then he went over to ask. The series of chain reactions caused by then actually alarmed the enemy. Maybe the old wizard would not have died at this time. It was just because of Don Juan's misoperation that the plan was advanced. And this time, I didn't say anything extra. Then the script should develop in the original historical trajectory. Erosion degree rises to 4%, Annan frowned slightly. In other words, if there are multiple opportunities to reload after entering this kind of dungeon, is it best to try to reproduce the original owner's choice the first time? No, not necessarily. Maybe the original owner knows the least. For example, John doesn't even know who the betrayer is. I don't know how to reduce this erosion. Just in case, try not to die. When Annan just thought of this, a large stream of data suddenly appeared in front of him again. Main quest: complete John's unfinished wish, find out the true identity of the betrayer, survive until dinner starts, don't let Don Juan Garant drink the poison wine. But soon, the 3 lines below began to fade and then broke apart. In the original position, a new line of handwriting appeared: kill the captain of the guard, Klaus, kill all the betrayers. So you can inherit the progress of the dungeon after you die? Annan suddenly realized and had many new ideas in his mind. But just looking at these 2 new mission requirements, he couldn't help but let out a happy laugh that was very inconsistent with John's honest face. This is very simple. Once the mission is simplified to where to go, what to kill, how many to kill, every player will breathe a sigh of relief. Compared with complex decryption and those troublesome mission goals that you don't know how to achieve, such missions are simpler and clearer, and can mobilize players' adrenaline. This time, Annan didn't wait for Don Juan to go far away, because he knew that the young master would not come back this time, and began to search the room skillfully. It took only more than a minute for him to find Don Juan's dagger, ring, pocket watch and John's handguard sword. This time, Annan didn't bring the seal and letter, but put them all in the room. This is to see if some new dialogues will be triggered when the captain of the guard gets these letters but doesn't get the ring. After losing his fear and anger, this world became more and more like a game to him. Even though Annan logically agreed that it was dangerous and knew that this was a real world, he had no real feeling about it. Annan exhaled gently and slowly and pulled out his long sword. He left the sheath in the room. The reason was very simple. It was inconvenient and unhandy to carry it with him. After all, he was not going out to practice swordsmanship. He was going out to kill people. He didn't delay for too long. After Annan took his things, he went out directly. At this time, Don Juan hadn't gone far. Perhaps because they hadn't torn their faces yet, the 3 people who received the task from the captain of the guards and came to watch John hadn't come yet. They were probably afraid that Don Juan would come back, but Annan didn't have so much fear. His pupils moved quickly, constantly looking at every place where there might be people. His footsteps were very light and his breathing was very slow, not so that others couldn't hear his breathing, but so as not to interfere with his listening state. He just walked out of the corridor and heard a series of chaotic footsteps. Can't we just go in and tie up John? No, that fool is not smart, but he is still quite strong. Whoever starts first will probably get hurt. Anyway, I don't want to get hurt. Yeah, I don't want to either. Don't waste your time, just follow orders. Here it comes. Everything is as expected. Hearing the complaints and chats of the 3 people, Annan sneered and silently retreated into the room closest to him. Fortunately, the room was not locked and there was no one inside. This saved him a lot of trouble. At least when entering the room, he didn't have to knock out or kill everyone inside. This is how Annan usually operated when he played stealth games before. He held the knife and lay on the door. The weight of his body was evenly pressed on the door, listening carefully to the voices of the 3 people. Putting the weight of the body on the door is to prevent the aging door hinge from making a creaking sound when the body suddenly leans forward. Therefore, it should be supported slowly from the beginning. In this way, as long as the door is opened quickly, it will not make too much noise when it is opened. Anyway, we can just stay here, a somewhat lazy voice sounded. It is safer to keep an eye on John than to deal with that old man. He is a real wizard, not a liar who plays tricks. I think it is best to stay here. The guard who was killed by Annan first before interrupted. If the master's plan fails, we have a reason to explain. Anyway, we did not participate in the siege of Master Benjamin, so we can say that we are just lazy here. It is better to be punished than to die here. If the master's plan succeeds, we have also made a contribution. It is best not to suffer any loss. Yes, after all, John can't beat the three of us. The guard who was frozen to death by Annan next to him also agreed. What you said makes sense. So we are quite lucky. Of course. Listening to the voices of the three people getting closer and closer, and then gradually getting farther away, Annan's mouth corners silently rose. He pulled open the door, walked out of the room without hesitation, and raised his sword. Covered with frost marks among the three people, an older guard heard the sound behind him and subconsciously looked back. He never thought from the beginning that John would leave Don Juan's room in ambush here, so he had almost no vigilance. Therefore, at the moment when he showed a look of surprise, a frost mark went straight to his head. The icy white mark spread rapidly from the cheek as the contact point, instantly covering the entire head, making him unable to make the slightest movement, and continued to spread downwards. The other two heard the strange sound, and they vigilantly reached for the weapons at their waists. But before they even turned around, they felt a chill on the back of their heads, and then the whole person lost consciousness. Take another righteous backstab from me. Annan's warning came 3.5 beats late. Although many things have changed, your fate of being backstabbed will not change. Ha! Seeing that he had silently killed 3 people with 3 consecutive attacks, Annan finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Annan suddenly had a strong intuition in his heart. If he slashed the 4th sword, he might die. Although he knew that he would not die from the frost damage in theory, this strong palpitation still made Annan retract the idea of slashing a few more swords. For the first time, he felt that the breath he exhaled was so cold, like the wind blowing out of the cold storage. His chest was also cold, and his right hand holding the sword was almost numb from the cold. The strong coldness spread from the wrist to the arm. At this time, the shoulder and wrist felt cold and sore. Then there was a strong itchy feeling mixed with numbness in the chest. Cough, cough. Annan's body stiffened, and he coughed twice violently, and a sharp pain came from his chest. But this pain mixed with soreness and itching seemed to make him experience a self-torture level exercise. Annan could not help but not feel the pain of being unable to move, but instead felt a strong sense of pleasure in his heart. It was his own rationality that restrained him, telling him you must take a break, so that he could resist the desire to jump up and have fun and spit blood all over the floor. Annan immediately stopped where he was, began to take deep breaths to adjust his state, and tried to exhale all the cold air in his lungs. He repeated it 6 or 7 times before he felt a little warmth in his chest, and his limbs gradually warmed up. He always felt that this kind of pain was unusual. To be on the safe side, he still opened his own panel. In the dungeon, attributes, occupations and other things seemed to be invisible. The only thing Annan could see was his health and erosion. Health, 70% erosion, 4%. This frost sword technique is a bit harmful to the body. Annan frowned slightly, and immediately remembered it. He knew it well. He was not using Annan's body now, but John's. John had not been injured before, but he used the frost sword technique 3 times in a row, and suddenly his health was deducted by 30%. When he used the frost sword technique before, he obviously didn't pay any price. He suddenly recalled the memory fragments of the original Annan that he had seen before. Obviously, little Annan only slashed 1 or 2 swords at a time, but he looked very tired. It didn't seem like he was too young and lacked strength, but it was a bit like his current appearance. It seems that the frost sword technique should have a built-in CD, and can only be used twice in a row at most, otherwise it will put a burden on the body. It's worthy of being the secret sword technique of the Duke's family. Annan sighed with satisfaction. According to the general routine, the more burdensome the skills are, the stronger they should be. Haven't you seen that Hataki's lifelong enemy, the legendary Might, who was almost successful in a 1-for-1 exchange, relied on a unique skill of mutual destruction? The identity of Annan should probably be the direct descendant of the Duke of Winter. This is the son of the Grand Duke. Although I don't know how many children the Duke has, I can be considered one of the heirs of the duchy. I can still look forward to a leisurely life of wealth and prosperity in the future. Annan exhaled a breath of cold air again, and then stood up.
He dragged the bodies of the 3 people he had silently assassinated into the house one by one. It was just like the stealth assassination game he had played. After killing someone, you must remember to hide the body. Otherwise, the killing is basically in vain. It's a pity that there is no convenient thing like a trash can or wardrobe that can hold a lot of corpses. So Annan thought for a while and stuffed all 3 corpses under the quilt. Only the back of the head and 2 faces that were close together were exposed. He specially selected the side that was not frozen and looked relatively intact and put it outside. As long as no weirdos come into this house, it should be fine. The bodies of these 3 people should be hidden until the end of the copy. If he really ran into a pervert who dared to enter the house and take a closer look after seeing such a frightening scene, or even excitedly lifted the quilt to take a closer look, then Annan would have no choice. After all, psychology is knowledge that is only useful to humans. Annan waited for a while and found that even though he had stopped breathing out cold air and his pain had been relieved, his health value, which had already dropped, did not recover naturally. He smacked his lips in disappointment. Can't he breathe to recover blood? Obviously, his injuries seemed to have recovered, but his health value did not increase accordingly. Or was it that these internal injuries were because he was only in a nightmare, so he could recover so quickly? Annan narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. He didn't waste any more time. Seeing that his health value had not recovered, he walked out the door directly, intending to carry out the next step of hunting. Annan repeated this rhythm of hiding first and then directly using the big backstab when he met, and killed all the guards who were patrolling or resting under the deck. Including the 3 at the beginning, there were 11 people in total. It sounds like a very arduous project, but under the premise that no one received any warning and it seemed that all the guards had not entered the ranks, it only delayed Annan for less than half an hour. Although he could not be sure that all the people he killed were traitors. But in the final analysis, it was just a copy, just an illusory dream, a story that happened a day ago. In real history, perhaps the traitors had already successfully bitten their master to death and walked away with Don Juan's wealth and treasures. If you can't tell who are the traitors, you might as well kill them all. At this time, Annan has realized that something is obviously wrong. He noticed a detail that he didn't notice in the previous round. Why didn't he see a servant or even a female worker doing odd jobs on this ship? This is obviously unreasonable. Don Juan is only 13 or 14 years old this year. Even if he was sent to a remote town to be a lord, it is impossible not to have a servant. This is not decent at all. And they also brought an old wizard with them. Who will take care of his daily life? It is obviously nonsense to say that there is no way to carry so many servants, or that the servants are on other ships. Annan saw many empty rooms, which were obviously servants' rooms, several people squeezed into a small space, with obvious signs of life, some coats, and even half a cup of fresh water that was not finished. Similarly, there was no one inside. Were they all on the deck? In the captain's room? This is unlikely. So after clearing all the patrolling guards, Annan began to search each room carefully. Finally, in a room that was probably used to store domestic garbage and could smell the stench from outside the room, Annan found them. What is this? Annan frowned, a little surprised at his calmness without any disgust or fear. He shook his head and looked at them carefully. These ordinary people dressed as servants were with ropes and hung upside down, bleeding to death. From the traces, it can be roughly judged that they were first captured and then killed. The blood on the ground has cooled down, but it has not completely dried up. It should have happened not long ago. The reason why there is no smell of blood from outside is that the cracks on the door and the door handle outside are covered with fresh dirt, which isolates them with stronger smells. But in the room, it seems to have been cleaned beforehand, without any dirt. There are only half-dried bloodstains and footprints deliberately stepped on the blood. Those footprints are densely packed, as if they have circled the middle of the room several times. Annan looked carefully and finally found a detail in the center of the circle of footprints that looked like a millstone. In the middle of the room, where the bloodstains are the thickest, there is a tongue. Judging from the length and thickness, it seems, probably, it may be a cow's tongue? Annan carefully avoided the bloodstains and walked closer to take a look. He didn't dare to touch anything, so he could only look at it from a distance. After looking for a long time, he found that a strange symbol was embroidered on the cow's tongue with black thread or something. Under the tongue, there was a very small mirror. Ha! Suddenly, Annan was startled. He recalled what happened last week when he was hacked to death by Klaus. After he saw Klaus, he decisively launched a full-strength sneak attack on the other party. Klaus just closed his mouth and looked at him, and Annan was suddenly hit by his attack. It was as if the damage was transferred. It didn't look like a rebound. Because John and Klaus were not the same height, the blow he hit Klaus' chest would hit his abdomen if it rebounded. It was more like some kind of reflection.
At that time, because Klaus, the captain of the guard, didn't know that Annan would not be killed by freezing damage, seeing that he didn't die immediately like the others, he mocked his half-baked frost swordsmanship. At that moment, Annan vaguely saw another black rune in Klaus' mouth that was symmetrical to this rune. Or in other words, a rune that was the same as the reflection in the mirror. The mirror did not reflect the runes on the cow's tongue, because the runes on the cow's tongue were facing upwards, but the mirror was below the cow's tongue. This meant that the mirror image of the runes on the cow's tongue was hidden in the other side that could not be seen or existed in the mirror. If the mirror image existed, then the mirror rune should be exactly the same as the rune in Klaus' mouth. Annan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He realized where Klaus's strange ability came from. Perhaps this was the source of Klaus' ability to feed back his attacks. Annan raised his sword. But after thinking about it, he put the sword back cautiously. He only had this one handy weapon. He took out the long dagger that belonged to Don Juan from his arms. I haven't practiced throwing knives either, Annan muttered, still standing outside the bloodstain. He didn't know how to disrupt this ritual, but it was best not to involve himself. He didn't dare to step on those footprints. Anyway, either smash the ox tongue out, or smash the mirror, or string the ox tongue and the mirror together. Try them one by one. If it doesn't work, go out and search the corpses again. Search out the weapons of the betrayers and smash them one by one. It's less than 3 meters away, even if it's a loop, you have to hit one. Annan held the dagger and gestured for a long time before throwing it out. Very lucky. Or rather, this dagger was also very capable and didn't require Annan to do extra work. Annan's first strike strung the ox tongue and the mirror together. While cutting the rune on the ox tongue in half, the weird mirror was also successfully shattered. After the mirror was broken, no glass fragments splashed out. A large number of purple-red cracks began to appear on the entire mirror surface, and something colorless and invisible overflowed from it. There were still faint whispers in his ears. Annan barely caught a glimpse of a very faint spice in the air. But he couldn't answer what kind of spice it was. After all, he didn't study the spices of this world. He could only barely smell that it seemed to be a smell between pepper and burnt wood. Of course, if he encountered it again next time, Annan was sure that he could remember it. Suddenly, a line of blood-red, somewhat sloppy words appeared in front of Annan. The curse has been cut off, the tongue in the mirror. The next moment, the cattle tongue nailed together on the broken mirror suddenly ignited a purple-red flame. At the same time, it also exuded a strong stench, like the smell of tartar and blood mixed together. The flames rose instantly and burned the cattle tongue to ashes. Then, a very strong hurricane suddenly rolled up in the broken mirror. The wind even sucked Annan to stagger, and he almost stepped on the blood in front. But these bloodstains did not last long. The invisible hurricane swept over, and the blood on the ground was like being licked by a dog. After a few times, it was sucked clean, and there was no trace of blood. Even the air no longer contained a trace of blood. It was as if something Annan could not see was wiping the stains on the ground. Soon, the hurricane subsided. The blood, dirt, corpses and ashes of cow tongues in the whole room were sucked into the mirror. There was only one mirror left in the center of the room. The mirror was like a porcelain with ice cracks, and it was like a mobile phone screen that was covered with a film and fell to the ground. It was broken and looked very miserable, but no piece of glass fell out. Annan walked over and touched the mirror tentatively. As expected, a screen of light immediately appeared in front of him. Tongueless mirror, type, material/miscellaneous, blue, description, a destroyed cursed object that has lost its original function, effect, the holder will be cursed, do not speak too much, do not speak too much. If the holder is attacked before finishing a sentence, this attack ignores defense. Looking at the properties of the mirror, Annan fell into deep confusion. What is the use of this thing? Is it used to provide a warning like please talk after finishing a knife? Or, the function that was damaged is attacks received when not speaking can be rebounded? Annan thought for a while and decided to find a place to hide the mirror first. It's still a bit scary to carry this thing around. Then Annan found a place to put the mirror and went out with the sword. As soon as he went out, he saw the guard Captain Klaus, who was rushing over here with a hurried look and had just passed the last corner. When Annan saw Klaus, Klaus also looked up as if he had sensed something. He also happened to see Annan, who had just come out of the room. The moment they saw each other, they both stopped what they had just done. Annan was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say, but just tightened his grip on the sword. Strangely, Klaus did not attack directly. When he saw Annan coming out of the room, he immediately looked at Annan's mouth. Seeing Annan's mouth tightly shut, Klaus' pupils shrank immediately, and he also began to close his mouth tightly and remain silent, holding the hilt of the sword and standing still. This detail made Annan's heart move slightly, but there was no reaction on his face. Neither of them moved or spoke. For a moment, a terrible silence appeared in the narrow corridor. The almost solidified air was sticky and cold, surging with murderous intent and malice without any concealment.
After a few seconds of silence, the vague thoughts in Annen's heart became clearer. Why didn't Klaus attack me? Did he not want to?
No, Annen was sure that Klaus must want to kill him. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost boiling, and his slightly narrowed eyes flowed with the indifference of a reptile. Just by looking into Klaus' eyes, Annen could hear a faint, inaudible whisper in his ear. In his eyes, Klaus' figure gradually became distorted and exaggerated, and purple-red mist was steaming from his body. But Annen looked carefully again, and it seemed to be just an illusion. The guard leader Klaus still stood there motionless, his mouth tightly closed, and said nothing. Unless Klaus didn't want to attack him, but he didn't dare. Annen suddenly realized. Maybe Klaus couldn't see that the mirror had been broken, or maybe he didn't have a deep understanding of this aspect. He might think that Annen had obtained the same ability as him. The ability to feed back attacks when silent. For example, take out Klaus's beef tongue and put in the beef tongue he prepared in advance. And so on. With a rough guess in his mind, Annen felt confident. He was not the kind of person who lacked courage. What's more, he didn't feel fear or panic at all now. Annen just didn't want to give it away for nothing. He suddenly stretched out his hand, put his index finger in front of his lips, and made a gesture of silence. A very proud and brilliant smile gradually appeared on John's honest face. Seeing John suddenly make such an almost rampant expression, Klaus' heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be true? Did John really steal the cursed object? Don't come over. Annen closed the door and slowly retreated to the other side of the corridor. He stretched out his left hand to cover his mouth, and the words he uttered were extremely brief and unquestionable. Back off. Of course, there was no rune engraved on his tongue, and the cow's tongue had been burned and the curse cut off by him. But coincidentally, in order to prevent others from discovering the ritual he arranged in the room, Klaus specially chose this fully enclosed windowless room. But now, he himself has been pitted by his own settings. He didn't know that there was nothing in the room. As long as Annen blocked his mouth, Klaus didn't dare to risk attacking Annen. He couldn't see Annen's mouth shape, so he couldn't judge whether Annen was ready to speak, so he couldn't even attack. Annen could attack him, but he couldn't attack Annen. Once he guessed the wrong time, he would be killed by himself. Seeing that Klaus was still hesitating, Annen immediately played another card, tongue in the mirror, right? This is a sure kill. Hearing this word, Klaus's expression finally moved. His face showed a strong unwillingness, and finally he sighed deeply and put down his right hand on the long sword at his waist. You win, John. Although I think you probably don't know what you did. Klaus sighed and stopped pretending to remain silent. Seeing that Annen was still silent, he shook his head. He stuck out his tongue and showed Annen that his curse had been cut off. A deep scar that was still soaked in blood appeared on his tongue. The thickness of the bloodstain was very similar to that of Don Juan's dagger. It was as if someone had pierced Klaus' tongue with that dagger. The rune he had sewn on his tongue with thread was naturally split in two by the scar. Are you satisfied? Klaus snorted coldly. Listen, John. I cannot kill you, but you must keep it a secret for us. This is also for your own good. Can you not kill me? Annen repeated Klaus' words and couldn't help laughing. Is it your turn to say such things now? Although his true strength may not be able to beat Klaus at all, Annen's advantage is that he is fearless. Because of his fearlessness, he seems to be particularly confident when he pretends to be powerful. But seeing Annen's confident look, Klaus suddenly raised one corner of his mouth, revealing an undisguised sneer. Whose orders do you think we are following? Why do you think we dare to betray the three-eyed raven? Do you think we are all as stupid as you? The Gerald family is not a generous and kind person. The Count of Crow has only 4 children in total, and they love him even more. He was not sent here because he made a mistake, but because the Count wanted to save his life. If it weren't for the order of that lord, we would have gone crazy to murder the young master. Klaus' eyes were full of almost compassionate ridicule. There is no other way. I advise you to stop, silly John, it's not too late now. You killed everyone under the deck, right? You are good at fighting, come with us. Tongue in the mirror can only keep you alive on the ship, but if you dare to go ashore, you will die. Moreover, even if you stay on the ship and don't get off, the ship itself can't withstand the cannons. You haven't seen a cannon yet, have you? I'm telling you. If a cannonball hits it, the whole ship will break in two. It's that scary. I killed your men, can you trust me? Even if you don't kill them, someone else will. Klaus sneered, they are just a bunch of trash. They will never be able to enter the ranks in this life. But you are different. Since you can steal my ritual, it means you must have the talent to become a supernatural person.
You have been pretending to be stupid for so many years. You don't just want to be a guard, do you? Then, who is it?
Annan narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Who wants to kill the young master?"
You can always tell me this, otherwise I can't trust you.
Judging from the craftsmanship of this ship, there should not be too many forces in this world that can use cannons. He is about to borrow Don Juan's identity, and he must ask clearly who the enemy Don Juan is facing is.
Otherwise, he will die without knowing how he died.
Of course, if it is too difficult to deal with, it is not ruled out that Annan will just slip away. Since I told you, I am naturally not afraid of you telling it out. I'll just say it straight. It's His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Not only the young master, but the old crow will not survive either.
It's a matter of time.
In the entire Gerald family, only the eldest master can survive, because he is a smart man. The chief guard raised his lips and said, "After all, our respected king doesn't have much time left. It's a story about the succession of royal power."
Annan felt a little stomachache just by hearing this.
The old king is old, and the new king has not yet ascended the throne. This almost means that the kingdom will inevitably be in chaos during this period. In addition, the internal test will begin in 3 days.
Players will arrive. This unknown kingdom is likely to be completely messed up. Speaking of which, Annan doesn't know what the name of this kingdom is. But it's okay.
As long as His Majesty the King doesn't want Don Juan's life from the bottom of his heart, he can always survive. It's just right. Taking this opportunity, you can also ask what political stance Don Juan should hold, in order to avoid accidentally revealing the truth.
Of course I agree to join. Speaking of which side does the Earl stand on?
Of course it's on His Majesty's side. That is, the eldest princess's side. The captain of the guards heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He thought that no one in the world would dare to make fun of a prince, the future king, so he relaxed and became more friendly. Your Majesty was able to ascend the throne, and the Gerald family played an indispensable role. But you also know that the old crow will not support the third prince's ascension to the throne.
Annan nodded solemnly.
No, actually I don't know. He thought for a moment, and asked tentatively in John's tone, "But I still don't understand. Why don't they go after the Earl, but the young master? If something happens to the young master, the Earl will go crazy. How can we escape?"
The Earl won't know about this.
The captain of the guard was still a little impatient about this matter. This ship will be faked as a shipwreck, the sails will be burned by us, and it will float on the sea for a long time before it will dock.
By then we will have run away.
But Annan asked 2 more questions, and the captain of the guard, Mr. Klaus, held the attitude of "I can't beat him anyway," and answered reluctantly, "What His Royal Highness the Third Prince wants is just the seal ring of the Gerald family."
Forged letter. Annan reacted immediately.
Klaus's purpose is to let Don Juan continue to live and take away the seal ring. In this way, they can forge a letter sent by someone in the Gerald family. Whether it is sent to the Earl or used as a false certificate, it can have a corresponding effect.
Annan suddenly felt his stomach ache even more. How did he get involved in such trouble as soon as he landed?
Moreover, since their purpose is to take away the ring, when he exits the nightmare, he may not be able to find the ring on the ship at all.
Suddenly, Annan was stunned. No.
Klaus lied. In the previous round, Annan saw Klaus commanding his betrayers to search Don Juan's room. He clearly remembered that they were looking for a piece of paper. And this piece of paper was sewed by Don Juan into the interlayer of his clothes under his left armpit. The ring and the seal were just looked for by the way.
Annan's heart trembled.
What if Klaus is using a slightly unimportant thing to cover up another more important thing? Then it means that the value of this piece of paper may even be more important than a prince's plan to seize power.
But Annan did not alert the enemy. He just pretended to be concerned and continued to ask, "What about Lord Benjamin? How do we deal with him?"
"Don't worry about that, just follow my instructions."
Klaus was distracted by Annan's acting skills, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
He replied briskly, "The eldest master is on the same side as us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This is a business that will be silenced. The eldest master has top secret information about the Gerald family,
including Benjamin's weaknesses.
It's just right, let's go up together. If you are there, it will also make the young master more relaxed.
One last request."
Annan hesitated for a moment, but still asked at the risk of being exposed, "I want the complete ritual process of the tongue in the mirror."
"Okay, but I also need to know who your master is."
Klaus agreed without hesitation. "The wooden-headed John the First No is not so smart.
You pretended to be a fool for so long just to get around Don Juan, right? Who asked you to come?"
"Of course it was the Duke."
"Duke? Which Duke?"
Hearing the word Duke, the muscles on Klaus' face twitched. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked,
But his voice was much softer and his tone was not so aggressive. Is it convenient to tell me? A duke with black hair and blue eyes. You know. Annan answered vaguely. He wanted to fleece Klaus, the fool, and ask him for some information about the Duke of Winter. But when he heard Annan's answer, Klaus' pupils shrank slightly. He fell silent, cleared his throat awkwardly, and did not dare to ask further. This ritual of mine is the knowledge from the True God Church. Don't spread it. This is not something I got from a legitimate source. Klaus simply warned, this is the knowledge from a copy I traded with someone before. It's produced by the True God Church. It has very little damage to me and is very stable. It's not like the rituals of those false gods that are prone to problems. You'd better understand that if this knowledge is leaked, you and I will both suffer. The True God Church? Annan made a perfect question. Sure enough, Klaus couldn't help but explain, it's not the Church of Silver Lord. Although our kingdom of Noah does welcome the priests of Silver Lord. But if you don't have money, those misers won't teach you any magic or rituals. Annan immediately made a disappointed expression. At the same time, he took a deep breath in his heart and wrote down the somewhat strange name of the god Silver Lord. I finally know what this country is called. Klaus sighed and replied, this is the ritual of the mysterious lady. I don't know how much the Grand Duke has told you, so I will tell you from the beginning. Remember it carefully, I will only tell you once. If I tell you more, your mind will definitely not be able to bear it. As he spoke, his voice suddenly changed, becoming low and hoarse. It was as if a recorder was turned on in his throat, playing the voice of someone else. The materials for this ritual are the soul of a person who knew about the crime in advance but kept silent about it, the blood of an adult male who has never killed anyone, the tongue of a bull that voluntarily took poison, a shoe that has never been stained by mud, a mirror no bigger than one's own head, and a bucket of seawater that has been out of the sea for no more than a day. The ritual is very simple. The specific content is to engrave or embroider any of the secret words belonging to the mysterious lady on the bull's tongue as a lock, and engrave or embroider its counterpart on your own tongue as a key. Then mix the blood and sea water together, and place the cow tongue on the mirror with the secret text facing up. Release the soul of the sinner, put on the ritual shoes, and walk as many circles clockwise or counterclockwise as you like on the blood ground, but remember the number of circles. This is the opening of the door, and the ceremony is complete. After that, you cannot leave your ritual site too far. The specific length limit is your own 2,600 steps. If you exceed this distance, you will bear the consequences. When you cancel the ceremony, wear the shoes again, use the number of circles you set, and walk backwards once, just like closing the door. But before February 1st, you must cancel the ceremony, no matter how long it lasts. Similarly, do not use this ceremony before February is over, otherwise you will bear the consequences. At this point, Klaus's strange retelling state also ended. He cleared his throat, cast his eyes on Annan, and at the same time, his right hand moved towards the hilt of the sword imperceptibly. It's that simple. Can you still bear it? Not bad. Annan acted very reluctantly, took a deep breath, and nodded slowly. Klaus nodded with concern, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and his right hand returned to its previous position. It seems that you knew a lot about this ritual before. Then you are still a bit sensible, not asking for those forbidden knowledge that your spirit cannot bear. Annan did not speak, but continued to nod vigorously, pretending to be a little tired. But Annan was very confused. Annan probably knew what the other party was up to. In Klaus's opinion, if he told this knowledge, John might roll on the ground and lose the ability to resist. He must have bad intentions. But it was different from what Klaus thought. Annan did not have any special feelings at all. It was not painful, itchy, or dizzy. At most, he felt that he had just exercised too much and it was close to dinner time, so he was a little hungry. That's why he could only act so generally. In terms of Annan's acting skills, this can almost be said to be a shame. But the problem is that Annan didn't know what he should act at all. What can he do? He is also desperate. He didn't even know whether he should feel sick or have a headache, vomit or have chest pain. He could only make an expression as if he was trying hard to hold back his. Anyway, no matter what kind of uncomfortable state he was in, this expression was always universal. Seeing that Annan digested the forbidden knowledge quickly, Klaus gritted his teeth and continued casually, also, remember to arrange someone to guard the ritual site. Otherwise, if the ox tongue is replaced by someone else, the control of the ritual will be taken away like me. This unpopular ritual itself has very low requirements, and it can be used by bronze-level extraordinary people. Because it comes from the Orthodox Church, there are no messy random effects. When he said this, the corners of his mouth rose sarcastically, but, under normal circumstances, this ritual can only be used by the gods who can engrave inscriptions on the soul.
and the reversal inscription must be used. But the only church that has mastered the reversal inscription belongs to the goddess of veto and darkness, Lady Silence, not the mysterious lady. Thanks to His Royal Highness the Third Prince for finding a special cursed mirror for me, I can drive this ritual. This was made by the Church of the Mysterious Lady, and it is a cursed mirror specially used to replace the reversal inscription to start this ritual. And because it is not open normally, I need to compensate a large number of souls to barely maintain the ceremony. When the body rots, the ceremony will end automatically, and it is completely uncontrollable. At this point, Klaus laughed a little proudly, so learning this is actually not very useful. Because you still have to find a way to get such a mirror. This is probably why he agreed so readily just now. Annan smacked his lips when he heard this, then sighed and followed Klaus without saying a word. This made Klaus feel much happier. But Klaus couldn't see the pitying look in Annan's eyes when he looked at him. This unfortunate child. When he got this ritual, he must have been greedy and desperate. I don't know how long it took him to get a cursed mirror that could barely be used as a substitute. It's like a stupid kid who finally bought a super awesome 3A masterpiece, and then found that his computer couldn't run it at all. But we are different. Annan remembered the reversal inscription. He seemed, possibly, really had one. Klaus thought he was watching Annan, controlling this currently uncontrollable factor under his nose. And Annan was also watching Klaus. The two of them could coexist peacefully now, not because Annan was so powerful that Klaus didn't want to be his enemy, nor because Klaus had any good intentions towards him. It was just because Klaus mistakenly thought that Annan had stolen his ritual tongue in the mirror and obtained the temporary ability to reflect damage. He didn't dare to be an enemy of Annan in this state. Although he also knew how to crack this ritual, at least for now, he didn't dare to enter the room in front of Annan. After all, it takes time to destroy the ritual. When Annan saw him, his first reaction was to let him back off. Once Annan was too nervous, it was possible that he would stab him with a sword when he saw him trying to open the door. And Klaus didn't dare to fight back, otherwise Annan would close his mouth and open his arms, and he would be slashing at him without reservation. Annan could slash him, but he couldn't. This was not very fair. So Klaus thought about it and decided to forget it. It is important to follow one's heart. At least when Annan was staring at him, he had given up all thoughts of entering the room to disrupt the ritual. But if the two of them separated, Klaus would definitely go to the room where the ritual was held and try to disrupt the ritual. Klaus believed that Annan himself must know this. In fact, as long as Klaus opened the door of that room, he would immediately understand that he was being fooled. Annan did not steal the ritual at all, let alone get the temporary ability to reflect attacks. He was just pretending to be cool and bluffing before. It was like a hero in a disadvantageous lane suddenly came over with a displacement skill without warning and started to exchange blood crazily. Klaus' first reaction was not to counterattack, but is the opponent's jungler coming? So he made a quick decision. He didn't even fight back. He turned around and used flash without hesitation to escape. This naturally couldn't be concealed for long. But whether Annan stole the ritual or disrupted the ritual, he would not want Klaus to act separately from him. Klaus knew Annan's need and was a smart man, so he didn't even try to test Annan, and directly proposed the suggestion of why don't we go up together. This was a goodwill signal from the captain of the guard to Annan. After all, his first task was not to kill guard John, but to kill the old wizard Benjamin and Don Juan. John should not have been his enemy in the first place, of course. If he was in the way and it was convenient, it didn't matter if he was killed. Anyway, except for the talents favored by the third prince, no one on the ship could survive. It's just a matter of who dies first or later. But even if it was acted out by the captain of the guard, it was indeed goodwill. At least it fully expressed to Annan that I have no intention of being your enemy for the time being. And Annan did see it. He even saw more. It seems that in Klaus's view, Annan's only way to survive is to achieve great merit in the next action, so as to gain the favor of the third prince and become a thug of the same level as him. In this way, Klaus will naturally turn his previous goodwill into reality. Otherwise, if Klaus can kill Annan with just one word, he will naturally take revenge on the man who pierced his tongue with a curse and made him endure the pain as if a dagger pierced his tongue. These subtle thoughts of the guard captain also fell into Annan's eyes without any error. Annan's mouth corners slightly raised. How should we act later? Stopping in front of the stairs to the deck, Annan opened his mouth and asked softly, "You won't say, let me act according to your eyes, right?" "Of course not." Klaus, who was walking in front, shook his head and turned back to explain carefully, "I have arranged everything that should be arranged. It's not against you. No one knows the details of the plan. This is to prevent leaks. The dinner should have started now. All you have to do is stay with Don Juan, chat with him and distract him. Or you can just find an excuse to take him away directly." After all, Don Juan also knows the secret of the old wizard, and he may sense something is wrong.
Klaus carefully instructed, "Don't make eye contact with the old wizard, understand?"
The young master doesn't know which school he comes from, whether he knows the spells of the soul-taking, edict or prophet schools. But he is so old, and he must have grown up for a long time. To be on the safe side, don't make eye contact with him, and it's best not to have any communication with him.
But your expression should be natural. If you really can't do it, don't go up. You can mess around, but don't hold back. But whether you mess around or hold back, you will bear the consequences at your own risk.
Klaus almost poked Annan in the face with the malice of his words.
But there was no anger or resentment on Annan's face. He just smiled innocently and honestly. "No problem, I'm good at acting."
Hearing this, the captain of the guard recalled the appearance of John before, and nodded in agreement.
John's acting is indeed no problem. The people who were played by him still don't realize that they were played. Captain Klaus gave a few more instructions and took Annan to the deck.
When he went upstairs, his face gradually became serious, and he tried his best to suppress the tension and excitement.
On Annan's face, a little bit of panic was hung on his face.
A little sweat immediately seeped out of his face, his lips gradually became a little pale, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. At least in terms of the appearance of the two, Annan's acting skills have already won over the captain of the guard.
The banquet had already begun.
Even the guards on the deck huddled in a corner, chatting in low voices and eating a dinner that was quite sumptuous, at least for a ship. The old wizard who was eating, drinking and chatting with Don Juan in the captain's room frowned slightly when he saw the two people coming from afar. His eyes swept over Annan, and then stopped at Klaus. The old wizard's eyes gradually turned to doubt, and then gradually turned to suspicion.
"That, Klaus. Young master."
The moment the old wizard opened his mouth, Annan suddenly spoke first and interrupted the old wizard's words. "You asked me to come to you. What's wrong, John?"
Little Don Juan immediately asked nervously, "What happened?"
He and Annan had agreed before that if something goes wrong, come to him immediately. Don Juan naturally trusted John not to leave his post without permission, so when he saw John leave his room and appear in front of him, his heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Annan was a little anxious and his face was pale. Big drops of sweat oozed from his face, as if he was panicking and didn't know what to do.
"Don't be so rude, just say it." Klaus's signature rude voice rang out. "Say what you just said to me again," to the young master. However, Klaus could never guess. The moment he said this, Don Juan's brows suddenly frowned slightly, vaguely realizing something. Because Don Juan and John had agreed before that if there was a problem, he should come directly to him and not talk to anyone. Just after Klaus finished speaking, an old gentleman dressed in a proper manner came over and placed a barrel of wine in his hand on the table of the old wizard and the young Don Juan. Judging from his clothes, he was Don Juan's butler. The old butler skillfully opened the lid of the wine barrel and reached into it.
However, at this moment,
Annan suddenly raised his head, and while running behind Benjamin, he shouted to Don Juan, "Overturn the wine barrel.
He's going to kill Sir Benjamin."
Don Juan, who had already sensed something was wrong, immediately understood everything when he heard Annan's words. He immediately reached out and overturned the wine barrel on the table. The bright red wine spilled on the floor like blood, and the old butler's expression suddenly changed drastically, staggering and falling to the ground.
The head of the guard, Klaus, had a blank mind. How did John know my plan? No, he actually knew what Benjamin's curse was?
No, that's not right either. Klaus couldn't understand why John, a smart man, would choose the stupidest, most useless, and most offended way, a way that would definitely kill him no matter what. Why did he dare to do this?
What is he trying to do?
Without waiting for the old butler to run away, or for the chief of guards to come to the rescue, Benjamin, realizing that someone was trying to murder him, immediately attacked in anger. He raised his right hand, aiming his palm at the old butler. The ring on his right hand shone with pure white light. The light flowed out of the ring like a living thing, crawling and wriggling on his skin, forming a pattern similar to an eye on his palm. He did not emit any rays or fire any light cannons, but the old butler suddenly let out a miserable wail, and the whole person froze. In the extremely shrill wail, he maintained a very twisted and painful posture lying on the ground. The whole person turned into a lifelike blood-colored ice sculpture like crystal. It was not frozen to death or covered with a layer of ice. Instead, his whole person turned into red ice. But there was no trace of frost on the floor in front of the old butler.
After freezing the old butler to death, Benjamin did not relax at all.
He clenched his right hand, and the ice sculpture transformed by the old butler suddenly shattered and exploded in all directions. The captain of the guards, who had been retreating cautiously with a sword, saw this attack and did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately jumped back and landed at the stern, grabbing a guard to block himself.
The guard was immediately pierced by the flying blood ice and turned into a hedgehog. The guards who were eating on both sides were also hit by Benjamin's ice needles without warning. As soon as these ice spikes fell on him, they immediately melted and sank into his body. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, his skin suddenly showed dense spiderweb-like black lines, and the captain of the guard threw the body into the sea without hesitation. Not long after, the other guards who were injured by the blood ice froze and black web-like lines oozed out of their skin. Benjamin opened his clenched fist indifferently. The guard captain's pupils shrank slightly, and he jumped high. The next second, the guards with black lines all over their skin exploded instantly. Black and purple flames burst out of their bodies, instantly engulfing those who were close enough to them. From the bodies burned to death by the flames, a large amount of black smoke like tiny mosquitoes burst out. The black smoke converged in the air and formed a huge hand to attack the guard captain. The transformation school. Seeing this terrible attack, the guard captain's expression relaxed instead. Indeed, the transformation school is the wizard school that is least afraid of numbers. Whether it is people, animals, plants, gems, or cursed objects, they will be pried by their levers and constantly transformed into their own power. Before they are eroded to the limit by the curse or their transformation is interrupted, this chain reaction has no limit. But at the same time, the transformation school is the school with the least instant spells. The place that belongs to them is the battlefield or the laboratory. Yes, the mysterious power used by Benjamin is just the active ability he got from the curse. In front of Klaus, a silver-level melee fighter, Benjamin had no space to cast spells because he had to protect Don Juan. He had no scruples. Klaus's panic had gradually calmed down. When he jumped to the highest point in the air, he had already drawn the long sword in his hand. The silver guard of his long sword shone with brilliance, and some light streams that were obviously dimmer than Benjamin's light trace flew out from it, imprinted on the back of his hand, fingers, and blade. The next moment, he seemed to have gravity reversed, changing direction lightly in the air, running wildly on an invisible slide like a sonic hedgehog, faster and faster. Windwalker? A windwalker who changed his job from a swordsman? Seeing this, the old man whispered and sneered, a wild, extraordinary person. He still did not cast a spell. He just stared at Klaus calmly and turned the ring on his right hand. I hereby establish a spell to bind him, he chanted in a very low voice. If Anon was not behind him, he would not be able to hear what the old wizard was muttering. First, I will never retreat in this battle. As the old wizard finished speaking, an illusory rune appeared in front of him, and then disappeared. He continued to chant, second, I will give up using magic in this battle. After he finished speaking, he screwed the ring back again. At this time, Klaus was still running freely in the air, faster and faster. The black smoke behind him almost touched him at first, but soon he was left behind. As Klaus flew, the air around him gradually became blurred. Then he accelerated a few more times, and the whole person ran to a very high place, and then began to dive towards the ship floating on the sea. The old wizard squinted one eye and looked at him, and opened his right hand vaguely to point at Klaus. Can you finally catch me? It's too late. Klaus was ecstatic and excited. He had been memorizing the superpowers used by the old wizard. Inferior red crystal is a must-have superpower for wizards of the transformation school. Its normal locking time is 4 seconds, and Benjamin accelerated it to 1.5 seconds. The unfamiliar superpower behind it obviously needs the inferior red crystal as a medium to release it remotely. And he only needs 1/5 of a second to bang. It was like the sound of a leather wallet falling hard to the ground. In front of the old wizard, an illusory barrier suddenly appeared and slammed heavily with the diving Klaus. The barrier was instantly covered with cracks, but Klaus's charge was stopped. Klaus was mercilessly bounced away and the whole person was bounced backwards. In less than a second, the inferior red crystal quickly locked it. This is a temporary superpower feedback from the curse of giving up the use of spells, extreme superpower. This is a superpower that can accelerate the efficiency of superpowers. Like the old butler, Klaus immediately let out a painful wail. He fell directly to the ground, and blood-colored crystals appeared on his left arm and right cheek. The crystals on his body crystallized much slower than the old butler. At least he could still resist after falling to the ground, and as this process continued, Anon, who was hiding behind the old wizard, finally saw the model of this supernatural power clearly. In Benjamin's palm, there was a very thin, illusory tube like a blood vessel, one end of which was connected to Klaus, and the other end was immersed in the eye pattern on the old wizard's palm. As if noticing Anon's peeping, the eye pattern moved. Its eyeball was originally in the middle, but suddenly shifted to the left. It was like it was squinting at Anon. But Anon was not afraid at all. He just glared back. What's wrong with looking at you? Perhaps noticing John's gaze, or perhaps the lines on his palm told him something,
The old wizard Benjamin tilted his head slightly and nodded to Annan kindly.
Don't go over there, little John.
You be careful. Seeing that Annan seemed to be about to step forward, the old wizard stopped him mercilessly. Klaus is just acting, he has not lost his fighting ability.
This little pain is not as painful as the pain during the advancement.
If he could lose his resistance due to the pain, he would have lost control when he was advancing. Hearing this, Klaus, who was still lying on the ground, stopped crying in pain. He raised his head, stared at John, and slowly got up from the ground. His left eye was already crystallized, and his right eye was bloodshot with anger.
You betrayed Don Juan first, and then you betrayed me.
You are a more shameful betrayer than me, John.
Do you think you'll have an easy time?
You're also a traitor, a spy sent by Grand Duke Winter.
If I die, you'll die too.
Klaus roared in a low voice, the muscles on his back twitching and bulging abnormally. Just as if the ribs of his chest were growing on his back, a small wing made of bone slowly protruded from his back. Seeing this, the old wizard's face suddenly changed. He glanced at Annan and immediately changed his words. Don Juan, kill him quickly. Use the frost spell I taught you, I'll help you control him. As soon as he finished speaking, his open right hand suddenly clenched. A bright red crystal suddenly pierced out from Klaus's joints, twisted in the air, and nailed to the deck like a crab.
What is this?
Annan raised his unsheathed long sword and asked curiously. The old wizard was sweating profusely. Don't ask, just step back.
Don't touch him with your weapon.
After receiving the order, Don Juan immediately opened his right hand, and the bronze ring shone with a faint light. He quickly recited in an unknown language, the element of freezing, the structure of the line frost is the wheel, and flesh and blood is the road. He raised his right hand, and the tips of his 5 fingers connected to form a circle. An ice-blue magic circle emerged from his fingertips, and azure lines were connected to each other, an azure halo condensed in it. Then Don Juan threw it out with force. The halo flew out and quickly grew in the air, turning into a huge frost wheel that was more than 1 person tall. The frost wheel had no entity, but was composed of azure rays of light that formed a hollow and gorgeous shape. It shone with a mysterious light. It fell on the deck, without any reaction, but rolled forward quickly. But when it ran over Klaus, it left a terrifying, jagged frost mark.
But it didn't freeze the guard captain, whose abnormality was getting worse.
The guard captain just exerted a little force, and the thin ice covering him broke apart.
Is the power of remote spellcasting not enough?
The element of freezing Don Juan's face turned pale, and he bravely ran over and chanted again.
But before he finished, he was interrupted by Annan. Do you have to use ice?
Yes, it's useless to use a sword. Don Juan saw that his spellcasting was interrupted by Annan, and he didn't care to rush to Annan. He just jumped twice in panic, and then ran forward quickly, chanting again. Freezing, his chanting stopped again, and his steps slowly stopped. This time it was not because he was interrupted by Annan again. Instead, he was stunned. John did not hesitate to slash forward 3 times, without any fancy moves, just like a New Year's greeting. But 3 frost marks flew out of thin air and engraved on Klaus. Then a surge of cold air burst out, instantly covering the whole body of the guard captain, freezing him into a heap. The aftermath alone forced Don Juan back, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground.
Klaus's mutation was also completely interrupted.
He kept this posture and lost his breath. The old man also raised his eyebrows and looked at John with a strange look.
This is the legendary frost sword art. Don Juan instantly recognized the iconic ability of the enemy's Duke family.
But the old wizard Benjamin knew more than Don Juan.
This is not the cold air that freezes the flesh.
It is the winter frost that is enough to freeze the soul. The superior sword art passed down by the frost sword saint 300 years ago. He did not name it before his death, and his descendants simply called it frost sword art. Containing the solidified frost element and the strong curse that can only be suppressed by the direct bloodline of the Grand Duke of Winter, the frost sword art that has been passed down from generation to generation. Its true meaning is that it is equivalent to the right to inherit the throne of the Grand Duke. Only by inheriting the Sword of Winter can one obtain the complete version of frost sword art.
Why does John know this trick? Or am I in someone's nightmare now?
But just when the old wizard was about to ask John in detail, John had disappeared from the spot without knowing when.
The next moment, the whole world stopped.
Then, the world suddenly became full of cracks, breaking and melting silently. The nightmare has been purified. Purify the nightmare with the specified identity, and the rating will be improved. Cut off the curse, tongue in the mirror, and the rating will be improved. Kill the guard Captain Klaus, and the rating will be improved. Ensure that Don Juan survives until the end of the dungeon, and the rating will be improved. Overall rating A. Get 32 points of public experience, perception +1, clear the level. Annan took a deep breath and raised his head. He finally woke up from the strong dizziness. Fortunately, I came to the rescue at the last moment, and I made a righteous last hit and accurately grabbed a head, so that things didn't get worse. It seems that I still have to grab more heads in the future. Before he entered the dungeon, it was still sunset.
But now the sky is dim and the morning mist is gradually thinning. It is approaching dawn.
The sun has not yet risen, but some complex runes can be seen slowly turning on the sea level in the east. John's dead body is still lying next to the rope ladder.
Looking at the familiar wound that pierced his chest, Annan couldn't help but sigh.
He already knew how John died. From this wound, Annan could tell that this was a sign of death reflected by Klaus. In other words, it was John's own fatal blow that killed John.
I have avenged you. Annan muttered, can I have this sword?
He took out the handguard sword that belonged to John. Unlike Annan's own violent behavior, John carried a scabbard with him, so Annan took the scabbard with him. It was a very handy weapon for John, but it was too big for Annan's current height. Using this sword as a reference, if John's height is 18 meters, then Annan is only about 155 meters. He would not be very comfortable using this sword.
But Annan was not looking for a handy weapon.
Purified Nightmare Fragment, current purification rate is 1/3, you can enter the dungeon again after 71:59 minutes, its properties have become like this. The data stream was still slowly passing in front of Annan's eyes. Get the dungeon clearance reward, occupation, Swordsman, upgrades by 1 level, Swordsman LV4, Guardian Swordsmanship LV4, Disarmament LV1, Frost Swordsmanship LV1, free skill point 1 free skill point?
Annan did not hesitate to click on Frost Swordsmanship LV1.
Although he did not know whether Guardian Swordsmanship would have any qualitative changes when it reached LV5, the benefits of doubling the level of Frost Swordsmanship would definitely be huge. Annan was only worried that this Frost Swordsmanship might be a skill he had obtained in advance, so he could not add points after all. Its strength was not like the level that a professional who had not entered the level could get. But fortunately, I don't know if it was because his template was special, or if this swordsmanship really didn't have so many taboos.
After 1 skill point, his third skill successfully became Frost Swordsmanship LV2.
The specific effect of the improvement will have to be seen later.
Ha! What is this?
He saw a prompt appear, hidden elements have been cracked, 67%, you can receive the first stage reward, obtained when the completion rate is 33%, you can receive the second stage reward, obtained when the completion rate is 66%, get all of them. Annan thought for a moment and decided to get them directly. Get the dungeon decryption reward, 24 points of public experience, health value restored to 100%, get the dungeon decryption reward, occupation, wizard apprentice, increased by 1 level, wizard? Annan's eyes lit up immediately. This is not bad. He still remembers the scene of the old wizard Benjamin who was like a living disaster. And his intuition told him that the wizard may not be the strongest, but he will definitely not be the weakest. Following this prompt, a large area of dense light screens immediately passed in front of his eyes. Mana pool has been opened. The current order/distortion force ratio is 12, depending on will/4, depending on the degree of erosion, based on the template rare elite, gold. Your mana pool is expanded to 48/16. Based on your characteristics and mana ratio, you get the order. Spell, Cold Touch, instant curse your dominant hand, so that it can instantly freeze the contacted objects. Everyone's, depending on the total level of the wizard's profession, consumes 1 point of order power. At sunrise, you can restore all order power. At sunset, you can restore all distortion power. Warning, when the mana pool ratio is reversed, the current order power is less than or equal to 5 points, you will enter the out of control, slight, state, and it will gradually deepen over time.
So this is the power system of wizards?
Annan looked at the 2 numbers, 1 white and 1 red, on his attribute panel, thinking.
The power of a wizard comes from balance.
He must maintain the balance of the mana pool and cannot let the order power be less than 1/3 of the distortion power. This ratio is the ratio of his current erosion degree to the will attribute. At least for Annan now, this is not too difficult. Because his erosion degree is very low now, and his will attribute is very high.
This makes his available order power very large.
The only drawback is that he has no spells that consume the power of distortion.
So, if the erosion catches up with or even equals the will attribute, will he be almost unable to use all spells?
Because as long as the power of order drops by a few points, it may cause the ratio to reverse.
What if the erosion is greater than the will attribute?
Annan decided to test his own strength to see what it is like to use spells. He gently grasped the mast beside him with his right hand, and placed his left hand half an elbow above his right hand. He used the newly acquired spell according to the memory that emerged in his mind. Cold contact, his right hand instantly turned blue-black, like a frozen corpse that had been frozen for a long time. and visible cold air seeped out from his fingers. Within 2 or 3 seconds, his left hand clearly felt the cold. But the mast was not frozen. Annen's heart moved, and he quickly cancelled the spell. The blue-black cold light instantly retreated from his right hand. "Sorry, brother," Annen said casually, and then put his right hand on John's body and used the spell, cold contact, again. The effect was more obvious this time. After about 1 or 2 seconds, John's face was obviously covered with frost, and the skin became hard. Annen opened John's mouth. He found that his tongue was also frozen. He touched John's abdomen again. After about 1 second, he moved his hand away and found that his liver was also frozen. Annen raised his eyebrows. Although it is an apprentice-level spell, the effect is unexpectedly good. Although the changes on the outside of the skin are not very obvious, it cannot directly cause an almost instant death effect like his frost swordsmanship. But the cold air seeping from Annen's right hand can obviously penetrate the skin and directly damage the internal organs. John's combat power and physical fitness should be at the top level before entering the rank. This means that when facing an enemy who has not entered the rank, as long as Annen can get close to the opponent's chest and abdomen for 1 or 2 seconds, he can directly freeze their internal organs. Or he can also freeze their joints. This can be regarded as a killer. Because it can be released without weapons, its camouflage is also very strong. Especially since Annen has not yet entered the rank, perhaps this can be an advantage. He is only 12 or 13 years old, less than 16 meters tall, a weak, pitiful, helpless, and frail child. Who would be wary of him when he has no weapons or strange metal accessories? Then Annen will show an innocent and harmless pure smile, come over and show his cold little hand and touch your lower back. Your kidney will be gone. This is not a cold contact, it is clearly an internal organ attack. The 2 Xianming elders sent a congratulatory message. To be cautious, Annen used up all the public experience points he had accumulated, which reached 76 points. These experiences were just enough to upgrade his swordsman profession to level 1 more level, and to raise the wizard apprentice level to level 7. After all, as Don Juan, with Annen's own age and body size, it was difficult for him to carry a sword that he could use for a long time. Not to mention, the frost sword technique was a life-saving trump card that must not be leaked. In this case, no matter how high his swordsman level was, it would not increase his normal combat power too much. It was just that the panel damage was high, but it was basically useless in actual combat. On the contrary, the wizard apprentice profession. Annen decided not only to improve it as soon as possible, but also to advance smoothly in a short time. After all, although Don Juan was young and was murdered, he was not only Benjamin's student, but also a bronze-level wizard himself. I don't know how many people know about this. But before Annen is suspected, he must reach the bronze level. So his attributes and occupation panel became like this: Annen, human, male, rare, elite, gold, challenge level 8 title, none rank, none health, 100% corrosion, 4% attributes, strength 8, agility 8, constitution 7, perception 18, will 13 public experience, 0 personal characteristics, heart of winter, reversal inscription, job list, swordsman LV5, guardian swordsmanship LV5, disarmament LV1, frost swordsmanship LV2, wizard apprentice LV7, instant spell LV2, cold contact, not available yet. Channel spell LV1, not available yet, completely different from the swordsman profession. The wizard apprentice profession, as the name suggests, may be just a prerequisite for the wizard. Not only does it not give spells when it is upgraded, and the level has been raised to level 7, and only 2 skill levels have been added in total. Or in other words, 2 empty spell slots. But now he only has slots but no spells. This is very embarrassing. However, Annen's attribute list has changed a lot. His previous perception was 11 points, strength was 7 points, and constitution was 6 points. This means that each of his wizard apprentice professions has provided him with a stable perception. The 2 levels of swordsman profession increase his strength and constitution respectively. The increase in perception made Annen's brain very clear, his messy thoughts disappeared, and his thinking became more accurate. Just like the computer garbage was cleaned up, he could feel that his thinking speed was accelerated. But whether it was the increase in perception or constitution, Annen did not have an intuitive feeling. Only the increase in strength attribute could give him an accurate measurement standard. He tried to swing John's handguard sword twice before. At that time, he could still feel a clear sense of hysteresis. The excessive inertia felt like he was going to be thrown out, and the sword moves were completely deformed and could not be used normally. Now, he can barely use this broken sword. Although it is still very strenuous, at least when he uses it to perform a set of guard swordsmanship, his movements will not be deformed because of the inability to control inertia due to the strength.
However, why can the perception and will attributes of the predecessor be so high when he is only a level 3 swordsman? Annan has no idea about this problem, and can only attribute it to his own awesomeness. Annan just made a rough calculation. According to the effect of the improvement of the strength attribute, it takes at least 10 points of strength to really use this broken sword as smoothly and freely as John's body. If it is the original long sword, it may take 12 points of strength to use it. Unlike the wizard apprentice, the swordsman profession seems to be evenly added. This means that when Annan can use this broken sword smoothly, he should basically reach the level of swordsman LV10. When he reaches that level, his wizard apprentice profession may even enter the rank. This broken sword is completely unusable. Annan came to a clear conclusion in his mind. If he wanted to defend himself, he had a better choice, that sword. Annan muttered. He still remembered that Master Don Juan had a short sword with a very delicate shape, sharp and strong. When he used John's body before, the sword was as short as a slightly longer dagger. But with Annan's height, it was just right for him to use as a one-handed sword. I just don't know if it's still there. Annan sighed with some regret. He didn't go down the deck directly, but went to the captain's room. In his impression, if Benjamin and Don Juan were going to die, they should die here as expected. The great wizard Benjamin, who didn't even step back and easily killed the captain of the guard without even using magic, had already lost his life and was lying on the table. His mouth was full of blood, staining his teeth and plates red, and his eyes were dark. It was almost like a nightmare reappearing. The only difference was that the silver ring on Benjamin's right hand was gone. His robe and jewelry were also removed, just like an ordinary old man. Beside Benjamin, Don Juan was lying with blood gushing out of his mouth, and the old butler was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open after being pierced by a long sword. The bronze ring in Don Juan's hand also disappeared, but there was a silver ring with a luxurious shape and inlaid with sapphires. There were sharp feather-shaped marks on the ring, which was the relic left by Don Juan Garant's mother for him. But Annan knew clearly that this was not Don Juan's ring at all. Unlike Benjamin, Don Juan's clothes were not touched. Why is this? Annan frowned slightly and searched Don Juan's things. After searching, he found that there were indeed some things on Don Juan's body. For example, the silver pocket watch that had broken in the nightmare but was still working normally. The case of the pocket watch is engraved with a pattern of the three-eyed raven, which can be recognized at a glance as the emblem of the Geraint family. Don Juan's long dagger was still hanging on the wall of the captain's room, but Annan clearly remembered that there should be a sea chart hanging here. The most unusual thing was that some letters originally placed in Don Juan's room were stuffed on Don Juan's body. Annan searched it a little, and it fell directly to the ground. It was as if it was waiting for Annan to find it. Annan knew clearly that on the day Don Juan died, a banquet was about to be held on the ship. Don Juan had no need to carry so many heavy and troublesome things with him. Unless someone wanted the person who found the body to realize that the boy was Don Juan Garant. After all, this clothes does not look like an ordinary person. And once someone checks the things on him, they will get information about Don Juan's identity. After all, the letter had Don Juan's name on it, and the pocket watch and ring had the emblem of the Gerald family. Did he want someone to retrieve Don Juan's body? But didn't the third prince want to hide Don Juan's death? If that was the case, the most convenient and thorough way should be to destroy the body. A fire burned the ship and the body together, and all the evidence was buried in the sea. Wait a minute? Annan was stunned. He suddenly recalled something. In the first round, Don Juan mentioned to him that there was a treasure sewn in the interlayer of his clothes. Although Klaus was the third prince's man on the surface, from the last second stage transformation, he seemed to be instructed by someone else behind the scenes. At least from Benjamin's reaction, he should not have expected Klaus to have this trick. In addition, the third prince wanted Don Juan's seal. But in the first round, Klaus was searching for something like paper in Don Juan's room, and by the way looking for the seal. In other words, Klaus, this guy, may not be an ordinary traitor. He may be a traitor with a dual identity. He not only betrayed Don Juan openly, but also betrayed the third prince in secret. Klaus deliberately left a trick to let the people of the Gerald family recover Don Juan's body, probably to get the secret treasure hidden in him. Because he didn't know how to take out the secret treasure, he planned to quietly spread the news that Don Juan was dead and let the people of the Gerald family come to recover the body. It would take at least a few months for Don Juan's body to be discovered, the news to be spread, and the people of the Gerald family to know and confirm it, and then rush over. If Annan guessed correctly, Klaus would probably be in the capital at that time. He would definitely find an excuse, such as causing trouble for the Gerald family or removing tricks, and ask for leave from the third prince, and follow quietly behind. The purpose is to see where the secret treasure is. Strange, didn't he search Don Juan's body?
Anan frowned slightly, but decided to take off Don Juan's clothes first. He was still wondering where the thing would be hidden. At the moment when Anan touched Don Juan's inner clothes, a light curtain suddenly flashed before his eyes. Discover the truth fragment. Condition 1, do not currently hold the conflicting truth fragment. Condition 2, hold the rare elite, purple, and above template. The truth appears. The next moment, a strong white light shone out. The brilliant white light shot up into the sky and then was completely blocked by the captain's room, with only a little scattered white light escaping from the windows and the door. The white light lasted for half a minute before gradually dissipating. What appeared in front of Anan was a very soft white page that looked like paper and had the touch of jade. On it flowed dark golden words like living things, some of which were similar to those released from Benjamin's ring, but seemed extremely sacred. Just looking at it, Anan could feel a strong sense of intimacy. A curtain of light also emerged from its body. Book of the Sky Chariot, cover page, type, fragment of truth, 1/6, unlocked, remaining fragment holders, 5, already revealed, 1, description, a fragment of truth that was born not long ago. Gather all the fragments to gain new authority. Book of the Sky Chariot, 1/6, summon or dismiss a specified number of players from another world, 0/100. This function can be used after 40 hours 33 minutes and 23 seconds. Current special effect, January 6th, players can be resurrected. Anan quickly understood the meaning of the Book of the Sky Car. I don't know if all the fragments of truth have this function, or if this is the exclusive authority of the Book of the Sky Car. The authority he got is exactly what Anan is most eager to get. Control over the players. Or, the right to delete the account. To be more specific, if Anan is unhappy, he can make your account disappear with just one word. With a rare elite gold named Monster template, Anan felt very panicked. Based on basic professional understanding, he has a very good understanding of the nature of the player group. Their biggest trump card in the game is immortality. Therefore, they are fearless and do not abide by almost all rules. They rely on the basic thinking mode of I am happy to deal with things. As heroes, they sneak into doors and pick locks and take whatever they see. As superheroes, they will beat people with other people's cars. They will kill innocent passersby with weapons at will, or attack chickens in the village. They have no stance at all. After completing the task of helping Party A fight Party B, they can take on the task of helping Party B fight Party A. If the NPC who issues the task can also be attacked, then they may kill both sides. If the merchant who sells or carries valuables has low combat effectiveness, and is not good looking, he may not live to see the next day if he encounters a player, riding a horse on the street without looking at the road, driving a car without waiting for traffic lights. In a word, in most cases, players are a group of terrifying saviors with no sense of justice. There are very few players who can personally immerse themselves in the game environment and have an immersive experience. The vast majority of players are ruthless and cold utilitarians. For players, their only advantage may be good looking. Players will always be more tolerant of good-looking NPCs or bosses. Even allowing them to whitewash to a certain extent and be quite willful, there will be a group of fanatical fans. But if they are not good-looking, then they usually don't have the desire to get to know this NPC in depth. In this regard, players are very real, and his more neutral appearance may be the safest. Originally, Anan held a pessimistic attitude towards this issue, but after obtaining the Book of the Sky Car, his thinking immediately changed. Although he became an NPC in this real world, he can delete other people's accounts. Then he is equivalent to the GM of this game. Even after collecting all the books of the Sky Car, he will become the general planner of this game. As long as he can hold some planning rights in his hands, Anan will have great self-confidence in terms of control over the players. What is this, the god of planning? However, in this case, Anan looked at the attribute of, this function can be used after 40 hours 33 minutes and 23 seconds, and made up his mind. If he doesn't do it, he will do it. He plans to directly create a set of character settings. He can't just borrow Don Juan's identity and be a lord. He had to work hard to make himself look more like a protagonist. He had to make it look cool, and it would be best if the players would subconsciously think that Anan was the protagonist of this game, the leader of their lovable, respectable, and amiable faction. Anan took a deep breath and tentatively touched the remaining pages of the Book of the Sky Car. The moment it touched Anan, it immediately melted into a spot of light, and burned into the palm of Anan's right hand, forming a strange rune, a black ring, but only missing a point on the top. And in the gap, there was a vertical line segment embedded in it. Anan didn't think much of it at first, and thought it was quite cool. But after looking at it for a while, he suddenly felt that this symbol looked a bit like the power button of a computer. A cursory look also looked a bit like a meat pad. He subconsciously pressed it twice. Apart from the soft and cold palm meat, he naturally couldn't press anything. Tisk, he shook his head and didn't do anything else. He exchanged his clothes with Don Juan's, and put all the things that belonged to Don Juan, such as the dagger, pocket watch, and letters, on himself. He also wore the relic ring that belonged to Don Juan's mother. Until this time, Annan found the only token that Annan was carrying in his inner pocket. It was a silver badge with a very delicate wolf head relief on it. Only one side of the wolf head could be seen. It looked to the right, its hair flying wildly, and the wolf's eyes were very small light blue gems, or they could be ice blue broken diamonds, but Annan didn't know much about this. This was a token that belonged to Annan's body. From a safety perspective, he should throw it into the sea without hesitation. From then on, forget the name Annan and live as Don Juan. Until the time comes. But Annan stared at the badge for a long time and suddenly laughed out loud. What was I hesitating about just now? He laughed at his own cowardice and put the emblem of the Winter family into his arms. Timid. Unsuccessful. Even the natives of this world are afraid of him, so how can he compete with the players? Even if his identity is exposed, what if someone will harm him? If his identity is not exposed, will everyone treat him gently? Can giving in solve the problem? Annan, who had just come out of a nightmare, said he. He had just experienced the betrayal of an upright guard. Now Annan has a strong distrust of the average moral level of the nobles in this world. He will raise a group of players in the future, and others should thank him for not causing trouble. Still expecting him to be afraid of trouble and give in? There is nothing to say. If someone comes to cause trouble, just do it. Should we be afraid of these players who can revive infinitely? Come on, just go with peace of mind, young master. After changing Don Juan's body into his own clothes, Annan threw it into the Black Sea. He watched it sink quickly and disappear without a trace. Annan raised his lips slightly, revealing an elegant smile. This smile was 80% similar to Don Juan's, so similar that it was creepy, as a reward for borrowing your identity. Let me avenge you for being killed. Don Juan died yesterday or the night before yesterday. At that time, they only had one night's journey to Don Juan's new territory, the frozen water port. Judging from the time, this place should not be far from the frozen water port. After the sun rises, he can set out to explore. To be on the safe side, Annan searched every room under the deck and confirmed that the ceremony had been terminated. There was no one on the deck, not even a corpse. Just some blood stains. As expected, the mirror and ox tongue used in the ceremony were taken away by Klaus. The room was flushed with urine, and the smell of blood became very light. But the most terrible thing was that Annan found that the cash and jewelry brought by Don Juan, as well as the works of art, had been looted. Klaus, you are not human. Even the toilet, comb, quilt and pillow were not left for Annan. The only thing that was not taken away was the 2 ballast rooms full of wine barrels. These wines could probably be sold for some money. But Annan couldn't carry them all by himself. Annan had a strong desire to complain. This Klaus took away all the miscellaneous things for food, clothing, housing and transportation, and just left a bunch of valuable things from Don Juan there without taking them. Do you think everyone else is a fool? After confirming that Klaus really didn't leave him even a penny or a bite of food, Annan silently made a note of him in his heart. You stole my money, I remember you. He took out an unopened wine barrel and drank some wine to quench his thirst and build up his courage. Annan set off alone with a bunch of dingling miscellaneous things and his back to the rising sun. Annan had not walked for long when he heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. The sound was quite far away from him. Annan narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly stopped and hid himself. In front of him was a slightly steep earth slope with sparse pine plants on both sides. Walking eastward from this earth slope for more than 10 minutes, he would reach the beach where he woke up at the beginning. Annan deliberately avoided the path without plants and climbed up the slope under the cover of the natural environment. He made full use of his height advantage and climbed up the slope as quietly as possible. In the short section of the road closest to the top, the earth slope seemed quite steep, but with John's broken sword as a trekking pole, Annan was able to climb up relatively smoothly. He leaned against a crooked tree, used it to stabilize his back, and looked at the other side of the hillside. Not far away on the other side, there was a flat and easy-to-walk earth road. Although it was not very wide, it could at least allow 4 or 5 horses to walk side by side. There were more than a dozen horses, moving rapidly from south to north. Fortunately, Annan was not on a cliff, but on a hillside. The terrain on the other side was even lower than the side Annan had been on at the beginning. Perhaps because they did not expect that someone would be on the top of the hillside before the sun rose, the riders on that side did not notice Annan's presence. This group of people did not look like serious people. Annan narrowed his ice blue eyes, looked at them quietly, and counted their number carefully.
There were 14 people in total. One person wore half-body metal armor, and the rest wore tattered brown leather armor. They had long swords on their waists and small wooden shields on their left arms. 3 of them had short bows on their backs, and the leader held a long-handled weapon similar to a spear in his right hand, but with a hook on the front. And the 2 people beside him. Annen's pupils shrank slightly. He clearly saw that the 2 people were carrying gunpowder weapons that looked like rifles. Several others were carrying sturdy large shields on their backs. So fully armed, where are they going? Annen looked at the sea chart once in the captain's room. Don Juan's ship was sailing all the way north. Specifically, it was from the southeast coast of the continent, from about 5 o'clock to the 2 o'clock position. They were originally scheduled to disembark from the main port of Frozen Water Port, which was the position at 2 o'clock, the southern part of a sunken inland sea. And the location of the Principality of Winter was on the north side of the inland sea. So after seeing the sea chart, Annen immediately understood the situation of the Principality of Winter and the Kingdom of Noah. An inland sea was divided by 2 countries, each using half. Even the ports might be open facing each other. Otherwise, there would be a fight. And the continent in front of him was open from north to south. This probably meant that the north of the road was his destination. The newly received territory of young Master Don Juan, Frozen Water Port of the North Sea Territory. Those people might be bandits. Thinking of this, Annen slid down the slope lightly at a trot. He looked carefully at the road surface and easily found several quite clear tire tracks. Not long ago, a caravan passed by here. Annen made a judgment and vaguely understood something. They got the news from somewhere and learned that a caravan was staying here. So they came here in the early morning. Considering the walking speed, they might have rushed here overnight after hearing the news. With the basic concept that Don Juan's things are his things, Annen quickly formed a complete logical chain in his mind. Dongshui Port is his territory, so the property of the people is his property. So what the bandits are robbing is his things. Annen was furious. Without thinking too long, Annen decided to follow them. I was robbed of all my things and expelled from my hometown. Now you dare to break into my territory. You are really courting death. Annen planned to jump out and shout to the bandits after seeing them. If he found that he could beat them, he would jump out and shout to them. He thought for a moment and thought that he could indeed recite this line at this time. After all, this was his real experience, and it would not be inconsistent to recite it. He made up his mind and stopped moving forward slowly. He found a hollow tree hole to hide the heavier broken sword, marked it, and began to move forward lightly. At this time, Annen found that his physical fitness was unexpectedly good. He ran all the way, and only slightly panted after running for 20 minutes. The power in his body was not exhausted, but surged and became better. It seemed that this 20-minute journey was just a warm-up exercise for him. At his age, this is quite incredible physical fitness. But the key is that his physical fitness is only 7 points. At this time, Annen had a thought in his mind. Isn't the attribute panel of this game an average value of 10 points? Is it 5 points? No, just to be safe. Let's just assume that 10 points is the average. Maybe the people in this world have very good physical fitness. At this time, Annen had heard the dispute from the front. He saw a group of people entangled with each other. The roofs of the 2 nearest houses were already on fire, and there were 5 or 6 carriages against the wall next to one of the houses. 3 of the robbers were trying to put ropes on their horses, while the civilians with simple weapons and the militiamen who gathered one after another were confronting the remaining few people. No, the number of militiamen was too small. Annen realized that something was wrong after a glance. I don't know if it was because of poverty or because they came too hastily. Almost all the militiamen who gathered were not wearing armor. And even if the unarmored militiamen were included, the number of men with weapons was not as many as the robbers. The robbers in the back row fired another round of rockets, which set 2 houses on fire. I don't know how they deal with the arrows. The wooden house didn't look like a very good material to ignite, but the arrows shot at it and still instantly burst into flames. The bandits holding swords and shields stood in front of the bandits in the back row in an orderly manner, confronting the militia. The 2 bandits holding rifles lowered their guns and pointed them at the 3 bandits who stole the carriage, forcing the others to retreat. Annen watched the scene from a distance and slowed down his pace. He narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. How could these bandits be so orderly? They didn't curse or hurt people at will. Although the formation was a bit scattered, at least there was no obstruction between them, and the accuracy of the bandits' shooting arrows was also a bit ridiculous. That kind of big bow may not be able to be pulled by those with less arm strength. In sharp contrast to the very disciplined bandits, the people in the town were already in chaos. The militia didn't know whether to put out the fire first or stop them from stealing things first. After a brief panic, their opinions quickly reached a consensus: put out the fire first. After all, the merchants with the caravan were not from their town. But this house was real and their own property. But at this moment, a young man shouted and squeezed forward, ready to chop the robber who stole the car with a sword. Bang! At this moment, the two men immediately opened fire. They fired almost at the same time, and the gunshots were almost continuous. One shot missed and hit the wall, the other shot hit the young man's thigh. He immediately fell to the ground, and the militiamen surrounded him without hesitation. It's bad. Anand saw that the situation was not good, so he ran over in 2 quick steps. The bandits came again. John was almost desperate. His thigh was hit by a spherical lead bullet, and the severe pain made him lose his balance in an instant and fall to the ground. Looking at the militia behind him surrounding him again, he closed his eyes reluctantly. He knew that he had no power to defeat this group of bandits. But he couldn't watch this group of bandits steal the truck. Because he was the captain of the militia guarding Frozen Water Port, this was his duty. In fact, this was also the duty of other militias. But they were afraid. The number of their militia was 7 or 8 times that of the other side. But they were afraid of those bows and 2 guns and dared not move forward. Because everyone was afraid of death. No one wanted to be the first. So John realized that he had to act. Even if he would be knocked down if he moved, he had to act. Because if he didn't, the militia of Frozen Waterport would be in trouble. The militia of Frozen Waterport did not attack at all after seeing the bandits. If such a thing were to spread, others would think that these bandits were raised by themselves. Those caravans can also throw the pot on them and ask them for compensation. Even if they can negotiate not to pay compensation, it will affect the reputation of Frozen Waterport and the reputation of their militia. You know, the new lord is coming soon. If they are entangled at this time, the problem will be troublesome. Will the Lord really listen to their explanation? I'm afraid that when he sees the sky-high compensation bill, he will be angry and drive them all out of the militia. This is even the best result. It's a good thing not to be beheaded. This is by no means groundless worry. Because this is not the first time. This group of bandits who came from nowhere has robbed Frozen Waterport for the second time. At the beginning of last month, this group of bandits with rifles and many horses came to Frozen Waterport to rob once. At that time, they didn't know the depth, and rushed up to fight with the other side. As a result, they paid 5 lives. The old captain was also shot twice, one in the abdomen and one in the shoulder. 3 days later, he died. As a border city, Frozen Waterport only has the Church of the Silver Lord stationed there. But it happens that the priests of the Silver Lord are the most greedy among the priests of the righteous gods. They don't have any other shortcomings. They are also very gentle to civilians and never oppress others. But no matter what they do, they are dead for money. For them, everything in the world must be clearly marked with a price, including human life. They are not even stingy people, because in addition to requiring them to collect money, the Church of the Silver Lord also requires priests to spend a lot of money and does not allow them to keep a large amount of cash in their hands for a long time. The cost of treating lead bullets is even 3 to 5 times that of treating broken limbs, and gunshot wounds in the abdomen are twice as high. After 2 bullets, the final medical expenses are enough to make people despair. The old captain didn't pay the money in the end, so he died. So John became the new captain of the militia. He felt that the old captain died too much. He shouldn't die here. This is simply a humiliation. The old captain was a veteran of the October War. He had a superb military swordsmanship and survived 2 wars against the Principality of Winter. Now the old captain has retired and returned to his hometown, serving as the captain of the militia to train new militia. Although he is very strict, drinks and likes to go crazy, John respects and loves him very much. Because John also hopes to become a soldier on the front line. So he hopes that the old captain can teach him some untold skills and tell him more about his stories in the 2nd Infantry Regiment. But every time the old captain heard his request, the old face that was coaxed into smiling suddenly changed, and he scolded him out without saying a word. At first John thought that the old captain was reluctant to part with his secret sword. But later he slowly understood. This was because the captain didn't want him to join the army. Since then, his admiration for the old captain has fallen to the bottom. John thought he was afraid. He was not a veteran who won the victory, but a deserter who was afraid of war. This thought lasted until last month. Facing this well-equipped group of robbers, the old captain was the first to rush forward. He was over 50 years old, holding a sword, and stopped 3 robbers. But the robbers had horses after all, and he was soon beaten with wounds.
At this time, the militiamen who were cowering behind had the courage to rush forward and tried to set up temporary roadblocks for the robbers according to the old captain's teachings to restrict the movement of horses. But the robbers immediately began to retreat and fight, and successfully broke through before the encirclement. The battle ended with 2 gunshots that lingered in John's heart like a nightmare. Every time he had a nightmare, he would think of those 2 gunshots. After all, the old captain was not one of those legendary big men with various supernatural powers, and he did not know spells and divine arts. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship was, it was not faster than a bullet. He let out a miserable wail that they had never heard before, staggered to the ground, and completely lost his fighting power. The scream made them feel cold in their hearts. But seeing the old captain lying in a pool of blood, they were still angry, and the blood of the young people was aroused. They rushed forward. Then they were defeated. Without the old captain as the spearhead, the robbers launched a charge on the spot and completely broke up their formation. Even before the horses hit them, they retreated to the sides and backwards. They were not without strength. They were just timid. After the anger burned out, what was left was the residue called fear. That they didn't dare to move forward until the robbers left. Even the archers didn't dare to shoot arrows. The 2 guns were still pointed at them. Although they couldn't kill everyone, they could definitely kill the 2 people who drew their bows first. They watched the robbers take the things away. The robbers didn't kill them, and they didn't even finish them off. They just laughed twice and left with the truck without saying a word. It is worth mentioning that after the old captain woke up, he seemed to recognize the details of the robbers. But no matter how John asked, he finally passed away without saying a word and went to the Silver Lord. In that battle, a total of 6 militiamen died. 2 houses were burned down and 5 trucks were lost, causing great losses. Although their city lord was good-tempered, he was always incompetent and weak. After a long negotiation, they still paid 1/3 of the goods to the other party and chose to settle the matter. Half of the compensation was paid by the militia. Although they paid the money, the matter still spread. Since then, no large caravan has gone to Frozen Water Port for more than a month. The noble lord of Rosberg next door heard the news and claimed that he would send people to suppress the bandits soon. But no one has come until now. Later, I heard that a nobleman would also come to their Frozen Water Port, and his father had a higher title than the Viscount of Rosberg at this time. More caravans came one after another. The main purpose was to give gifts to the young earl. When I heard that he had not arrived yet, I was disappointed and bought something and left. This incident had a very bad impact on the economy of Frozen Water Port. After the trade with the Principality of Winter was closed in recent years, the once prosperous Frozen Water Port gradually became a dead water port. It was completely dependent on internal transactions. They were originally at the northernmost end of the border and the endpoint of various trade routes. There would not be any caravans passing by them. Without foreign trade with the Principality of Winter, Frozen Water Port could be considered self-sufficient. At least they had a large fishing ground. Not only was there enough food, but they could also accumulate some pearls to supply the mainland. Some of the rarer pearls were consumables for wizards, so they sold very quickly. Usually they were accumulated for a period of time, and then sold to the caravan together with pearls, shellfish handicrafts, and some rare fish. In the last looted truck, one of the carriages was carrying 2 full boxes of pearls, and a box of precious blood-soaked pearls. And this time, there was another batch of pearls in the truck, and the value was even higher than the last time. The common point between these 2 times was that they did not have reliable caravan guards. Last time, their guards were chopped to the ground as soon as they met, and this time it was even more outrageous. They haven't woken up yet. No matter how stupid John was, he realized that something was wrong. Those caravans with normal guards had never been robbed in the city. Even if they were robbed by bandits, they would definitely rob on the road. How could they rush into the city, demolish houses, and rob, but not kill people? What's more, these bandits only came twice in total. And they were specifically targeting these big caravans. John was furious. A lot of suspicious people flashed through his mind in an instant, but he couldn't be sure who they were. His brain didn't work well to begin with, and now it was even more painful, and he couldn't think straight. He only knew that if the militia stood by again, they would have to pay again. And this time they would definitely pay more. They can't afford it anymore. Even if I die, at least this can prove that the militia didn't stand by and watch. Their captain even died in the battle. Who are you? At this moment, John heard a childish but majestic voice. Why are you robbing my people here? After hearing Annan's voice, the battle stopped quickly. Not only did the militiamen in the Frozen Water Port stop their fighting subconsciously and look over. Even the robbers did not take the opportunity to attack, but turned back to look at them with surprise. In front of them was a young nobleman in formal attire. He was very young, only about 12 or 13 years old, with shoulder-length black hair. He was slender, with pale and clean skin, and a sapphire ring on his slender fingers.
He was wearing a dark blue long coat with many rows of buttons on the front.
The coat was decorated with many tiny gold ornaments and broken gems, with a circle of pleats at the waist and black patterns everywhere. Only from the back could you see that there was a black three-eyed crow embroidered on his short cloak. The black patterns on his clothes were the crow feathers that looked like swords. The blue-black velvet hat was also decorated with a black feather that was as crystal clear as crystal. But the most eye-catching thing was still the ice-blue pupils under the hat, which were clear and clean enough to make people feel cold in their hearts. It was like a puppet without any emotion, or like the eyes of a statue. One glance was enough to capture people's attention.
"I'll ask you again, gentlemen," Annan said calmly, "are you robbing my people?"
The second time he spoke, the robbers finally realized what was happening.
They discussed in a low voice for a while, and then one of them asked, "Are you Don Juan Garant?
It seems that you know me and who is in charge of this land."
Annan's voice was arrogant and cold. "So, do you admit it?"
"You are robbing my territory and hurting my people." "No, we are just mercenaries passing by."
Seeing Annan's unfriendly expression, another robber immediately said, "These are some personal grudges between us, all misunderstandings. They are over."
"Personal grudges, I understand,"
Annan repeated slowly.
He looked up at the houses where the fire had just been extinguished and there were still some residual flames. There was no emotion in his cold voice. "Okay, I will treat you as just passing mercenaries."
"Then mercenaries, let's deal with another matter. You should know how the kingdom's laws deal with arsonists, right?" "Anyway, I don't know," Annan added in his heart.
"But just from this glance, among the large-scale wooden houses, it can be inferred that the cost of arson is definitely not small, and it is likely to be the death penalty. This kind of house and building layout, if the fire is not put out in time, it is very easy to burn down an entire street." However, some of it was beyond Annan's expectations. One of the robbers quickly spoke. "No, Lord Gerald. I set the fire, they were just covering me and shooting arrows together."
"If you don't believe me, you can check my quiver. Only mine is enchanted incendiary arrows.
So please arrest me."
"So single?"
Annan was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately realized that something was wrong.
This person responded too quickly.
This was very unnatural. If he was really dealing with a boy of 12 or 13, Annan might have been fooled by him. Even though he knew he would most likely be sentenced to death, he responded so quickly and without much fear in his words.
Was he sure he would not die, or had he already prepared to take the blame? Annan had seen clearly from behind that it was the rockets that were fired by the bandits together.
The bandits saw him appear from behind, and they should have been prepared for the fact that Don Juan Garant saw everything. But since this man dared to say so, it is possible that the other people's bags did not have rockets anymore, and they were not afraid of their search at all.
This was strange. Is someone targeting Don Juan Garant?
Annan narrowed his eyes slightly.
My lord, my lord."
At this moment, the young man who was shot and lying on the ground suddenly shouted loudly, "I have something to say." It was the young militiaman who took action first.
Annan quickly recognized his identity and asked in a cold voice, "What's your name first, soldier?"
Hearing the word soldier, the young man was in a trance for a moment, then with the help of others, he barely got up from the ground, and whispered in pain, "My name is John, Lord. I am the captain of the militia of Frozen Water Port. I want to report to you that this group of people are indeed robbers. They also came to rob Frozen Water Port a month ago and killed several people. The city lord can also do Lord Gerald." Before John could finish, the robber holding a long-handled weapon suddenly spoke up and interrupted him loudly, "As long as you want, we don't have to be bandits." Annan said nothing, just looked at him calmly, waiting for him to say more.
"You obviously if I were you, boy. I wouldn't say a word now."
The robber interrupted John again without any hesitation. Seeing his unscrupulous attitude, the militiamen gradually realized something. Someone held John's shoulder and motioned him not to say anything more. Seeing that the militia had quieted down, the man turned around and said to Annan with a smile, "We are really mercenaries, sir."
"You can also ask them. We didn't take the initiative to kill anyone.
This is just a private grudge.
Yes, a personal conflict. It has nothing to do with you big guys. Get off the horse," Annan said suddenly.
"What?" The man was stunned for a moment because he didn't hear Annan's words clearly. Annan said mercilessly, "Get off the horse. Riding on a horse and not saluting when talking to an earl's son.
Are you sure this is the conversation etiquette your master taught you?"
The robber turned pale upon hearing this, and quickly turned over and got off the horse. The others also got off the horse quickly.
The leading robber hurriedly took off his fur hat and bowed respectfully to Annan. His momentum was also weakened a lot because of this. "May the silver cup bring you wealth and happiness, Lord Gerald." Annan just snorted coldly and did not make any response. He walked to the horses, reached out and touched their heads, and asked without turning his head, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Lion, sir. Lion Coleman. We are from Rossburg." Seeing that Annan didn't seem to want to pursue the matter too much, Lion lowered his head and smiled and came up to him, saying softly, "The Viscount said that if you guessed it, please come to Rossburg as a guest." "Oh?" Annan didn't even raise his eyelids. "Which Viscount? There is only one Viscount in Rossburg. It is naturally the old man of the Barber family, Master Alvin Barber. Your grandfather's vassal," Lion said, smiling and stuffing a badge into Annan's hand. Annan looked down and looked at it carefully. He found that it was a shield emblem with 2 patterns of eagle and rose. "Pretty good." He sighed, "You too." As he said, he pulled his hand away from the horse's head and gently patted Lion's shoulder. "Of course, we." Hearing this, Lion was also relieved. He was about to say a few more words, but suddenly heard a scream. The horse that Annan had just touched suddenly let out a shrill scream, fell to the ground and twitched, and was about to die on the spot. A thick layer of frost appeared on its entire head, and a layer of ice mixed with blood appeared in its eyes. "Sorry, your horse is dead." At this moment, Annan smiled and let go of Leon's shoulders, and slowly walked towards the militia. Before Leon could figure out what was happening, he felt a burst of extreme coldness in his shoulders. He couldn't help but scream, scaring everyone around him. Leon's shoulders were completely stiff and couldn't move. Horrible purple blood vessel lines appeared on the left side of his neck and cheek, his lips turned blue and black, and his entire left shoulder was steaming with terrible cold. "It's a spell. This Don Juan Garant is a wizard. Militia, obey the orders of your lord. It's time to defend Frozen Water Harbor." Annan took a few steps toward the militia, his cold and emotionless eyes staring at every militiaman. "Pick up your weapons, assemble." The militiamen caught in his gaze couldn't help but lower their heads or look away, not daring to look at him. But the anger and hope for revenge that had been extinguished in their hearts after seeing the bandits reveal their identities also began to steam. Frozen Water Harbor has not had a strong lord for too long. Their blood was about to freeze. This little lord looked so indifferent, but he had an upright heart. His words were as cold as the winter wind, but so exciting. Annan turned around under the warm and admiring gaze of the militia. He stared coldly at the panicked bandits and drew a delicate dagger from his waist. He raised the sword and pointed it at the bandits at the front of the crowd. "Catch them, don't spare any of them, no matter if they live or die." The group of robbers naturally did not sit and wait for death. They just fought while retreating, trying to ride away on horses. Although they were obviously afraid of Annan, it did not mean that they would be timid and surrender. These mercenaries knew what was going on. They could pretend to be robbers and enter the port to rob openly because Viscount Rossburg guaranteed them. The Viscount could guarantee that they would not be hunted down by official forces or attacked by the army. In this way, the militia of a small town was nothing to be afraid of. After the trade with the Principality of Winter was banned, the frozen water port was just an empty shell. It just looked large and spectacular. But not to mention that there was no stationed army, no wizards, bishops and great scholars. There was not even a supernatural person who could protect the mayor. Even the residents of Frozen Waterport had almost all left. The young, strong and dreamy men had already followed the caravan to the big cities in the interior, and the residents left here were less than 1/5 of the peak period. These mercenaries would naturally not be afraid to fight against these town militias. Even a bronze-level extraordinary person would be hit by lead bullets if he was careless. Each of them still had a horse. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least run away. However, if they really failed to win or were captured, the Viscount would definitely not come to rescue them, let alone conflict with Don Juan for their lives. Not only would he not come to rescue them, the Viscount would even immediately scold the bandits and try to cut off all contact with them. Then he would ask Frozen Waterport to execute them immediately, or send them to Rossburg for execution. Before they set out, the Viscount had warned them of these consequences. "You can only succeed, not fail." But that's what they said. But they didn't dare to kill Don Juan at all. After all, they were not real bandits. If they really became bandits out of desperation, there would naturally be a reckless and violent aura between their actions. But they were not. Looking at the Don Juan Gerant rushing up, they didn't know whether to fight or not. Several mercenaries with the best swordsmanship quickly drew their swords from their waists and prepared to defend themselves as much as possible. It would be best to contain Don Juan here. The others united to fight against the militia, and find a chance to escape after defeating them as soon as possible. They were not afraid of the wizard, but of the identity Annan was playing now. Black hair, blue eyes, and a young man who knew witchcraft. This was the most famous feature of the third young master of the Crow family. Even without looking at the badge on his body, his identity could be easily recognized. If they accidentally killed Don Juan, the threat of a viscount would not be as simple as that. That was the Crow family. They would rather provoke a border marquis than the vicious old crow. We were deceived by the old man. One of them couldn't help cursing. Didn't he say that the boy from the Crow family was halfway? Joel, the leading mercenary leader, immediately raised his voice to warn. But Annan actually heard that sentence. He opened his eyes slightly, and his ice-blue pupils flashed with emotionless light. "Ah, I heard it," he whispered, "you seem to know something." Seeing this, the group of mercenaries quickly shut up and stopped talking, but their attacks became more fierce. Annan made up his mind. He had to catch someone alive. Not for anger, nor hatred, after all, he and Don Juan were not the same person. It's just, the opportunity has come. An opportunity to really make up for the loophole in his identity and temporarily become Don Juan. He doesn't need to use this identity to get into the upper echelons of the kingdom. After all, he doesn't look like Don Juan. Anyone who is Don Juan's acquaintance will definitely recognize him. He just plans to use Don Juan's identity to collect intelligence. After all, if he has no identity and starts as a civilian, many secret things will not be accessible. The identity of the Lord is safe enough and the status is high enough. He must find out as soon as possible why Annan appeared alone on the beach of a neighboring country, or even an enemy country. Even his weapons are gone, and he has no life-saving equipment on his body. And he is in a state of low health. Even Don Juan, a not very popular son of the Earl, has a lot of treasures on him, and he was exiled with a lot of bodyguards. He is the son of the Grand Duke. Therefore, Annan must consider a possibility. That is, he may have been assassinated before, so he crossed the inland sea and fled to the frozen water port on the other side. If he turned back to the Winter Principality, he would probably die. Who wants to kill him? Is it the Grand Duke? Is it his brother? Is it someone who is the enemy of the Grand Duke? Or someone else? Is there anything wrong with the Grand Duke? What is the situation inside the Principality? Annan must at least investigate the situation clearly, know who his enemy is, and then get some players who can beat the opponent to protect him. Before he can get his original identity back. Before that, he can only live under the skin of Don Juan. Although Annan and Don Juan are not in a good situation. But the power that hunted down the son of the Earl and the power that dared to hunt down the heir of the Principality, it was obvious that there must be a big gap. Fortunately, these mercenaries knew something. Annan didn't even have to dig out any useful information from them. He only needed to make the people of Frozen Waterport believe that he was attacked on the way here. A big change in temperament? It's normal. He was stimulated by the attack just now, right? Incomplete things on his body? It's also normal, after all, someone attacked him. Incomplete etiquette? This is also very normal, after all, he was in a life and death crisis and was in a bad mood. In short, as long as they are convinced that Don Juan Gerent was attacked and then see the ship. No matter what strange actions Annan makes, they can be understood. So, I have to be serious, my friend. Seeing that the militia was being killed and began to collapse, Annan turned around and said politely to the three mercenaries who were blocking him, "Don't let them go. Otherwise you might die. And that would be bad." He chuckled. He roughly understood their strength. Their level was not even at level 3 swordsmanship. And their strength was even less than that of a child like Annan. The three people in front of him were almost collapsed. They really didn't let him off. Isn't Don Juan Gerent a wizard? Why is his guard swordsmanship so gorgeous and steady? There is no flaw at all, just like a royal guard who has practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years. But Annan didn't give them a chance to adjust their state. He suddenly attacked with all his strength. The exquisite sword edge flashed a cold light. His pace suddenly accelerated a bit. The sword body calmly slapped the sword edge of the mercenary on the right with a subtle arc, removing his attack. Then the sword was as fast as lightning, and it quickly slashed at the opponent's wrist. Blood spurted out. His tendons were directly cut off by Annan, and his entire wrist was cut off in half. He fell to the ground screaming. Annan did not continue to attack him, but charged at the other two again. After one less person surrounded him, Annan's fighting power immediately increased by more than double. He defended against the attacks of two people at the same time, and found an opportunity in less than 3 rounds. He took a step forward suddenly and slashed with a sword horizontally. The sharp blood-stained sword light drew a perfect arc in the air and directly cut open one person's throat. At this time, Annan was suddenly stunned.
Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked the attack of the other person. Because at the moment when he cut off the man's neck, a light curtain passed in front of his eyes, kill a non-rank enemy in battle and gain 15 points of public experience, Anon was silent for a while, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. His momentum changed quickly, and his eyes were cold and fanatical, which made people feel a strong sense of fear at a glance. He showed a smile that was dangerous and a little scary. Still, do you want to leave a survivor? Otherwise, leave two. And only leave one? After Anon broke free from the siege of the three men, the first thing he did was to rush to the two mercenaries holding rifles. At this time, the battle had just begun, and they still had the fluke mentality of maybe they can escape, so they did not dare to shoot him because of Anon's identity. The two of them switched to swords, wanting to chop Anon down and then retreat. After all, a lead bullet entering the body is too easy to kill. But they did not pay attention to the battle on Anon's side at the beginning, so they did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all, and even just held the sword with one hand. And Anon did not hesitate at all, and directly used the fastest speed and greatest force to bounce the long swords in the hands of the two mercenaries with guns, and then quickly killed them. Kill a non-rank enemy in battle and gain 21 points of public experience. Kill a non-rank enemy in battle and gain 14 points of public experience. From Anon's charge to the pop-up experience prompt, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. The rest was just a massacre. After the two gun-wielding mercenaries were forcibly killed by Anon, the militiamen were no longer afraid, and their morale rose immediately. The mercenaries realized that something was wrong, and sent several old mercenaries with the best swordsmanship to attack Anon together, and they dared not hold back. But it was too late. Anon was actually just afraid of the two guns. The guard swordsmanship he mastered was a swordsmanship that could perform better in small-scale battles. He was especially good at one-on-many or many-on-one close-range non-mobile battles. 4 people surrounded him, and they could only fight Anon to a draw. But at this time, Anon would rush forward, suddenly switch the sword to his left hand, and slap it with his right hand. No matter where he slapped the opponent, he could immediately make the opponent show obvious flaws, and he could knock one person down or kill him with a backhand. After 2 people were knocked down in this way, Anon simply switched the sword between his left and right hands, forcing the opponent to pay attention to his close combat, but as a result, he exposed a huge flaw. After a few rounds, they were all knocked down by Anon. Then Anon breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and found that the militia had also killed 2 people. This made Anon feel a sense of urgency. "Don't take my head." Anon immediately gave an order. A childish and majestic voice sounded, "Take over the enemies I defeated first. Control them all. Scare the horses away, don't let them run away." After receiving Anon's order, the group of militiamen reacted quickly after being confused at first. Their first reaction was to send someone to pick up the 2 guns. After seeing that they understood his tactical intentions, Anon nodded with satisfaction. He no longer hesitated and launched another charge. Clang! After a sharp sound, the long sword in the hand of a young mercenary was swung away. He also lost balance and leaned forward. After only 1 round of fighting, he was quickly dragged into an unbalanced state by Anon after deflecting his attack. Then Anon pierced his chest with a sword. It looked like the opponent had sent it himself. Almost every remaining mercenary was knocked to the ground by Anon's full-strength attack within a few rounds. As long as someone was killed or temporarily lost the ability to fight, Anon would immediately leave them and let the militia take over. He would immediately face the remaining enemies. Soon, only the last young mercenary was left alive. While fighting with him, Anon casually asked, "Do you know the details of what Joel said before?" I don't know. The mercenary was sweating profusely, and he trembled as he retreated and replied, "I was just captured by them." Before the other party finished answering, Anon suddenly stepped forward, swung his sword horizontally with force, and directly bounced the other party's weapon away. Then he stabbed forward and pierced the young man's abdomen. "What a pity." Anon sighed, "How good are you to know?" As he said that, he pulled back the dagger that pierced the young mercenary's abdomen. The other party's body also leaned forward weakly and knelt down to Anon. After the mercenary knelt on the ground, Anon stabbed out with a sharp sword, piercing the other party's eye socket. Anon quickly saw a prompt: kill a non-ranked enemy in battle and gain 7 points of public experience. The battle was over. Anon exhaled a breath of turbid air with satisfaction, revealed a happy and bright smile, and slowly pulled out the dagger. He had killed many people in the dungeon before, but did not get any experience. This misled Anon, making him think that he could only get public experience by clearing the dungeon. It turns out that killing monsters outside the dungeon can gain experience. You should have said so earlier. Anon held the front half of the dagger reflecting red light, and approached the survivors with a smile.
Including Leon, who was frostbitten by Annan at the beginning, there were only 5 survivors. Seeing Annan getting closer and closer to them, the mercenaries and militiamen instantly quieted down. They looked at Annan with fear and awe. "Speak, friends."
Ignoring the militiamen, Annan just said to them in a soft voice, "Who can tell me the secret of Viscount Rosberg?"
The mercenaries just trembled and said nothing. So Annan smiled sadly. He walked up to the mercenary in front, placed the sword flat on his shoulder, and asked gently as if he was awarding a knight a medal, "Friend, do you know?" I don't quite." The man just stared at Annan blankly.
After looking at each other, Annan quickly confirmed that the other party knew nothing. He no longer hesitated and beheaded him with a sword. The warm blood directly on the mercenary next to him, and the man's pupils instantly dilated to the limit.
"Don't be like this, but you came to harass my people. Why do you make it seem like I'm a bad guy?" Annan complained in a low voice, showing a business smile, and asked the second person, "Then do you know, friend?"
A short 3-second silence. Then another head fell to the ground. After Annan asked one by one, he regretfully found that someone actually knew the clue.
Lion, who was frostbitten by Annan, trembled and shouted, "I know.
I am the person planted by Alvin Barber. I know everything." He had already wet his pants, and he was shivering and couldn't even speak clearly. He didn't even have any thoughts about whether he could survive, and there was only strong despair in his eyes. But Annan stopped moving. His murderous aura, as cold as winter, suddenly disappeared, like the rising sun, melting away the ice and snow, and dissipated without a trace. Annan's smile was still gentle. He just patted Lion's shoulder and whispered, "You should call him Viscount Barber, it's very rude."
Yes. Don't be a robber in the future, you will die." "Yes."
Lion trembled, especially after Annan's hand patted his shoulder.
But Annan really didn't plan to kill him. "Since you are willing to provide clues, then you are a good NPC, and we are partners. Partners can survive."
"But this is the price you paid for daring to rob my subjects, daring to try to deceive and threaten me.
Come here, cut off his right thumb."
Annan raised his voice and ordered, his voice cold and calm, "Then heal his wound, give him a bath and change his clothes, and then bring him to see me." Seeing that there was no one to kill, Annan checked his panel again and smiled with satisfaction. Although the experience given by this group of mercenaries varies according to their own strength, and the experience given by killing people after the battle is less, but at least 3 points of experience were contributed to him. Now his public experience has returned to 84 points. When he came out of the first copy, his public experience was only 76 points.
This experience should be enough to push the wizard apprentice to level 10, right?
He turned off the panel and smiled gently at Leon. "You can survive, my friend.
Now, are you happy?" Happy. Lion shivered, not knowing how to answer.
He could only answer with a forced smile and trembling. He was afraid that this was a sign that Annan was going to torture him again. But seeing him answer like this, Annan nodded with satisfaction. "As long as you are happy." Then he left. Under the awed and silent guard of the militia, he walked towards the city.
"Me, am I really alive?" Watching Annan's young back getting farther and farther away, Lion felt relieved and finally fainted.
The first thing Annan did after entering the city was not to go to the mayor of Frozen Water Harbor to hand over power. Instead, he took the wounded and rushed to the only church in Frozen Water Harbor. The injuries of other militiamen were not serious, but the key was Leon and John. One of them was frostbitten by Annan's cold contact, and the other was hit by a lead bullet in the thigh, and the bullet was still in his body. Both of them were already unconscious. Their injuries must be treated immediately, otherwise they will easily be in danger of life. Coincidentally, Annan also wanted to see how the church in this world treats wounds.
"But, Lord,
we only have the Church of Lord Silver here."
An older militiaman bravely whispered to Annan, "Priest of Lord Silver, treatment costs money. Don't worry about the money."
Without even turning his head, Annan said calmly, "John was injured to protect the people of Frozen Waterport and to maintain my dignity as the Lord. When I succeed as mayor, I will naturally pay for his treatment."
"And Leon, just let him wake up for a while. There is no need to completely heal his injuries.
This won't cost much money."
"You do the math?"
"That robber is easy to say," the middle-aged militiaman heard, and calculated on the side. "If it is not treated thoroughly, this kind of injury will only cost about 10 shillings. But the gunshot wound. Fortunately it was on the leg, it will cost about 4 gold pounds. Having said that, he glanced at Annan cautiously, fearing that the overly young lord had just said it casually for the sake of face, and would become angry after hearing the price. Seeing that Annan's face did not change, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the Earl's child, he is rich and powerful. But what the middle-aged man didn't know was that Annan just had no concept of the currency and purchasing power of this world. And it wasn't him who paid anyway. Annan could only be sure that the former mayor of Frozen Waterport could definitely come up with this money. Because when Don Juan was on the boat, there were 8 gold coins and more than a dozen silver coins in the small wallet he carried with him. This should be just pocket money, because considering Don Juan's age, the money he brought should be in the hands of the butler. Since Don Juan brought at least 8 gold coins in pocket money, there was no reason why the mayor could not afford it. Just like what Annan said to the middle-aged man before, John was injured to protect the people of Frozen Waterport and to maintain my dignity as a lord. Do you have the nerve not to treat him? If you have the nerve, then you might as well not be the mayor. Don Juan was originally going to succeed the lord of the North Sea Territory. Deepwater Port was just the city with the best infrastructure and the first town he saw after getting off the ship. In other words, the territory Annan controls now is actually not just this small town. He still has the right to dismiss a mayor at least. If the mayor is smart enough, let him lose money to avoid disaster. If he is stupid, this matter is just a reasonable way to drag him down. Thinking of this, Annan asked again, "What about the injuries of your people? How much will it cost to deal with them all?" This complex mathematical calculation obviously stumped the middle-aged militiaman. He turned around and looked carefully for a while, muttering to himself. He muttered with some embarrassment, "Probably. How about a total of £5 and 8 shillings plus 13 3/4 pence. Lord." The speaker was a man who spoke quickly and dressed neatly. "For your sake, I will round off the decimal. £5 plus 8 shillings, thank you for your patronage." Annan stopped and turned around to look at the man who spoke carefully. He was a red-haired young man who looked to be about 27 or 28. His dark red hair was neatly combed back, and his sturdy figure of at least 18 meters made him look quite oppressive. He was wearing a white dress similar to a long suit, and the fabric was very good. And in his chest pocket, there was a half-exposed, large silver pocket watch. The pattern on the pocket watch was exactly the same as the pattern on the silver coin, and the other end of the pocket watch was tied to his collar. But unlike the red-haired man who spoke in a merchant tone, the militiamen were very respectful to him. Unlike the respect for Annan, which was mixed with awe and alienation, this was more like the respect from the heart for a doctor or a teacher. They bowed deeply to the red-haired man and tapped their collars and chests twice. "Salute the silver coin, Lord Lewis," the militiaman said respectfully to the man named Lewis. Lewis just smiled and took out the pocket watch, opened it at his collar, and responded to them, "May you also be loved by the Silver Lord today." Seeing the morning light reflected by the silver pocket watch, Annan felt that his body seemed to be warmer. And he knew clearly that this was not his illusion. "You have received the blessing of the god of trade, Silver Lord. In the next 24 hours, you are more likely to get unexpected wealth." At the same time, such a system prompt appeared in front of him. It turned out to be the god who manages money. So Annan immediately obeyed his inner thoughts and bowed to Lewis respectfully. "Lord Lewis, why are you here?" a young militiaman with a wound on his arm asked. He did not seem to be afraid of the priest of the righteous god. "Don't you usually stay in the temple for a day?" "That's because you got up too late, Alan." Lewis chuckled helplessly. "After morning prayer every morning, I go out for morning exercises. Silver Lord taught us to breathe the morning air often, and diligence will bring wealth. By the way, Lord Lewis." Annan interrupted their conversation. "Take a look at their injuries first. John was shot. I think he needs treatment as soon as possible. Keep the money in the account first, and let the mayor pay it back, and tell him that it was me who ordered it. Let me take a look." Hearing this, Lewis's face became slightly serious. He walked to the unconscious John, took out a shiny silver coin from his arms, put it on his forehead, and flicked it with his finger. The silver coin made a long clang sound. Then it turned almost half black. Then he picked up the silver coin and shook it in the air. The black mark faded. He put the silver coin on Leon's forehead again and measured it in the same way. This time the silver coin had turned more than 2/3 black. "The injury is indeed dangerous. I have to take them away first, my lord." As he said that, Lewis put away the silver coin, carried the 2 people on his shoulders, one on each side, and confirmed with Annan again, "This person just needs to be rescued, right?" "Yes." Annan nodded. The young militiaman at the side was not afraid either, and shouted loudly, "He is the leader of those robbers last time. They came again today, and were defeated and captured by the Lord. Please don't let him have an easy time." An older militiaman at the side quickly pulled his arm, signaling him not to talk so much in front of the Lord. Annan looked at him with some curiosity. These militiamen don't seem to be particularly afraid of him. But it's not because of the poor mountains and bad waters here that they have become unruly people who don't fear authority.
It's just because young people are not particularly afraid of those in authority. But the old people are not like this. Just as Annan expected, they still have awe of the identity of Don Juan. Is it because of the mayor? It seems that I really have to meet him.
Then let's go find the mayor first. Please take care of their injuries first,
Annan said politely to Father Louis. Louis was a little surprised to see Annan being so polite to him. Then he quickly nodded with a smile on his face. Leave it to me. In the name of Lord Silver, since I have received the money, I will definitely do a good thing for you. Are you awake? This is the voice of Priest Louis. When John woke up, before he opened his eyes, he heard this voice that made him respect and fear. I have no money. Hearing Louis's voice, John closed his eyes and shouted reflexively, I have no money. Louis just slapped him on the thigh and laughed helplessly. Don't worry, you don't have to pay this time. Your lord has spoken. This is the injury you suffered in defending Frozen Waterport. It must be paid through public funds, that is, it can be reimbursed. That's great. John breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Because he fainted in the middle of the battle, he didn't know how the battle went, whether he had other injuries, and how long he was delayed. So he didn't know how much it would cost to heal his injury. This was just a subconscious cry of poverty. Although he was only shot once, and in the leg, the worst that could happen was amputation. Because of the special technology of the Silver Lord Church, amputation surgery doesn't cost too much. But the old captain's medical expenses really scared John. Because the battle ended slowly, the old captain was only left with one breath when he was sent to the church. By the time he was carried to the church, the medical expenses had risen to £26. This was the price after crying poor, and the previous watered-in price was £28. To be honest, this price is indeed not a sky-high price. After all, this is the value of a human life. The old captain is not unable to pay. After all, he was a veteran, and he could still afford this amount of money even if he emptied his family. Or he just needs to sell his beautiful armor, not only to pay for the medical expenses, but also more than enough. He just didn't want to pay it. He felt that he couldn't earn this money in the rest of his life. It's better to leave more for the children. The militia doesn't have a salary. When there is no fighting, they are ordinary townspeople, each with their own jobs. Basically most of them are fishermen. The only benefit is that they can get a little meat every year during the festival. When the town is in danger, they have to take up arms and gather together to buy time for the children and women to take refuge. The militia only needs a weapon to join, so most of them don't even have leather armor. Most of them are good at using spears. After all, they are all fishermen. When they were young, they would go fishing for fun. They are fast and accurate. The most important thing is that the gun is not expensive. At least it is much cheaper than a fine steel sword. At least every family can afford it. Of course, this is also because there is no iron ore in Dongshui port and it can only be transported from outside. But ordinary fishermen, if they don't catch anything particularly valuable, can earn more than £10 a year. This income is actually not low, much better than farmers in the interior. You know, the town clerk's annual income is only about £30. But the problem is that if you deduct daily expenses and taxes, there is really not much left every year. Every fisherman can save £1 or £2 every year, which is considered very good. If his injury is to be cured, it will cost at least £4 or £5. His family can indeed afford this amount of money. But once it is paid out, it means that his family's savings will be completely drained. But his younger brother is about to get married. So John is very conflicted. He doesn't even know how to tell his family. He once thought that it would be better to die and let his family carry his body to the mayor to ask for some money as compensation. Or just like the old captain, spend 10 shillings to dig out the bullet and heal the wound, and leave the rest to fate. It depends on whether Silver Lord will take care of him. But I think Silver Lord would not like someone as stingy as him. Coming back to his senses, John couldn't help but sigh. Thank you so much, Lord. This amount of money may not be a big deal for these noble lords, or even just the money for a meal, or even less valuable than a barrel of good wine or a comb. Apart from anything else, a boat ticket from Frozen Waterport to the capital costs at least 8 gold pounds. But for commoners like them, this is 4 to 5 years, or even 6 to 7 years of savings, which will directly affect their family's life plans for the next few years or even more than 10 years. The Lord is such a good man. John praised, trying to sit up from the bed. Be careful, don't do strenuous activities these days. Your wounds haven't healed yet, so as not to get old injuries. Louis warned, reaching out to support John's back and helping him sit up. He asked John with some curiosity, John, what kind of person do you think your lord is? A good man. John said firmly. Because he paid you? Louis didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
John shook his head and whispered, because he has such a good background, he can still treat us as human beings.
He can still remember that people like us don't have much money in our families. He glanced at the robber Leon, who was still in a coma, his face a little complicated. He is even willing to treat people like him.
No, I think the Lord is willing to heal him, at least it is definitely not out of kindness.
Well, let's not talk about this.
Father Louis shrugged and said with interest, you may not know how much respect and fear the people who came with you have for your Lord.
Fear? John answered without hesitation, then they will be punished. Why should they be afraid of someone who just saved them?
Unlike our mayor, the mayor is a scholar from Frozen Waterport and grew up with me. It is normal for him to be closer to us young people.
But the Lord is not.
Whether these goods are lost or not has nothing to do with him. He will not reduce our taxes because the goods are lost. Whether we live or die has nothing to do with him. However, he fought with those robbers in this situation where there is no benefit.
Isn't this a just act?
No matter how cruel the Lord's methods are to the enemy, his purpose is to protect us and to protect Frozen Waterport. The more cruel his methods are, the more respect he deserves, because he fights for justice.
John answered with great confidence.
Annen's brief speech to them flashed through his mind, the soothing and inspiring command. It was as cold as the winter wind, but also exciting. The most respectable thing is that the Lord, as a lord, charged forward and was the first to rush towards the robbers.
John said very seriously, Lord Louis, you have to know that they have guns.
These truckloads of goods are half our lives, but does the Lord really care? Hearing this, Louis's face became slightly serious. The tall red-haired priest nodded slowly, you are right.
In addition, you don't know, John.
The Lord didn't even go to see your mayor when he entered the city, but took you two directly to the church. This is not in accordance with the rules.
I just happened to meet you on the road, so I hurriedly brought you here.
If he is just acting, there is no need to rush this time. Because to him, it doesn't matter whether you are dead or alive. The only difference is that you will pay more money and your body will be more seriously damaged because of the longer delay, and you may even have to have amputation. He is the son of the Earl, and he must know that our Silver Earl Church is not good at treatment.
If you came 2 hours later, your leg might be gone.
As he said, Louis patted John's thigh again and said seriously, you really have to thank the Lord, but not because he saved you money, nor because he remembered that you civilians have no money.
It's because he really cares about your life and health. That's why he broke the rules. He thinks that human life and your leg are more important than his face.
The wound on his leg healed very well.
John didn't even feel the pain after being patted twice by Louis.
But when he heard Louis's words, his heart was warmed to the point of being almost sad.
His admiration for Annen has almost risen to the level of fanaticism.
Although he was injured, he felt happy. Just like when he just succeeded as the captain of the militia, his father quietly took out his coffin book and replaced him with a half-new leather breastplate.
No need for any expression. No need for words. Just the behavior itself is enough to warm people's hearts.
Although the Lord has a cold face and is frighteningly young, he is not only brave, fair, and does things properly, but also has a warm and humane heart. Dom Shui Port is so lucky to have such a fatherly Lord.
The little Lord. Although the height is not very fatherly.
The man who saves the manuscript.
Burp. You seem to get along well with Father Louis. Annen chuckled and whispered after Louis left for a while.
He planned to collect as much information as possible about this world before
meeting the mayor.
How do the gods exist in this world? What is the attitude of the people towards the church? What is the relationship between people and gods?
This involves Annen's next move. Because Annen's expression did not change at all, the militiamen could not tell whether Annen was happy or unhappy.
They could only cautiously test and say, after all,
they actually treat us very well. Even if they ask you for money every day? Annen asked.
A young militiaman blurted out, this is the rule of the church, and Father Louis is not a miser. When he hired us to build the church, the price was very high. And the only elementary school in our town was also invested by him. Seeing that the tone of this rookie was somewhat defiant, the old militiaman next to him immediately came over to explain, Silver Jew taught us that silver coins are streams. They have life when they flow. If they stagnate, they will become rotten and lead to bad luck.
Father Louis has taught us all these.
Although the church wants money for everything, they are not doing it for the sake of making money after all.
The money they get will always be spent again.
They just pass the money through their hands once. The old militiaman sighed. When the fish couldn't be sold, only Lord Louis was willing to buy all the remaining fish. He couldn't eat so much himself, and he couldn't transport it out, but it saved his life.
Priest Louis came from the capital.
When he first arrived at Frozen Waterport, he mentioned that he wanted to provide us with a loan.
But we are worried that we won't be able to pay it back, so no one has borrowed money from us yet. Maybe someone has borrowed money secretly, but they definitely haven't told everyone. Lord, a militiaman who was only about 16 or 17 years old asked curiously, I heard that the priests in the capital can help people buy things? As long as you pay them, you can buy specialties from faraway places without going out? You also said that you have to pay. Annan glanced at him and answered ambiguously. The militiamen seemed to have received a positive answer, and they were amazed and discussed with each other. Annan was very surprised. This Silver Lord is a bit fashionable, providing paid services to collect large amounts of money from the people, and then when the market is not good, find an excuse to pay the money back. In this way, he has revitalized the economy of the entire frozen water port without losing anything himself. Is it because he didn't pay anything himself? According to this line of thought, the church in the capital might also provide banking services. No, it will definitely provide banking services. After all, Lewis mentioned loans, so the banking industry must have been developed. I didn't expect that the righteous gods in this world are quite down to earth. What services does Father Lewis provide you? Annan asked with some curiosity. If he guessed correctly, Lewis should provide some service industries, no-cost business. He is using this way of making money to ensure the prosperity of this border town. The answer was not beyond his expectations. It's mainly medical care. Help us treat illnesses and injuries, and preside over the burial of the elderly and the baptism of children when they are born. Families with better conditions will also ask him to name their children. He will also teach the children in the town how to count and read, and teach some adults how to build houses better. Or he can also repair fishing boats and sell some particularly effective baits. The mayor will also entrust him to bring back a newspaper for that month every month, or help the mayor bring some books that are only sold in the capital. The old militia sighed with some regret. Of course, they all have to be charged. But after Father Lewis came, our lives have indeed improved. At this point, the old militia hesitated, but still added in a low voice, in fact, the changes are even greater than after the mayor came back. It's just that the money can't be saved. I understand. Annan nodded. Krypton can't control it. When Lewis first came, Annan asked again, was there anyone among you who didn't want to pay? He was a little curious. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be inevitable. The old militia nodded in admiration. You are worthy of being the Lord, you are so smart. Although this behavior will be condemned by the Silver Lord. But after all, we have a special history here, and we have never seen a priest of the Silver Lord before, so at the beginning, there were some people who didn't want to pay. They wouldn't listen to anything I said. A somewhat tired voice came from the front, right, Nick? Hearing this, the noisy young militiaman shrank his neck in shame. He was a young man with short brown hair and a handsome face, but with heavy bags under his eyes and a tired face. He was wearing clothes similar to those of Don Juan Garrett. But there were fewer openings on the front, no pleats on the waist, and no complicated decorations. Compared with Annan, he looked much plainer. Mr. Mayor. The militiaman immediately saluted him. The young man just waved his hand impatiently. You go back. Sir, this is Don Juan Garrett, the third son of Count Garrett, I know. The young mayor interrupted the old militiaman and yawned again. You go down first. The militia looked at each other and left hesitantly. The mayor looked at Annan sleepily, and looked at him carefully. Well, you seem to be more confident than the rumors say, Lord Gerald. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Annan replied coldly, no need to beat around the bush. Then I'll be frank, Lord Gerald. The young mayor said without hesitation, where is your teacher? The wizard Benjamin Foster from the Black Tower in the swamp. You should keep him with you no matter what you do. Maybe he didn't tell you. But in fact, he is also my teacher. I studied in the Black Tower for 5 years and graduated from the Transformation School. He was my graduation tutor. As he spoke, the young mayor reached out and took out the bronze necklace on his collar, pointing to an eye engraved on it and signaled to Annan. It was exactly the same mark as the eye on Benjamin's ring. The mayor bluntly and fearlessly scolded Don Juan Gerald, the son of the earl who was more noble than him. Teacher Benjamin wrote to me 4 days ago, saying that he would arrive at Frozen Waterport soon. If he did not arrive smoothly in a week, he asked me to write to Earl Gerald immediately. But where is the teacher? Why are you the only one here? If I say that the teacher has died on the way, would you believe it? Annan was silent for a while, and asked the young mayor coldly. The mayor answered without hesitation, of course not. Even if there are more than 5 silver-level extraordinary people, they may not be able to stop the teacher. That's good. Annan replied bluntly, then just think of your teacher as having died on the way, I won't tell you anything else.
Hearing this, the young mayor, who had been very irritable before, became quiet instead.
He looked at Annan with some suspicion for a while, and his tone suddenly softened a lot. Did you encounter anyone blocking you on the way? Annan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems you know a lot? Don't be like that, my lord.
Although you are the son of an earl, we were both wizard apprentices taught by the same mentor, and our private communication should be that of a senior and a junior.
Or a junior.
Looking at Annan's face, the mayor said sarcastically.
But Annan was not angered.
He just said calmly, then you should make a formal self-introduction to your junior, my senior. Seeing that Annan was not angry, the young mayor looked at him with some surprise. He muttered, well, it seems that the rumors are not very credible. Let me introduce myself. Salvatore Black Tower, born in Frozen Waterport, the chief graduate of the Black Tower Transformation School in the Marsh in 1498, the son of the Black Tower of this generation, and the wandering wizard of the Transformation School.
As for the rank,
after I step down as the mayor of Frozen Waterport, I will advance to silver.
It's your turn, sir. Me? Annan sneered. Just kidding. You may not believe it, but I don't even know who I am.
But Annan knew how to answer this question. I am Don Juan Gerent, that's all.
That's it?
Salvatore looked at him suspiciously. I am nothing but myself. Since my father's ability can't save my life, then I naturally have no obligation to continue according to his arrangement.
Annan glanced at the direction where the militia left, and answered calmly and steadily, so, don't you invite me in for some breakfast?
This was the information he got when he first entered the dungeon. What he said to Salvatore was naturally true.
But who said? The truth can't mislead people? Hearing Annan's words, Salvatore looked at him again with some surprise. His vague hostility towards Annan finally dissipated for the most part. It seems that you have indeed grown up. He sighed in a low voice and turned to walk into the manor. Annan followed closely behind.
The young mayor's manor was not big, just a small or medium-sized villa, and the floor area of the first floor was probably only a little over 100 square meters. But the decoration inside was quite tasteful. After entering the inner room, Annan immediately noticed the glass bottles filled with colorful liquids placed in the half-open wooden cabinets. What surprised Annan the most was that there was even white cold air coming out of the wooden cabinets. It was just like the wine refrigerated in a wine cabinet. Are you interested in this? Noticing Annan's gaze, Salvatore raised the corners of his mouth and snorted proudly. This is the pre-conversion agent I prepared for the teacher.
You can't use it. Pre-conversion agent?
Yes, you are not an official wizard of the Black Tower in the swamp.
The teacher should not have taught you the knowledge of the transformation school? I don't know if the teacher has ever told you why. The reason is the pre-conversion agent.
Salvatore explained, the fundamental technology of our transformation school is to change the form of the curse, so as to transcend the limit of the quantity that it can accommodate, and use the curse that flows out of itself as a trigger to control more curses in nature. But the disadvantage is that the transformation school always needs a transformation process in order to continuously use the small to borrow the big and form a lever.
Once the cycle is interrupted, it has to start all over again. I see, it's the cycle that's broken. Annan nodded to show his understanding. The transmutation school seems to be the kind of standing profession that will lose tons of output once the skill cycle is broken. Annan doesn't like this very much.
Personally, without assistance, I can complete a complete cycle from any beginning within 3 hours, and the teacher's shortest is 35 minutes. If you need to use a spell supported by the last curse, then it will take too long to transform, and the mana consumed in the end will be amazingly large.
The significance of the pre-transmutation agent is that it allows us to start the cycle from any node.
The young mayor sighed. The teacher didn't bring any pre-conversion agents with him, so he can't use any practical spells that are later in the curse position.
It's very inconvenient. For example, wide area detection of hostility, group void constraint, wide area disintegration of energy, and the like. In fact, if your teacher could really use wide area detection of hostility, maybe he wouldn't have died.
Annan was silent for a while, but still didn't say anything.
Salvatore asked curiously, by the way, what school of magic did the teacher teach you? I may have a book here, and I can teach you a few.
Hearing this, Annan stretched out his right hand, and the palm of his hand turned blue-black in an instant, and then returned to its normal color.
Cold contact. School of disability. You are quite skilled in using it.
Salvatore sighed. It seems that the teacher can't teach you too much.
You are not very good at the spells of the school of disability. I can only teach you to the bronze level at most.
Senior Salvatore, what school of spells does the teacher know? Annan's heart moved, and he asked sincerely and humbly. He has never answered me this question directly.
This is still an ambiguous truth. However, Salvatore also did not realize that there was anything wrong.
Seeing Annen's good attitude, his mood also improved a lot. It's normal, you asked the right question to me. The teacher's other students may not know as much as I do. The teacher is best at the spells of the transformation school. Because he took the oath of prohibition when he advanced to the silver level, the teacher's 4 spells of disability, edict, destruction, and profit can no longer be used. He can only use the remaining 4 spells of soul reaper, transformation, shaping, and idol. Among them, only transformation and shaping of the old man are close to the level of gold level.
So he definitely can't teach you anything. If you have any questions, he can only let you read books.
Salvatore finished speaking, sighing. It's not because the teacher is cold to you, but because he really can't teach you. After all, your talent in a certain school cannot be distorted by personal will. For an apprentice like you who has not entered the level, it is better to learn what you can learn. Hearing this, Annen was stunned. Salvatore's words revealed some deeper facts. He must have heard some rumors about Don Juan, so he was so cold to him at the beginning. He also knew that Don Juan followed Benjamin to learn magic, but he didn't know Don Juan's school.
But now it seems, as Benjamin's student, he doesn't even know whether Don Juan has entered the level? Is it possible that the fact that Don Juan is a wizard is actually kept secret from the outside? Then, why did Don Juan wear his ring before attending the banquet? If Annen understood correctly, these extraordinary people would not be able to exert their extraordinary powers if they left their cursed carriers. In other words, since Don Juan Gerent took the initiative to wear the ring, it means that he intends to use extraordinary powers. If this had not happened, who would he use it on? Can you tell that I haven't entered the level? Annen's face showed no reaction as his mind raced. Instead, he smiled gently. Didn't you see the silver ring on my hand?
I was indeed startled at the first sight. Such a strong curse.
It's really a relief that your body can withstand it. Salvatore glanced at Annen and said bluntly, but if you want to scare off the assassin, I suggest you buy a new cursed item to wear. This is obviously a women's ring. Do you think I'm blind? Or did you steal your mother's ring and put it on? You're right. This is indeed a relic. The smile on Annen's face faded a little.
Hearing this, Salvatore was also stunned for a moment.
Sorry. It's okay, you're polite. Annen answered sincerely. Anyway, it's not my mother. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while.
In order to break the deadlock, Salvatore was silent for a while, and then suddenly spoke up. How long have you been learning magic?
How about I preside over your advancement? Are you okay?
Although he didn't know what the ceremony was about, in order to maintain his image as a young male god who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, Annen still looked indifferent, and ignored the first half of the question that would easily expose himself.
As long as your level is high enough, I'm sure there's no problem. It's not like I haven't helped my juniors advance. It's definitely no problem.
Salvatore was so angry that he went straight into the inner room. Don't leave yet, wait a minute. You made me a little panicked when you said that.
Annen's scalp suddenly numbed.
And he also realized that it was okay to fool those militiamen before. But once he came into contact with people of equal status, he immediately found that he didn't dare to say anything.
There is still a problem with too little information. I still have to find a book as soon as possible. At least supplement common sense.
He originally planned to use Don Juan's identity in order to get access to more information. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to investigate the family and political issues of the top leaders of neighboring countries or even enemy countries. And if he changed into Don Juan's identity, at least it would be much more convenient for him to read books.
It doesn't matter if he is exposed, the worst thing is to run away. Anyway, the identity of Don Juan Gerent is just a human skin mask that Annen temporarily puts on.
If the conditions are right, he can become someone else at any time. Even becoming Annen himself
is just Annen's role-playing.
This is a role-playing plot in a role-playing game. Actually, you don't have to panic, Don Juan. Fortunately, Salvatore didn't take out any mysterious devices. He just came over with a pot of brewed black tea and 2 teacups, and poured Annen a cup. You have met Father Louis, right? Do you know why such a powerful priest would come to a remote place like Frozen Water Port where no one lives?
Why?
Annen's heart moved, and he held the teacup and asked in a low voice.
Do you know about nightmare fragments? Salvatore also held a cup of black tea and sat opposite Annen.
He opened his sleepy eyes with thick eye bags caused by staying up late and whispered, it is said, just said. The foreign trade activities of Frozen Water Port were banned, most likely not because of the intensified conflict with the Winter Principality in the north. It is because Frozen Water Port was cursed.
Tell me more about it. Annen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, what kind of curse? Who cast the curse?
He naturally would not believe that a certain place was cursed. But he had learned before that the extraordinary powers in this world are made up of curses, and he even witnessed the fate of those who suffered the backlash of curses. So, if an area is cursed, it is not impossible. It's a false god. Salvatore lowered his voice, as if he was worried about disturbing something. A real god. God. Annan repeated the word, his heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know the gap between false gods and real gods, or what the difference was, he was involved in such a big guy before he entered the rank, which always made him a little flustered. Why? He just found a vest to make a transition, and he was involved in such a troublesome matter? Specifically, as long as anyone reads or silently recites the name of the false god within the range of the frozen water port, they will be dragged into a nightmare. Salvatore said slowly, I don't tell you his priesthood because I'm worried that you will think of this name unconsciously, and can't help but read it out subconsciously. This is a set of puzzle locks composed of multiple nightmare fragments, and its interlocking characteristic is replay. That is to say, if you die in this nightmare, you will lose all the memories of the nightmare and start from the beginning. It's okay in a shallow nightmare. But if you fall into a deep nightmare unconsciously, the mortality rate will rise sharply. After all, you don't know how many times you have repeated the same mistake. It will be easy to fall into an infinite cycle of death, until you are completely eroded by the curse and become an out-of-control monster. The young mayor took a deep breath. His expression was very serious. The Church of Sir Silver sent people here to purify the nightmare here. Because this nightmare cannot accommodate many people. No matter how many people the church sends, there will only be one person in your nightmare. In order to prevent someone from dying in the nightmare and becoming the nutrient of the nightmare, the church only sent one person. He is Father Lewis. Although he is just an ordinary priest, not even a priest. But he is actually an agent from the Silver Hand, with rich experience in purifying nightmares. He needs to perform effective purification in the nightmare at least 300 times before he can weaken the entire nightmare and cut off the chain. So his main purpose of coming here is not to encourage trade or treat people's injuries. His duty is to continuously enter the shallow nightmare and escape immediately after completing the purification. It is a very dangerous job. Salvatore yawned, took a sip of tea, and emphasized, I came here to keep this secret from being leaked. On the one hand, it is to be responsible for people's lives and safety. On the other hand, it is also to prevent Father Lewis from desperately purifying for a period of time, only to find that the nightmare here is getting stronger and stronger. In other words, was Father Lewis sent to brush the dungeon? Salvatore didn't see that Annan's expression became a little strange. He was still worried about this matter before. If the players came to Frozen Waterport, but there was no dungeon for them to brush, would the energetic players cause trouble? After all, there are really few people here, and there are no monsters outside for them to kill. And Annan couldn't be sure whether the NPC could give the players some tasks or something. If the players entered the game, but could only do farm work, catch fish, build houses, etc., then this misty continent might as well be renamed Longing Life Simulator. Now it's alright. Annan planned that if the players were energetic, he would just throw them to play high-difficulty dungeons. Can you cultivate a masochistic personality? But Annan was very curious about another thing, and even wary. Senior, why did you tell me that? Because Frozen Waterport doesn't need two mayors. The one who is mainly responsible for purifying nightmares is Priest Lewis, and I don't have holy light, and I can't use spells in nightmares, so what can I do if I go in? To put it bluntly, my duty is to write a letter to the capital to request support after Priest Lewis loses control or dies. Salvatore said with a smile, and it can be seen that he was in a good mood. In other words, after you take over this job, Lord, I will return to the Black Tower and advance to Silver. Annan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Are you going to run away? Putting himself in Annan's shoes, Annan immediately began to wonder if Salvatore had discovered some great danger, so he was looking for an opportunity to run away. Seeing that Annan seemed a little unhappy, Salvatore immediately said, I'm not leaving right away. Before I leave, you can come and read my books at any time. If you don't understand, you can always tell me. After all, I was the chief and a prefect back then, so it should be no problem for me to teach you. That's about right. Hearing this, Annan's face became much better. Anyway, he is not the real Don Juan Garant. If there is really a big problem that cannot be solved, just run away. Compared with the risks in the future, the benefits that can be obtained now are the most real. The most important thing is that he can finally read some books. I hope to make up for the common sense of this world with Salvatore. It is also very tiring for Annan to communicate with people just by acting. So Annan quickly agreed. What are your plans for the future? Annan asked again. Looking at Annen's expectant and enthusiastic eyes, Salvatore coughed lightly and turned his head away somewhat unnaturally. I should stay in the Black Tower for a long time. I want to work directly in the Black Tower, teach as a professor, and do some research when I have time.
It's quite comfortable. At this point, he glanced at Annen and sighed softly. Of course, if the situation in the capital continues to be chaotic, I don't think the Black Tower will be comfortable for too long. Once the war breaks out. He didn't say anything else, but Annen didn't ask any more questions.
The royal succession, the problems of the high-level officials of the Principality of Winter, and the false god who has set his sights on the frozen water port.
These things are all intertwined. The deeper Annen goes, the more he feels that he is alone.
I may have to trouble you with the advancement ceremony later, Senior. Annen stood up and said to Salvatore seriously. Salvatore nodded slowly. His tired eyes opened slightly and warned, "You should go read a book first and adjust your state.
The advanced ritual needs to be performed in a nightmare.
I will go to Lewis to get some information and summarize the key points of the nightmare for you.
Remember, don't do unnecessary things. If you fall into a deep nightmare, no one can save you, understand? No problem."
Annen nodded and answered very confidently, "I will definitely not be careless." Others said that he was as stable as a defense tower, so he must be a very stable person.
Annen has always been very accurate in his evaluation of himself, so that's how it is.
Annen closed the book and whispered to himself. He closed his eyes slightly and digested the knowledge he had gained. He had been at the mayor's house for 2 days. During these 2 days, Annen had been reading books. He fully utilized his learning ability when he started to prepare for the final exams a week before college. He also learned an important piece of information from it: extraordinary people cannot sneak into other countries.
This world is much smaller than he imagined. In other words, the land area of this era is only slightly larger than Europe. It's not that there is only one continent on this planet. It's because this world is full of fog. In appearance, it is a kind of gray-white fog that is everywhere. Its essence is a materialized curse, so it will not be blown away by the wind. If mortals live in the fog, they will soon be plagued by diseases and die in 4 or 5 years, and animals and plants will die on a large scale, and those few who are not dead will become twisted monsters. But ordinary people can live in the gray fog after all, and there will be trade exchanges between multinational caravans. However, the extraordinary people can't do that. The upper-level extraordinary people are quite powerful. But once they come into contact with the gray fog, the curse in their bodies will be activated sharply, and the degree of erosion by the curse will increase rapidly, and they will fall into a forced nightmare every night. And if they die in the nightmare of the fog, their real body will also die. Basically, the extraordinary people cannot leave the country. Once they enter the range of the fog, they will usually lose control within 3 days or die directly before the sun rises. Because the capitals and major cities of each country have a special barrier, and the coverage of the barrier is basically the scope of the country. All the Orthodox churches have mastered the technology of this barrier, which can effectively exclude the gray fog from the border. If the extraordinary people want to leave the country and enter other countries, they can only move through the underground passage. Unless the rank is raised to gold or above, and the fragment of truth is obtained. After transferring all the curses in the body to the fragment of truth, they can barely cross the fog and move. So, even if I am being hunted by assassins, the assassins cannot leave the Winter Principality. Annen said to himself, and I can cross the inland sea and drift here because I am not a superhuman. Is this the reason why there are no pirates and so few ships on the sea? There are only 5 countries in this world. At least in the current isolated range, in the range covered by the gray fog, there are only the last 5 civilized countries left. The book mentioned that the world 500 years ago was much larger than it is now. At that time, several countries today were under the rule of a great empire, and there were other races and countries in the east, south, west, and north. But 300 years ago, the empire suddenly sank. The entire island sank into the sea, and the glorious civilization came to an abrupt end. After that, the countries quickly became independent, and the churches of the 12 gods also fell apart. The Great Barrier also moved with the church and broke into 5 different sized barriers. Except for one country that accommodated 2 churches at the same time, and one country that was jointly ruled by the 7 gods' church, the rest were all protected by one of the gods. But the small barriers were obviously not as useful as the big barriers. Since then, the gray fog has been getting closer every year. Every few decades, the cities on the edge will be swallowed by the gray fog. There were also large gaps between the barriers that were originally close to each other, that is, the neutral space. When the crisis came, some countries began to gradually move civilization underground, while others tried to lift their territories into the air.
The current king of the Kingdom of Noah made a heroic decision when he succeeded 27 years ago. He decided to unify the 5 countries by force and rebuild the Great Barrier.
If he succeeded, then this would be a glorious and immortal human epic.
His ambition and his great achievements are enough to be recorded in history, the author of the book predicted so.
But obviously, he failed. Although the extraordinary people cannot leave their country, they can at least defend their country.
It was originally a stupid decision to let ordinary soldiers fight against extraordinary power with their flesh and blood. No one knows where his confidence came from. Now nearly 30 years have passed, and the king is already old. But his old goals have not been completed. His children have lost their patience. They are no longer interested in the mission that the old king has fought for his whole life, and each has their own plan to save the country. The king is still in power, but his children have already begun to fight for the right of succession unscrupulously.
Anan can foresee that the Kingdom of Noah will soon be in chaos.
But he can't leave the Kingdom of Noah for the time being. At least he can't go to the Principality of Winter. That's the territory of the righteous god of frost and tradition. She is respected as grandmother by the people of the Principality, and people of other faiths call her cold-blooded lady. Under the influence of her priests, the Principality of Winter is closed and conservative. People all over the country respect tradition and reject change.
Even foreigners who want to enter will be strongly rejected.
Therefore, it is difficult for spies from other countries to get in. Every time there is a big change in the Principality of Winter, it is only known to foreigners long after the incident.
This time is no exception.
Anan could only learn from Salvatore that something big had indeed happened in the Principality of Winter. Because not long ago, the Principality of Winter announced an emergency port closure and prohibited all ships from entering and leaving. The orders of several wizard schools in the Kingdom of Noah were even stuck on the other side. To be on the safe side, Anan decided to wait until the dust settled before going back to take a look. Looking at this situation, it is unknown who killed the king and usurped the throne. If he goes back at this time, he will definitely be a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. After accumulating a wave of players, consider it separately. I have to prepare for the advancement.
Anan murmured in a low voice, but which copy should I play? Should he play Don Juan's dungeon again for the sake of being conservative? Or should he wait for Salvatore's information to arrive and try the difficult dungeon?
The rewards for clearing the difficult dungeon must be better. But he is currently farming, and the need for his own strength should not be urgent.
As if sensing his hesitation, a line of characters burning with bright red flames suddenly appeared in front of Anan.
6 hours until the start of the internal test, the line of characters hovered for about 3 seconds and then dissipated. Looking at the line of characters, Anan was silent for a while, turned his head to look at the watch, and confirmed the time again.
The current time is 6 o'clock in the evening. Internal test in the early morning? Is it so cool?
At this moment, Anan suddenly heard the sound of a key turning. Salvatore is back. He had agreed with Father Louis yesterday to go get the dungeon strategy today. But he went out early this morning and didn't come back until the sun went down in the evening. He raised his head quietly and cast a puzzled look at the former mayor. Salvatore's eyes were still very sleepy, but his steps were fast and urgent.
"Why did you take so long?" Anan asked.
"Stop talking," Salvatore frowned. "I want to ask you, Don Juan.
Is the ship you came on the one that is parked in the fjord? The one with 3 masts and about 60 meters? What's wrong?" Anan hesitated and answered ambiguously. He felt a little uneasy. He always felt that this would be bad news. Is there a new risk of his identity being exposed? Or, "Your ship is on fire." Salvatore glanced at Anan with pity and replied slowly, "Just last night, the ship suddenly caught fire at night and was burned to ashes. The fire was very fierce. At least when I went to see it this morning, only a frame was left. There is nothing left inside. I think you can't leave for the time being. If the guards you left on the ship had not had an internal conflict, then I think." The young mayor paused, stared at Anan's face and replied softly, "This may be a provocation or revenge." "Revenge." Anan narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind was as clear as a mirror.
He knew very well that he had basically never offended anyone since he came to this world. If this was revenge, it could only come from one person.
Viscount Alvin Barber from Rossburg.
Although it was unknown what his purpose was. But from the beginning, he had a very obvious hostility towards the frozen water port. When he first sent those people disguised as robbers to rob, Don Juan Garant had no intention of going here. In other words, the old Viscount's hostility was not directed at Don Juan himself.
And Rossburg theoretically also belongs to the North Sea territory. This is also the fief of Earl Garant.
And he himself is a vassal of Don Juan's father.
Let's not talk about what he wants to do. As a vassal, he dared to burn his lord's ship. Anan gave a cold and majestic rebuke, his face as cold as ice. I'm curious, where did he get the courage from? Who gave him the confidence? This kind of thing, Anan must be very happy to see.
The old gentleman was so stupid that he sent people to burn the ship, which was equivalent to destroying all the previous evidence. How many things were left on the whole ship before, how many people had been there, and the traces of the battle on it, all disappeared. The whole ship was burned clean.
This means that they can't find any evidence that Anan is not Don Juan Garrett. Of course, Anan must act very angry. Because he needs to show an attitude. It's just an attitude. With his identity, no one will ask him to go over directly. The only place that may be exposed is Don Juan's body.
The body should still be near the ship.
In 3 or 4 days, the body may be recognizable.
As for John's body, Anan deliberately left it on the ship to mislead others or to provide clues to others. After all, he died in the ritual tongue in the mirror initiated by the captain of the guard. Anan believed that at least the church should be able to detect the traces of this ritual crime. Otherwise it would be strictly supervised.
Did anyone die nearby? So Anan pondered for a moment and asked Salvatore, is there a body on the ship? I don't know, I can't see clearly.
Salvatore shook his head, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and explained, because it's not just the ship that was burned.
There was even fire on the surrounding water surface. On the water surface? Well, that's a special kind of fuel.
It was converted into liquid fuel by the transformation wizards of our swamp Black Tower using the gas stored in the swamp. It has a stable model that can be supplied to civilians, we call it green fire, but what is sold more is a kind of kerosene barrel used for defending the city. It has stronger adhesion, called black fire.
Salvatore sat down opposite Anan, lowered his head to glance at the book he was reading, gulped down another glass of water, and said with gritted teeth, I took some samples. I was so hot. That idiot will pay the price.
Once I analyze it, I will know which idiot sold this thing to them.
You look very angry, Senior.
Anan looked at Salvatore, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a happy smile.
He raised his eyebrows, returned to his calm expression, and said in a cold voice, Are you burned? I'm not weak enough to be burned by this kind of thing.
Salvatore said unhappily, Don Juan, your father may not have told you about these things. Black fire is a strategic material. It is not allowed to be sold or smuggled in non-wartime. After all, this thing is too lethal. It can only be sold to border marquises in wartime, and the unused parts must be recycled after the war, because ordinary people don't have the environment to store such things. At room temperature, black fire will explode as long as it encounters a violent impact or encounters an open flame after leakage. Once the black fire is detonated, a very difficult to extinguish fire will ignite within a dozen meters around it. As long as it sticks to a little, it will burn people alive. Other strategic materials placed together with it will naturally be burned up. So, no matter who was on your ship before and what was placed on it,
there is nothing now.
It was not until just now that I put out all the black fire. The young mayor was very sleepy, and the dark circles under his eyes became more and more obvious.
He pounded the table angrily. They are so clueless.
There is a forest not far from the next door. Are they trying to start a forest fire?
Such a fierce fire. Anan frowned slightly, then relaxed. Fortunately, I didn't leave anyone on the boat.
I arranged all my guards to go out.
Thank you, old man. He thanked from the bottom of his heart.
The reason why Anan mentioned those non-existent guards is that he intends to give those players a legal identity, but because he is not sure how the players will descend, Anan does not dare to tell Salvatore directly now.
Anyway, you will know in a few hours. Don't be impatient. If you've had dinner, why don't you go to bed first?
Anan saw that Salvatore's eyes were already bloodshot, and couldn't help but persuade him, I feel that you are about to faint.
I can't go to bed so early. If I faint, it will be over.
Salvatore sighed, don't look at me like that.
It's not that I want to stay up late, this is my curse, I don't want to. Don't ask for details. Okay. Anan shrugged and said no more. I'm so annoyed recently.
Salvatore scratched his unusually soft hair, lying on the table and shouting weakly, I'm so sleepy.
Hey, Don Juan. Have you chosen the spell? I may have to leave soon. I have chosen it.
Anan replied calmly, but I don't need you anymore, I've already learned it. I'm just waiting for you to help me advance. His current wizard apprentice profession has become like this: Wizard Apprentice LV10, Advanced, Instant Spell LV2, Cold Contact, Eye of Sloth, Channel Spell LV2, Stall Wall, Frost Nova. His experience is just enough to upgrade the wizard apprentice profession to level 10. Before advancement,
This is the highest level of wizard apprentices. His spell slots can accommodate a total of 4 spells. 2 instant spells and 2 channeled spells. In simple terms, it is the difference between being able to turn on and off at will and having to channel to release, Eye of Sloth, instant curse your own eyes, giving them the ability to infect other people's minds through sight. Everyone who looks at you will immediately become lazy and their limbs will become weak. The effect will increase when used on tired people. Every 2 seconds, depending on the total level of the wizard profession /5, consumes 1 force of order. Stall wall, guided passivates the air in the designated area, causing any object passing through this area to immediately lose its original speed. The effect will increase significantly when used on inanimate objects. The larger the area, the greater the consumption of order power, but the minimum consumption is 1 order power per second. Frost Nova, guided causes the temperature of the designated medium, air/flowing water/earth, within 30 meters to drop rapidly, and can instantly transmit a curse equivalent to the instant spell Cold Contact. The effect of the curse increases at the edge. Every 2 waves of Nova, depending on the total level of the wizard profession /5, consume 8 order power, which can be released continuously. Because Anon didn't know if he could reset his points. So he chose those spells in the school of incapacitation that had the widest application range and could complement each other. His combat ability has finally taken shape at this moment, hard to understand. Unbelievable. After Salvatore urged Anon to show the 4 spells he already had, he sat in his seat without saying a word, staring at Anon in a daze. How did he do it? A wizard apprentice who had not yet entered the rank spent 2 days learning 4 spells without anyone teaching him. The teacher said that Don Juan was very talented, but Salvatore didn't believe it at that time. Now it seems that this is the level of very talented? Teacher, what are you doing? Didn't you teach him a single spell? Salvatore could see that the traces of casting these 4 spells were very faint. This means that after their lord learned these 4 spells, he almost never used them. This can only be because Anon really just learned these 4 spells. As a spell is repeatedly released, the corresponding curse gradually coexists with the body, and the power of the spell will become stronger and stronger, until it becomes completely instinctive and can be used without casting spells or consuming mana. This is why old wizards are always stronger in most cases. Although this does not guarantee that the old wizard will be strong after all, he may have learned his first spell when he was in his 40s or 50s, but the young wizard must not be strong enough. Could this guy Don Juan be the illegitimate son of the mysterious lady? Such a blasphemous thought suddenly emerged in Salvatore's mind. He almost doubted his life of more than 30 years before. He still remembered that it took him a total of 3 weeks to learn his first spell and successfully become a wizard apprentice. When he solidified the flame on the candle into a red crystal, his transformation school instructor praised his talent and introduced him to Benjamin. Under Benjamin's guidance, he took 10 days to learn the second spell, detonating the crystal and turning the fragments into iron pieces. After that, Benjamin kept watching him, and only allowed him to learn the next spell when he turned the large piece of iron into a dense and numerous steel needles. That is the guiding spell, magnetization. It can control the steel needles to fly in the air. His next spell was the very difficult, Thunderstorm Field. It took him 2 months to finally learn this spell. It can use 2 sets of magnetized metal products as materials to summon high-voltage lightning that connects 2 steel needles. Using the crystals prepared in advance as materials, he can summon steel needles and then summon large amounts of electric current. After holding a complete instant tactical cycle, Salvatore was allowed to advance to bronze. Become a wizard of the transformation school. Every bronze-level extraordinary must have a considerable degree of combat power. This is to prevent them from being easily killed by ordinary people. This is responsible for their own lives, and even more so for others, because the bodies of extraordinary people must be dealt with as soon as possible. The specific way to deal with it is for another extraordinary person to hold a ceremony to absorb the curse of the former and inherit the former's curse. This is one of the fastest shortcuts to gain power, and is usually also evidence of killing others. If a superhuman's curse is not absorbed by anyone for a long time, nightmares will be born from it. The nightmares born from bronze-level superhumans alone are enough to easily kill ordinary people. After all, before becoming superhumans, humans cannot maintain their lucidity in dreams. If you keep dying in nightmares, you will gradually be infected by the curse and gradually become a twisted monster. Or die, fortunately. Even if you become a superhuman, you can only barely stay awake and know that you are just in a dream, and you may not even be able to recall your original identity. Only those with divine talents can stay awake in dreams. Even for those clergymen, the malice, despair, pain, and anger held by the nightmare master will infect them all the time, interfere with their decisions,
and make them make choices that they can't make. It's not that you can be far better than ordinary people by gaining superhuman power. But if you can't defeat ordinary people independently, no matter how talented you are, you will not be allowed to advance to superhumans. Every time you advance, you must share your curse with the world under the witness of another superhuman. And this person is their own secret keeper, usually their mentor, parent, or senior. In other words, if they do not get the trust and affirmation of at least one extraordinary person, ordinary people will never be able to advance to extraordinary people.
Can I advance now? Annan asked Salvatore seriously.
Yes. Salvatore felt his throat was a little hoarse. No, it must be because of the fire outside. He tried to suppress the jealousy and despair in his heart. As an extraordinary person, every negative emotion is a time bomb. Since Don Juan is willing to trust me and choose me instead of the teacher as his secret keeper, I can't do anything immoral to him. Salvatore advised himself in his heart.
Because every extraordinary person needs a trustworthy secret keeper.
The reason for being trustworthy is that after the secret keeper gets their curse, it can naturally kill them easily. If no one knows about the curse, then the curse will not be bound, and every time you use the extraordinary power, it will erode yourself. On the other hand, the more secret keepers you have, the stronger the power of this oath. This curse is not only a rope that restrains the owner's behavior, but also an armor that protects the owner from being eroded by the curse. The oath and the curse, this is the duality of this world.
So, when can we hold the ceremony?
Annan frowned slightly and asked anxiously, Viscount Rosberg is trying to harm me. I must get enough power to protect myself as soon as possible. Don't worry, since I choose to be your keeper, I can be regarded as half of your mentor.
I will definitely solve all your problems before leaving. Salvatore promised, as long as I am alive, you will not suffer.
As he said, he explained to Annan what a keeper is, as well as the relationship and obligations between the keeper and the bound person. One of the obligations is that the bound person has the obligation to collect the body of the keeper.
Of course, there are many bound people under Salvatore's name, and it may not be Annan's turn.
But as a legacy, he still has to make this clear. After listening, Annan nodded.
Okay. Annan answered readily, I trust you.
There is no way if he can't trust you.
Annan was also helpless. At least before his identity was exposed, Salvatore must be trustworthy.
He has only seen such a transcendent who can be regarded as a friendly camp. And he must have a sufficient degree of power and prestige at the beginning of the player's arrival. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to suppress them. If the identity is exposed, the worst-case scenario is to change a keeper.
No, forget it.
Annan narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and rejected this idea. It is better to be more straightforward and choose a spell that is really difficult to break. The most important thing is not to contradict yourself.
For example, Benjamin's first spell is actually quite difficult to break. Of course, the most important thing is to see what kind of spell you will get.
According to Salvatore's previous introduction, the permanent spell you receive when you advance is not chosen by yourself, but it is not forced by others. Instead, you choose one of several targeted spells based on what you do in the advanced nightmare. The better the nightmare is completed, the stronger the power brought by the spell and the wider the spell itself. On the contrary, if the nightmare is not completed well, the spell will be very clear and the power it brings will be very poor. Since you are in a hurry to advance, I will stay up all night tonight.
Salvatore sighed, forced his sleepy eyes open, and muttered in a low voice, Don Juan, bring me the winter clothes.
I will go to the basement to analyze the black fire sample and see who sold it to Viscount Rosberg. This thing must be soundproofed and cooled when it is handled, otherwise there is a possibility of explosion.
How long will it take? Quite fast, about 7 or 8 hours. Anyway, it will be before my usual bedtime when it is finished. The young mayor with 2 dark circles under his eyes and a state similar to Gara took the winter clothes, sighed again, and said irritably, Don't disturb me. I have to go to work, don't disturb me afterwards, and talk to you tomorrow morning if you have anything. Soon, Salvatore entered the soundproof and temperature-insulated basement.
Annan looked at the watch. It was not yet 7 o'clock, so he had dinner first and came back to continue reading. He planned not to sleep for the time being today and see what would happen at 12 o'clock in the morning. At 11 o'clock in the morning, some prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. 59 minutes and 59 seconds until the internal test starts. Open the player forum, open the NPC template, open the favorability adjustment function. According to the current template Rare Elite, Gold, get the corresponding power. Open the right to publish side quests, open the right to publish personal quests. Detected the fragment of the truth, the Book of the Skycar.
Current holders of the Book of the Skycar: 1. Obtain temporary powers, the right to issue main quests, the identity of a player.
Forum administrator, the perspective of the creator, map function, please write the initial plot, please confirm the character creation rules, please confirm the player's selection rules, please specify the player's landing location, please confirm the player's system permissions, please draw the player's system user interface. Looking at such a long list of prompts, Annan was completely confused.
What does it mean? I have traveled through time, do I still have to continue to be a game planner? Am I the planner of destiny?
And your game will be launched in an hour.
But you haven't started writing the copy yet? You haven't even made the UI? Which great god made this game? Can you be a little more professional?
1 hour before the server was launched, they rushed to make a game on site. If Annan had heard such a request before the time travel, he would have slapped the keyboard directly on the product manager's face. Fortunately, there were still many things that had not been done for this system. Whether it was drawing the UI or writing the story copy, Annan could make it with just a stare. It was exactly the same as what he had in his mind. But Annan was still almost exhausted. It was not an easy task to make a cool and gorgeous UI. He could only copy the UI of a game he was working on before. Then he used his own system as a prototype template and removed several functional permissions. For example, at the beginning, the user-side system interface would not display the title, rank, erosion, personal characteristics, and employment list. There were only health, attributes, level, and public experience. It turns out that the default attributes of level 1 are really 5 points.
Annan sighed.
It was not that he planned to use a castrated version of the system for players. Instead, Annan planned to set the parts that these players did not use for the time being as a level and segment mechanism, and gradually open them up to form a complete content unlocking cycle. When the level is raised to a certain level and the main quest is open to a limit, their system will open new functions. This can motivate players to continue playing the game actively until the perfect function is opened. At that time, it also means that the early guidance is over. As long as the quality of the game itself is strong enough, it will naturally be enough to attract the remaining players to continue playing. In this way, closing some functions first can keep the players' attention focused on the direction that Annan wants them to focus on.
It will also be better for user guidance not throwing a complex system at the beginning, making them confused. After all, not all players can study their personal attributes carefully at the beginning of the game like Annan. Many players will fall into confusion, even frenzy, after entering the game and seeing a complex system. What is this? What is this? What should I do?
In order to prevent players from the above 3 confused situations, Annan naturally has to do a good job of guidance. Annan naturally understands that too many functions and attributes that are not used temporarily will distract the attention of shallow players. It will make players unknowingly busy with meaningless things at the current stage. In particular, this world is undoubtedly the most free open game. First, in order to prevent the tourist players from running away without being caught, Annan had to build an air wall around the North Sea territory. Well, in order to prevent the players from going up to the sky and down to the ground, the air walls in the sky and underground had to be built. For the time being, let's set it to within 500 meters from the ground. In addition, we also have to set up a shield for external supergame language such as players and games. Annan was very fortunate to have such a function. Otherwise, it is conceivable that these players' unscrupulous remarks would definitely cause Annan a lot of trouble. Because the initial identity Annan wrote for them was the guard/servant of Don Juan Gerent. They accepted the mission given to them by Don Juan, and after getting off the ship, they went to various places to inquire about the news, and then gathered at the frozen water port. And a return to frozen water port and report to Don Juan Gerent became the first main task they automatically accepted after landing. Oh, and this. Annan pondered for a while, and specially noted, when pinching the face, it can only be beautified upward, and the beautification range shall not exceed 50%. This is because Annan is more worried that there will be players who are particularly good at pinching the face, and they will become some kind of freak species or monsters that people can't help but want to fight after they are born. After all, the initial identities of the players are Annan's guards or servants. If they are shockingly ugly, Annan will also be embarrassed.
Ha! Annan was suddenly startled. Can the initial panel and level be set? It can't be higher than me, but it can't be set to level 10.
At least most players can't do it this way, the game content is too little. So, if they choose to be a guard, let them start with a level 3 swordsman profession.
And activate the inauguration panel.
Well, let's lower their second profession experience to 50%, and the third profession experience to 25%. Let their professional levels rise vertically rather than horizontally, so as to avoid the situation of collective masters of all professions without rank. If you meet a special talent, Give him another main quest and give him a special treatment.
Anon made up his mind.
The number of players in this world seems to occupy the slot of his Skycar book. In other words, he can only summon 100 players at most.
If an inexperienced person gets this ability, he will definitely recruit all at once.
But Anon, who was born as a planner, knows that this is actually problematic. The level gradient of online game players needs to be widened to a certain extent, so that they can stagger the game content they are experiencing. It can also encourage players of all levels to work hard to upgrade and play the game actively. To put it bluntly, if all players start from the same starting line, it will not satisfy all players because of fairness. On the contrary, the majority of the inevitable noob players will realize the fact that they are really noobs because of the overly fair environment, and thus lose their initial enthusiasm for the game, and then accept their fate and turn into light players. Therefore, in a game that tends to be entertaining rather than competitive, the introduction of a ranking system and the balance of various professions are not necessarily healthy.
Anon needs to give them an excuse.
A reason of why are they worse than others to divert their attention.
Let them focus on improving their own strength, rather than complaining and losing motivation. Why are old players awesome?
Because they started playing early, have time advantages, and have experience gaps.
If I had played so much earlier, I would have been so strong. Why are new players awesome?
Because they spend more time playing and have good activities. If I had these activities back then, I would be better than them. In other words, if new players are not to be forever in the untouchable class, Anon must provide them with a channel to quickly upgrade their strength.
But this channel cannot allow all new players to be promoted at the same time, otherwise the old players will be dissatisfied.
So, I still have to be responsible for opening activities?
Anon looked incredulous. I am an NPC, GM, artist, copywriter, numerical planner, system planner, plot planner, and operator?
Stop, my friend. Stop. Although I don't know which great god made me crossover.
But did you really make this game? So this doesn't mean I have to make a game from scratch? Do I still have to play the protagonist of the plot? Or just give me a vest and be the boss?
Anon felt deeply sad that he still couldn't escape the fate of overtime after crossing over. Fortunately, after working for an hour, although there are still many things to fill in, he can still open the server.
That's it.
The rest can be done slowly after the server is launched. At most, we can update an expansion pack or DLC or something. Seeing that the time has reached 23:53, Anon hurriedly opened the creator's perspective. His vision was instantly pulled up to the sky, and the ground was in full view. After zooming in and out of the map a few times, he mastered this ability.
Let me choose the landing site first.
Anon paused and frowned slightly. What is this? He quickly zoomed in and out of the map to check the area near the frozen water port. From the creator's perspective, Anon clearly saw a group of masked and armed robbers crawling far outside the city.
They didn't light torches, so the sentry tower of the frozen water port couldn't see them at all.
Again?
Anon frowned slightly.
There is no doubt that these are still the Viscount's people. Unlike the dozen people last time, this time he dispatched more than 100 people. And they dragged some black wooden barrels wrapped in cotton, which looked like heavy tires.
Roll them over little by little from a distance.
Is this
black fire?
Anon quickly recognized it. He narrowed his eyes.
With so much black fire, does that guy want to kill?
According to Salvatore's description, although this amount is far from enough to burn down the entire city. But at least it is more than enough to burn down Salvatore's house and church. Although Anon's heart was calm, even a little happy.
But he thought he should be angry now. Then I should be angry too?
Anon murmured in a low voice, but the corners of his mouth slowly rose.
He narrowed his eyes and quickly modified the player's initial tasks, and began to set the landing locations one by one.
The location was set to be next to those robbers, and the landing was dispersed at intervals of more than 10 meters. In the first wave, only swordsman characters are allowed to be created, and their identities are locked as the group on the ship, and the number of people is set to 40. The level is raised to level 5, and all of them hold long swords and wear leather armor.
The initial main task is set to
unite with your companions, kill all the bandits in front of you, and destroy Blackfire.
This is a time-limited mission.
I'm good to you, open the game and have a fight first. Anon murmured, with a strange smile on his face. I wonder what these bandits will think when they see the divine soldiers descending from the sky.
I should be angry. But the joyful feeling is about to be unstoppable.
That's it. Linny barely pulled herself together, filled in the other information for uploading the video, and clicked the scheduled release. Full process, full collection, full boss, single dog, die twice plot-oriented strategy collection, 15th page.
The last ending is finally completed. I can add a completed label. Linny exhaled, and the whole person slumped in the chair as if a bone was pulled out. What's the next pit? Snowfield? That will take some time to release, and it's not my style. It's okay to play it live. How about filling the pit of Devil May Cry 5? Her profession is a full-time host in the single-player game area, and she is considered to be a little famous. Although she is a female player, her skills are very sharp and her playing style is violent. She is known for her recklessness, aggressiveness, and quick reaction. Because of her good skills, this is the most important factor, coupled with her unpretentious personality. She often makes high-pitched roars like monsters and wild laughter like wiping dishes in the game, and when she is quiet, her voice can be described as soft and quiet. Because of this schizophrenic characteristic, Linny has attracted a group of weird fans. Looking at the message current speed 37m/s, remaining time 47:12, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it won't take too long. The review channel is very smooth at this point. Let's wait until the review is passed before going to bed. Thinking of this, Linny looked up at the wall clock. She found that the hour hand and the minute hand were just intertwined. 0:00. This means that after the review is completed, the time will not reach 1 o'clock. When she was cutting the video, she felt very tired and sleepy. But after the work was completed, she became energetic again. Going to bed at this time means giving up. Giving up to your young and strong body. It's still early. Linny calmly opened the phone. Why not take a look at the novel updated today? Hey, what is this? She exclaimed softly, noticing that an app had appeared on her phone's desktop. Its name was Misty Continent, and the cover was a cute boy with black hair, blue eyes, and a cold expression. Hiss. Which wicked mobile game has stolen someone else's CG? Linny couldn't help but complain, I can't refuse such direct promotion targeting fetishes. She clicked on the app without hesitation. Somewhat unexpectedly, the optimization of this game was done well. At least the response speed was very fast. The moment it was clicked, an extremely real and gorgeous video began to play. Linny almost thought that this was a mobile game of some awesome movie that she hadn't seen recently. Who are you? A noble boy with a cold face who looked only 12 or 13 years old spoke in a majestic voice at the critical moment. Although I couldn't understand what language it was, fortunately there were subtitles below. Leon, sir. Leon Coleman. We are from Rossburg. The robber with a shifty look bowed slightly and made a sharp voice. There was a smug look in his eyes. Catch them, don't spare any of them. In the face of the unjust robbery, the young lord resolutely drew out his exquisite short sword and raised it high without fear. In the end, the picture was fixed on his ice blue eyes full of murderous intent. An array of morning light shining on the raised sword blade. He gave the final answer in a sonorous and powerful voice. The voice was childish but majestic, enough to give people confidence and strength. I don't care whether they live or die. The next moment, the picture stopped abruptly. The morning light that seemed like hope suddenly began to spread across the entire screen. Then Linny suddenly felt that her hand on the screen seemed to penetrate. The next moment, she felt her consciousness suddenly fall into a pure white world. As if falling at a very fast speed, she felt a strong chill, as if falling off a cliff in a dream. Then, she suddenly woke up. She found that the world around her was solidified. She was wearing solid and simple leather armor, and holding a sharp and somewhat heavy iron sword in her hand. I have traveled through time? She was startled, and used the reflection of the sword blade to illuminate the faint firelight around her, and barely saw her face. It was her own face. Exactly the same. But as a skinny otaku, Linny had a rough idea of her own strength. She could confirm the weight of the sword, and therefore clearly knew that she would definitely not be able to wield such a sword so easily. Then, a floor-to-ceiling mirror appeared in front of her eyes, rippling like water waves. The mirror was dark, with only one line of words, please name your game character, warning, once this name is confirmed, it cannot be changed. What kind of black technology is this? Linny couldn't help but swear, is it a game made by aliens? The most important thing is, how can I input it if you don't give me a keyboard? She hesitated for a while, and tentatively answered, EE? This is her common nickname, and it is also her up account. The light screen in front of her immediately updated the characters. Are you sure? You can even recognize homophones. Linny muttered, and reached out to press the confirm button. The mirror rippled again, and then her attribute panel emerged. ID, human, female, level 5 health, 100% attributes, strength 6, agility 6, constitution 6, perception 5, will 5 free attribute points,
2 public experience, 0 job list, Swordsman LV5, basic swordsmanship LV1, parry LV1, charge LV1, full attack LV1, free skill point 1.
Please confirm your initial panel.
It seems that the degree of freedom is not very high,
she murmured.
Because in front of her, although she had 2 free attribute points, only the 3 items of strength, agility, and constitution had the plus sign behind them. She hesitated for a moment, and still allocated 1 point to each of strength and agility. Although she knew that it was always the safest choice to add blood first when in doubt. But she didn't like being so passive. And judging from this initial attribute table, attribute points should be very valuable and should not be wasted easily. If she wasn't worried that her 6 points of strength might be suppressed by others, she would even want to add all the attribute points to agility.
Skills. What should I choose? Lin Yi hesitated.
Perhaps because of the influence of Single Dog, Die Twice that she had just finished playing, she somehow clicked on the parry. Then the water waves in front of her disappeared again. What emerged again was herself, and she was in a makeup-free state.
Please make some minor adjustments. Warning, only beautification is allowed, and the maximum beautification range shall not exceed 50%, only beautification is allowed? How do you judge what is beautification? Although Lin Yi had a strong desire to pinch the face of the ancient god for a while, she looked at her face in the mirror and finally gave in. Forget it, what if I can't withdraw it?
She thought for a long time, whitened her skin a little, and then enlarged her chest muscles by 2 sizes. Then she made some minor adjustments according to the effect of her usual makeup, and unexpectedly found that the beautification bar only increased by less than 25%.
That's it.
She finished the face pinching with some reluctance. Of course, the main reason was that she was eager to know what the game content was like.
After clicking to confirm again, a paragraph appeared on the mirror. This should be a very important introduction to the plot. Lin Yi immediately focused and looked carefully. Even Earl Gerant could not save the life of his youngest son, Don Juan Gerant.
Perhaps Don Juan was exiled to the most remote North Sea territory, which was the last retreat he buried for his son.
Below this paragraph was a sketch-style face of Annan. But Don Juan Gerant did not accept his fate.
He decided to open up a career of his own in this cold border. The picture changed, changing to the last second of the CG on the phone before the picture of the young lord holding the sword. You are his loyal guards who he trusts and is proud of. When you got off the ship, you received Don Juan's order to go to the border town to collect intelligence.
Unfortunately, you didn't find any clues.
The screen changed to a sketch of a ring. And now, you plan to return to Frozen Waterport and report to Master Don Juan. But less than 3 kilometers away from the town, you found a group of people lying in ambush here. You quickly recognized that these people were Viscount Rosberg's private soldiers, carrying dangerous black fire, intending to murder your lord and massacre the people here. There was no picture below this passage. But as Lin Yi finished reading this passage, the mirror began to slowly disappear. The world around her gradually became real, and the frozen time slowly flowed. Lin Yi soon noticed that there were several people with shifty eyes in front of her, holding weapons, lying in ambush in the dark area. And they didn't seem to see her. Finally, a line of blood-red words appeared in front of her.
Kill them all, leaving no one alive.
Main quest, Blackfire Tribulation obtained. Quest requirements, kill all Rosberg private troops within 30 minutes, 0 for 114, destroy or control all Blackfire, 0/50, special requirement 1, plus 20 rating complete the quest without dying once, death more than 3 times will reduce the rating, 0 to 1, special requirement 2, plus 40 rating no injuries throughout the process, 0 to 1, special requirement 3, plus 40 rating kill at least 3 enemies alone, 0/3, after Lin Yi saw the quest requirements clearly, all these subtitles disappeared. She suddenly heard a voice, felt the wind flowing on her skin, and even smelled the pungent smell. What the hell is this game? She repeated this sentence in her mind countless times. But she didn't complain out loud. Instead, she silently drew the sword from the sheath before the 2 people in front of her noticed her at all. As if she had been immersed in swordsmanship for more than 10 years, she was skilled and calm.
Slow down your breathing. Adjust your pace.
When Lin Yi took the first step, she felt her movements were a little awkward. But after she took the 3rd step, she had already adapted to her new body.
She didn't have much time to think. Is this really a game? Is this some kind of black technology from an alien civilization? Why was she chosen? What would happen if she died? Can the things in this game be taken out? These messy questions did flash through her mind. But Lin Yi quickly rejected and ignored these messy thoughts with her strong willpower. Because no matter what, she couldn't get the answers to these questions for the time being.
In this case, random thoughts will only lower her level. Linny has always believed that if it is confirmed that she can't get it for the time being, then don't even think about it. Meaningless random thoughts will only dilute your attention, reduce your energy, and make it difficult to do things that you can do well.
Just do one thing.
Do one thing well first, for example, sneak attack and kill someone first. When she was about 5 or 6 meters away, Linny stopped silently.
If she moves forward, they will probably notice her. At this time, she can try this first.
She focused her attention on charge.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Suddenly, she felt her heart pumping violently, and the amplified heartbeat was so loud that even she could hear it. The muscles in her body seemed to be burning. At the same time as the strange soreness emerged, she felt a heat flow to her legs. Without hesitation, she followed the power and suddenly kicked the ground and started running. But the moment she rushed out, she suddenly felt something was wrong. This charge was too strong. Linny could only barely control her strength, raised her sword flatly, and poured her strength into the blade. The wind around seemed to be pushed to both sides by her.
Less than 10 meters away, it was there in the blink of an eye.
The two people just heard the sound and tried to look back, but they were relaxed and didn't even draw their swords. It seemed that they had never expected that the enemy would appear behind them at this time. The next moment, Linny rushed over. The sword blade thrust out suddenly, easily piercing through the back of one of them, almost halfway into the back. She felt a violent vibration when the sword blade pierced into the other person's back. It seemed that she didn't understand the structure of the human body, and the sword stabbed on the ribs. But fortunately, after that click, the sword blade still squeezed out of the chest smoothly. The man suddenly opened his mouth and made a sound, but he couldn't even scream.
There is an enemy. The other person was shocked.
He didn't try to pull out his weapon, but stared at Linny, while shouting for help and retreating quickly to the back. After leaving a distance of about 20 meters, the man turned around and ran away without looking back. Linny originally wanted to chase him directly. It was the right way to kill him directly while the other party didn't draw his weapon. But she found that her sword seemed to be sucked to the back of the man. She tried to pull the sword out twice, but failed. Instead, the man let out a miserable, waining sound as the sawing action was like that of a tug of war.
Finally, Linny was so angry that she kicked the man down.
She stepped on the man's waist and exerted force on her wrist at the same time, and finally pulled out the long sword that was almost halfway stuck in. At this time, she felt the pain in her legs belatedly. That full-force charge made her gasp violently as if she had just run 50 meters. White mist-like steam gushed out of her throat, and there were faint red marks on the skin of her arms that outlined lines similar to blood vessels.
This charge is too strong. She couldn't help but curse inwardly.
When Linny just stabbed the sword in, she clearly felt that the sword body bent. At that time, her heart skipped a beat, and she was worried that her sword would break directly into the man's body.
Fortunately, I pulled it out.
The inertia of thinking in the previous game made Linny subconsciously think that charge might be a starting skill, which could stun the opponent when she landed. Then she would take advantage of the opponent's stun to chop off his head. But she never expected.
This charge was actually an explosive move.
Fortunately, she reacted quickly and didn't hit the opponent directly with her arms or shoulders. Otherwise, the opponent would be stunned or repelled, but I'm afraid I would be stunned for a while.
When Linny recovered the weapon, she looked at the scratches and tiny gaps on the blade with a headache.
Compared with the overly powerful charge, the quality of this sword is not very trustworthy. It was just a collision with the bone. Why is the blade a little broken? Just as she was looking at the blade with heartache, roars and wails suddenly came from the silent camp. The warning sounds, screams and the sound of swords clashing at the same time scared the unprepared Linny.
At the same time, Linny vaguely heard a not-so-loud, even panicked shout from not far in front of her. Is there anyone? Help! Come and help me, I can't beat this monster. It seems to be a very young girl. It should be a player, and there is a monster over there.
Linny rushed forward without hesitation, but she was also cautious and tried not to make any sound. After she rushed out for a while, a line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of her: kill the enemy and gain 13 points of public experience.
Ha!
Linny was stunned for a moment.
Is this the final death? That guy's heart, probably the heart, was pierced by me.
When I drew my sword, I saw it for a long time, and finally the scream stopped.
I understand, this is a game of finishing off. Linny suddenly realized.
As long as you don't see the experience prompt, you have to finish off a few more times.
Stab him directly in the eyes, he should die quickly.
She quickly rushed to the female player, but unexpectedly found that the battle situation was not as miserable as she shouted. There was a blue name on the girl's head, Joer. She was very short, and looked more than a head shorter than herself.
The long sword in her hand matched her height very well. It was obviously shorter and thinner than the one in her hand. Her face was full of panic and fear, and her whole body was trembling, but the movements of her hands were very ruthless. She herself did not have any injuries, but her face was scratched, and blood was dripping from her chin. She held the sword as if she was holding a kitchen knife, and attacked the man in front of her fiercely, not slashing, but smashing and chopping. The robber opposite Jor was much more miserable than her. His shoulders, face, chest, and arms were all covered with blood. Dark red blood was all over his body. He was so weak that he could hardly hold the sword, and his defense was also very difficult. Jor didn't retreat a single step, but took 2 steps forward for each sword strike, attacking madly and fiercely, while making a pitiful and desperate sound like the cry of a puppy whose foot was stepped on. Help! Help! Someone save me! Is there anyone? Every time she shouted, she would strike with all her strength. Finally, Jor raised her sword high and struck with lightning speed. It was a full-strength strike. Linnie quickly guessed this move. The sword in the man's hand was completely unable to withstand the power of this move, and Jor knocked him to the ground, and the weapon in his hand also fell out of his hand. Seeing the opponent's weapon fall out of his hand, Jor's attack speed suddenly increased. It was like chopping meat stuffing, and she violently smashed the sword at the opponent's face. It was not even a chop, but a smash. Because not every sword was using the blade to cut people. After 2 or 3 strikes, the opponent had already fallen to the ground and was motionless. But Jor still stepped on the opponent's stomach and chopped the stuffing for a while. This fierce attack made Linnie tremble with fear, and she didn't dare to jump out to help her. Suddenly, Jor stopped moving. It should be that he received a prompt. Dead, finally killed. She breathed a sigh of relief and panic, staggered back a few steps. This monster is so hard. Linnie next to her was horrified. I don't know if this monster is hard, but this big brother is really miserable. Hi, hello. After the battle, Linnie saw that Jor seemed to have calmed down, so she walked up to her and wanted to say hello. Although Linnie came with the idea of saving people at the beginning. But obviously this girl, who was too petite, was different from her appearance, and did not need Linnie to save the beauty. On the contrary, the meat filling that had just been hammered at her feet seemed to need a doctor to save her. Ha! Jor saw Linnie and suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. Sister Hanggang? Not Hongdong, it's Yi. Linnie retorted subconsciously. But she quickly reacted. Do you know me? I'm Junyan Yuenzi. We met at the last party. Jor suddenly became excited. It seemed that she was too happy to see an acquaintance. As she spoke, she easily raised the sword and gestured randomly in the air, scaring Linnie to retreat again and again. But after Jor mentioned this, Linnie had some impression. Ah, little Jor. She suddenly realized and remembered. After all, with Jor's height, it would be difficult for people to forget her. Unlike her own beauty style, Jor basically did not do anything to beautify herself. She just slightly tightened her face and thinned her legs to make herself look less soft and sticky, like a harmless dumpling. This 16-year-old girl, who is only 149 centimeters tall, is a serious high school anchor. But unlike her weak and slender appearance, Jor is not a dancer or a singer, and is also an anchor from the gaming area. But unlike Linnie, who focuses on single-player games and is good at making strategy videos, the other party is best at competitive games, and is a complete newcomer. Even in the live broadcast circle, Jor is not very popular. Last time, she was brought along by her brother, a professional esports player, so she can be considered a family member. Jor is most famous for screaming for help when encountering a gank, while quickly showing off her skills to kill the opponent. Linnie was in a trance, and glanced at Rujianjin at Jor's feet, and suddenly she was shocked. It turned out that it was not a show effect. While the two of them were talking, other players soon gathered around them, and they all greeted Linnie unexpectedly. Sister Itiao? You are here too. Gangzi, you are here too? I am Yi, not Itiao or Gangzi. Linnie subconsciously refuted and looked around the crowd. Then she was extremely surprised to find that almost all the people present were acquaintances. Those who were not acquaintances were all celebrities. There were retired esports players, well-known entertainment anchors, high-scoring passers-by in the national server, and various game video producers. The common point of all of them is that everyone has a considerable fan base and good gaming skills. Although there are some anchors who are good at eating, there is not a single purebred rookie. Although the types of games they are good at are almost different. These people are not stupid. They glanced around and soon realized this. Are we not selected by aliens? Some people were not nervous at all, and said happily, does this mean that our technology has been recognized? The chosen child. Can you be considered a child when you are almost 30? Why not? I am the wandering child.
The wandering child, who deliberately adjusted himself back to the appearance of 18 years old, said confidently, I am the chosen child.
The other party was speechless. Let's not talk about this for now, Linny interrupted quickly. Have you completed your mission? No. There are still 23 left.
The child glanced at the task list and answered casually.
Me neither. I still need 23.
Joe answered obediently, and walked 2 steps away from the corpse without leaving a trace. But the question is, where are the 23 people?
I think they found a place to hide when they saw that the situation was not good. It's too dark here, and we can't see.
Linny frowned and replied, it really doesn't work. As she spoke, she suddenly saw the scattered barrels.
These should be the black fires specifically mentioned in the main quest.
Her words stopped abruptly. Seeing Linny looking at these barrels, she seemed to be thinking about something, and the others also quickly reacted.
Or, blow up these barrels?
Once the fire starts, it will be bright here immediately. If someone lies on the ground and hides, they can be seen. If they don't start, they can be burned to death directly when the fire gets bigger.
It's a good opportunity to see how the physics engine of this game is. Can I make free actions such as setting fire to the mountain?
Originally, Linny was still a little hesitant. After all, no one knows how powerful this barrel is, and how long the fuse on it can burn.
What if I light the fuse and the barrel explodes before I throw it out or run away?
But at this time, Linny suddenly glanced at her task list. Special Requirement 3, plus 40 evaluation, kill at least 3 enemies alone, 1/3, TSK, it.
Linny gritted her teeth.
She was considered a high-level player. For this kind of initial mission, the higher the score and the better the initial reward, the smoother the start. It's a pity that this game can't be restarted. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely keep restarting until all 3 special requirements are met before handing in the mission. And she should have been able to fight 2 enemies alone. Unfortunately, that person was a coward. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran away without even fighting. As a result, she has only completed 1/3 of this mission. The 2 men didn't even draw their weapons and had no resistance at all. If she had known that they were so easy to kill, Linny would have just run over and slashed the throat of the man she had killed and chased after him. There was no need to charge. And she still feels a little sore in her legs now.
Actually, you can give it a try. A player named Phoenix said, I just died once. After I created my character, 5 people surrounded me. After I died, I was reborn 3 minutes later.
I was teleported to another place, and then I could start the game normally.
It took me 2 minutes. It took me 5 minutes to resurrect. Maybe because my head was chopped off. Will an incomplete corpse increase the resurrection time?
The other players discussed with each other and soon made a decision. After they were sure that they could be resurrected, the players were not so scared. It was nothing more than that after dying once, the first and second special requirements could not be completed. But fortunately, they almost all knew each other, and for the sake of past friendship in everyone's face, they quickly made arrangements. If the test goes well, let those players who died once throw the black fire and complete the triple kill task. Try to get a smooth start with extra points for everyone, so that no one will drag everyone down because of a bad initial start. At the same time, several card-playing anchors are also responsible for sorting out the 4 levels of scoring rewards of 20/40/60/100, and studying how different points levels will affect the rewards. Anon, who was watching them from afar through the perspective of the creator, also seemed to have a stomachache. Are these people so professional? He had originally planned to just muddle through. Rewards are given directly based on appearance, and those who look good will be given more experience or something like that. Anyway, it is impossible for players to compare answers with each other.
There is no trust, let alone the time. Such an awesome fully virtual game is like traveling to another world. Is it possible to meet serious players? They will definitely just shout wow, this is awesome, and have fun. But the facts told Anon that the players did shout wow, this is awesome, and have fun, but this did not affect their seriousness. And they all seemed to know each other. Although they were not familiar with each other, at least they roughly knew who the other person was. The people selected in the initial test are quite awesome. Are they all high-level players from this world? Anon felt that his stomachache was getting worse. He had to rush the work again, at least he had to make up a set of reward rules. At first, Anon was still wondering whether the other world where this game recruited players was his original world. But from their conversations, he soon understood these people were all big anchors, well-known ops, and even professional players. But Anon didn't know any of them. This was totally impossible, because he was also a practitioner in the circle. So there was only one possibility: that they were not from Annan's world. There won't be players from other worlds in the future, right? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Annan's mind, but he quickly dispelled it. The problem before him now is how to fool these high-level players. No, in this case, he has to deal with the forum first. And think carefully about the forum announcement. Annan frowned and pulled over the forum administrator page, using it as a draft paper to write various planning drafts on it. I have to suppress these players a little. Seeing the spell, Frost Nova, that he had just learned, Annan quickly came up with a solution: just let them use Black Fire. These players don't know how dangerous Black Fire is, but I do. After they kill all those people with Black Fire, they will definitely realize that these difficult-to-extinguish flames are too troublesome. They are undoubtedly in trouble. And at this time, I can go over and show off my status. While taking over the main quest, I will also go over and teach them a lesson. Annan cheered up and jumped down from the chair. That's it. In fact, there were very few players who could ensure that they were not injured before gathering together. After all, this was not a game that required keyboard, mouse, or controller manipulation. Even the legendary Sword God player who used a chicken leg to hammer Ganondorf to death in 22 seconds would surely panic for a moment when he used real weapons to fight a life-and-death battle for the first time. And they were the ones with fewer people. The so-called hesitation would lead to defeat. All the players who did not decide to rush in at the beginning, and those who decided to rush in but did not have enough skills, were at least hit once or twice by the bandits who reacted. The one with the worst luck was reborn into a pile of monsters twice in a row, and now he is on his third life. But this does not mean that all the players are bad. If we only calculate by output, 5 players have defeated more than 10 enemies. After realizing that killing enemies can gain experience, the players killed all the enemies in their sight like mad dogs. Just like Linny. After everyone defeated their first enemy, they would immediately realize that their current strength and agility were undoubtedly overwhelming these bandits. What determines how many enemies they defeat is simply how many enemies they encounter. Of the 3 special tasks, the most difficult one is not the third task, but the second task: how to stay unharmed. Without a shield or a rolling skill, it's really hard to stay unharmed, said a player who did not want to reveal his real name. In the end, it was found that only 3 people could stay unharmed until now: the Wandering Child, a retired professional player who was very lucky and had not encountered a single enemy until now; the Tasty Wind Goose, a card game anchor who killed 5 enemies with smooth swordsmanship and is a full armor fighting enthusiast in real life; and Linny, who was reckless and had good operation. Moreover, the 3 of them chose Charge, Basic Swordsmanship, and Parry respectively, and happened to add points to the 3 factions of Agility, Strength, and Agility. They could serve as the control group and the pioneering group to experiment whether the rewards would be different according to different personal preferences when the 3 tasks were completed 100%. Because unharmed players are so precious, they cannot be allowed to do such dangerous experiments. It's better to say that they have such awareness. After paying the price of 3 lives, the players summed up the use of Blackfire: just throw it far away. This fuse is used to deceive people. Or it was cut short by someone. Anyway, it is impossible to run away after it is lit. Several test subjects who were reborn said with lingering fear, this thing is too harmful. Once Blackfire encounters an open flame, it will explode immediately. Directly explode a huge flame with a range of at least more than 5 meters. If it touches a person, it will stick to him and burn him to death. But if the Blackfire is hit, the liquid inside will slowly start to burn after it encounters air. Although it is also dangerous, at least it will not hurt yourself. Moreover, enemies burned to death by Blackfire are still considered single kills, and can indeed increase the number of kills. This is indeed the case. The single kill conditions set by Annan are calculated only according to the damage percentage. Of course, in order to prevent players from coming up with some special methods to gain experience, enemies with trap damage exceeding 30% cannot gain experience. A player raised a possibility. I say, this is not a magic game, right? The players immediately whispered, this is possible. Although the camera flashed by, I saw that after Don Juan patted the man immediately fell to the ground in pain. Don't say that man may also be a scammer. While they were discussing, the 3 people who were selected over there had already started using Blackfire and began to brush heads. Throwing Blackfire, you can see the number of kills increasing. The only pity is that when they use this method to kill enemies, they cannot gain experience. In theory, they should try to find those people and kill them. This is the way to maximize experience. But seeing that more than half of the 30-minute limit had passed, the players began to get anxious. After Linny and the other 2 completed the 3rd task, the other players also began to carry the Blackfire and throw it into various corners where people could hide.
But until they almost used up all the black fire and filled all the places where people might hide with flames, they still had to complete the last 2 kills. Main quest, Black Fire Disaster. Quest requirements: kill all Rosberg private soldiers within 30 minutes, 112 for 114, destroy or control all black fire, 50-50. Only at this time, I feel that the game is too real and not good. Delicious Wind Goose complained, I want a small map.
Or an enemy mark. This fire is almost blinding my eyes.
No, I still prefer this level of reality.
Linny complained, such an awesome game. What are you dissatisfied with when playing it?
And this kind of task of finding the last person, even if you are given a small map, you may not be able to find it.
We are the chosen children.
The wandering child on the side repeated what he had said before.
They haven't run away, have they? Jor asked in a worried voice.
Impossible. A player answered straightforwardly, my birth point is a high platform, so I can see clearly. These bandits were driven to the middle by us.
We were born around them. That's very strange. Can't they see those 2 people?
Anand narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw it clearly from the perspective of the creator.
The remaining 2 people were squatting not far from the crowd. They huddled in place, not daring to move.
Listening to dozens of people chatting and laughing, discussing them all, the 2 looked at each other in panic, and their spirits were obviously close to collapse. The 2 of them were no more than 5 or 6 meters away from the nearest player.
But no player could see them. Is this some kind of invisibility ability? Just right, it's my turn. Anand whispered.
He was leading a group of militiamen on night duty, riding horses towards the direction of the fire, and they would arrive soon. Yes, the fire. These players obviously didn't realize one thing. In the case of complete environmental destruction, the spread of the fire is a very difficult thing to stop.
When they reacted, it was a little late. Wait a minute, are we surrounded?
Linny felt the air getting hotter and hotter, and suddenly shuddered. She interrupted everyone's conversation. The fire is getting bigger and bigger.
Now that you mention it, get out first.
Don't be in a hurry, move those controlled black fires out, this thing should be very valuable.
I think even if it can't be sold, it can at least improve the task evaluation.
What if they explode when they get close to the fire? Someone shouted, this thing will explode when it encounters fire.
Delicious Wind Goose answered neatly, then we have to move it out. Run one by one. Don't go out together.
If these fires really surround us, these black fires will explode here sooner or later. After he said that, he lifted 2 barrels of black fire in each hand and rushed out. Then he ran quickly towards the sea of fire that had not yet closed without hesitation. The other players also reacted quickly.
The next one was Linny.
Because she lost the scabbard and needed to hold the sword in one hand, she only carried a barrel of black fire. The players carried the black fire out in an orderly and fast manner. Until the 7th person passed, the 2 barrels of black fire suddenly exploded.
The bursting flames engulfed the player in an instant.
He could not even shout before he disappeared in the fire. The other players saw for the first time what it was like when a player died. It was like the whole person turned into burnt ash, collapsing and disintegrating. Then he was blown away by the storm caused by the explosion. With his death, the sea of fire finally closed. The black fire could no longer be carried out. But there was still a small gap in the sword of fire, so people could probably get out. There were more than 30 players inside, and another player who had just resurrected and fell out of the void in a mess.
Didn't you get out? He was obviously disappointed.
The others also greeted each other and prepared to evacuate. At this time, the players had no time to find and kill the last 2 robbers. However, the players in the sea of fire suddenly heard the exclamations of the players who had already run out.
Ha! Who is this person? Master Don Juan.
This was the more clever Linny. She interrupted the others and shouted at the top of her voice. After hearing her voice, the players who had just become nervous suddenly realized what was going on. Linny also wanted to warn the players inside, telling them not to say anything in front of important NPCs. Just like when the demons were dancing in the classroom, the student guarding the door shouted, "Hello, Teacher X, Master, we are back. That Viscount wants to murder you. This is the black fire they brought. There are people trapped in the fire.
I know.
I'll go rescue them."
The people in the sea of fire heard the cold and childish voice of Don Juan Garrett. Keep an eye on my horse.
Soon, the people in the sea of fire suddenly felt a chill. It was as if they had just come out of a sauna and were hit by an extremely cold air conditioner. They shuddered and woke up instantly.
Moreover, it was not an illusion.
The temperature and height of the sea of fire on Don Juan's side were dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye.
After 3 seconds, the flames were forcibly suppressed.
Only a few flames were still stubbornly clinging to the ground and shaking.
The players trapped in the fire saw their young lord standing outside. On both sides of him were huge walls of fire that were nearly 5 or 6 meters high, accompanied by thick black smoke. But the black smoke could not get close to Don Juan Garrett at all. He exhaled a faint white frost from his mouth and nose, his skin became extremely pale and bloodless, and his eyes burned with a deep blue glow. His cuffs and trouser legs kept spewing out agitated white cold air. The white mist clings to the ground, rippling outwards slowly like water waves. The ground that was burning with fire just now quickly cooled down, cracking and forming tiny frost blocks on the ground. Lord! Thank you very much, Lord Don Juan. The players immediately saluted Annan, and their salutes were messy. They were a little worried that this would violate taboos. But soon, they realized that Annan was not looking at them at all. Annan's eyes were fixed on a corner. Those eyes, cold and ruthless like winter, stared straight at the empty corner. Just when the players were at a loss, they suddenly heard 2 screams from that corner. Lord Gerant, we surrender. Help, help! It's so cold, I'm dying. 2 people slowly emerged from the shadows over there. They were wrapped in frost marks and curled up on the ground, making increasingly weaker cries. Help! Lord Gerant! The pupils of the players dilated slightly. Whether in the sea of fire or outside the sea of fire, they cast their eyes over it the first time. They suddenly realized. No wonder they couldn't find the last 2 people. They could actually hide invisibly. In the face of the 2 people's pleas for mercy, Annan did not waver at all. There was no smile on his young face. He just chuckled and exhaled a cold white mist as if he had just taken a puff of cigarette. Surrender? Do you want to surrender? The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and visible coldness seeped out from his snow-white and fine teeth. Under the reflection of the flickering firelight, his expression was even colder. Yes. We surrender. We know all the secrets. Please spare our lives. We can testify for you. Surrender. What a gentle word. Even if you just wanted to murder me, according to the rules among nobles, I cannot kill the surrendered soldiers. You think so, right? Annan showed a bright smile, and his slightly curved eyes were full of gentle smiles. But I'm sorry, dear. There is no surrender between us. You are the first to break the rules. This is not called revenge, this is called murder. As he spoke, he extended his right hand to the 2 men, spreading it upward. No. No. Forgive me, Silver Lord. Please. My lord. The 2 of them looked at Annan's actions, extremely panicked and stammered in begging. But Annan had no mercy at all. He just showed a broad, gentle, and elegant smile, and slowly withdrew his fingers one by one, starting from his little finger. Every time he withdrew a little finger, the frost marks on the 2 men became thicker. When the 5 fingers were completely retracted and clenched into fists, they were already motionless, with their eyes wide open and out of breath. Their faces were distorted by intense pain and fear, and their eyes were wide open and frosted, like fish in a refrigerator. This cold, decisive, and almost cruel scene made the players hold their breath for a while. At the same time, the ice chips that continued to scatter around Annan also reflected the firelight. He was like a god, shining in the dark night. After killing the 2 men, Annan turned around, and the frost around him gradually dissipated. His smile was faint, distant, and polite, not as bright as when he faced the 2 people. But it gave people a strong sense of trust. Welcome to your triumph, my loyal guards. Annan said slowly, his voice cold and pleasant. 40 people, all are here. No one has betrayed me, and no friend has left me. I'm sorry, I should have hosted a welcome party for you. Because of the previous incident, I don't have the energy or money to hold a party for you. I hope you can understand me. When our lives get better, I will definitely make up for today's party. I think it will be a luxurious and lively party. Annan's voice was very low, his expression serious. I mean what I say. After that, he paused, and added in a low voice, welcome. Home safely. At this time, the players also saw the task prompt. Task completed, kill all Rossberg private troops within 30 minutes, 114-114, destroy or control all Blackfire, 50-50, completed the main task, Blackfire disaster, unlocked, frozen water port, unlocked, player forum, the guidance task is over. From now on, your death will be punished. Each death will deduct all current public experience and randomly reduce 1-2 professional levels by 1 level, gain 40 public experience. Gain Don Juan Garant's favorability 100, current favorability is friendly, 0/500. Hearing the news that you were coming back, Don Juan Garant was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. But because of this, Don Juan also found a way out from Viscount Rossberg's murderous intention. But now, Frozen Waterport is still facing a disaster. You speculate that the old Viscount must have killed him because his identity is related to the chaotic situation in the country. Perhaps there are other forces behind the old Viscount, subtly influencing frozen waterport. No matter what, this is your home. You decide not to retreat. Main quest obtained, go home, quest requirements, get your own place to live in the frozen water harbor and log off in your own bed, 0/1, extra evaluation rewards are being distributed. Oh, that's right. Annan suddenly turned around, wandering child, delicious wind goose, the three of you remember to follow me later. At this moment, a light curtain suddenly flashed in front of Linny's eyes. Your favorability with Don Juan Gerant has increased, currently trust, 0/1500, she looked around and looked at the other two. From their eyes, Linny got the information she wanted. Sure enough, they were the same. Does the 100% additional completion reward mean that the current favorability is directly increased by one level? Then what is the rest? If Annan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely explain it to her happily. The reward for 40% completion is of course a 40% increase in favorability. What a fair, useful, balanced and free reward. Oh, another hidden reward is that the residence of the three of them will be closer to Annan. For the players, this may also be considered different, right? But the other players have no time to discuss the completion issue. After confirming that they can still browse the forum while following Annan, almost all the players entered the player forum without exception. One by one, the players followed Annan's buttocks with their heads down and lifeless like zombies. From a distance, it was particularly terrifying. Only one person did not enter the forum. I saw Joer curiously following Annan, staring at him closely, not knowing what she was thinking, and a strange smile crossed her lips. But Annan felt a chill inexplicably. It was not malicious, but it made him feel a little creepy. What on earth was she thinking? But Annan was still happy. After there were players guarding the frozen water port. At least he could enter the dungeon without worrying about the situation that the entire frozen water port was burning after coming out of the dungeon. And we have to deal with Rosberg as well. Annan narrowed his eyes slightly. He just felt that he probably needed to be a little angry at this time. When players open the forum, they will see a logo that slowly pops up. Frozen Water Harbor Council Chamber. After the loading is complete, the cursive text gradually fades away, and a very clean forum layout is presented to the players. There are only 2 posts, both posted by the forum super administrator Annan, and they are pinned to the top and selected. What you need to know about the Misty Continent Frozen Water Harbor Council Chamber General Rules 1. Post-processing regulations. 1. Ban, divided into 3 days, 1 week, 1 month ban, no permanent ban. 2. Players cannot actively use the topic lock/delete function. If you want to use it, you need to add Annan. Read the forum rules first. After reading through them, the players found that there was basically nothing to pay special attention to. Although this game looks very black technology, the forum rules are not much different from other forums. It is nothing more than prohibiting spamming, repeated posting, foul language, digging graves, advertising, and other remarks that violate local laws and regulations. The only thing that needs special attention is that there is no permanent ban in the forum. Instead, the corresponding most serious punishment is changed to dismissal. The so-called dismissal means deleting the game Misty Continent and prohibiting you from logging in again. In other words, in the future, players can warn newcomers like this, say it again, and your account will be gone. Another thing is that for security reasons, it is not recommended for players to promote communication groups and organize offline activities in the forum. Once discovered, they will be locked or deleted, but they will not be banned. So the players immediately clicked on another post impatiently. In this post, they can see Annan's user avatar. It is a silhouette of Don Juan with his head down and concentrating on reading. Is it Don Juan Gerant? Linny exclaimed softly, and tried to download the picture tentatively, but it didn't work. She sighed and continued to look down. 1. Try to give yourself a short and smooth name. When calling each other and introducing each other's names, do not translate them into the language of this world, but only call them in transliteration. 2. Please treat the whole world as a real world, and do not try to develop or spread any form of bugs. 3. Compared with the other one, this post is very short. It's mainly about what players can and can't do in the game. But basically there's nothing much to say. For example, this game uses the Genesis engine, which can apply 99% of physical rules. There is an air wall in the beta version. Please don't try to leave the area of the North Sea territory. The functions of going up to the sky and into the ground and new maps will be opened in later versions, etc. There are 3 more important points. The first point is that players must be cautious when naming, changing jobs, and adding points, because there are currently no props for changing names or resetting points. Although Linny feels that it may be a bit late to put this sentence here.
After all, if players want to see this forum, they must first create a good character. That is, they have to add good points and give a good name.
Is this to warn subsequent players?
Linney also saw that the post mentioned that the 40 of them were first-time test players.
Because this game uses a fully dynamic task distribution mechanism, the second test batch of players must have different tasks from their initial tasks. Because by then, the plot must have moved forward for a period of time. And all the subsequent tasks do not guarantee the effectiveness of the task strategy. The completion of the task itself will greatly change the personal plot or the world plot. So Annan specifically warned, please pay attention to the timeliness of the strategy.
The second point is that the copy mechanism of this game will contain elements of distortion, and psychological horror. And too many deaths in the copy may cause irreversible consequences. And if you have heart disease, high blood pressure, epilepsy, neurasthenia, and other diseases,
that's okay.
You can play the game to your heart's content without worrying.
By the way, when Annan was fiddling with the player's attributes, he also discovered another thing.
He seemed to be able to really clear the erosion for the players. He found the erosion reset to 0 function in the management background interface of the player system.
Although it cannot be adjusted to a limited extent, the player's erosion can be reset to 0 with one click.
It is a pity that Annan cannot reset his erosion degree to 0 at least for the time being.
But even if Annan can do this, it does not mean that he will do it.
If it is regarded as an existing function, players will be more careless when attacking the dungeon.
Moreover, it will be a work without any reward, distracting Annan's attention. If Annan does not handle it in time, it will also attract criticism. However, if it is the other way around, there will be no problem.
Annan plans to put it in his reputation store, which has not yet been opened, as an extremely expensive special service option. A large amount of reputation is required to exchange for the purification ceremony.
Let the players get used to it from the beginning. The dungeon has always been a high-risk, high-reward, and high-difficulty mechanism.
Then the players will regard it as very.
In this way, if someone is dissatisfied, other players will go back and attack him.
How to make players feel superior unconsciously is a profound knowledge. After mastering this knowledge, you can flatter a person without leaving a trace. In this way, if there is really a problem with a player's excessive erosion, Annan can even provide him with a credit service, deduct the future favorability in advance and purify him first. In this way, the purified players will be very grateful to Annan and say thank you in the voice of Mr. Fan.
Obviously, this is the same thing, and Annan's work is the same, who he purified before, who he will purify later.
But he just took away something that everyone could get, and sold it at a marked price, which became a generous act that people would be grateful for. The skill of manipulating people's hearts is so mysterious that it can be called a spell. And in this post, there is also the most important content that all players noticed, which is marked in red. Please try your best to complete your role-playing, do things that are consistent with your identity, and do not try to provoke or attack any behavior of the leader of your own faction. Because every faction leader also has the right to dismiss players. See the general rules of the Frozen Water Harbor Council Hall, although they themselves may not know that they have this ability. After the death of all faction leaders, the game will be permanently closed. The only faction leader at present is Don Juan Geraint. Frozen Water Harbor is also the only faction that players can choose at present.
This means that Don Juan Geraint is the biological father of the players.
Players must do their best to ensure his survival. In fact, the setting of the faction leader is actually a way out that Annan left for himself.
Only Annan knew that there was no template for faction leader in the original system. This is a type of title he specially set up
to use as his vest. The identity of Don Juan Geraint may not be used for a long time. Once his identity is exposed, he may have to leave Frozen Water Harbor.
So how can he ensure control over the players?
That is to label the special nature of Don Juan Geraint. It is not to ask players to obey the orders of Don Juan Geraint alone, but to let them obey and protect these faction leaders. Even if Annan changed his vest one day, he could still control the players. He only needed to give his new identity the title of faction leader to directly inherit the business income of Don Juan Geraint.
In other words, the players were responsible for playing the game.
Annan was responsible for playing these players.
This could probably be considered an asymmetric confrontation game.
In order to ensure silence, the players posted and chatted in the forum. And the external manifestation was that they followed Annan and walked slowly towards the frozen water port.
Annan only left 2 or 3 militiamen to protect himself.
The rest were sent back by him to find people to do the work. They had to move the captured black fire outside the city first to the location of Annan's ship, soak the black fire in water and cover it with some leaves,
so that it could at least prevent it from exploding in the sun. Then, find someone to put out the fire. Although Anan roughly suppressed the fire, his magic power was limited. This kind of work that ordinary people can do, there is no need to consume your magic power to a dangerous value. Anyway, the area is far from the forest, and Anan has set up a fire isolation zone, so there is basically no need to worry about forest fires. But just in case, it is better to find some people to check and put out the flames completely. It never hurts to be cautious. Anyway, he doesn't need to work overtime this night shift. Similarly, Anan didn't tell them that he could actually put out the fire. In this way, when the militia arrives and finds that the fire has not spread, they will thank Anan for his preliminary treatment, so that the situation will not be the worst. After Anan was forced to work overtime, now seeing others running around in a panic to work overtime in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt a strong sense of pleasure in his heart. Overtime, you can work overtime. I have to arrange accommodation for you. Anan looked at the handsome men and beautiful women following him, and his mood suddenly became good. He secretly praised his upward beauty-only setting. Seeing that they were about to reach Dongshui port, Anan happily whispered to Linyi, who was closest to him, "Do you have any special needs? Where do you want to live? I'll keep an eye out for you. I want to ask, Master Don Juan, are you living alone now?" Linyi was silent for a while and asked faintly. Anan blinked, not knowing how to reply for a moment. "Are people in your world so straightforward?" Seeing Anan looking at her blankly and looking into those clear, almost transparent ice blue eyes, Linyi's heart skipped a beat. She tried her best to suppress the urge in her heart and said nonchalantly, "I just thought that you might need a few personal guards, young master. It just so happens that I am good at taking care of people." This was a lie. In the past 21 years of Linyi's life, she has never taken care of others. Among the creatures that have survived after being taken care of by her, the largest animal is a rabbit. Anan, who has never chatted with a woman since crossing over, was also a little moved when he heard this. Although for him at this age, extra things are temporarily out of the question. But it is always good to have someone take care of his daily life. He can indeed recruit 1 or 2 players who look pleasing to the eye and let them take care of his daily life. After all, as a golden template NPC, Anan has a lot of experience every day. At least he can make his maid group grow no slower than the elite pioneering group, and even faster than them. If Anan wants, he can quickly brush out a level 10 dual professional player in one day. But it is meaningless. And Anan thought for a moment, and still felt that this was not right. It's not that the idea of hiring players as his maids is not right, but that the behavior of letting them get such benefits without paying anything is not right. Yes, he didn't say the opposite. The one who has to pay is the maid. Anan has confirmed his appearance and has a full understanding of his current noble status. At this time, he is undoubtedly in an absolutely leading and advantageous position. So, he must be reserved. In order to create a character image of cold on the outside and warm on the inside, kind-hearted, and because of pain and frustration, he must become strong. Anan had to reluctantly refuse, and with his own value, this job can still be sold at a good price. Anan calculated so calmly in his heart. He roughly sorted out his task quota to see what price he could sell himself for at most, so as not to anger these players and make their sense of gain obviously higher than sense of giving. As a planner, he understands the balance between this sense of giving and gain. This is also a clear difference between games with mature and reliable plans and other games. If this problem cannot be solved, either the benefits will be too little, so that a considerable number of players will suffer a sense of frustration that is obviously higher than their tolerance, and then abandon the game, or because the benefits are too much, the player's abilities and horizons grow too fast, resulting in a decrease in the happiness of the amount obtained when recharging, and then reducing their desire. Yes, the technology of distributing benefits was originally used to cheat Krypton. And this game obviously does not provide a recharge channel. Since there are no coupons and no time charges, Anan only needs to think in the direction of how to improve playability and playability. For him, this has greatly reduced the workload. The first point is to create a hard currency. Although this game does not have coupons. But this does not mean that Anan cannot create a coupon. Yes, it is the favorability he gives to players. As long as this favorability can buy just needed, unique items, and can also buy a large number of universal, cost-effective items, then the favorability will become a kind of token coupon that players get through tasks. And because favorability cannot be traded, this token coupon is even equivalent to binding. Now that there are coupons, Anan can start working. In fact, all of Anan's plans for players are all centered around this token. The first thing is to make a concept that your favorability is very useful. As long as you have something, you can buy anything. Even Annan himself can buy it. Yes, Annan is even calculating how much money he can sell if he is used as a commodity, and how much wool he can get from these players. Well, at least 1,000 points of favorability at the trust stage can be exchanged for such a job opportunity. Just in case, it needs to be limited to women. If you want to be my maid, how can you not pay? Since I'm so cute, of course you should pay me. Annan was very confident and calm. I'm living with Senior Salvatore now. Seeing Jor on the side also squeezed over with a curious look on his face, Annan had to make a cold voice, let the horses go slower, lowered his head and whispered to them, "This is inconvenient." "Senior?" Jor made a soft and curious voice. "Which senior? 24 years old?" "No, he should be more than 30. Annan pretended that he didn't hear the other party's words, and explained calmly, "He was the former mayor of Frozen Waterport, a wizard more powerful than me." In other words, those people are planning to attack Frozen Waterport in front of Lord Salvatore? Linny asked instead. She was very clever in changing the previous topic, just like when the test of the other party's heart was about to fail, she casually threw out a topic to attract the other party's attention. It is a common skill for girls. But she chose to change the subject at this time, not because she wanted to take back the question. She just noticed that Jor, who had been following behind, suddenly came over with a curious look on her face. Linny immediately felt a warning and asked Annan to quickly bring up the question. Although she is only 21 years old this year. But to the little lord who is only 12 or 13 years old, she is still a big sister who is half a generation older. Whether in age or height, there must be a gap. On the contrary, Jor, who is too petite and even half a head shorter than Don Juan Gerald, is more like a peer and is more likely to have more common topics with the other party. Moreover, Jor is not a real peer of 12 or 13 years old. Jor's real age is not only about to become an adult, but she is also a live streamer. Compared with other girls of this age, she is better at talking, chatting, attracting others' love and understanding people's hearts. Among the 40 players in this first test, although there are not many women, there are actually not many competitive ones. Linny is very confident, because she believes that other female players who come over must be coming for the Lord's task. Only she is different because she comes for the face. She just wants to rub her face. She can speak out her desire with confidence. This is enlightenment. Suddenly, Linny had an idea, and a bold idea in her mind. Speaking of which, is this game for all ages? Being stared at by her unconcealed eyes, Annan shuddered. Are the players in this world so terrible? He coughed lightly and replied in a light voice, pretending to be unaware, but, because the black fire was discovered before. So Senior Salvatore is now doing research in the soundproof basement. He happens to be away in these few hours. That's a coincidence. Linny nodded seriously and responded. In fact, she didn't listen at all. Her mind was full of those ice blue eyes like a ragdoll cat. Annan could only cough lightly again, looking straight ahead, and answered calmly, "Yes, so. This is not revenge, but deliberate murder. They have already laid a conspiracy to kill me. I don't know how to offend them. But since they want to come, I will take it." Annan made a cold voice, with a persecuted and aggrieved expression on his face, but at the same time his expression was firm and his words were full of confidence. "I will never give in here. No matter how great the danger is, it can't stop me." Although there are a lot of dramas, Annan actually didn't take this enemy to heart at all. After all, in this assassination operation that completely broke the rules of the game, Annan did not see a single extraordinary person throughout the whole process. This undoubtedly showed Annan his background. If there were no players watching, he would not have had the time to talk back to the two men. He would have just gone up and killed the two invisible ones with 2 swords. But after all, the players were watching, and he needed to reveal some information about the plot to them through the dialogue, so it was a bit troublesome. But Annan was still very grateful to the old Viscount. Thanks to his random operations, Annan was able to pretend to be powerful in front of the players and establish a positive image of himself as an innocent persecuted person. No matter what he does next, the players will understand him. In principle, it is the same as Annan showing Salvatore that he was attacked. If you put yourself on the side of the persecuted first, you will get people's sympathy, and if you are also very potential, have status, and are capable, and most importantly, you are good-looking, you will immediately attract a group of neutral people. Now that Annan has returned, he is ready to enter the dungeon. He is looking forward to whether this confused old man from Rossburg will continue to do some mysterious operations. It would be best if he could completely anger the players and the people of Frozen Waterport while he is away. In this way, his revenge with the players would be a just act. He will even establish his prestige and the goodwill of the people of Frozen Waterport, and completely unite this force. So, don't stop, old man. This is the best blacksmith shop in town. If your weapons are damaged, remember to come here to repair them. You can buy breakfast tomorrow from here. The baker here used to come from the capital and has great skills. This is where you buy clothes. It's going to snow soon, so you should prepare winter clothes. If you don't like this style, there's another one on the street ahead. This is the Rotten Fish Bar. It sells a kind of bitter beer called Danifny, which is said to be brewed with burnt wheat. It's very nutritious and is a specialty of frozen water port. You can try it, but don't drink too much. Here is. Annan rode on his horse like a tour guide, introducing the various special buildings of frozen water port to the players behind him. Just like an old North Sea man who had lived in frozen water port for a long time. But of course this is impossible. He has only been here for less than 3 days. This is because Annan knew in advance that the players were coming, so he specifically asked Senior Salvatore. At this time, no player dared to be distracted and look at the forum. They focused their attention, looked around, and tried to remember the route from the city gate and the location of various important buildings. Annan also knows a lot. He knows very well which buildings the players care about, so his questions are very targeted. His introductions to the players now always hit the nail on the head. What the players are particularly concerned about are places to buy consumables, places to buy and repair weapons and armor, places to receive tasks and get clues, and places for them to live. As for other places, the players neither care about nor need them urgently, so Annan didn't even ask. It's better not to introduce them for now, and leave them as an Easter egg for the players to discover for themselves. When Annan set up the player permissions before, he also learned that the way players entered this world was completely different from his own. They were sucked in as pure consciousness, and their real bodies were sleeping in another world. When they go offline, their bodies here will lose consciousness and fall asleep. It's like a soul shuttling back and forth between two bodies. In order to prevent people from suddenly falling down while fighting monsters, and then being stunned and dying infinitely after resurrection, Annan specifically set the permissions to only be able to log off in a safe area where you can sleep peacefully. To be more specific, you can only log off by lying on a bed in a safe area. The materials consumed by players when making characters come from Annan, so Annan can adjust their physical pain. Considering that they live in a peaceful world, Annan specifically adjusts their pain to 1/3 by default to prevent them from being afraid of fighting, and turns on combat intuition so that they don't look too stupid in their first battle. Under the premise of completely crushing the opponent's attributes, they don't feel too much pain, and they can still have combat intuition like a veteran, plus their own understanding of the game. If they still can't complete the initial task, then Annan will directly dismiss all these wastes and recruit them again. Recruiting players is not completely costless for Annan, but the cost is very low, so low that he has no scruples for the time being. In his system background interface, every time he summons or resurrects a player, a value of consumed materials will float upward. Summoning players consumes more materials, while resurrecting uses very little materials. After all, the players are not really dead in a sense. When they die, their bodies will turn into black ash and collapse and disintegrate. Then they will drift to another safe place to reassemble. But the problem is that this consumed materials seems to have no upper limit. Because in Annan's system background page, there is no attribute of remaining materials. It seems to be able to buy on credit indefinitely. Just like the cat version of Mario, after the life is reduced to a negative number, it can continue to decrease. When the players were just summoned, the consumed materials rose to 40. But after the players entered this world, this bright red value kept jumping and falling down bit by bit, and it fell back to 0 again in a few seconds. And every time a player dies, it will jump to 1 and then immediately return to 0. This is why Annan immediately added a resurrection limit to the players. Although he didn't understand the mechanism of this thing, nor did he know what materials it consumed, he saved money first. The cost of resurrection was indeed very low for Annan, and even if 10 people died at the same time, it would not increase to an integer. But if the number of players increased in the future, no one would cherish their lives. Maybe by that time, Annan would start to have an imbalance between income and expenditure. Considering the future, Annan immediately decided to let players develop the habit of cherishing life from the very beginning. Although this plan is very powerful, it is very cautious. Since you die, I may lose. Then I just need to make you lose more when you die, so that you won't make me lose. Annan's logic is very clear and practical. After all, resurrection is a very convenient privilege. If players are afraid of death, it will be like a broken sword with a broken blade, without any threat. The arrogance, persistence, and fearlessness of players are all based on the premise that they can be resurrected after death.
So Annan just added a shackle to them, making them care more about life and not die casually without scruples, but he did not prohibit this reloading mechanism.
This is enough.
Players are very adaptable. In different games, they will have different concentrations and adopt different survival/combat strategies.
If it doesn't work,
just use the first task for screening.
Annan thought about it and added a rule. In the future, any player who cannot complete the initial task will be judged as unable to survive in this world and will be kicked out of the game directly. After all, the number of players he can recruit now is limited.
Although the players have a considerable degree of growth potential, it is obvious that Annan understands the relationship between them very well. They begged Annan to let them in, not Annan begging them to play.
Can other planners do it? This is the temple of the god of trade, Silver Lord. If you have any injuries, you can come here for treatment, but remember to bring money. Everyone is equal in front of silver coins.
Annan introduced the last building that the players need to pay attention to, then heaved a sigh of relief and said casually, "Next is your residence.
Everyone is equal in front of silver coins, that's right, I'll remember it."
A gentle voice suddenly sounded from Annan's side.
It was Priest Lewis. Is this guy walking without making any sound?
Annan quickly reacted, nodded to the overly tall young priest, and greeted him respectfully, "Silver Lord. I wish you good health, Priest Lewis. I didn't expect you to get up so early." Seeing Annan's good attitude towards him, Lewis was also a little surprised. After all, generally speaking, the church and the Lord are in a competitive and mutually restraining relationship. Even Salvatore, the temporary mayor, lived in the east and west of the city with Lewis to avoid trouble.
Annan naturally knew this.
He didn't read the books in vain these days. In the kingdom of Noah, the lords are appointed by the king, and the parishes are decided by the church. Both sides need to collect taxes from the people, and the orders are authoritative. Neither side can interfere with the policies of the other side. Both sides also have the power to supervise and report the other side.
This makes the royal nobles in many regions and the Silver Duke Church almost enemies.
The priests have the ability to treat the people, and they will help with the work for money. Among all the righteous gods, the Silver Duke is the one who advocates smiling business the most. Among all the righteous gods, their priests can rank in the top 3 in terms of their attitude towards civilians, and can even compete for the first place. From the perspective of the lower class people, the church will undoubtedly be much closer to them. And the merchants are also closer to the Silver Duke Church, because the existence of the church will magnify the power of the wealth in their hands.
In a few territories, the lords are almost completely hollowed out by the church.
Their orders cannot even be passed down, and in some places, it is so embarrassing that they can't even collect taxes.
Therefore, many lords regard the church as their primary enemy.
But Priest Lewis soon realized Annan's good intentions, so he responded gently, "Silver Duke, I also wish you good health.
I felt that someone was fighting, so I finally got up.
Now it seems that the battle is over."
"Yes."
Annan nodded, his expression a little serious. "Fortunately, my guards came back just in time. Otherwise we would be in trouble. They are indeed very good guards."
Lewis glanced at them and answered half admiringly and half flatteringly.
He looked at Annan's face and guessed softly, "Or
the one from Rossburg?"
"Yeah."
Annan nodded.
Lewis frowned slightly and glanced at the guards. He really went too far this time.
"Let's not talk about this for now. I'll come to you in the morning and you can tell me in detail then."
"I saw that some of your guards were seriously injured.
Do you need me to treat them?"
He looked at Annan and smiled slightly. "For your sake, I can give you a 10% discount." Annan also smiled when he heard this. In fact, it was not that Annan was kind to the church, but that he had respect for Father Lewis himself. He learned from Senior Salvatore that Father Lewis came to this remote town just to purify the curse here. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous job. On the basis of completing this job, he also worked hard to revitalize the economy of Frozen Waterport and make people's lives better.
Unlike what the townspeople understood, this was not something that Father Lewis had to do.
Whether it was treating the townspeople or maintaining the economic system here, it was what the priest had to do. And he was an agent.
He originally only needed to purify nightmares.
Even if he didn't care about anything, as long as he watched over the nightmare here and didn't let it spread, he wouldn't be reprimanded by the general church, and he would even be rewarded. He would distract himself to do such extra things because of his own character and moral cultivation.
He didn't even explain to the townspeople.
Instead, he naturally accepted these jobs that didn't belong to him. Just for this virtue, Annan was enough to say hello to him. It's always a good thing to have a good and virtuous colleague as a colleague. And the most convenient thing is that it is also easy to give orders.
"I have something to trouble you."
"Of course, I will pay. I will keep it from Salvatore first."
Annan said with a smile, I will place the other followers here with you tonight. My guards have just arrived at Frozen Waterport and have no place to stay. I need your help to arrange it. It seems that I don't need to sleep tonight. Father Louis sighed, chuckled, and nodded, and ordered the players, then come with me. You will stay here for one night, and I will find a place for you to stay before dinner tomorrow. Annan was relieved after getting rid of this big burden with great difficulty. It was already past 2 in the morning. The players were full of energy, but he was a little sleepy. But by this time, Salvatore should have finished analyzing the black fire, right? Annan sighed silently and rushed to Salvatore's house. He was not sure what time he could go to bed today. Ouch! When Linny opened her eyes again, she found that her whole body was sore and she curled up in the computer chair. She realized that she seemed to have fallen asleep in the chair, and her phone had already slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground. Was it a dream? No, that's not right. She suddenly raised her head and checked the time. 3:30 in the morning, exactly when she fell asleep in the game. If this was a dream, this dream was too real. Well, wait. Linny reacted and turned on her phone. She quickly turned to the page of Misty Continent and opened the app, but she failed. After the app was opened, only a window popped up. The character's sleep time on that day was less than 8 hours. Please rest fully before entering the game. It was not a dream. Linny suddenly felt a burst of ecstasy in her heart. It was not a dream, she was really selected and became the first test player of this Cross-Era game. Why play Snowfield Devil May Cry 5? Can it be as fun as the Mist Continent? After the ecstasy, she felt depressed again. No way, after playing the Mist Continent, how can she play other games? She still has to make videos. This is her main job. If possible, Linny would certainly like to make a live video of the Mist Continent. But the first problem is that the great god who selected them is likely unwilling to reveal this game. This problem is very real. According to Linny's understanding, the first test phase of many major games in the gaming industry is completely closed. Players participating in the test must sign a very strict confidentiality agreement, promising not to reveal the game content before the ban is lifted. Although they did not sign this kind of confidentiality contract, the binding force of this black technology itself is far more powerful than a contract. She is really afraid of being dismissed. Because Linny really and deeply loves the game, loves that mysterious and magnificent otherworld, and that beautiful blue-eyed boy. And even if the great god who summoned them does not prohibit live broadcasting, she can't record it with her naked eyes? This is not a question of how to sneak the camera in. Her physical body did not enter that world at all. Linny clearly remembered that after using the charge skill, her body's legs were always sore and painful. It didn't get better until she lay on the bed and chose to log off. But when she just woke up, she felt that her body was exactly the same as before she fell asleep. The only difference was that curled up in the chair for 3 hours made her feel a little sore. Unless the planner can provide them with a live broadcast interface, there is no way to record the video, let alone broadcast it live to the audience. She sleeps 8 hours a day. These 8 hours can basically synchronize the game with reality. So for the remaining 16 hours, should she spend half of her time working and half playing games, or should she focus on the game first? At least for Linny, this is not a very difficult choice. With her appearance and voice, it would be too easy for her to become famous. It was because of her love for games that she chose this line of work. Her initial idea was to prevent myself from having no time to play games after I start working. So she simply chose the game industry as her main business. And now, since games conflict with work, then of course I'll play games first. At least I'll have fun for a while, and after I've reached a similar level of development and at least have no obsession, I'll go back to make some game videos and slowly release them to delay the pace of updates. I'll put the live broadcast on hold for now. Linny is very fortunate now that she has just finished the ending of a series. This way she can free up a lot of time to delay the update. Looking at the upload completed prompt on the screen, Linny fell into deep thought. She decisively changed the scheduled release time from tomorrow to 3 days later. At the pace of weekly updates, wouldn't this delay 10 days? If I really can't make a video in the end, I'll go find Jor to do a talk show. She made up her mind. I'll just work on it first. It's 3:30 now, and 8 hours later is. Well, I have to take a nap after all. Linny said bitterly, but I feel like I can't sleep at all. Otherwise, wait until I sleep while playing games during the day? Since the character over there is sleeping when I'm here, does it mean that my original body is also sleeping when I'm playing games? If that's the case, not only did her time not decrease, but she got 8 more hours. But this needs to be experimented. I have to find someone to observe whether my body stays in place and falls asleep after I enter the game,
or is directly sucked into the phone. Games are fun, but it would be bad if I suddenly die while playing.
Lin Yi looked down and flipped through her phone. She finally found Joer's WeChat, and then she started typing messages quickly.
Before she could send the message, Joer called her on WeChat.
Sure enough, Lin Yi was delighted.
The two of them had never communicated with each other before. This call itself showed that it was really not a dream.
She answered the phone immediately, picked up the phone and said directly, "Joer, do you want to come over or should I drive over?" "What?"
Joer's sharp and vigilant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sister Hangdong, I'm a minor."
"It's not Hangdong, it's Yi,"
Lin Yi habitually retorted, and then subconsciously lowered her voice. "Do an experiment.
About games, you know. Let's talk about it when we meet. Speaking of which, what do you want to do by calling?"
"I want to ask you," Joer pondered for a long time, and made a soft voice, "do you think it's useful for us to learn cooking?"
Lin Yi looked confused and didn't quite understand what Joer meant. "What did you say?"
Although she had known for a long time that this anchor was famous for her very strange thinking circuits, Lin Yi had previously thought that she was pretending for the effect of the show. It was just like she was madly shaking people while madly outputting.
But she really didn't react to Joer's jumping logic. "What I mean is," Joer explained, "should we bring something to the young master? Do you mean that after learning cooking skills, we can bring them into the game to compete for maids?"
Lin Yi was alert for a moment, but after thinking about it seriously, she felt that this idea was really good. The only problem is that the class with the fastest cooking skills can guarantee to teach you in 2 or 3 days. After Lin Yi raised this question, Joer also seemed to think that this plan was not very reliable.
"Since cooking is not possible,"
Joer murmured in a low voice, his voice light and floating, "then we can only make some big fried food."
"Are you using big fried food to compete for maids?"
"Go to sleep first, Joer. I think you are too sleepy to wake up."
Lin Yi answered decisively, "How about this, I will send you the address. It's your summer vacation recently, right? Can you go out and stay at your friend's house?"
After all, Joer is not yet an adult, and it is said that she is still a rich lady. In the eyes of such a poor person like Lin Yi, she must be the kind of person who has to bring bodyguards when she goes out at night.
"I can't go out, you should come to my house."
Joer leaned next to the microphone and whispered, "My house is very big."
"Okay." Lin Yi was silent for a while, nodded, "Then I will pack up and go there." After all, she is a single girl living alone at home.
If she enters the misty continent during the day, she may be unconscious for a day, which is not very safe. It may be safer to go to live with netizens.
Joer also hummed in response, "Then I'll go find Uncle Lee and call the hospital." "Why do you need to call the hospital?"
"To buy some 4 bottles.
Joer said as a matter of course, "Infuse saline or nutrient solution."
"No, let's just eat normally." Lin Yi was tortured by Joer's strange logic and answered decisively, "I will supervise you then."
"Don't call the hospital, just send the address, I'll drive over after I pack up. Then I'll run you a bath?"
Joer hummed again obediently, then said faintly, "But I still have to call the hospital. What if you die suddenly in my house because of anger? I beg you not to let me die suddenly."
Lin Yi hung up the phone in a hurry.
She felt that her blood pressure was about to reach the maximum, and she would die on the spot if she didn't hang up the phone. This person's words were too chaotic. The most outrageous thing was that she actually knew about her own chaos.
How could Joer's fans stand this weird girl? Wouldn't they be angry to death? How come this girl is still so popular? Is it because of her pretty face? If that's the case, then I have to show my face next time I record a video. Then they should be able to forgive me for delaying the update.
Lin Yi muttered to herself as she hurriedly packed her clothes and daily necessities.
In the other world, Annan finally returned home. As expected, Salvatore has already analyzed the source of the black fire.
Annan skillfully boiled water and poured himself a cup of tea.
Then he sat down at the table and looked at Salvatore, who was slumped in the chair. "What are the results of the analysis? Was it successful?"
"Of course it was successful," Salvatore yawned and replied lazily. "It's almost dawn, why haven't you slept yet?"
"I guess I won't be able to sleep today."
The young lord sighed. "Just when you were analyzing in the basement, another big thing happened here. Just now, there were more than 100 robbers in the south of the city, with their faces covered in weapons, and more than 50 barrels of black fire, trying to sneak into the city." Annan especially emphasized the word robber. He believed that the other party would understand what he meant.
"What? More than 50 barrels?"
Even Salvatore was shocked when he heard this number.
He was obviously shocked by this sentence and his half-yawn was choked back.
Because he knew very well how destructive more than 50 barrels of black fire could be. For example, it took only a little over 10 barrels of black fire to burn Don Juan's ship.
To set a house on fire, you only need to dip the arrow wrapped in cotton cloth in the black fire, and it will immediately ignite after hitting the object. These 50 barrels of black fire. As long as they are piled around the house, not only will Annan and Salvatore be burned to death, but even the surrounding streets will be ignited. After all, that kind of sticky black flame cannot be extinguished by water, nor can it be isolated from the air. Once the two wizards, Salvatore and Annan, die, it will be difficult for ordinary people to deal with this dangerous flame. Yes, 50 barrels. Fortunately, my guards happened to be going back to Frozen Waterport today and met them on the way. Silver Jew bless me, I have good luck. Annan put down the teacup and said slowly, my loyal and brave guards found a way to blend into the crowd, detonated some black fire, created chaos and burned most of the bandits to death. When I saw the flames rising, I rushed over with the militia and killed the remaining bandits. Now there are more than 20 barrels of black fire left. I sank them in ice water according to the preservation method you mentioned before. They are also covered with leaves to block out the light, so they shouldn't explode easily. The reason why Annan didn't tell the truth here is very simple. Because the credibility of this truth may be much lower than that of a lie. 40 young swordsmen in their early 20s and 30s who have not yet entered the rank can kill more than 100 experienced private soldiers without dying? They even fought with them in a place full of black fire barrels, but not a single person was burned? If Annan told the truth, Salvatore would think that Annan was hiding something. 50 barrels of black fire. They are too cruel. Salvatore gasped and clenched his fists in disbelief. Where does Alvin Barber get the confidence from? Isn't he afraid that we might survive? I am the son of the Black Tower of this generation, and you are the old crow. I mean, one of the only 3 sons of Count Geraint. No matter which of us survives, he will not survive. Just thinking about the possibility that he would find himself in a raging fire and unable to escape after coming out of the basement, and could only be roasted to death, Salvatore was immediately afraid. I have thought about this problem too. Annan narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, and the conflict between us is actually far from that big. It is basically equivalent to an argument at a banquet, or a fight after drinking too much, and it is not to the point of causing death. So, I can only think of one possibility. You mean, it was not Alvin Barber who did it? Salvatore reacted quickly. At least he must have received orders from others, or was instructed by someone. Annan answered affirmatively, the older a person is, the more concerns he has, and the more afraid of death he is. If he were 40 years younger, he might have decided to kill people in a rage. It is even more impossible to send more than 100 people to die for such a trivial matter, which would greatly reduce his control over his private army. Unless, this was not a trivial matter in the first place. Salvatore took over Annan's words, he is not taking revenge on you because of what happened before, but he has been planning to kill you from the beginning or destroy the frozen waterport. His mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but admire this young lord who was only 12 or 13 years old. At least when he was this age, he was still catching fish by the river with a stupid look on his face. Not to mention calculating people's hearts and laying out strategies, he couldn't even recognize a few big words. It seems that you have discovered something from the black fire sample. Carefully watching Salvatore's expression, Annan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled silently like a young fox. Is it convenient to tell me? It's not something that needs to be kept secret. Salvatore coughed lightly with some embarrassment. In fact, the maker of these black fires is me. Looking at Annan's suspicious eyes, he immediately explained, I checked and found that they were my finished products at least 5 or 6 years ago. Although they were sold to the outside world in the name of the teacher, they were actually produced by me during my internship. So the stability is so poor. Well, I understand. Annan nodded. It is completely understandable that graduate students are occasionally ordered around by their supervisors. However, Salvatore's supervisor. You mean, Teacher Benjamin? That's right, Salvatore affirmed. Anger also appeared in his eyes. They originally planned to burn us to death with the teacher's black fire, using this method to shirk responsibility and frame the teacher. And they obviously didn't check the marks in these black fires, otherwise they would definitely find that the black fire was not done by the teacher. No, not necessarily. After all, if you killed me, the result would be the same. Annan narrowed his eyes slightly, but this is a good thing. Good thing? Of course it's a good thing, senior. Since the other party would use this kind of roundabout and risky conspiracy, it is undoubtedly admitting that they do not have the power to resist us head-on. Then we at least don't have to worry about the extraordinary assassins. The boy said slowly, in this case, we are about to fight back. How to fight back? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, of course. Annan's mouth slightly raised, waved his hand and said happily, I will put those black fires back. Put them in his territory, put them in his home, and then, boom! Although the old man may have been coerced, whether his behavior is out of his heart or not, what does it have to do with me? Now everyone knows that we are the victims, and the power of revenge for justice is in our hands. No matter what we do, at most we will be reprimanded by people with good intentions. Annan said calmly, our actions are undoubtedly just, my friend. Justice means that you can do whatever you want. Salvatore noticed that when Annan said this, his eyes were as cold as ice, without any fluctuation. It was as if he didn't care about human life at all. Although Salvatore also fully supported revenge, but at least when he said it, no matter whether he felt awkward, sad or happy, there would be at least some fluctuation in his heart. But Annan didn't have such fluctuations. His tone was so flat, as if he was saying move it from here to there, without any human emotions. Salvatore didn't even notice the joy of revenge and the hatred and anger when he was murdered. Salvatore couldn't help but shudder. It's just like a real winter man. Only those guys who believe in the cold-blooded lady will be born with such icy eyes. Salvatore's heart shuddered slightly. All the supernatural powers in this world come from curses, all of them. Spells are naturally not beyond this category. Once the magic power of wizards is unbalanced, they will get out of control. They will be backfired by the curse they hold. For example, the body of a transformation wizard may be partially or completely transformed into a stone statue or gold. A prophet wizard may see a lot of false and chaotic futures, unable to tell whether he is in a dream or reality. The soul of a soul-stealing wizard may be torn apart by the spirits around him, or simply turned into a twisted monster that is half human and half spirit. Even if their magic power is not unbalanced, if they continue to violate the core curse of the school, they will be backfired. The curse of the school of incapacitation is to gradually lose emotions. If a passionate wizard learns and engraves the spells of the school of incapacitation, he may even suffer from schizophrenia. Every time he casts a spell, he will feel that a part of his emotions is frozen. The feeling of suddenly paying attention, suddenly despising, suddenly resentful, and suddenly cold-blooded will gradually make people doubt whether the decisions they have made are from the heart, and even gradually go crazy because of it. On the contrary, people who are emotionally indifferent at the beginning are most suitable for in-depth study of the spells of the school of incapacitation. The Principality of Winter even has a high-ranking wizard advanced profession called Hand of Winter, which needs to be presided over by the Grand Duke of Winter himself. The conditions and curses are all secrets, and it is responsible for monitoring and interrogation within the Principality of Winter. But Salvatore still knows the ability of the Hand of Winter, the legendary disabled wizard who completely freezes his inner feelings, the emotionless monitor. The pure black ice condensed from their hearts is enough to freeze the enemy's concept of time. The moment it touches, it will make people lose their resistance. It can even completely freeze a certain memory of others, or a certain emotion in their hearts, turning enemies into friends. It can even make other people's spies forget their missions and concentrate on serving the Winter Principality. Maybe Don Juan is not suitable to learn from me. The most suitable place for him is the eternal winter country in the north. Only there can he feel what is real coldness and what is ruthlessness. In various senses. The kingdom of Noah is still too warm. No, not only is it too warm, but the king is almost like a furnace recently, and the king is just about to be roasted on the fire. The whole kingdom is hot everywhere, and the whole kingdom of Noah is about to become a mess. But it's okay. At least people with emotions are much easier to get along with than monsters without emotions. Salvatore sighed and softened his tone. You should get some sleep first. I will take people to collect the black fire and store it in the basement. When you get up tomorrow, I will tell you what to pay attention to. Then, you can prepare to advance. Annan has always been very hard on himself. He can fall asleep as soon as he is told to, and never stays in bed when he gets up. He doesn't smoke or drink, and he never eats more than he should when he is full. He has a balanced nutritional intake every day. He thinks it is not good to play with mobile phones before going to bed, so he never opens his mobile phone once after going to bed, and he stops eating and never opens games 3 hours before going to bed. After all, he is not the product manager next door, and he will not die suddenly no matter how hard he works. Because he never slacks off during work hours, all tasks can be completed before getting off work, and he does not need to stay up late to work overtime. This is a good habit he developed when he was a student. And Annan never takes on any extra tasks beyond his ability. All the workload he undertakes is just enough to complete when he works at full capacity. He is like a perfect rational machine. Precise, elegant and perfect. His boss praises him for being excellent, and the doctor says he is very healthy. This perfect control over himself is the reason why he can still maintain his normality through common sense after losing half of his emotions.
After he informed Father Luis and Salvatore of the important news, he had already done his best. The rest of the things were no longer something he could do regardless of his efforts. There was no point in thinking about it, so he left Luis and Salvatore to work overtime, and he soon fell asleep peacefully. This familiar atmosphere of colleagues working overtime and him finishing his work and going to bed early made Annan sleep particularly sweetly, and he felt refreshed after getting up. When he woke up again, players had already logged in one after another. Obviously, there should be quite a number of them who did not sleep at all, but logged in at the 8-hour time point. Because Annan did not seem to wake up, they did not disturb Annan very rudely, nor did they rush to find people to talk to and look for clues to the task. Instead, they went to find some breakfast, chat on the forum, or go around the city in groups to enjoy the scenery of the other world. Annan was very relieved. This shows that this group of players is still very mature. Being able to clearly understand the principle of sharpening the knife before chopping wood means that at least they are not young boys. So Annan was moved and assigned them a new task. The old Viscount from Rosberg really wants Don Juan Geraint's life, and he wants your lives, too. He does have forces from the capital behind him. And he also has other forces secretly supporting him, but so what? No matter what, you are unwilling to admit defeat here, and your adventure has just begun. For this, Don Juan Geraint is already prepared. As Don Juan said, this is not revenge, but murder. You have successfully defeated an evil murder plot, and now, it's time for your revenge. No need to worry, no need for mercy, do your best, and do whatever it takes. Just because evil is at hand, you are all righteous. Main quest: The Disaster of Rosberg / Defend the Frozen Water Port. Main quest: The Disaster of Rosberg, 0/20. Task requirements: Use your own means to evade inspection and infiltrate the territory of Rosberg, and successfully lurk, 0/1. Create chaos at the right time. And prepare for Don Juan Geraint's plan, 0/1. Special requirements: plus 10/100 evaluation depends on the specific contribution. Special requirements cannot be completed at the same time as Defending Frozen Water Port. Main quest: Defending Frozen Water Port, 0/20. Task requirements: Before the plan succeeds, assist the militia in taking security measures to ensure that Frozen Water Port is not attacked, 0/1, and ensure that Padre Luis, Salvatore Black Tower and Don Juan Geraint survive, 0/3. Special requirements: plus 10/100 evaluation depends on the specific contribution. Special requirements cannot be completed at the same time as The Disaster of Rosberg. After suddenly receiving the main quest, the players immediately discussed it on the forum. They roughly understood that this should be Don Juan Geraint waking up, and after discussing with two other important NPCs, he made up his mind to take revenge on Rosberg. This is a good thing. The players felt so from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the entire Frozen Water Port belongs to friendly units. After the exciting but not exciting war, when the players landed, they fell into a dilemma of no monsters to fight, no dungeons to brush, and only some simple tasks like daily tasks to do. Although this world itself is enough to surprise and satisfy them, it is always missing something. Now there is nothing missing. The main task has finally been advanced to the point where monsters can be killed. According to the players' ideas, they must want to go to Rosberg for a stroll. Not only because they can legally kill monsters there, but also because they don't have to worry about reducing Don Juan's favorability. It's also because that place is equivalent to a new map. Maybe there will be some good things that can't be bought in Frozen Water Port, and new tasks that can't be accepted. Annan also knew that this was indeed the case. After all, compared with Frozen Water Port, Rosberg is closer to the inland. In the past, when Frozen Water Port belonged to the Principality of Winter, it was once the border fortress of the Kingdom of Noah, and its traffic with the inland was much closer than that of Frozen Water Port. It is indeed not as large as Frozen Water Port in terms of area, but the number of residents is more than doubled. Although in theory, Don Juan is the lord of the entire North Sea territory, and Viscount Rosberg is a vassal who protects him. But he is only the third son of the Gerald family after all, not his father, let alone his grandfather. Today, Frozen Water Port is still the most important city in the North Sea territory. After all, it is the only large port in the North Sea territory. But after banning cross-border trade with the Principality of Winter, Rosberg has become the most prosperous. But Annan has guessed what the players are thinking. So he directly set the upper limit of the two tasks to 20 people each. In other words, only half of the players can go to Rosberg. This can prevent being stolen. A tactical master named Sun once said that all tactics change the home. Annan was worried that after he threw 40 nails in, the other side would have the same idea as him. After this setting, the players quickly found out the 10 people with the strongest frontal combat ability in the last battle through discussion and election. And the 10 anchors who are the oldest, the most bad, and the best at making trouble. Go to accept this difficult lurking mission and act as a purchasing agent.
The 3 people who completed the mission perfectly before are among them. Instead, Joer took the initiative to choose to guard the house.
After the players assigned the tasks, Annan went to the Silver Jew Church with Salvatore.
Just in case. In this regard, Salvatore explained, the advancement ceremony cannot be interrupted.
And no one dares to attack the church. After all, the power of the Silver Jew Church. In short, you will be safer here.
And you just go to absorb the firepower for me? Annan raised his eyebrows and asked back.
Salvatore, however, had a serious face, because there really might be spies or assassins who got in, and they should be right next to me. Otherwise, they couldn't be sure that I was in the basement at that time. After all, if I happened to be free at that time, these black fires would never have been detonated. Before they were detonated, they were just spellcasting materials for me. If you are worried about me, just advance as soon as possible and come out.
With one more transcendent, frozen waterport will be much safer. I understand. Annan nodded seriously.
Then, he stood on the ritual array that had been drawn in advance. The array was made of red gemstone fragments and had not yet been completed. Under the gaze of Father Louis, Salvatore chanted the spell of the transformation school in front of Annan for the first time: Partridge of the East, Crane of the West, Sparrowhawk of the South, Owl of the North. Blackened with iron, whitened with fire, yellowed with gems, and reddish with blood, the gem fragments on the magic circle gradually melted and separated. The thin magic circle became three-dimensional, and the triple rings of black, yellow, and white began to slowly and quietly rotate around Annan. At this time, Salvatore breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, it can guarantee your safety, and we can wake you up at any time. Now, prepare to enter a nightmare.
As he said, he handed a note to Annan. Just read the name on it. Annan took the note and read softly, Skeleton King.
I am listening.
A deep voice suddenly sounded in Annan's heart with a heavy echo. The next moment, a line of data suddenly appeared in front of him: detected incompletely purified nightmare fragments, level requirements, below gold rank, professional requirements, none, special requirements, none, requirements met, fall into nightmare in 10 seconds, 10, 9. Falling into nightmare, dungeon generation.
The current dungeon has a special property, replay. The dungeon is regenerating.
The dungeon difficulty is distorted, and the number of entries is unlimited. The current purification rate is 38 to 350, the team's current total erosion is 8%, the dungeon difficulty increases by 8%, and the probability of nightmare distortion increases by 8%. This dungeon has 6 save points, and each death increases the erosion by 2%. This dungeon does not provide an introduction to the plot, but there are decryption rewards, dungeon clearance rewards, the first 2 levels, below the bronze level, including the bronze level, any self-selected profession will increase by 1 to 2 levels, the last 4 levels, below the silver level, including the bronze level, any self-selected profession will increase by 1 to 4 levels, dungeon decryption rewards, unknown, loading completed. The world in front of Annan was pitch black, and the data flow was flowing rapidly downwards. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong nausea in his stomach.
This did not seem to be an illusion.
At least for Annan, he rarely felt illusions. When the data stream faded away, a faint and unreal whisper suddenly sounded in his ears: "Don't look back."
It was the voice of an old man. Absolutely don't look back. The voice came from behind Annan, very old and weak, but extremely clear.
It was as if it was close behind him and whispering in his ear. Before opening his eyes, Annan opened his own panel with a thought. In the dungeon, Annan could only see the health and erosion, but this was enough. When Annan entered the dungeon before, he heard the total erosion of the team, which made him feel uneasy.
This is a single-player dungeon, could it be?
After Annan opened the panel, 2 lonely lines of numbers appeared in front of him: health, 56%, erosion, 8%. As expected, he had died twice without knowing it.
I really have no memory at all. Annan frowned slightly. It's a bit troublesome. Death cannot inherit memory.
This means that mistakes can be repeated. If someone else were here, they might panic about this cycle of death that they could never escape. But although Annan felt a little troubled, he was not afraid.
If you ask why, it's because he knows himself very well.
To use a strange metaphor,
it's like an audience.
His understanding of himself is like that of a character in a TV series, movie, or animation. Because he knows everything that happened in the past, but he is detached from it, he can know why his feelings exist and what influences his decision is based on.
Even if he doesn't inherit the memory.
But as long as it is still Annan who takes action in the first 2 rounds, then he has the confidence to decipher the information he left for himself. Annan opened his eyes. In front of him was a long gallery with brilliant lights. The corridor was wide enough to accommodate 10 people walking side by side, and there was no decoration on both sides. There was a crystal-clear chandelier on the ceiling, and the burning candlelight shone through the chandelier, illuminating the entire corridor. Only at the end of the corridor, the open door was dim. He looked down at himself and could not determine his identity from his clothes. He could only roughly determine that the body was male, about 30 years old, with clean hands without calluses, simple and clean clothes but comfortable materials, and should at least have no financial pressure.
Gallery. Could it be that I am a painter? Anand speculated. No hint, no introduction to the plot. Let me think, he murmured in a low voice.
Anand noticed that blood was slowly seeping out of his abdomen. From the pain point of view, this should be a dagger stabbed not long ago. And judging from the location, the possibility of internal organ damage cannot be ruled out.
Ah, I'm injured. I'm bleeding all over the floor, he said calmly with an expressionless face.
When he looked down to check his injuries, he unexpectedly discovered by observing his shadow that the fire in the room was unusually stable. There was no disturbing sense of light and shadow caused by the faint shaking of the candlelight when passing through the airflow. Anand narrowed his eyes slightly and walked in immediately without rushing. He recalled the strategy that Father Lewis had given him. Just in case, Father Lewis had written a lot of things over and over again. But Anand could basically summarize it in 3 sentences. First, don't focus on any painting, but don't close your eyes.
Second, at all forks in the road, go to the side with the painting. Third, no matter what happens, don't look back.
According to Father Lewis, as long as Anand strictly follows the strategy above, he should be able to leave safely.
Then the question is, why did Anand die here twice?
According to my habit, when I first went to the dungeon. Anand muttered, I must follow the strategy completely. He knew in advance that death in this dungeon would lead to memory loss, so all his actions in the first week must be standard behaviors that would provide reference for his later self.
The question is, how did he do it the second time? When did he die both times? It's a bit interesting.
Anand's mouth curled up slightly. When the crisis came, he clearly felt the joy and excitement from deep in his heart. He didn't look at any painting, but just walked forward slowly. It's not that he didn't want to walk fast, but because the wound in his abdomen was always holding him back. When Anand wanted to force himself to walk faster, his health would suddenly drop.
Is the movement speed limited?
Anand murmured in a low voice. If he were to design this level, he would definitely arrange a chase, which would force the player character to trot. The player would be suppressed by the dual fear of rapidly dropping health and the crisis behind him.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to the end of the corridor.
Anand controlled the amplitude of his steps and measured the length with his footsteps instead of his eyes.
Exactly 100 meters.
After he pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, he found an L-shaped corner in front of him, which turned right at the end. This short corner was very dark, with no lighting, and it was very narrow, less than 3 meters wide and short in length. But there was a faint light at the end of the corner, as if attracting Anand to pass through here quickly. Everything was dim here, and Anand could only confirm that there were still many picture frames hanging on both sides.
Almost every painting was a portrait. He glanced at it with his peripheral vision and was sure that the people in these frames were looking at him.
This time it's 20 meters. He whispered. When Anand walked through the first corner, he still didn't find anything special. On the other side of the corner was a narrow space of less than 10 meters. It had a collection display cabinet on the left and a clothes rack on the right. But there was nothing in the display cabinet or on the clothes rack. Everything was empty, as if it had been swept by a player. And there was a door at the end of this narrow space. The door was brown-red and looked a little shabby, but there was nothing special about it.
Anand smiled and calmly opened the door.
Then, he saw the familiar, long gallery with bright lights. It was as if he had returned to the starting point.
Ha! Ha ha ha!
But looking at this weird and terrifying scene, Anand couldn't help laughing out loud. After he finished laughing, he walked into the gallery with a smile and closed the door behind him.
Point, I'm familiar with this.
Anand murmured in a low voice. The corners of his mouth were weirdly raised.
Anand felt no fear at all.
So he did not hesitate and just kept moving forward. But this time, when he was halfway there, the chandelier above him suddenly shook violently.
It was like being blown by the wind.
The chandelier swayed back and forth, making a sharp, piercing, and teeth-grinding sound. Anand paused for a moment, then continued to move forward.
5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps.
When he took the 7th step, Anand heard the clear sound of a chain breaking.
Amid the choking sound of the chain pulling, the chandelier behind him suddenly fell to the ground and shattered.
Annan clearly felt a hurricane coming from behind him, like a wire or something else scraping his back. He suddenly felt a burning pain from his back. He knew he was bleeding without touching it with his hands. But he still did not turn back. He stood there, expressionless, and waited for a while, and continued to move forward until he left the gallery. If Annan looked back at this time, or looked around, he could see that the portraits staring at him from all directions were no longer the same faces as when he first passed through the gallery. They were men and women, old and young. But they all turned into identical, expressionless faces. Black hair and blue eyes. It was not the face of his body. It was the face of Annan outside the copy. Under the falling chandelier, there was a body covered in wounds. It was wearing gorgeous clothes that only nobles had. The back of its head, neck, shoulders, and waist were pierced by the protrusions on the chandelier. It lay under the chandelier without a sound and with its limbs twisted. It was as if it had been crushed to death by the falling chandelier. And its face was also Annan. Watching Annan walk forward without looking back once. The body on the ground suddenly raised its head and looked at Annan with some disappointment. Then it turned into a pool of black water without a sound, along with the chandelier on its back. Annan came to the L-shaped corridor for the second time. What was different from the first time was that it was quite bright this time. The lampstands on both sides were quietly burning with flames, and the portraits were smiling gently and looking forward. He. Suddenly, Annan heard a low female laugh. "Who is it?" he asked casually, and did not intend to get a response, so he continued to move forward. He took 2 steps forward and heard a faint sound of a hammer hitting a nail. The further he went, the clearer the sound became. And the closer it was to him. It was as if someone was lying behind Annan, hammering a nail on his head with a hammer. Suddenly, the wall next to him suddenly cracked. The huge hammer smashed the wall directly. Annan rushed forward without hesitation, dodging the blow and running forward quickly. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and blood gurgled out, but Annan did not hesitate at all. Because there were hurried footsteps behind him. He ran forward quickly, and his health was flowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he still did not stop. The corridor that was less than 30 meters long when he first walked through it, he now ran 50 or 60 steps. When he turned the corner, the footsteps behind him stopped abruptly. The light in front of him became stable again. The narrow room was almost the same as the first time, except that a brown trench coat was hung on the coat rack. And in the collection display rack on the left, there was an extra tomato? Annan was stunned. He thought for a moment and wanted to take the tomato. But when he reached out his hand, he found that the display cabinet seemed to have an invisible glass wall. Although he could not see anything, it blocked his outstretched hand. Annan did not hesitate and punched it. First he smashed the transparent wall, then the display cabinet. Annan's fingers were hurt by the continuous punching, but there was still no change. The tomato seemed to be mocking him, not moving or shaking at all. "Cannot open." "I know." Annan muttered in a low voice, glanced at the trench coat, and calmly put it on. His brain was spinning rapidly. The reason why most people are trapped in this nightmare is that they cannot be sure of the decisions they have made before. So they will hesitate and make up their minds. But Annan was different. Before he entered the dungeon, he had already set a strategy for himself. He knew that he would strictly follow the strategy during his first round. In addition to walking, he would not investigate anything, would not talk to anyone, and would not look at anything extra. In this way, when he entered the second round, Annan knew that if he did not investigate anything, he would definitely die. So in the second round, Annan would investigate everything he encountered based on the actions of the first round. And if he failed, it means that even if he investigated all the items, he might die. In other words, the first 2 rounds were used for him to collect information. Annan started the third round this time. This means that whether you investigate everything or not, you will die when you are supposed to die. The purification rate of the dungeon also reveals some information. 38/350. This means that Father Lewis has successfully purified the nightmare 38 times. Although it is not necessarily a perfect clearance, he has at least cleared it 38 times. So it cannot be extremely difficult. And in this nightmare, the memory of failure will not remain. In other words, those strategies were summed up by Priest Lewis, the commonalities of his 38 successes. Priest Lewis specifically mentioned that every time he attacked the nightmare, the scenes he encountered would be slightly different. But he believed that as long as he followed these commonalities, he would be able to pass the level. That's why he gave these strategies to Annan with confidence. So, what is the commonality between these strategies and prohibitions? It's look. Whether it's looking at the portraits, looking for the corridors with paintings, all portraits, or looking back, they are all directly related to observation.
Having gained the experience of the first and second times, Anon is still fearless in the third round.
Since he knew that he couldn't pass the level by not investigating at all or by investigating everything, then it meant that the strategy of Pastor Lewis was at least not completely suitable for him. Pastor Lewis must have a habit that was different from Anon's.
He couldn't even realize that this was a habit that others didn't have. That's why he didn't write it down in the strategy.
Anon had to rely on himself. Anon touched the material of the windbreaker. As expected, a message box appeared in front of him: bloodstained long clothes, type, material, ordinary, description, and old bloodstained clothes with a rip in the abdomen, description. Observing the bloodstains, you realize that the owner of the clothes had been stabbed in the abdomen.
Stabbed in the abdomen? Anon murmured. He didn't hesitate anymore and put on the clothes.
He gestured and found that the scars on the abdomen matched.
This is indeed my clothes, Anon concluded. He didn't hesitate anymore and continued to move forward.
He pushed open the door again.
He returned to the gallery again.
But the difference this time was that the gallery was dark and empty. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed outside the window. In that fleeting light, Anon clearly saw countless ropes hanging above the gallery, with picture frames tied crookedly.
The next moment, a thunderclap sounded. The strong wind blew the window open in an instant, and the cold and humid air immediately soaked into Anon's chest.
Only then did he hear the sound of rain outside the window. Then the lightning fell again. Before the thunder sounded, Anon saw that the ropes tied to the hanging ropes were not picture frames at all, they were corpses hanging from the beams. They had their heads lowered, wearing luxurious and blood-soaked clothes, leather boots, cloudy eyes, swollen faces, and their bodies swayed with the wind. Just before the light disappeared, Anon vaguely saw all the corpses, and the corners of their mouths were neatly and strangely slightly raised.
There is no doubt. These are all Anon's corpses.
Seeing about 20 of himself hanging on the ceiling, Anon had a blank expression on his face.
He even wanted to laugh. That's it? Anon was a little disappointed.
It wasn't that he was brave, nor was it that he didn't have fear. From an objective point of view, Anon knew what was scary about this point. In principle, Anon had entered someone's nightmare. In other words, in the dungeon, he was playing the role of the man who was suspected to be a painter and was stabbed. But these hanging corpses had the face of Anon outside the dungeon.
This trick might make real native NPCs shudder and make them feel confused whether they were in a nightmare.
But it was meaningless to the players.
It was even very funny. Because whether it was the players or Anon,
their bodies outside the dungeon were not their own bodies. If these hanging bodies were Anon before the time travel, or the real bodies of the players, they might be scared to the point of cardiac arrest. But the characters they molded were scraped here like bacon, and players with slower reactions and poorer comprehension abilities might only be startled when they first saw the corpses. You may not understand what is so scary about this scene even if you walk over, and you have to wait until you exit the dungeon to ask someone to help explain it to you. It is quite ridiculous that a horror game needs others to explain it to you before you can understand what is so scary.
Before Anon could see clearly, another lightning fell outside the window.
Then, with a flash of light, Anon saw that the corpses turned back into pictures of people being, as if it was just an illusion before. Anon waited for a while, and there was no more lightning.
So he asked earnestly and politely, "Is there anything else? If there is nothing, I will leave." With more than 20 swaying portraits watching him, Anon walked briskly through the gallery. The L-shaped corridor became dim again as it was before.
The only difference was that there was a crack in the wall. It was the place where a hammer suddenly appeared and smashed the wall. Although the gap was not large, it was large enough for one person to pass through. After Anon walked over, he took a look inside. What surprised him was that there was a narrow passage here. It only allowed one person to pass, and two people walking side by side would be very crowded. At the end of the narrow passage was a wooden door. Exactly the same door he had seen in the last room during the previous two loops. At all forks in the road, go to the side with paintings. Is this
a fork in the road? Anon murmured. He looked to the left, and there was still a dim yellow light at the end, almost exactly the same as before.
The only difference was that there were no strange portraits hanging on both sides of the L-shaped corridor this time. And at the end of the narrow passage, there was only one painting. On the left side of the door leading to the next cycle, there was a picture frame that Anon could not see clearly for the time being.
Probably going this way,
Anon thought, and tried his best to squeeze in through the gap. He heard himself making a low moan of pain and breathing heavily. The wound on his abdomen seemed to be torn apart. His body seemed to be out of control. Or, he seemed to have entered a cutscene, and his body moved on its own.
Is it time to pass the level? Or, is this just the beginning?
Although he was stabbed in the abdomen, Annan had never cried out in pain before, let alone made such a shameful sound. His walking frequency was also very close, and his body was always in a posture that could move forward at the fastest speed without worsening the wound.
Like a machine, precise and elegant.
But his pace was getting slower and slower, and because of the pain, he made some meaningless movements, and even staggered a little. This would undoubtedly make the wound worse.
Baker, please,
he murmured in a low voice, and suddenly his throat surged, and he coughed violently, and the wound on his abdomen was further torn. So he staggered and fell to the ground. He felt a strong suffocation. Finally, he coughed out a mouthful of phlegm mixed with blood from his throat.
Ah!
He made a very frightened sound, and his throat gurgled.
Because he saw clearly that it was not phlegm. It was an eyeball.
A very complete eyeball with a beautiful emerald green pupil. Please.
Don't, he whispered again, stumbling to stand up.
But because the corridor was too narrow and slippery, he had nowhere to hold on, and his abdomen was in severe pain, and it was difficult to just stand up. So after trying twice, he simply crawled on the ground with difficulty.
But Annan was very keen to hear footsteps.
Very light footsteps. He was crawling on the ground, crawling forward like a dog. Where did the footsteps come from? It was behind him.
Annan reacted quickly. There was someone, quietly and tiptoeing behind him.
But he still seemed to be distracted, crawling forward with difficulty on the ground, breathing heavily and making low moans of pain from time to time. It took him a long time to climb a short distance of more than 10 steps.
When he touched the door, he was almost ecstatic. Ah! Ha ha! Ha ha!
He raised his upper body half crying and half laughing, trying to push the door open and return to the wide gallery where people could at least stand up and walk. But his smile soon froze. Because the door was locked.
It couldn't be opened. It couldn't be opened at all.
He tried hard in panic to open the handle, but found that it couldn't be opened at all. The door was locked at the other end. At this time, his eyes focused and his pupils dilated. Because he suddenly realized that the shadow cast on the door seemed to be more than one circle larger than his upper body.
There was someone behind him.
And the shadow gradually bulged above. Like a person slowly raising a huge hammer above his head. The moment he realized this, Annan suddenly regained control of his body.
It was as if
he wanted to follow his instinct and turn back. But Annan still remembered. Whether it was the warning of Father Lewis or the voice of the old man when he just entered the nightmare.
Don't look back, right?
Annan ignored the hammer that seemed to be about to fall down at any moment, and decisively raised his head to look at the painting on his left. He saw it clearly. It was a girl in her teens, with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was sitting on the bed, wearing a white dress with lantern sleeves with lace edges on her arms. The dress covered half of her thighs, revealing her smooth knees. She smiled cutely and looked beyond the portrait. There was only one strange thing. The left eye of the girl's portrait was burning with a circle of fresh burn marks, destroying the overall warm beauty. At first it was like the size of a cigarette, and then gradually spread. After meeting her eyes for more than a second, Annan suddenly felt a trance.
Don't move, Ale.
He suddenly heard a familiar voice.
It seemed to be the voice of the painter. And a crisp and lovely response came out of his mouth.
Okay, Dad. At this time, the world in front of him gradually became clear. He found that his perspective was a little lower, sitting on a soft bed, at least much softer than the bed in Salvatore's room. And he felt the cuffs had a lace-like touch, and roughly guessed that he might have entered the body of the girl in the painting. Opposite him, it should be the painter who was stabbed in the abdomen. He is about 30 years old at the moment, with brown hair and blue eyes, and some stubble, which seems to be a beard that has not been shaved clean. But he still looks very handsome and graceful, and in a very good mental state.
Wait, brown hair and blue eyes?
Annan was silent for a while, looking at the painter with pitying eyes.
Smile, Ale.
The male painter raised his voice with some dissatisfaction.
At this time, the system prompt finally appeared in Annan's eyes.
It was not until then that he finally received the belated main quest, entered the gallery, L. Morrison, 3rd floor, main quest, play as L. Morrison until tomorrow morning. Then, a large piece of small words quickly appeared below this line of words. Complete the portrait, explore the secret of Amos Morrison, survive. Seeing the main quest prompt, Annan immediately understood everything. Reverend Lewis has no system, and the strategy is really not reliable at all. That gallery is the place to choose levels. Every time you pass a door, it means you enter the next level. And looking at the portrait is the key to unlocking the deep nightmare. He finally knew how he died in the last 2 rounds. He might have survived the gallery to the end and entered the last few levels, which is theoretically the highest difficulty dungeon that requires, below the gold level, to conquer.
Reverend Lewis is probably the typical player who still doesn't understand what the plot is after completing the game. Under Amos Morrison's increasingly dissatisfied gaze, Annan showed a sweet business smile before he urged for the third time. Okay, Dad. He imitated the tone of L. Morrison before and said the same words, which were similar to the point of being almost creepy. Unfortunately, Mr. Amos, who was opposite Annan, did not realize anything, but only felt a chill on his back. Apart from anything else, Annan was very confident in his acting skills and memory. After seeing the portrait of L, he remembered L's expressions and movements. So he worked backwards from the finished product to the real person, completely replicating L's expressions and movements at the time, and easily made Amos Morrison complete the portrait without any suspicion. But Annan is not the real L. Morrison after all. It seems that because Annan's performance is too perfect, even more like L than L, or because he really did not move for more than 2 hours, Amos showed a hesitant expression on his face. Is this suspicious? Or, Annan's heart moved slightly, and he vaguely wanted to kill. It was different from the previous scene. Before, Annan used the body of the aging painter Amos, who was not only weak, but also pierced in the abdomen and bleeding. There was really no ability to move. But his daughter L. Morrison was different. This was a very young and healthy body. Even if Amos was in his prime at this moment, Annan had at least a 70% chance of succeeding in a sneak attack and directly killing her father here. As long as you die, I will probably be safe. But Annan hesitated for a moment and gave up, because he soon discovered that Amos was not doubting his identity. But, feeling a little guilty? Well, I'm sorry, Ale. You did a good job, but I can only paint like this. Amos sighed and muttered in a low voice, if there is that thing. Ha? Annan tried to express his doubts with the least amount of information. The painter sighed again. He hammered his thigh with some regret and muttered to himself, it's a pity that it's used up. No. It should be said that it's a good thing that it's used up, otherwise you are so beautiful, if there is still stock, I might really not be able to help using it. The man said, slowly put down the paintbrush, and looked at his daughter with a tired expression. I'm sorry, Ale. I lied. Our agreement was impossible to fulfill from the beginning. Because what you don't know is that the people whose portraits I have painted are actually. At this point, a trace of pain flashed in Amos' eyes. Obviously, admitting this to his daughter was tantamount to torture for him. But Annan insisted on not moving until the portrait was completed, as if some condition had been triggered. The two should have agreed before that if Ale could hold on to the end, then Amos would have to paint that kind of portrait for her. And obviously, this condition was impossible to meet in the beginning. I didn't want to tell you this originally. I used to think that if you moved around or were impatient, I would pretend to be angry. I thought you would definitely do that. In that case, Dad would blame you for wasting the precious God-given pigment and refuse to paint your portrait. God-given pigment? Annan quickly realized the key point from Amos' words. No need to apologize, Dad. Through Amos' tone, Annan slowly guessed Ale's possible personality, looked into Amos' eyes and slowly said, I don't particularly want it. Seeing a moment of confusion and doubt in Amos' eyes, he suddenly changed the subject. At least if I know it's not good for me, I won't continue to insist. I believe you. You can't lie to me, especially. You said that before. Hearing this, Amos finally breathed a sigh of relief. The smile on his face relaxed. That's good, Ale. You've grown up. But remember, don't tell these words to others. This painting is for you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Annan said with a smile, but I think this gift is not enough. Of course. Amos said repeatedly, I'll buy you a cake right now. A pastry chef from the capital just came to our place some time ago. It is said that his craftsmanship is very good. Wait, pastry chef? A sentence suddenly flashed through Annan's mind. That was what Senior Salvatore had told him when he introduced the landmark merchant of Frozen Waterport. The old baker at Frozen Waterport has great craftsmanship. It is said that he came from the capital several decades ago. This place. Couldn't it be the Frozen Waterport from several decades ago? Annan seemed to feel a flash of lightning surge up his spine, and asked tentatively, why did he come from the capital? Our place is also quite remote, right? The word remote can be said to be very cautious, because it is quite subjective. No matter where you are, you can call your location remote. Even in the capital, people living on the edge of the capital can call themselves living in a remote place and no one will think there is anything wrong. But Amos was not wary of Annan, or Ale at all. Maybe he saved a lot of money in his first half of life and didn't want to work anymore. After all, the prices here are low. He answered casually, although Frozen Waterport is a bit remote, it is more or less an ice-free port. Ellie, you don't know that many foreign specialties can be bought from here and sold in the capital,
and the price can be tripled or quadrupled.
Is that so?
Annan nodded with a look of realization. He narrowed his eyes slightly after Amos left the room. The pair of pure and clear emerald eyes belonging to Ellie Morrison now revealed the cunning and deepness of a fox.
This is indeed the past.
It is the frozen water port decades ago. So, the first copy seems to be something that really happened in the past. But because the time span of that copy was too short, Annan didn't realize to what extent Nightmare could go back in time. But now, he is finally sure. At least it is a few decades. In that copy, he got the identity of Annan.
He got many secrets belonging to the Gerald family.
So, what can he get in this copy? What valuable information can he get in this nightmare woven from real events decades ago? For example, the baker. Amos's inference was wrong. Because decades later, frozen water port became very dilapidated, and it was impossible to buy foreign specialties. But the baker not only did not leave, but settled down here. People could not afford cakes and pastries, so he gave up his craft and started baking bread. Even the locals of Frozen Waterport were very curious about why he did this. It is said that the baker once won the pastry chef competition in the capital. With his status, even if he went to work as a white case chef in a noble's house, it would definitely be easier and more profitable than opening a bakery. It seems that his secret can be explored during this period of time. But before that, Annan decided that while Elle's father was not at home, he would tear down his house. Whether it was intelligence, information, knowledge, secrets, as well as treasures, weapons, and equipment. He wanted them all. This was not a player randomly entering the house to loot NPCs, he was doing the main quest. The main quest asked him to explore the secret of Amos Morrison. Since it is a secret, it will definitely not be hidden in a place where anyone can see it. The emblem of Grand Duke Winter is a wolf head. Why do I have to do the work of a husky? Annan muttered in dissatisfaction and jumped up from the bed. Annan, not Husky Winter, began to skillfully dismantle Elle Morrison's room. Annan was very skilled in house demolition. It took him less than 5 minutes to search through Elle's room. Just like he searched Don Juan's room. Because unlike Don Juan's room on the ship, Elle didn't seem to stay in her room often.
Annan didn't find many valuable things in Elle's room.
There were no weapons in the whole room, not even a pair of sharp scissors.
The only lethal things might be Elle's comb and feather pen. But in Annan's opinion, this was actually a bit abnormal.
But he didn't jump to conclusions, but continued to look for things that might give him some extra information. In the cabinet in her room, there was nothing useful except skirts and underwear. There was nothing hidden in the pillows, under the sheets, or in the cracks in the floor. Except for Elle's diary. This was the only clue Annan could get in Elle's room. Diary of Elle Morrison, type, miscellaneous, white, description, a diary that has been used for about 3 months, but some pages are missing, some pages are missing.
That doesn't matter.
Annan muttered, and opened Elle's diary without hesitation. Although his main task was to investigate the secret of Amos Morrison, this kind of work always has to find a beginning.
A thread. March 15th. Amos seems to be in a better mood recently.
This is the first diary belonging to Elle that Annan saw after opening the diary.
March 18th. Amos' mood suddenly turned bad today.
He drank again and tore up another painting.
That was originally intended to be given to Mrs. Barber on April 1st. Silver Jew. What should he do if he can't come up with a gift on April 1st? Amos will lose face. March 22nd.
It's really strange. Amos didn't drink these 2 days, but he didn't get angry either. He has been hiding in the study reading. That seems to be his mother's relic.
I think he probably misses his mother. March 25th. It's been almost a week, and he hasn't come out of the study. I'm a little worried about him. He hasn't eaten much recently. Is he sick? I plan to ask the bishop tomorrow. March 26th. Amos came out of the study before I went to see the bishop, and he looked in a very good mood. It's so rare.
My lord, I haven't seen him smile for almost half a month, and I saw that he started painting again.
That's great.
As long as you cheer up, life will always get better and better.
I have to make him something delicious. Amos is going to paint a new portrait for Mrs. Barber tomorrow.
A page was torn off here.
April 1st. Today is the holy day of Yavin.
I saw many famous artists come to Frozen Waterport, including Master Norman and Master Harold. I actually want to listen to their concert, but I still have to go to Rossburg with my father first.
What a pity.
Sure enough, the Viscountess was very pleased with the strange painting, and my father received a lot of reward money.
He said that the money was enough for me to buy a lot of clothes. But I don't want clothes, we are not short of money. As long as Amos is happy, it's good enough.
I felt that the painting seemed to be looking at me when I left.
What a strange painting.
April 20th, Amos cried today. I saw him painting in front of the garden. Halfway through the painting, he stared at the garden with tears in his eyes. Then he tore up the painting. This was Amos' favorite garden. He often painted here, and his paintings were very beautiful. But he hasn't painted here for several months. He was too busy. During this time, Amos has been painting portraits for big shots, making a lot of money, and buying me a lot of clothes. But I don't want clothes. On April 24th, Amos had the garden razed to the ground. I was not very happy, but Amos didn't seem to be in a very good mood recently, so I didn't say much. But I'm still not very happy. April 30th, April is finally almost over. When May comes, it will be the month of protection of the Silver Duke, and Amos won't have to participate in so many ceremonies. The bishop told me that Amos has become famous. His skills have improved recently. It is said that the portraits he draws can make people see the soul of the person through the picture. They said that this is the hand kissed by Yang. This skill has surpassed history, and he will be remembered through the ages. If it is in the United Kingdom, he may even become an honorary viscount bestowed by God on April 1st next year. Although I don't quite understand it, it's always a good thing. I'm very happy. May 2nd, the Silver Dukes Festival is so lively, but I'm so tired. I fell asleep as soon as I came back yesterday and didn't write a diary. I will make up for it today. Yesterday I told Amos that my birthday is coming soon. He said he wanted to give me a great gift. I told him I didn't want a gift, I just wanted him to draw a portrait for me, and Amos's face suddenly became very ugly. Did I make him angry? By the way, he doesn't seem angry. June 10th, my birthday is in 2 days. I mentioned that to Amos again today. But he wasn't angry today, he just bet with me that I couldn't sit there and wait for him to finish. He said it would take him several hours to draw a portrait, and he couldn't move at all in the middle. It's just sitting, what's so difficult about it? It's not standing. Oh, is it difficult to not be able to go to the toilet for several hours? Then I can't drink water the day after tomorrow. By the way, Amos started to sneak into the study again these 2 days, and I wanted to go in and take a look, but he scolded me. Wait a few days, find a chance when Amos is not at home, I have to go to the study to see what book he is secretly reading. This is the last page of A.I. Lay's diary. Strange painting. Annan muttered, closing the diary. As he expected, there are indeed a lot of key information in this diary. Combined with the previous conversation between Amos and him, Annan roughly inferred Amos's secret. Amos did love his daughter, Elle, and they had a very close relationship. His wife died a few years ago. He seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck period of artistic creation, and was in so much pain that he became autistic. But by reading his late wife's collection of books, he found a special pigment that could enhance his ability to draw portraits. Portraits drawn with this pigment would be like living things, with their own souls. But the people drawn as portraits might have some bad consequences. And Amos himself knew the price. Is it some kind of ritual? Annan immediately thought of the strange ritual he saw in the copy on the ship, Tongue in the Mirror. A completely unreasonable strange ability, but at a strange price. This fits the situation very well. He suspected that Amos might have reached some kind of private deal with the false god called Skeleton Man and obtained a strange evil ritual. I have to go to his study to see. Thinking of this, Annan prepared to leave Elle's room. Before leaving, he inadvertently glanced at the portrait of Elle. This as he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his eyes widened. Even as demanding as Annan is, he must admit that Amos's painting is indeed very delicate. Of course, Elle is also very cute, which is a key plus. This painting is so realistic that it is amazing, and at the same time it is beautiful, just like an artistic photo. It is so realistic that it looks like it was taken by a camera. At least if this painting is shown to Annan alone, he can't tell whether it is photographed or painted. He calls this a failure? Then what are successful products like? Those in the gallery outside? After reading the diary, Annan quickly put everything in the room back in place, and then went to Amos's study. At least when Amos opened his daughter's door and looked inside, everything would be exactly the same as before. As long as he was not an old pervert who would carefully search his daughter's room, it would be no problem to at least hide it from him for a day. This was a traditional skill that Annan had learned from the battle of wits and courage when he was a child and was at home on vacation and his parents were at work, trying to play on the computer secretly. For example, his parents always placed the keyboard and mouse vertically at 90 degrees, and the keyboard from the Enter key to the ESC key UI would form a line pointing to a slightly pulled-out book on the bookshelf opposite the study. The headphone cable would be wrapped around 3.5 times, exactly, and placed on the left side of the monitor, with the left side for the right ear and the right side for the left ear. These details were summarized and refined by Annan after repeatedly observing their actions. And things like the temperature of the computer display and the temperature of the host were all child's play. As cautious as Annan was, he would even remember and restore the placement angles of the keyboard, mouse, and headphones exactly as they were. Annan has always believed that this powerful memory of instantly extracting details presented in the room and restoring them when needed is one of the reasons why he was chosen by this good boss. Annan's boss's attitude towards him is really very good. Even Annan himself knows that no matter how strong his work ability is and how efficient he is, but for the sake of his own health, completely refusing any form of overtime is itself an unhealthy and negative work attitude. Especially when a young product manager in the project team next door died suddenly due to overtime, it seems that he is slacking off every day. If it were an ordinary boss, he would have probably taken him in for a talk long ago.
However, this boss, who is often ridiculed by employees because of his dark skin, did not do so. On the contrary, he is always very kind and talkative to Annan. Not only did he not blame Annan for his careless work attitude, but he often took him out for dinner and chat alone, praising his high work efficiency and saying that he is just the talent we need. Annan accepted such praise with peace of mind, because he knows very well that his work efficiency is indeed very high. He is the kind of employee who can devote himself wholeheartedly to one thing. Here we mean completely wholeheartedly. As long as there is a need, he can work continuously with maximum efficiency without chatting, resting, slacking off, or being distracted, except for the necessary eating, drinking water, and doing blood circulation exercises and relaxing the eyes for 45 minutes. Annan's daily workload is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary employees, or even more, because he would advocate taking on these amounts of work tasks during the weekly meeting. At first, his colleagues thought he was pretending and licking the boss, but later they found that he could really complete it. But no matter what additional tasks the boss asked of him, he would not accept them. In the end, it was discovered that he could just complete the last task 10 minutes before the weekly work summary. It's amazing. Therefore, Annan has always been a weirdo in the eyes of his colleagues, also known as the planning brother without blood and tears. Annan knew that his weird personality would definitely hinder his promotion and salary increase. That's why he would do these extra jobs to shut up his boss and prevent the company from going bankrupt. But he actually didn't care about promotion and salary increase. As long as there was enough money to spend, he didn't need a woman, and naturally he didn't have children. He was in good health and didn't need medical expenses. His life was peaceful and calm. What he loved was this kind of ordinary and regular life. Although there was no big joy, there would always be nothing to make him feel bad. Annan hated everything that would make him feel bad. Usually, they have the same name, called accident. Fortunately, in the world he is in now, there is nothing that can make him feel bad, because he can no longer feel that kind of emotion. In an instant, Annan was liberated from the cyclical and orderly mechanical life. For the first time, he began to actively explore the life outside the rules. And because of this, he felt a strong sense of novelty that made him extremely excited. Annan did not rush into Amos's study. He first ran around the house twice quickly. In the first lap, he memorized the architectural layout of the house. The second lap was slower, and he used his steps to measure the distance from each house to another. Because his task was to survive until tomorrow morning, Annan considered it with a cautious attitude. There might be a chase at night. If there really was a chase, then Annan could walk to the room he wanted to go to with his eyes closed without knowing the way or lighting, or simply leave the house. A mere day was not enough for him to forget these details. After completing the necessary emergency evacuation preparations, Annan went to the kitchen. Holding a kitchen knife in his right hand, 3 kitchen knives on his waist, and a drawing board tied to his left arm as a shield, he cautiously opened the study. What disappointed Annan was that no monster jumped out of the study. I don't know if I can change the details of the nightmare after I clear the game. Annan murmured, if I were the planner of this game, I would definitely put a monster here. The strength doesn't have to be too high, but it must be scary enough. Think about it, the players have just experienced a terrifying and shocking infinite gallery loop, and finally entered the world in the painting. They spent several hours to complete the portrait, and they must be very anxious at this time. And Amos doesn't know when he will come back, so they have to concentrate to find and crack Ayle's diary. Then, they will rush to the study before Amos goes home. Then when they open the study, they will be greeted with an exciting door-opening kill with an anxious look. What a touching and tear-jerking classic scene this will be. It's really just a pure puzzle. Annan sighed regretfully. He was ready to yell Annan, go wherever you want when the monster jumped out, and then throw a kitchen knife at his face. This dungeon didn't even give him room to use his wisdom. He was in a dilemma. How could he increase the dungeon's clearance rating without killing something? Or set a trap at the door and kill Amos when he got home? With all kinds of strange thoughts in his mind, Annan began to observe Amos's bookshelf carefully. He narrowed his eyes slightly to observe the traces of dust on the bookshelf. Thank God, Amos, as an older single man who was away from home all year round, didn't have the habit of wiping dust frequently. At least this bookshelf should have not been wiped for a month or two. The amount of dust on it can easily reveal his reading tendency in recent times. And Annan easily found that Amos only read 3 books in total. They are Ritual Collection, Faith in These Gods is Dangerous, and Curse and Seal of the Soul? Annan murmured softly. Not to mention the previous 2 books, he was a little surprised by this book. After a little thought, he took out all 3 books, locked the study, sat down at the desk and put the kitchen knife on the right-hand side where he could get it at any time. Then he started to read the 3 books. Before Annan entered this advanced dungeon, he had never thought that the biggest gain from this dungeon was actually the forbidden books he saw in Amos's study. Because time was tight, Annan first flipped through the book It's Dangerous to Believe in These Gods and quickly found the entry about the Skeleton Lord. Then he learned the following information. The Skeleton Lord is a new false god that appeared in the 3rd epoch. Because of the change of epochs, a lot of information has been lost. But through archaeology, it can be known that the Skeleton Lord had a friendly relationship with the protector of January, the god of death and the earth, the righteous god burial goddess at least in the 4th epoch, the last epoch. In the 5th epoch, the Skeleton Lord inexplicably became estranged from the burial church and other righteous gods, and was even denounced as an evil god. The Grand Church in the United Kingdom was also ordered by Yawang to be forcibly disbanded and forced to go underground. According to the author's investigation, perhaps it is because the Skeleton Lord is related to the Great Barrier Collapse event at the beginning of this epoch. This information was something Annan had never seen before from his senior. Especially the chronology of the 3rd Age and 5th Age, which I had never seen before. The statements about the Great Boundary were also vague. Seeing this, Annan could not help but turn the title page. Then, he saw the author's name. A name that gave him a sense of déjà vu, Gryang's New Winter. Annan repeated this somewhat tongue-twisting name twice and memorized it in his heart. This did not seem to be the name of Annan's father, the current Grand Duke. Was it his uncle or grandfather? He did not think too much, but just turned the book back to that page. Annan quickly found the ritual of the Skeleton Lord because this place was marked with a wavy line. The ritual field of the Skeleton Lord involves death, mystery, hiding, and art, so it is necessary to avoid January protected by the buried bones granny, February protected by the mysterious lady, and April protected by Yang. If it is a long-term ritual, it is recommended to be performed in May and cut off from January. But if it is a short-term borrowing of power, then March is also okay. April 1st is a good day to end. Yawang is the protector of artists. You can use Yawang's holy light to cut off the ritual connection with the Skeleton Lord. This is a technique to break free from the ritual. Because the rituals of the Skeleton Lord are deceptive, the cost of each ritual will gradually increase. Once you become dependent on it, you will die. No matter what kind of power you pray to the Skeleton Lord, it is usually almost free the first time. But the second time, he will ask you to pay half of your conscience or friendship from now on. This is a trap. You must choose the former, because the latter means that the person who holds the ritual will be hated by everyone for no reason. In order to eliminate this state, they must perform a 3rd ritual that is useless. In the 3rd ceremony, the Skeleton King will ask to devour a certain part of someone's body or half of the remaining lifespan, which is still a trap, because what he wants is not the latter half of lifespan, but the former half, and it is calculated based on the maximum lifespan, that is, without illness and disaster. Because in the previous requirement, both the person and the part are specified by the Skeleton King, and are usually fatal. Therefore, it is recommended that before the ceremony, the ritualist must permanently sever ties with parents and children, divorce the current husband and wife, and use a silver ritual knife to injure all friends and lovers, at least with blood on the blade, to show that they are no longer friends and never have any contact with each other again. After that, it is necessary to find a suitable sacrifice for a ritual marriage 3 months before the ceremony begins, and stay with the victim for 3 months. In this way, the original sacrifice target can be deviated. But the best choice is still not to perform the 2nd and 3rd ceremonies. The Skeleton King is a very generous pseudo-god. If you only perform the ceremony once, you will almost only get benefits. The author suggests, people should be content. The author warned. This is the end of the part about the Skeleton King in this book. Just by looking at the content and knowledge in it, you can tell that this is knowledge that will never be made public. Annan frowned slightly. He remembered the part that he coughed out when he was in the gallery before. It was an emerald green eyeball. I'm afraid that was Ellie's eye. Could it be that Amos performed the third ceremony with the Skeleton King without holding the sacrificial transfer ceremony?
But it can be clearly seen from Ellie's diary that he and Ellie have a very close relationship.
He would never let Ellie be chosen by the ceremony.
With such doubts, Annan opened the Ritual Encyclopedia. This book uses fields as keywords and is searched in a dictionary-like manner. Annan searched one by one according to the keywords death, mystery, hidden, and art, but could see almost nothing. The entire dictionary was foggy, and only a few rituals could be seen. Annan originally wanted to use his powerful memory to force himself to remember the rituals in this book. However, the information about these rituals, just like what Klaus taught Annan before, is not just about remembering the text. This knowledge is weighty. After Annan tried to understand the first ritual of the realm of death, Curse of the Living, he gradually lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he suddenly found that nearly 15 minutes had passed. It didn't take him that much time to search and read the information about the Skeleton King. He immediately realized that this was a trap. As long as he was obsessed with watching other rituals, he would have no time to investigate the truth. And as long as he failed in his mission, these memories would be deleted. So Annan no longer hesitated, but continued to read. In the end, he found the ritual belonging to the Skeleton King in the entry in the field of art. He lost consciousness again. And this time, when he lost consciousness, the system's characters appeared in front of him. Communication with the true god is Skeleton Man, ritual requirements, tailbone of a black bull, horns of a ram, complete ribs of a boar that died of natural causes, palette/carving knife/string/pen that has been used for at least 10 years, core offerings, fragments of artwork created by the ritualist, must not be destroyed for more than 3 days, ritualist requirements, art professional, age not less than 30 years old, ritual gains, blessings related to the profession, usually physical gifts, curse, nightmares and whispers, persistent curse before the ritual connection is cut off. The ritualist will fall into nightmares from time to time at night, and will hear whispers from unknown sources from time to time during the day. I see. Annan woke up again and realized that more than 20 minutes had passed this time. He muttered in a low voice, taking note of the second ceremony he saw today. Ale, he. But just as he was about to open the third book, he suddenly heard a woman's chuckle. Or rather, a sneering laugh. The light in the study suddenly became dim, and strange colorful smoke slowly rose. "Where is your mother laughing?" Annan immediately gave an elegant response. Without hesitation, he picked up the kitchen knife at hand and threw it in the direction of the laughter. The laughter instantly turned into a painful scream. Ah! The smoke dissipated instantly. Annan immediately saw that it was a painting, a portrait that was originally hung opposite him, motionless and smiling at him gently. At this moment, a kitchen knife was accurately stabbed in the center of the painting, and the woman in the picture looked at Annan angrily. Blood slowly flowed down the kitchen knife. She was bleeding. Yes, although it sounds incredible. But the painting was bleeding. Or rather, it might be blood. The knife flew out and pierced into her chest and abdomen. Just like it was really piercing into the chest and abdomen of a real person, dark red liquid kept flowing down from the blade of the kitchen knife, dripping onto the ground. Ah! The woman in the painting suddenly screamed in pain and hysteria. The moment he heard the sound, Annan suddenly felt an extremely strong headache mixed with sleepiness and irritability. To put it in an analogy, it was like being awakened by the sound of a renovation drill next door or upstairs after only 3 hours of sleep. And it was the kind of degree that you could feel your own bed shaking even more intense. Annan felt his eyes blurred and his head felt dizzy. But Annan's face did not show any boredom, fear or anger at being attacked. Only joy. He smiled happily, pulled out another kitchen knife from his back without hesitation, and stood up and approached. He held the kitchen knife in his backhand and stabbed the woman's face with force. Puff! After a strange, dull sound, another bright red droplet gushed out from the new wound and slowly dripped down. But before the dark red mark dripped outside the painting, Annan grabbed the second kitchen knife and pulled it out with force. The bright red mark splashed out and fell on Annan's face, the fair and lovely face belonging to Elle Morrison, which looked particularly bright. "Can you still scream?" Annan murmured, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more cheerful. "Then what about this?" As he spoke, he continued to pull out the kitchen knife with force, and then used all his strength to stab the mouth, throat, eyes, forehead, hands, and the background without a portrait. What disappointed Annan was that even though he pierced the portrait's mouth and cut its throat, he couldn't stop the portrait from screaming. When he pierced the eyeball, no liquid similar to the color of the eyeball burst out, but still the deep red liquid that felt a little cold and slippery to the touch. Even when he pierced the background without people, it would also bleed. But this is not blood. It just looks like blood.
The color of real blood should be darker than this. As Annan held the kitchen knife with both hands and repeatedly penetrated and cut, the screams of the portrait became smaller and smaller. Finally, there was no movement. Annan was a little disappointed, shook off the blood-red drops on his hands, and wiped his face again. "My clothes are dirty." Annan murmured, "Will Amos find out?" The tone and intonation of his voice when he said this became more and more similar to that of Elle. If Amos was outside the door at this time, he would never doubt his identity. After reading Elle's diary, Annan had a deeper understanding of imitating Elle. She usually doesn't call Amos father, but usually calls him by his name Amos. Elle called him dad before, and it seemed that she was just expressing her dissatisfaction. What an annoying thing. Annan sighed softly, and reached out to smear the red liquid on his hands and the kitchen knife, which was like blood but felt as greasy as oil, on the portrait that was no longer screaming. Originally, this painting seemed to be alive. If the portrait of Elle drawn by Amos before was as real as a photo, then this screaming painting seemed to have a soul. Elle looked at it from a distance just now, and she couldn't even be sure whether it was a painting or a real person hiding behind the transparent window and looking at this side. But because of this, it looked a little scary. Because it was too much like a real person, it had exceeded a limit and became scary. But now, it has lost that soul and become ordinary. Just like an ordinary portrait, at first glance, you will no longer have the illusion of why is there a person hiding here. But at this moment, Annan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He vaguely heard the sound of someone opening the door downstairs with a key. I still didn't catch up, because I wasted 15 minutes. Annan thought of this and quickly ran back to the desk and put the 2 books he had read back to their original places. He looked at the 3rd book, The Curse and Seal of the Soul, which he had not had time to read, and hesitated for a moment. Take it away. He made up his mind. After all, the painting was broken. If Amos came back to this room, he would definitely notice the problem. Then it would make no difference whether the book was still here or not. So Annan reached out and messed up the original row of The Curse and Seal of the Soul, making the gap where a book was empty less conspicuous. Then he stuffed it into his clothes. Fortunately, Ayle's figure is relatively humble and does not take up much space in the top. This is the kind of humility and tolerance that can even fit a thick book in, and there is still a lot of space. Then Annan patted her chest to make sure that the book would not fall out easily, and then she put the smaller kitchen knife back to her waist. She returned to the portrait, grabbed the first large kitchen knife that flew over, and pulled it out with force. He looked at the frame that had become tattered and covered with red paint, and was silent for a while. Then he turned it over and put it back. This way Amos shouldn't notice it at first glance. Annan muttered, quickly opened the door of the study, and ran back to his room. From the time he heard the sound of the door opening until he ran back to his room, it took less than 10 seconds. Then he took out the book and put it under the pillow. He took out several kitchen knives and put them on the dressing table, and then took off his blood-stained clothes, folded them into a ball, and stuffed them into the closet. After that, he took out another long skirt. But don't put it on yet. Annan pretended to put on his clothes, but stopped halfway and didn't move. He then kept doing this until Amos opened his room door. He deliberately left it open. Sure enough, he soon heard footsteps getting closer. Only then did Annan start to put on his clothes. "Ale, I'm back. Oh, sorry. Please go out first, Mr. Amos." Annan pretended to be angry, turned around and shouted, "Wait for me in the restaurant, I'll be out soon." Seeing Amos leave in a bit of embarrassment, Annan's face turned expressionless again. That's it. As long as Annan does this and says this, Amos can be controlled not to search Ayle's room immediately, nor to rush back to the study. This is Annan's simple way of controlling people's hearts. Even ordinary people can master the conversation technique. Yes, I am just an ordinary person. So I have to be more careful. After Amos left Ellie's room, Annan quickly put on his clothes. But he didn't go out immediately. Instead, he turned around and locked the door, then took out the book from under the pillow, The Curse and Seal of the Soul, and read it leisurely. Without a doubt, this is the best time. Amos is a very smart and gentle person. He must feel sorry and embarrassed for the offense just now. Although this will not make him listen to Annan and do something, he will at least not break into Ellie's room again. So at this time, even if he thinks Ellie has stayed in the room for too long, he will not break in again. Because he will think that this is Ellie's punishment for him. In his understanding, Ellie must be angry. Leaving him alone outside for more than 10 minutes is a kind of punishment with a little temper, and it is also time for Ellie to calm down. Then, Amos will not walk around. Instead, he will stay quietly in the kitchen and wait for Annan to go out. Otherwise, if Annan went out and didn't see him, she might get angry again. Based on Annan's one-sided understanding of Ayle, she should have such a reaction.
And because Ailey was exposed in front of him, Amos was forcibly reminded by Annan that my daughter has grown up and needs some private space.
With a sense of guilt based on morality, Amos would not search Ailey's room again.
Then the kitchen knife hidden in the cabinet by Annan and the book Curse and Seal of the Soul would not be easily discovered. Of course.
The premise is that Annan can't really stay too long.
Fortunately, this book is the easiest to investigate, because it has a bookmark in it, which is stuck on the most important page.
So Annan didn't waste any time and could directly see the core content.
The seal with painting as the medium also needs to use the rituals of communicating with the skeleton man, the buried bone woman, and the dragon in the mirror. Among them, the ritual of the skeleton man is more recommended, because the skeleton man almost doesn't need to pay a price in the first ritual.
Seeing this familiar sentence, Annan's heart moved slightly. Could it be?
He held the pages of the book with his right hand and turned to the title page with his left hand.
Gryang's Nuo Winter.
Annan slowly read out this familiar name.
Should I say it's not surprising? Why is it you again? Is Amos's wife your fan?
Or is this author, who has the blood of Lord Winter, also a bestseller?
A bestseller of banned books?
Moreover, do you have a grudge against Lord Skeleton? Or have you taken advantage of Lord Skeleton? Why does every book have to teach its readers how to fleece Lord Skeleton? Annan curled his lips and turned the book back. If the person conducting the ceremony is a painter, Lord Skeleton will ask whether the other party wants paint, brush, or paper.
At this time, the best choice is paper.
Because if the person conducting the ceremony chooses the paint, then Lord Skeleton will grant a special paint that can silently peel off a part of the other party's soul when painting the portrait of the other party and store it in the portrait. Its advantage is that the other party will not notice anything, and this part of the spirit can be trained to be a guardian spirit or used to curse the enemy. The guardian spirit can move freely in all the paintings painted by this painter with this pigment, but the disadvantage is that these spirits cannot escape from the portrait, and the amount of pigment obtained in one ritual is limited, and it cannot form an effective ability. And the paintings painted with this pigment will make the portraits extremely real. Far beyond the normal level of the painter, it is easy to be exposed. Therefore, it is not recommended. Except that the pigment cannot be selected, the remaining two options are relatively common. Next, the differences between the two options are described, as well as how to seal the soul and cast a curse in detail.
The rest of the page turned.
Annan carefully read the rest of the part before closing the book.
Sure enough,
the two options at the end are to trick others into signing their names with a pen and to write a contract on paper.
Neither of them has anything to do with painting.
At this time, a prompt flashed in front of Annan's eyes. Explore the secret of Amos Morrison. This branch task he has successfully completed.
Sure enough, Annan murmured. Everything is clear now. Our Mr. Amos should be a well-known talented painter. He has an extraordinary obsession and talent for painting and beauty.
But he was in great pain because of some obsession. Perhaps he felt the limit of his talent, or for some other reason. By reading the collection of books left by his deceased wife, he accidentally found a way to sign a contract with the Skeleton Lord. He didn't need the power of the Skeleton Lord to curse others. Instead, he wanted to borrow that kind of magic pigment to amplify his paintings. Let him paint what he couldn't paint with ordinary pigments and his own abilities. That is, the human soul. In this way, everything makes sense. After Mr. Amos tried to use this pigment to paint a portrait for someone, he could no longer get rid of the magic of this pigment and could not accept his previous mediocrity. He could not accept the garden he painted, perhaps because he could not use this pigment to bring out the soul of the garden. He did not dare to use this pigment to paint a portrait of his daughter, Elle, because he was worried that it might affect Elle's health. But he dared to use this pigment to paint for others. So Annan had no sympathy for this poor painter who was targeted by the Skeleton Man. Everything was his own fault. In Annan's eyes, his original paintings were already quite excellent. And he is only in his 30s now. How many painters became famous in their old age? But he couldn't wait any longer. This might be the first bottleneck period he faced in his life. Because of his outstanding talent, he had a smooth life before and never encountered setbacks. Even before he got the pigment, he was invited to paint a portrait for the Viscountess even twice. Considering Amos' age, this is enough to prove his talent. Although there are still many unsolved mysteries. For example, why did Amos do this? Why did he eat Ellie's eyeball? Why was Ellie sealed in the painting by him? Where did the more than 100 paintings in the whole gallery come from? Is this Viscountess the wife of the old Viscount of Rossburg today? And why is the entire frozen water port cursed? But those secrets must be hidden in higher-level dungeons. He only entered the 3rd floor this time, so it is normal that he can't get all the information. Anyway, Anan can enter the dungeon at any time in the future. And maybe he can trick players into helping him decrypt.
Anan dares to guarantee that players will like this. At least in the gallery stage, that kind of excitement
is just like a person with a dull sense of taste tasting the spicy and hot Sichuan hot pot for the first time. Oh, by the way, they can tinker with a live broadcast channel.
Anan has seen this function in the background before.
Although it cannot be made public for the time being for safety reasons, it can also be posted on the forum so that other players can come and watch their dungeon strategies. It's a good opportunity to try and see if the players watching the live broadcast and Anan watching can retain the memory lost when the players fail.
Now, it's almost time to end this instance.
Anan looked at the lonely, survive, and smiled gently and kindly. Then, he took the kitchen knife out of the dresser. It is neither realistic nor safe to go out with a kitchen knife and fight Amos.
Anan has never liked such radical tactics.
Although he has lost half of his feelings now, Anan believes that he should be a steady person who likes to develop.
The so-called stability means not to take the risk of crossing the tower to kill people. Because crossing the tower will cause the possibility of being killed. The correct way is to kill the opponent before he enters the defense tower. As you can imagine, this is very reasonable and stable.
Adhering to this concept, Anan did not carry the kitchen knife directly in his hand. He specially picked a heavier coat and put a sweater inside. Such clothes will be a little hot, but it is all bearable. Because such clothes allow Anan to hang a few kitchen knives on the back, front and armpits of the coat. Put the kitchen knife through the sweater first, then pass the sharp blade through the coat and fix the coat on the body.
It's like a toothpick to fix a bacon roll. These are all places that Anan can reach at any time. Unfortunately, this can only deal with the smaller knives.
The largest knife, which was thrown away by Anan very easily, cannot be dealt with so easily. Anan hid it in Elle's piano room, near the door. Yes, Elle has her own piano room, which contains a piano. Although Anan does not know who invented the piano in this world and when it appeared, he knows very well that the price of this thing is definitely not cheap. This is probably why Elle mentioned in her diary that she wanted to go to a concert.
It's a pity that Anan can't play the piano.
But fortunately, Amos is not blind enough to see the extent of licking his face and coming over to play a serenade for his father, so he will not be exposed for a while. Anan's intuition tells him that this piano may be related to the high or low difficulty dungeon. The death flags on the third floor are still relatively rare at present. As long as the player does not run around and does not care about the messy things, basically there is just enough time to finish reading the 3 books in the study. And if Anan had not been cautious and brought a kitchen knife into the study, when Amos came home and the portrait screamed, Anan would definitely have fainted inside, and then been discovered by Amos. Or it was possible that he would have been howled to death. After all, when he threw the flying knife, Anan clearly saw that the light and shadow effects in the study had changed slightly. That is, he reacted quickly, otherwise he might have really spawned a few more monsters. After all, the guardian spirit can move freely in all the paintings painted by this painter with this pigment. In a sense, the first half of this copy is actually a limited-time investigation and hiding mechanism similar to escape.
It highlights that a hesitation will lead to defeat, and don't waste time. So what is the second half of it? Is the cake poisonous? Will you fall into hallucinations after eating it? Or will you fall into a coma after eating the cake bought by Amos and drinking the black tea he brewed?
No matter what the mechanism is, Anan has no possibility to explore it with his body.
He decided. Amos, come and see.
Anan slammed the piano door shut and screamed in panic,
It's not right, it seems to have been moved.
He didn't say piano directly because he didn't know what the instrument was called in this world and was worried that he might have called it wrong.
Anan was very cautious. Another reason was,
he knew that if he said that, Amos would not be able to remain calm. There was a shameful secret in his study. Whether it was a thief or a ghost who moved the piano,
he couldn't call the police. What? Amos was shocked.
His first reaction was to go to the study to take a look. But under Anan's repeated urging with a slightly crying voice, he hurried over. But Anan soon felt fortunate that he called Amos over and didn't go to see Ellie's father with the kitchen knife he temporarily named Frostmorn, because Anan clearly saw that Amos took out a revolver from his waist. And it didn't seem to be an ordinary gun. There was a line of silver words written on the gun body that Anan couldn't understand. And its caliber was so large that it was frightening. At least Anan was sure that for Ailey, who was also an ordinary person, the power of this gun was enough to kill her.
Is there someone inside? Amos asked in a low voice.
I didn't see clearly, Anan's voice was also low and full of fear, but I saw. The curtain just moved a little, it seemed like someone was there.
Amos looked at the piano room door that was tightly closed and tightly held by Anan, and quickly pushed Annan behind him. He raised the muzzle of the gun with his right hand, and his index finger was slightly on the trigger. "Stand behind me, Ale." "No, stay away. You are also careful, Amos." Annan responded in a low voice, and the left hand on Amos's back trembled slightly, fully revealing the fear and helplessness of its owner. Amos bent his waist and pushed the door open suddenly. He narrowed his eyes, held the door tightly with his left hand, and aimed randomly in the room for a while. But of course, he didn't see anyone else. He slowly leaned in and looked behind the door first. No one. So Amos shouted, "Come out, friend. I see you." As he said this, Amos slowly approached the heavy curtains at the end of the room with a gun in hand, and shouted at Ale, "You hide behind the door." "Okay." There was still some fear in Annan's voice, and some slight trembling. But it was obvious that her father's arrival encouraged Ale. At the same time, Annan quickly took out a kitchen knife from her arms with her right hand, and her left hand slowly took out the kitchen knife from the place where she had hidden it before. Then Annan aimed for a while, and quickly threw the two kitchen knives to Mr. Amos one after another. The big kitchen knife was heavier and hit Amos's right shoulder. He couldn't help but scream, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground in pain. The smaller knife was originally intended to pierce Amos's back of the head, but he moved because of the pain, and the sharp knife only cut into Mr. Amos's left neck. A deep, bleeding cut was made. At this time, Annan had already pulled out the remaining two knives from his arms, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed forward without hesitation. He slashed at Amos' neck with one knife, and cut off Amos' right hand that was blocking the knife with the other knife, and then stabbed into his eye socket with the other hand. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something. Annan's knife happened to pierce Amos' left eye. It was exactly the location of the burn mark on the portrait of Ellie. Annan took advantage of the situation to throw Amos to the ground, sat on him, cut his throat, and pierced into his eyes, ears, and temples. But Amos was still struggling, as if he would not die. Bright red paint oozed out of his body, oozed out. A lot of oozed out. It dripped onto the ground, soaking a bright red. Then it gushed out, like a collapsed dam. Bright red liquid gushed out from the cracks on the screaming Amos, and in the blink of an eye, it flooded the entire room. Annan felt as if he was immersed in seawater, and felt a strong sense of suffocation. The whole world seemed to be left with only this bubbling red ocean. He struggled in this red ocean and gradually lost consciousness. When Annan woke up again, he was still floating in the sea of blood. But he no longer felt that strong sense of suffocation, but was breathing normally, with a large number of system prompts passing by his eyes. Annan realized belatedly at this time. It seems that I have passed the level? Sublimation ceremony completed, rank promotion in progress. A large amount of data streams passed by Annan's eyes. The surrounding crimson ocean suddenly began to boil restlessly, and large bubbles gurgled out. In the bottomless seabed, black silt suddenly began to seep out gradually. Tiny whispers and chuckles accompanied by melodious and strange music sounded. Finally, the silt hugged each other and slowly rose. A bright red light slowly shone in Annan's eyes. Until it rose to the level of Annan's sight, the brilliance suddenly shone. Just like an airplane flying low, Annan's brain buzzed, and his vision completely dissipated and became pitch black. In the dark and lightless world, three balls of light emerged. They were an emerald eyeball, a blood-stained kitchen knife, and an abstract backstab picture. At this time, a new light screen flashed before Annan's eyes. Curse manifestation, eye of eternal loss. Perpetually your left eye will occasionally feel severe pain, as if it was dug out with a knife. Note, after the interval between two pains exceeds 3 days, the duration of the pain will gradually increase, and the maximum duration of the pain will not exceed 124 seconds, and the shortest will not be less than 24 seconds. Butcher's blade, resolving you must use a kitchen knife to kill one person every month. Note, at least 10% of the total damage caused. The kitchen knife must have been used to cook human food normally within the day before the ceremony. Backstab oath, taboo you must not sneak attack and kill someone who trusts you from behind. Note, trust means that the other person did not think that you would kill him at the moment of being attacked by you, and the two of you knew each other's existence. The contents of the three curses were all written very clearly and were placed in front of Annan by the system. But in stark contrast to the clear negative effects, there was no description of what power would be gained by choosing each curse. 3 types of curses. Ha! Annan muttered. In fact, at least for the bronze-level curses, there is nothing too harsh. Except that the first curse is too deadly and can easily hinder the team at a critical moment, the remaining 2 can actually be chosen. The second one is very simple, basically equivalent to chopping one person to death every month, which can be said to be almost not difficult. After all, Annan has a special identity. Executing a death row prisoner every month is not difficult at all. Even if there is really no one to kill, Anon can also issue tasks to players and let them choose one person to die once. What if they lose 1 or 2 levels after dying?
Anon will directly compensate him with experience that can be upgraded to 3 or even 4 levels, plus 500 personal favorability points.
Isn't this good?
By then, I'm afraid that the players who come to give their heads will definitely be accompanied by loud drums and gongs, firecrackers, red flags, and waving crowds. And the third curse is not difficult to avoid. Although it is not allowed to betray this point, it is a bit difficult for Anon.
With Anon's way of doing things, it is easy to violate this rule.
Fortunately, the requirements of this curse for backstab are still very loose.
The so-called the opponent did not think that you would kill him at the moment of your sneak attack.
In other words, as long as you declare that you want to kill him before betraying him, or subdue him instead of killing him after backstabbing, you can avoid this rule. However, Anon thought about it and chose the second one.
Not for anything else. It was just to pave the way for the next promotion.
After all, although the third rule seems to have little effect now, but in the subsequent advancement, you may get a new curse every time you advance.
They are likely to hinder each other and further restrict Anon's backstab behavior.
The most important thing about the curse is confidentiality. Except for the keeper, it is best that no one knows about your curse. Or even if they know, they can't break it. Then, once Anon starts to act with his hands tied, as long as there is a smart person among his enemies, after they investigate Anon's behavior pattern, it will be easy to guess what his curse is. On the contrary, the dissolving curse, although it seems to be mandatory, is the easiest to solve. It is also the least likely to conflict with other curses.
Then,
as Anon's mind moved, the blood-stained bubble began to expand rapidly, quickly engulfing the other 2 bubbles, and the contents gradually turned into a turbid red, then slowly turned black, and turned into a small black sludge again. Then, the sludge flew over and stuck to Anon's right forearm, and began to flow slowly, as if something was engraved on the skin of the arm. Wherever it flowed, there was a corrosive pain,
and it left a pure black scar visible to the naked eye.
The color was like the skin cracked naturally, and the inside was empty. There was no trace of blood, dark and deep. The shape of the scar is like an abstract broken sword, and also like a tortuous circuit. New words flowed through Anon's eyes again: butcher's blade, attached to a bladed weapon. The blade cannot be longer than 15 meters, no maintenance cost, 30 minutes of cooldown after removal, when attacking an edible creature, meaning that it will not cause death after being eaten. If an attack does hit and cause damage, and is not blocked, parried or tilted during the attack, then when attacking the target again, the sharpness and hardness of the weapon will be considered temporarily doubled. This effect can be stacked infinitely, with a built-in cooldown of 24 seconds. After stacking 2 layers of the effect on other enemies, other blessing effects will be reset to 0.
It seems not bad. Anon's eyes lit up.
This is a very practical ability. This ability, in simple terms, is a special attack version of the Black Cutter for flesh and blood units. For most enemies, as long as Anon's weapon hurts the enemy once, the sharpness and hardness of his weapon will begin to increase rapidly. As long as he can bypass the opponent's weapon or shield and hit the opponent once or twice, he will become significantly stronger, until his weapon is strengthened to the point where he can cut off the enemy's weapons and shields with one sword. This means that even if Anon holds 2 kitchen knives, after a few rounds of fighting, he can also use a blade storm to smash the enemy's weapons and armor. However, it seems that this is not suitable for the kind of big and open swordsmanship. It is somewhat suitable for the light and flexible skill fencing. The weakness of the rapier or rapier that the blade is too fragile can be completely compensated by this weapon. As long as Anon can quickly injure the enemy several times, he can strengthen his weapon to a very amazing degree, even directly penetrate the shield or armor and kill the enemy directly. But the first thing Anon thought of was his own frost sword. The triggering condition of this ability is causing damage, not necessarily bleeding. And the sword energy fired by the frost sword cannot be blocked or deflected. Then if Anon starts with a frost sword, can he stably trigger a layer of buff? The only disadvantage is that except for the main target, which can be stacked infinitely, others can only stack 1 layer at most.
This way, he can't do it anymore, which is a pity.
After being branded by the black mud, Anon lost consciousness again. When he woke up, he found himself back in the frozen water port in the real world. The nightmare has been purified. Purify the nightmare as a designated identity, and the evaluation will be improved. Kill Amos, and the evaluation will be improved. Injure Amos's left eye as Ellie, and the evaluation will be improved. Comprehensive evaluation. B. Get 152 public experience points, perception +1, current purification rate is 39 to 350, and you can enter the dungeon again after 71:59 minutes. Get dungeon clearance reward, occupation, self-selected, increased by 1 level, can
I not use it for the time being?
Annan closed his eyes and asked in his heart.
Because of the wrong information from Father Lewis, Annan entered the wrong dungeon difficulty.
His dungeon clearance reward this time is enough to upgrade his silver level occupation by 1 level. But unfortunately, he himself has not even reached the bronze level.
But unfortunately, he must add this occupation level before he wakes up. Then, I choose the wizard apprentice. Annan thought to himself.
As long as Annan's wizard occupation is upgraded by 1 level, he can reach the same level as Don Juan in the identity of the extraordinary.
This will greatly reduce the possibility of his identity being revealed. After all, both of them have black hair and blue eyes, and are of similar height and build.
They are also extraordinary people of the same class, and both are wizards of the School of Incapacity.
The possibility of this coincidence reappearing is very low. According to Salvatore, basically there may not be a second such example in the entire kingdom of Noah. No one would have thought that the young heir of the Grand Duke of Winter would appear in the kingdom of Noah at this time. Yes, even Annan himself did not expect it.
After Annan chose this reward, his job list has become like this.
Wizard, School of Incapacity, LV11, Instant, Spell LV3, Cold Contact, Eye of Sloth, Not Available, Guided Spell LV2, Stall Wall, Frost Nova, Chanting Spell LV1, Frost Wheel. Annan's Wizard Apprentice finally completely advanced to become a wizard. He also got a new companion spell, Frost Wheel. Annan suspected that this spell might be the standard of the School of Incapacity. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the spell that Don Juan had demonstrated in front of Annan before. The spell that summons a wheel made of illusory frost, which crushes Klaus with incredible precision without damaging the deck. Wheel of Frost. Chant spell requires the frost element / the extreme cold element / the freezing element as the core, and uses the turbid mana constraint curse to construct a wheel-shaped light belt, which continuously accelerates to chase and crush the designated target. The wheel lasts for up to 11 seconds, depending on the wizard's professional level, and naturally dissipates after the pursuit is completed. Cast with the frost element, the initial movement speed of the wheel is increased by 3 times. Cast with the extreme cold element, it will leave a difficult to remove cold poison on the enemy. Cast with the freezing element, the wheel's attack will freeze the enemy immediately. Currently mastered, frost element, channel, frost is a wheel, is a road. Each time you temporarily open an unmastered element, you will spend 10 points of order power. Each time you chant, you will consume 1 point of distortion power and at least 1 point of order power. The power, wheel size, depends on how much order power you put in. This was the first time Annan had seen such a long paragraph of description just to describe a spell. But this undoubtedly showed that Annan had truly mastered the extraordinary abilities of a wizard. They were no longer those instant spells used to save lives, or guided spells that required the cooperation of teammates. Instead, they were truly the long-range combat abilities of a wizard. At least this spell had full special effects. And because of Annan's own template problem, he had a lot of mana, and he also mastered the frost element. This meant that he could easily summon a very large frost wheel with an astonishing moving speed. Or he could constantly summon smaller wheels to chase distant enemies. After Annan read the newly acquired spells, the decryption reward of the dungeon popped up. Hidden elements have been cracked, 60%. The first stage reward can be received, obtained when the completion degree is 33%. Unexpectedly, although Annan only played the low-end dungeon of the 3rd level once, he almost unlocked more than half of the content. You know, this dungeon has a total of 6 levels. This shows that Annan's speculation on the plot is indeed not a big problem. At least the framework should be guessed correctly. Receive it. Annan received the reward without thinking. He secretly expected what rewards this dungeon could give him. The previous simple difficulty dungeon gave Annan a reward of full state recovery and a 1-level non-ranked professional level upgrade. This is a twisted level dungeon. And the dungeon within a dungeon that Annan played is still a silver difficulty. It should be something better. Get the dungeon decryption reward, 200 points of public experience, cursed item Bloodstained Cleaver, type, weapon tool miscellaneous, blue, description, a cleaver that can never be wiped clean of blood, and will continue to drip blood, effect, the holder will be cursed with Paintbreaker and extraordinary throwing, Paintbreaker. If the holder sees a portrait of a middle-aged woman while holding the bloodstained cleaver, he must throw the cleaver within 3 seconds, otherwise the holder will be injured by the cleaver. Active throwing. When this item is thrown, it is like being cast with the same named Edict school spell active throwing, and it will automatically search for enemies within a small range. What a good thing. Annan's eyes lit up, and he shook the weight of the cleaver in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh. Don't be too quick to praise the kitchen knife. At this moment, Salvatore's tired voice came from Annan's side. First determine your curse container, a ring? Or a necklace? A bracelet? Or something else? It should be close to your curse.
He opened his eyes and found Salvatore not far away from him, looking at him with a tired face. On the table in front of him was a table full of bronze ornaments.
Give me a bracelet. This one.
Annan thought for a moment, then stretched out his right hand towards a bronze bracelet inlaid with sapphires.
You know how to choose. Salvatore muttered, this happens to be the most expensive one. Yes, I also think it is the most expensive, so I chose this one. Annan added in his heart.
But he didn't say this sentence for the time being because he saw that the ceremony had not yet been completed.
He was afraid that Salvatore would be angry and quit the job.
And seeing that he was so tired, he probably hadn't slept all the time. Or he didn't sleep well and was waiting for Annan to come back from the dungeon.
Although Annan didn't say anything, his heart was slightly warmed. Thank you, Senior, he said softly.
The bronze bracelet was a little too big for Annan's overly slender wrist.
But after it was put on, the black mud on Annan's right forearm seemed to be attracted out, slowly flowing to the bracelet and seeping into it bit by bit.
As the black mud penetrated, the bracelet began to shrink gradually.
The weight also miraculously began to decrease. Until Annan just felt that its thickness and weight were not a problem, and then he finished the adjustment. You see, it's that simple. It's not troublesome at all.
Salvatore lay on the table, squinting his eyes like a salted fish and complained. What I find annoying is that it would be great if you woke up half an hour in the morning.
It's not even noon yet.
I have to stay up all day before I can sleep.
Hearing this, Annan's heart moved. He asked Salvatore, Senior, how long has it been since I entered the nightmare?
2 days.
To be precise, there is another half an hour, which is 50 hours.
Salvatore sighed and closed his eyes to rest. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his voice was low and lazy. To be honest, you
are really talented. And it's reassuring. Then I can leave with peace of mind. 2 days? Annan was a little surprised. Did that long pass?
In Annan's subjective time, he had only been in the dungeon for about 3 hours.
Did he live too long in the first 2 lives?
Or, because the flow of time is different. Salvatore yawned, lying on the table with his eyes closed, and explained lazily, just like when you fall asleep, a dream at night may last for several days. The length of time you stay in a nightmare is not strictly corresponding to the length of time in reality. Maybe you stayed in it for 3 days this time, but only 2 days passed outside. It is also possible that the next time you enter the same nightmare, you may only stay in it for half a day, but several hours passed outside. But generally speaking, no matter when ordinary people enter a nightmare, as long as they can't bear it in despair because of fear and despair, the curse in the nightmare will slowly drain their vitality, and the nightmare itself will gradually become stronger. In the order area without gray fog, generally in the early morning, that is, when the power of order is the strongest, the light of the morning sun can temporarily dispel nightmares, and people will wake up from nightmares. But because the nightmares are still entangled with them and have not been purified, they will enter the same dream at night. Over time, they will become extremely weak. So, when people's research on the theory of the extraordinary is not thorough enough, this kind of memory fragments that are eroded and twisted by the curse and can attract souls to enter will be called nightmares by ancient people. Salvatore's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke, and he was about to fall asleep. Hey, wake up! Annan immediately patted Salvatore's shoulder and shook him hard to wake him up. Don't fall asleep. Wake up! He remembered that the curse that Salvatore was under seemed to be related to sleep.
Ha! Did I almost fall asleep just now?
After waking up, Salvatore straightened up with some vigilance and stood up from the stool. Well, thank you, Don Juan.
You just saved my life. You didn't sleep because you were waiting for me. Annan sighed. Did you think I would wake up yesterday?
Yeah, we didn't think you could stay in the nightmare for so long. Salvatore nodded without any hesitation. He supported himself on the desk with both hands and jogged to wake himself up, while speaking intermittently. That's why we let you enter the nightmare in the morning, so that you can have the most relaxed time to explore the nightmare. But yesterday morning, Don Juan, you didn't wake up yet, and I knew you had the talent of a priest.
But we didn't know how long you would wake up, and the priest didn't know either. So we could only keep watching you.
After all, you are an advanced ritual, which is different from a normal nightmare. If you forget to bring the container that carries the curse power you brought out of the nightmare will easily dissipate, and may form a new nightmare in the town. Thank you for your hard work, Senior.
Hearing this, Annan thanked Salvatore gratefully.
Strictly speaking, Salvatore would not get any benefit from helping himself or Frozen Waterport. He was about to leave Frozen Waterport and return to the Black Tower to advance. Even if a new nightmare appeared in Frozen Waterport later, it had nothing to do with him. He was just like Priest Lewis, acting only with the kindness and sense of responsibility in his heart.
You have to thank Priest Lewis, too. Salvatore coughed lightly and added, you are still growing up.
It is very bad for your body to be in a coma for 2 days and not be able to eat. Priest Lewis is responsible for replenishing your nutrition for the past 2 days.
Of course, you have to thank me too.
Because I paid for your treatment.
Thank you, Senior.
I will thank Priest Lewis later. Annan thanks Salvatore solemnly without hesitation. I am really grateful that you can help me and protect my subjects. He has never been the kind of person who is shy to say thank you. As long as it is something he should do, Annan has always done it well. Thanking or apologizing at the right time is naturally one of them. Salvatore, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed when he saw Annan thanking him so straightforwardly and solemnly. He coughed again, leaned against the table and pretended to drink water, then took a sip from the teacup. Then, Salvatore looked out the window, his mouth curled up. For me, this is what I should do. But not many of you noble lords are willing to express your gratitude sincerely. Since we, the extraordinary people, have stolen power from the curse, we must naturally take corresponding measures.
At least we cannot let the curse overflow and harm innocent people.
We should help to stop it if we can. We should help those who have no grudges against us if we can. Although I personally think that my moral level is average, I am not as good as those living saints who get extraordinary power to help the weak and uphold justice, and I even often have selfish thoughts and occasionally use my power to take advantage of others. But after all, we are all extraordinary people of decent backgrounds, and we still have to abide by the rules. This is for everyone, and also for ourselves. Just like what is said in the Extraordinary Declaration. The tired-looking, thin man chuckled and recited slowly in a solemn tone, from now on, we will bear our own curses, keep the secrets of others, abide by private oaths, and abide by common rules.
This is the case today and in the future.
You should not have forgotten it, Don Juan.
I understand.
Annan nodded slowly after hearing this, and the relaxed expression on his face gradually faded. He placed his right hand lightly on his chest, his ice blue eyes slightly widened, and looked at Salvatore. He responded seriously and earnestly, I remember. Hearing Salvatore's words, Annan was vaguely touched. From the time he traveled through time to now, he had not come into contact with many living supernatural beings. It was not until he heard Salvatore's words that Annan had a vague idea of the supernatural society in this world, a world that is somewhat gloomy and dark in tone, but definitely not dim and dark, and a group of secret keepers who bear curses, abide by oaths, abide by rules, and walk silently on their own paths.
A group of people who are lonely but not alone.
Okay, Salvatore said briskly, it's time to tell me about your curse. I'll be your secret keeper.
Just tell me directly?
Well, at least for you, there's nothing to worry about for now. Salvatore smiled, of course, remember not to become the secret keeper of a gold-level extraordinary person easily. If possible, it's best to stay away from them, don't ask, don't let them know your name, let alone hold ceremonies with them or recite their names in nightmares. After all, extraordinary people of that level are basically no longer considered human.
Can't be considered a human. What does that mean?
Annan felt a little confused and bewildered, but he just kept an eye on it, secretly noted this question, and didn't ask it at this time. He thought about his curse and told Salvatore the general content. My curse is, I must use a kitchen knife to kill one person every month. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a new prompt flashing in front of him, secret keeping oath established, currently established oath. 1. Does this mean
it's signed?
Annan was slightly stunned. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If he told all the players about his oath,
wouldn't he get a bunch of secret keepers immediately?
Anyway, players are required to protect the faction leader from a standpoint, and there is no need to worry about them targeting themselves.
This is equivalent to giving a bunch of secret keepers for free.
So, what if the players take this news back to their world and spread it through the internet? Annan is still not sure what the specific use of this oath number is,
so he doesn't have a strong idea about this.
But if Annan finds out that this thing is really useful later, he will definitely reactivate and explore this idea. Such a simple spell. On the other side, Salvatore was obviously choked when he heard Annan's spell.
Are there no additional requirements?
Yes. Annan explained, the kitchen knife must be the kind that is in use and must have been used to cut vegetables a day ago.
That's still too simple.
There is basically no possibility that your spell can be used by others.
It's much better than mine.
Salvatore smacked his lips, looking very envious.
Annan was slightly startled and realized something.
He asked tentatively, can you reveal it to me?
What did you choose at that time?
It doesn't hurt to tell you directly, you have almost guessed it anyway. Salvatore sighed, The curse I chose at that time was, I must go to bed after 3 a.m. and get up before 9 a.m. every day.
But I actually don't want this curse.
When I saw its shape was a person who looked like he was sleeping, I thought the content of this curse was to make me sleep more every day, but I didn't expect it to make me sleep less.
And I am a person who likes to sleep very much.
He sighed again with a sad face. Now I feel very annoyed.
Very irritable. This life is too hard, life is boring. I understand. Anon nodded in empathy.
When his colleagues continued to work overtime and he left work early to go home, his colleagues looked at him packing up and going home, and they should have felt similarly. But Salvatore was miserable. He was forced to work overtime.
But it turns out that other people cannot see the specific content of the curse under normal circumstances?
In this case, there is an explanation for why the great wizard Benjamin chose the conflicting curse. Because he can only see the general type of the curse, that is, the bubble. Through the bubble, he can roughly infer what type, what field, and what the curse is related to. But he doesn't know the specific content of the curse.
Anon suddenly realized that this might be an advantage for him. Although it may not bring any benefits.
But at least it can ensure that he will not be cheated. For example, if he can't see the content of the curse, then an eyeball, a kitchen knife, and a backstabber, Anon will most likely choose the eyeball for safety reasons, the one that looks the least.
But that eyeball is actually the one with the biggest problem. The curse on it may not be triggered at any time.
Once the enemy knows about it, it is easy to have a scene where several assassins take turns to wait for Anon's eye pain curse to be triggered.
Or it is also possible that when he is doing something delicate, the curse is suddenly triggered and interrupted. Then I am very lucky.
Anon chuckled and said, even if others know the content of my curse, they can't do anything to me. If they can control me and prevent me from getting a kitchen knife or touching anyone for 30 days,
then actually, they could have killed me long ago. There's no need to do that.
Yes. Salvatore nodded in agreement.
He thought for a while and asked,
speaking of which, Don Juan,
have you heard of the saints? Anon shook his head calmly. Don't ask me, I just don't know.
Anyway, you asked me in this tone, which means that this knowledge is not common. And according to Anon's behavior, even if he really knew, he would pretend not to know. This is Anon's unique chat skill, using words such as yes, 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 so amazing, so awesome, it's so amazing, it's so amazing. It's easy to make the other party brag to the point of revealing something that shouldn't be said. And when your social status is higher than the other party, the power of this skill will be multiplied.
If you have a good-looking face, it can be doubled again.
Under Anon's flattering and coaxing, Salvatore quickly emptied out all the knowledge in a daze. As expected, this is really a valuable hidden knowledge in this world. There is a special kind of extraordinary people called saints. They are the truly noble extraordinary people who have a true heart of justice, and the motivation for obtaining extraordinary powers is to help others, as Salvatore said before. They will make a public oath, reveal all their curses to everyone, and let the whole world be their keeper and supervisor of their conduct, so as to obtain the most powerful oath power. In this way, even if they continue to die from the most twisted nightmares, the degree of erosion will hardly increase. In this way, they can travel through various nightmares to purify the most terrifying and dangerous nightmares.
Oath and curse. Order and distortion. This is the duality of all extraordinary powers in this world.
So that's it, the meaning of the attribute of currently establishing an oath that he just obtained is actually this.
Anon's expression became slightly serious.
Then he really has to start preparing to do it. Even if he doesn't become a saint, he should at least find a way to tie all the players to himself.
By the way, Salvatore reminded, remember to complete the information in the nightmare. Write down the part you still remember. I get angry when you say this.
Anon suddenly felt a toothache. The information you gave me is not right at all.
What? Hearing this, Salvatore was stunned. It's really wrong.
Anon explained, I did it according to the above content, but I almost died infinitely. I changed my mind to purify the nightmare after I realized that I had died several times. It turned out to be like this.
Salvatore frowned slightly.
But after thinking for a while, he added, but I still think that the priest has no ill intentions.
I know this.
Anon narrowed his eyes slightly. I will mention this to Father Louis later.
He could actually see that Father Louis did not want to harm him.
Because he recorded a lot of dense information in the strategy he gave to Anon, and most of them were useless details. It was obvious that he tried very hard to recall.
But unfortunately, Father Louis still couldn't help Anon. Because he was not acting. He was really bad. Of course, there might be another possibility.
From what Salvatore said, it seemed that they all entered the nightmare in a limited time. This means that it is very likely that Father Louis did not clear the dungeon several times.
He just dragged the time until the end of the level selection, and then was automatically asked to leave. Can this also be considered purification? It shouldn't be, right? So does it mean that the part of the nightmare that has been purified was not actually done by Father Lewis?
Speaking of which, Annan suddenly remembered something very important.
He asked Salvatore seriously, "Senior, have you heard of the name Amos?
He should be a painter who lived in Frozen Waterport and became famous about a few decades ago. His full name is Amos Morrison."
Wait, it sounds familiar. I seem to have seen this name on that old newspaper a few days ago. Wait for me.
Salvatore was startled when he heard the name.
He flipped through it for a while, and he really found an old newspaper from 45 years ago. It was even handwritten, and the pages were old and yellow.
There was a line of bold words on the front page, "Famous painter accused of serial murder," and below it was written, "Recently, Mr. Amos Morrison, a famous artist and painter in Frozen Waterport, was arrested by the security guard for serial murder." Recently, Mr. Amos Morrison, a famous artist and painter in Frozen Water Harbor, was arrested by the security guard for serial murder. According to an anonymous letter, there are a large number of corpses hidden in the gallery of Mr. Amos Morrison. Although Sheriff Sir Hiram thought it might be a prank, our respected Sheriff Hiram still brought his own security police guard and, with the assistance of many relevant industry insiders, conducted a surprise inspection of the Morrison Gallery last night.
Ha? Gallery? Annan was thoughtful when he saw this.
He looked up and saw that the newspaper was called North Sea Recent Events. It seemed to be a monthly newspaper, published once a month. After noting down the name, Annan carefully unfolded the already brittle newspaper and looked down carefully. Earlier, Mr. Amos Morrison reported to the Frozen Water Harbor Police Department, claiming that his daughter Elle Morrison had disappeared inexplicably.
Due to Mr. Amos's outstanding creation, this matter once caused an uproar.
Our beloved Viscount Alvin Barber and the Honorable Earl Gerald also once inquired about this matter. The Frozen Waterport Police Department jointly handled the case with the security guards of Rossburg, Whiteland, Highcliffe Castle and other places, and recruited many well-known detectives and sought assistance from relevant industry insiders, but in the end, they still did not find the whereabouts of Elle Morrison. This matter was once reported to the capital as a case that proved the weakness of the security force in the North Sea Territory. Earl Gerald severely criticized this matter, and the former head of the Frozen Waterport Police Department, Job Burrow, was demoted for this unfavorable handling of the case.
At 2:15 in the morning on March 4, Sheriff Hiram's investigation team was attacked in the Morrison Gallery.
3 police officers died unfortunately, and 2 police officers also went crazy on the spot because the scene was too cruel and suffered a huge mental shock. They died of serious injuries a few days later. The attacker was shot dead on the spot and the body was recovered by the police station.
It is said that his identity is a mercenary from the swamp.
More details, including the number of attackers, are still confidential. According to the testimony of a drinker who had just left the Rotten Fish bar, he heard a loud roar at around 2:30 in the morning of that day. After he rushed to the Morrison Gallery, he found that the police officers were fighting a huge colorful meatball with flames all over its body. He was stunned and shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the colored meatball, and was then knocked unconscious from behind. Afterwards, Sheriff Hiram found several body fragments of Elle Morrison in the Morrison Gallery. They were hidden inside the picture frames and sniffed out by police dogs, and before that, pets were never allowed in the Morrison Gallery.
Elle Morrison's original name was Elle Buckle.
When she was 7 years old, her biological father died, and her mother Clara Buckle remarried Amos Morrison, who was 5 years younger than her. Elle also changed her surname to Morrison at this time. When she was 14, her mother Clara died of an unknown cause. In the basement of the Morrison Gallery, a 6-month-old dead fetus that had just been made into a specimen was found.
Relevant industry insiders confirmed that its mother was Elle Morrison and its father was Amos Morrison.
We have reason to suspect that there was an improper and unhealthy relationship between them. Below this, a line of small words read, "Note, this specimen has been recovered by the relevant department."
A 6-month-old dead fetus? Annan paused.
If the year Elle died and Amos was arrested was the second year of the nightmare,
he roughly calculated.
The month Elle was pregnant
was almost the month of Amos's second plot ceremony.
Annan suddenly felt a chill on his back,
but he didn't realize where this feeling of uneasiness came from.
He continued to read. The body of Elle Morrison was confirmed by the police, who are related to the industry, to have died half a month ago, exactly 10 days after Mr. Amos Morrison reported the case. In addition, several bodies were found in the underground warehouse of Morrison Gallery, most of which were vagrants, but also included the well-known art critic, Mr. Absalom Flagg. He was a critic of Morrison's paintings before, but he became a fanatical supporter of Morrison half a year ago. 3 months ago, he went to Frozen Waterport to attend Mr. Morrison's exhibition, but disappeared on the way. We have reason to suspect that he was killed by Amos.
Mr. Amos confessed to this fact. When asked about other details in the gallery and the so-called colorful meatball, Sheriff Hiram said, "There is no doubt that the mercenaries who fought with us were from the swamp, and all the police officers on the scene can prove this. The reason for the appearance of such an abstract monster at the scene can only be the effect of alcohol. As for other things that happened in the gallery, it involves confidentiality regulations, so we can't tell you. But Mr. Reporter, I sincerely tell you that it is a great blessing that you were not present at the scene. I think that anyone with a conscience and sound morals will cry for the tragic situation in the basement. The Morrison Gallery has been blocked by the security guards, and the relevant persons involved in the case are being interrogated one after another. Mr. Morrison is under strict custody control.
It is said that the Lord intends to demolish the Morrison Gallery in the near future."
Is this the end of Amos?
Annan wrote down the other contents of the newspaper of the same period, and then slowly closed the newspaper.
Count Geraint. 45 years ago, which Geraint was it? Don Juan's father, or his grandfather? And the Viscount of Rossburg mentioned in the nightmare, is it really Alvin Barber? And El's previous surname, Buckle. If Annan remembers correctly, in the nightmare cutscene CG, Amos was shouting "Don't! Buckle!" Who is he talking to?
Annan vaguely realized that there seemed to be some connection between these old events. It was even possible that the frozen waterport had been abandoned for decades, perhaps not just because of the ban on trade and export with the Winter Principality. Then, Don Juan came to this land.
Maybe it was not just because he was persecuted in the capital.
45 years ago.
Annan muttered. He silently wrote down the number.
In any case, something must have happened 45 years ago.
How? Salvatore, who was standing by, looked at Annan looking at the newspaper with a serious expression and couldn't help asking, "Did you gain anything?"
"Yes."
"Do you still have the newspaper for this year?"
Annan immediately replied, "And the newspaper for the previous year, I want them all."
The current time is December 1503 in the new calendar.
The last month of the year protected by the cold-blooded lady and the strict old grandmother will soon be 1504. So 45 years ago was 1458.
Something big must have happened during this time. Newspapers this old are hard to find, as they don't have a large circulation.
Salvatore scratched his head in confusion. "I only brought newspapers about the Gerald family and related news from the Black Tower this time. Mainly because I'm afraid of violating taboos. I may not be able to find them all, I'll try my best. Thank you for your hard work, Senior."
Annan nodded.
It's better to ask Salvatore to help investigate than to rush around blindly.
There is another problem that Annan needs to deal with personally. How are my guards now? Salvatore's expression was a little subtle when he heard this question. How should I put it?
Well, at least your guards are really capable.
Seeing Salvatore's hesitation, Annan felt a little uneasy. Those huskies, wouldn't they start to demolish the house too? When he went out to demolish other people's houses, did his own house get demolished too? Husky cycle? He couldn't help but ask, what happened?
Or did they get into trouble? No, that's not the case.
They even helped people all over the city.
Now the whole frozen waterport knows that their new lord has arrived.
At this point, Salvatore added, of course, they did their job properly. They didn't give up their guard work and even helped patrol the city. And they are very loyal to you.
Even if you sent some people to Rossburg to cause damage before, this dangerous mission did not make the guards who stayed in the city dissatisfied with you. They even wanted to go to Rossburg to help, because the mission there is more important. Yes, that's what they told me. Salvatore recalled the player's actions, and he seemed to be less sleepy. He became more energetic. I don't know where you found such a good and strange guard. In the 2 days when you entered the nightmare, many people came to see you every day. I can see that they are not just saying a few good words about you, nor are they flattering you for show or for wealth and power. They sincerely hope that you can give them more dangerous tasks, and they also sincerely hope that you can be safe.
Yes, I know. Because they must want more fun and exciting tasks.
They must also be very concerned about the safety of their only faction leader.
Annan remained silent, and couldn't even explain to Salvatore.
They don't love me at all, they just want the favorability I gave them.
In that case, Annan was a little confused. Why did you look so troubled just now? Because they are a little too diligent. They are quite diligent and friendly to the townspeople.
The young wizard, who always looked sleepy, became energetic when talking about this issue, and talked incessantly. I tell you, some of them even planned to go out to work. And it's not a job like guarding or teaching swordsmanship, but jobs like pruning branches, sweeping the floor, and guarding graves.
Some people even went to the militia to learn swordsmanship.
At that time, the militia thought they were looking for trouble, and there was chaos. Later, they learned that they really came to learn swordsmanship. But your guards are so good at swordsmanship, obviously they have learned military swordsmanship for at least 5 years, and as a result, the militia was beaten very badly. The other townspeople were also scared to death at first. They thought you wanted to seize their property or their jobs, so you sent guards to blackmail them. Some people even wanted to give them money, and there were almost fights in some places. It was only after I went over to mediate and explained the matter clearly that I calmed them down.
I asked your guards why they did this. Then they said,
they left their homes and came here, so they had to earn more money. It was not until I told them that you would pay them that some of them gave up the idea of looking for a job and quietly guarded around the house. Salvatore said with a strange look on his face. They also said,
they must earn more money because there may be places to spend money at any time.
But I have been here for several years, and I don't know where in this frozen water port I can spend money.
Is that so?
Annan was silent for a moment, and then murmured in response.
Wait, do I still have to pay them? You, don't remind them. And don't remind me of this. These players didn't even realize that they had a salary to receive before.
Annan was very sad. The players are used to being exploited. The fact that this game is free and does not require in-game purchases is already very conscientious. They dare not even think about being able to get paid. I hope they didn't believe Salvatore's words. Just as Annan thought, Salvatore with messy hair continued, but even after knowing this, many of them decided to go out and find jobs. Some even planned to go hunting in the mountains, and some wanted to join the fleet to go fishing. They even wanted me to keep it a secret from you, but think about it, you will know that there is absolutely no way I can keep such a big thing a secret from you.
After all, they are your guards. How are those people going to pay them? What if they are tired or injured? What if they do something wrong in your name? What if they cheat people in your name?
Salvatore had a complicated expression and looked at Annan subtly. Nothing has really happened now, but I still have to tell you about this.
Judging from their skin and faces, they should all be from good backgrounds, right? How come all of them are? Are they so poor?
Although Salvatore didn't say the second half, Annan already knew what he wanted to say.
This is normal.
It is common for players to start by farming and developing the economy. Especially when the other half of the players are carrying out dangerous stealth and assassination missions, the half that stay in the city will naturally take the initiative to help deal with logistical issues.
For example, making money.
But Annan was relieved.
None of the problems are big.
As long as the players don't tear down the house, it's all good. It's normal to look for tasks everywhere, and it's normal to try to switch to a career and learn new skills.
It's even more normal to want to work and earn money.
They don't steal, but know how to work. Annan is even very relieved.
However, the salary. This problem bothers Annan. Because he really has no money now.
He has no money in his life. Fortunately, he had laid the groundwork for the main quest with the players for the sake of safety, and sold a miserable wave.
Annan is now seriously thinking about whether to confront the players. Just say that you have no money now and no money to pay salaries.
Then when you pay salaries every month, you can directly pay favorability. Or, you can also let the players earn money and give it to you, and you will pay them a small amount of favorability every month.
At least during the internal test period. As a noble, if you don't have a penny, there may be a big mess.
But this seems a bit like a group of licking dogs, turning in funds on time. It sounds very cruel, but if you think about it carefully, it makes sense anyway. Annan's favorability is equivalent to binding points, so isn't this equivalent to a monthly card?
Haven't you seen a monthly card? Isn't it normal to pay Krypton gold every month?
And this is not Krypton gold, it just takes some time.
What's the matter?
The more Annan thought about it, the more he felt justified. He quickly convinced himself. Just like that, he happily decided to let the players come back on time to hand in their salaries. Anyway, both of his identities are nobles, and he also knows Father Louis and Salvatore, a wizard who seems to have a very high status. If you want to buy something, the price and quality here in Annan will definitely be much better than if the players buy it themselves. This price difference can also be used as a Krypton gold point to recover goodwill. Well, I will adjust it in the background when the time comes. Then I can tell them openly that I am cute and please give me money. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. Salvatore suddenly said, I don't know where your guards got the information from. It is said that the people you sent to Rossford discovered a major event that must be reported directly to you.
Number 13 Rustwater Street.
The homeless child looked down at the letter of introduction in his hand and confirmed the location again. It is indeed here.
Gerald's dental clinic? Delicious Goose frowned slightly, his face a little ugly. To be honest, I don't really want to go into this kind of place. It will remind me of some bad memories. Go in, uncle, it's okay. Linny on the side advised, how about, I and the child go up, and you stay at the door? That's fine, anyway, my body shape makes people wary. Delicious Goose said in a deep voice. This tall man with brown curly hair and strong muscles looked at the word dentist and was obviously a little afraid. I'll stay downstairs and keep watch for you. The card game anchor, who looked particularly strong and good at fighting, quickly added, after you go in, keep an eye on the forum and open the private post of the three of us. If I encounter an enemy here and knock him down, I will send 11111, and you should be aware of it. If I encounter an enemy that I cannot defeat and needs your support, I will send 22222, and you should quickly come down to support me. If I send 3333, you should not hesitate to jump out of the window or run through a small road, but don't return from here. Remember? Understood, uncle. Linny nodded, responding formally and seriously. The homeless child also nodded cautiously. I will protect a gang. You should be careful too. It's not a gang, it's EE. The three most combative players gathered together again in Rossburg. The task that Annan gave them at the beginning, that is, to successfully sneak into Rossburg, was already easily completed by them. But to be honest, this task is not simple. If you let those players who are not smart enough come here, they will be easily exposed, because it is completely different from Frozen Waterport. Rossburg is a serious fortress city. Not only does it have thick walls, but it also has watchtowers, black giant crossbows mounted on the side of the walls, and strangely shaped arrow towers. Moreover, there are even troops stationed here. This also successfully answered the players' previous questions: why is there no garrison in Frozen Waterport as a border city? Now they know. It's not that Frozen Waterport has no garrison, but that the entire border defense army of the North Sea Territory is stationed in Rossburg, and Frozen Waterport is completely exposed and outside the protection range. In other words, Frozen Waterport is just a stepson. The players also found out some information in Rossburg. At least 100 years ago, Frozen Waterport was still the land of the Principality of Winter. Even until now, Grand Duke Winter has not issued a document to officially cede this land, but just pretended not to see it. In the previous war, the Kingdom of Noah, which occupied the Frozen Waterport, had no reason to return it for no reason. The two countries tacitly accepted the mysterious existence of the Frozen Waterport. The players also received some information that they could not understand. The war between the two countries was settled not because they reached a balance of interests, but because the boundary contraction of the Principality of Winter occurred. Players learned that outside the territory of each country in this world, there is a huge, invisible barrier that prevents a curse called Grey Fog from being materialized. Long ago, the barriers of the Kingdom of Noah and the Principality of Winter overlapped with each other. This had a very adverse effect on the barriers of both countries, but the center position of the barrier cannot be changed, and the barrier itself is roughly hemispherical. Once the barrier is actively contracted, it means a permanent loss of a large amount of territory. So neither side of the two countries is willing to give in, and both sides hope that the other side can give in. Frozen Waterport was once the bridgehead of the Principality of Winter. The war between the two countries ended 48 years ago. To be precise, it was in 1455. The reason for the end of the war was that the barrier of the Principality of Winter had an unknown problem and collapsed on a small scale. In order to repair the barrier, the Principality of Winter was forced to reduce its territory, abandoning the Frozen Waterport in the southeast, most of the Black Sea, and several small cities in the southwest. They were exposed outside the barrier. Frozen Waterport was lucky, because it was protected by two barriers. After the Principality of Winter took the initiative to withdraw, it naturally fell into the territory of the Kingdom of Noah. In other words, it found an honest person to take over. The cities in the southeast are more miserable, because the southeast of the Principality of Winter does not directly border any country. Of course, the residents are not stupid. They either pack up their belongings, move north back to the interior of the barrier, and re-establish their family business. Or they cross the ocean and go to the United Kingdom south of the Principality of Winter. The United Kingdom also opened the immigration channel as soon as possible and even sent several ships to pick up people. After a few months, the cities in the southeast of the Principality of Winter were no longer inhabited and turned into silent dead cities. On the other side, the Frozen Waterport became more prosperous. After the Principality and the Kingdom no longer had border frictions and conflicts, the relationship between the two countries improved rapidly. The Kingdom of Noah directly dispatched garrisons and immigrants to the Frozen Waterport,
opened several trade routes to the inland, and directly dismantled the defense facilities and city walls originally built by the Principality of Winter, leaving only the former military port. After all, the edge of this dagger is inward rather than outward. At the same time, the connection between the Principality and the frozen water port was not cut off. The Principality of Winter did not seem to care that the frozen water port fell into the territory of the kingdom, but continued to transport goods continuously, and then sold them to the Kingdom of Noah through the frozen water port as a transit station. As a result, frozen water port was caught in a very delicate situation. Because of the trade support of the Winter Principality, its economy took off and developed rapidly, becoming a very prosperous port city. But in the eyes of many people in the kingdom, they were as disturbed by being in frozen water port in the kingdom as a girlfriend who suddenly came to their door but still kept in touch with her ex-boyfriend in a long-distance relationship. Perhaps as early as that time, there was already a conflict between frozen water port and Rossburg. But in any case, this could not have appeared after Don Juan Garant came to the North Sea territory. The players must save themselves first, so under their conservative investigation, they did not find any reason why the Viscount might be hostile to Don Juan after 2 days. Even most of the citizens of Rossburg did not know that their new lord had arrived in frozen water port. This big boy, who was simply called Kid or Little Broke Boy by the players, may have received a task from the slums that made him suddenly alert because of his harmless baby face or because of his own good luck, sending a letter to a reclusive pagan. Through the sunlight and the black paper tube, the child could vaguely see that the letter came from Mr. Justin Kenny. Through the information that players posted on the forum, it was known that this person was the butler of Viscount Rossburg. Linny now thinks that it was the right choice for Delicious Goose not to go upstairs, even if she has no psychological trauma towards dentists. But the strange atmosphere of Gerald's dental clinic also makes her a little creepy. Objectively speaking, this is a very clean clinic. Although the walls are still a little yellow, at least within the range visible to the naked eye, Linny can't see any garbage. It can be seen that the owner here should be a person with a considerable degree of cleanliness. But for some reason, after entering this clinic, she always feels a little uneasy. It's like the feeling when she was summoned to the class teacher's office when she was a child. It's also like the feeling when she went to the hospital for a physical examination and waited for the test results when she felt unwell. Nervous, uneasy, and a little inexplicably excited. The back of her heart seemed to be a little cold, and she felt a little cold. Both arms seemed to have a cold and felt a little neuralgia. A bit weird. Linny touched her arms a little uneasily and felt that it was unexpectedly cold here. She looked at her companions, but the child seemed to have noticed nothing. Instead, he felt Linny's gaze and turned his head to look at her in a daze. "What's wrong, Sister Gungzi?" "Nothing, just. Are you two patients?" At this moment, a very soothing and gentle male voice sounded. The voice was not loud, but it easily interrupted the conversation between the two. It was not until the moment she heard this that Linny suddenly realized that the young man with a gentle smile and ordinary appearance had been sitting opposite the stairs, staring at her. But before the young man spoke, Linny did not notice his existence at all. She clearly realized that this was very strange, but she did not feel anything wrong from the bottom of her heart. She just asked in a brisk tone, "Excuse me, is this Dr. Gerald?" "We are not patients, we are just here to deliver a letter." "Where is the letter?" Dr. Gerald asked gently. "It's from the slums." "I heard it was a letter from the Viscount's butler?" Linny answered without hesitation. She then turned her head to look at the wandering child. After all, her companion didn't actually tell her too many details of the mission. The handsome boy with a baby face immediately continued, "Yes, I received the mission from the smuggler. Deliver the letter from Mr. Justin Kenny to a reclusive pagan. He gave me an address, which is here." "Oh?" Dr. Gerald blinked and smiled gently. He stood up, picked up a small hammer, walked over and asked calmly, "Then how did you know that this letter was given to me by Mr. Kenny?" "I held the letter against the sun and rolled it into a tube with black paper. The black paper absorbs light, so I can then see some of the content of the letter through the sunlight." The wandering child answered without any reservation. "Is that so?" Dr. Gerald nodded. "Then what else did you see?" "Nothing else. Because the letter was folded in half, the name was not very clear, and most of it was my guess." The wandering child answered. Dr. Gerald walked behind him and asked gently and concernedly, "So are you curious about the contents of the letter?" "Curiosity." The wandering child continued to answer without hesitation. Then, Dr. Gerald gently hit his head with the hammer in his hand. Once, twice, 3 times. After 3 soft sounds, it seemed as if nothing happened. Dr. Gerald then turned to look at Linny. "What about you, lovely girl?
Are you curious about this? Not very curious. Linny answered honestly. Dr. Gerald nodded, took out 2 shillings, and handed them to the two of them. He turned around and sat back in his chair. Then he said gently, "Then you can go back. You successfully delivered the letter to me, and I accepted it. Little boy, you know that you have an incurable disease, and you will arrange your funeral tonight. Girl, you also know about this, remember to help him. So, both of you, please go back." "Yes, Dr. Gerald." The two answered in unison. Then, the two of them went downstairs directly. Dr. Gerald looked at their backs with deep eyes, frowning slightly. These two children have good physical fitness. But his brows soon relaxed, stretched out his hand to tear open the envelope, and murmured in a brisk tone, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. 2 ordinary people." On the other side, seeing the 2 people go downstairs so quickly, Delicious Phony looked a little strange. He quickly came up and whispered, "Did your mission fail?" "The mission was successful." Linny answered as a matter of course, "We have handed the letter to Dr. Gerald. He also gave us 4 shillings. We are going to arrange the funeral of the homeless children now." "Ah? What? What?" Linny's 3 words made Delicious Phony stunned for 3 times. But he reacted quickly. So his face changed, loosened his hands holding the clothes of the 2 people, and let them go. It was not until a few minutes later that he pretended not to know the 2 people and left from another way. For 30 minutes, and Delicious Phony intercepted them outside the rusty water street and dragged them to a deserted alley nearby. "You two, do you still remember who you are?" He looked a little nervous and shook Linny's shoulders. "Do you remember the forum? Have you read the forum? Do you remember our initial agreement?" Hearing this, Linny suddenly froze. There was an obvious struggle on her face, as if she was fighting with someone on the spot. Then the whole person suddenly shuddered, her pupils suddenly dilated to the limit, and the whole person was sweating profusely. "It's amazing." Linny couldn't help but curse out loud, but there was still some fear on her face. "I can actually be deceived." As she spoke, she grabbed the stray child without hesitation and slapped him in the face one slap after another, while shouting, "Wake up, kid. Hurry up and change back to your original appearance dash. Stop hitting me, I'm going to be stupid." After 3 slaps, the child woke up and immediately held his head and shouted, "Even if you shout like that, I won't become a paperman." "Were you guys mentally controlled just now?" "Yes. I didn't even realize when I was controlled. Fortunately you didn't come up." Linny's face was still full of fear. She grabbed the child and said, "Look at your panel, he just hit you 3 times with a hammer. He also said you have a terminal illness. Why are you panicking? Maybe he wants me to come to you in the middle of the night." The wandering child muttered and opened his panel. There were 3 debuffs clearly marked on it: curse, heart paralysis, triggered after 16 hours 22 minutes and 31 seconds, or with curse, forgotten secret words. Curse, do not speak. If the holder is attacked before finishing speaking, this attack ignores defense. Curse, forgotten secret words, triggered when saying or writing the words Nye, Viscount, and Gerald, and immediately forgets what you originally wanted to say. He immediately covered his mouth, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He almost said the word Gerald just now. Suddenly, he reacted. He quickly posted one on the forum frantically, attracting the attention of the 2. Then he pointed to his mouth, waved his hand, and took a screenshot of his 3 states and posted it in the post. After reading it, the 2 quickly understood it. "I think we need to go to the Lord as soon as possible." The child finally spoke, "This matter is very important. But we can't get back before you die." Lin hesitated. The wandering child did not hesitate at all, then post a message for help. "If I am sure to die, then there is no need to save me. The mission is more important. If we can't go back, let the players in Frozen Waterport tell Boss Don Juan. This matter must be notified to him personally, without any omissions." That's basically it. Joer finally finished describing the accident in Rossberg. This incident quickly became a big deal on the forum. The players also realized the importance of this issue and immediately sent Joer to inform Annan. After all, among the players who stayed in Frozen Waterport, Joer and Annan were the closest. Fortunately, both Annan and Salvatore didn't care much about the fact that the players had some kind of remote communication means, and they all trusted the news brought by Joer. Otherwise, the players would have spent a lot of time just explaining the existence of the forum and convincing the 2 NPCs, the ability to manipulate people's hearts? Annan frowned slightly. He held his chin with his left hand, and the 5 slender white fingers of his right hand tapped unconsciously on the table. Annan still felt a little tricky about this sudden enemy. If Dr. Gerald really had the ability to manipulate people's hearts at will, especially if this ability could be used on multiple people, then Annan could conclude that this level of enemy was not something he could deal with at the moment. So Annan turned to Salvatore and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" But unexpectedly, Salvatore did not seem to be very nervous.
Or rather, a strong emotion overflowed from him, which had completely overwhelmed the nervousness.
Anger? Hatred? Passion? Not very clear. But there is only one thing that is certain.
In Salvatore's eyes, an unknown fire had indeed been ignited. He just pursed his lips and pondered for a while, and whispered to Jor, "Are you sure that your two companions are bound by these 3 curses?"
"One of them, the other one is not cursed," Jor corrected. "Yes. I mean, it is indeed these 3, right?" Jor nodded affirmatively.
After all, she saw the screenshots directly on the forum. There is no way she could be wrong.
"Your acquaintance?" Annan asked Salvatore. He had realized something.
Salvatore was very familiar with this man. Or rather, very familiar with his hammer.
Sure enough,
the haggard young wizard nodded and replied in a low voice, "I guess so."
He then asked Jor, "Miss Jor, did your companion mention the pagan's profession? Is he a dentist?"
"Yes." Jor looked at him in surprise. She thought it was relatively unimportant information at first, so she didn't bring it up at the first time, lest it serve as a distraction and disrupt the thoughts of the two. But she reacted now. There seems to be something hidden in this message. Fortunately, Salvatore himself guessed it keenly. She realized that these 2 people were indeed smarter than herself. So she gave up her messy ideas and told more seemingly meaningless information. Also, after being brainwashed, the 2 of them were shaken awake by their companions after they walked out of a street.
He asked some confusing questions, and they woke up one by one. The other one was woken up by being beaten. Being woken up is a good thing.
Salvatore breathed a sigh of relief, and his solemn tone relaxed slightly.
He stopped talking here. He looked at Jor and then at Annan. "You can say, Senior Salvatore." Annan nodded. "Jor is trustworthy."
As he said that, Annan looked at Jor seriously. "What we are going to talk about next is very important, and you'd better write it down carefully. Although I haven't turned on the forum live broadcast function yet, you should remember to open a post and write it down."
Annan hinted so.
Jor also nodded seriously and solemnly.
Annan was not disappointed.
She opened the forum and began to prepare to take notes and record important mission intelligence as she listened.
"You asked me if this person is my acquaintance. I answered that he is. Because I know him, but he may not know me." Salvatore replied, "In terms of seniority, he should be considered our senior. And our teacher. He is David Gerald, a dark wizard from the Black Tower of the Marsh. He graduated from the Soul Reaper School and taught students for 3 years before I entered school. Later, he betrayed the Black Tower of the Marsh and stole an important cursed item. It is this hammer."
At this point, Salvatore's expression became slightly serious. "It looks like a palm-sized iron hammer. Its full name is Bone and Blood Trigger of So-and-so. And its full name, I can't say it in frozen water port. So I will shorten it to Bone and Blood Trigger. I hope that when I say this, you can roughly realize what the one I didn't say is.
Is it the one we just talked about?"
"Yes." Salvatore answered affirmatively.
Annan was startled. There is only one answer. Skeleton Lord. A cursed object that can be named after God. What exactly is its ability? Annan couldn't help asking.
Not only was he cautious, he was also a little curious about it. Salvatore glanced at Jor, hesitated for a moment, and answered frankly, "Forget it, it's not a secret now. There are 6 kinds of curses wrapped around it. They are heart paralysis, no more words, forgotten secret words, I'm not here, claustrophobia, and book page lock body. You have just learned the effects of the first 3. Let me tell you about the contents of the last 3 curses. The effect of I am not here is equivalent to the spell of the same name in the idol school. When others do not know the true identity of the bound person and his secrets, the bound person is invisible to them. Just like the gods in mythology, invisible, inaudible, and unseen. Until the other party performs a miracle. The effect of claustrophobia is equivalent to the spell of the same name of the school of incapacitation. It is triggered when the bound person is in a confined space within a certain area that he has defined, and the bound person will suddenly feel extremely strong fear and anxiety. After more than 3 minutes and 3 seconds, the bound person will have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations that he has defined in advance. 3 minutes after the hallucinations appear, the bound person will begin to have a strong urge to kill, and the body will be strengthened to the mutation level. After more than 33 minutes, the bound person will die on the spot. The effect of book page lock body is equivalent to the spell of the same name of the School of Edicts.
It can make all the knowledge carriers such as books and newspapers within a certain range of the bound person riot and alienate, and the text will become entity, completely fixing the bound person. The more secret the knowledge, the more difficult it is to break free from the chains. If the chain is broken free, the pages will be destroyed. The maximum immobilization time depends on the amount of text in all the chains and the reading speed of the bound person. Generally speaking, it is 1/10 of the time to finish reading these books. After the effect ends normally, the bound person is equivalent to having read all the contents of the book that bound him. After saying that, Salvatore looked at Annan. Do you think this is a very powerful curse? Yes. Annan exclaimed, they are all very practical curses. Then I want to tell you. The reason why it is called a trigger is because it can shoot out the curses in it. Salvatore replied, using a person's bones and blood as bullets, 3 different curses can be injected into a person's body for 24 hours, and can be used once a day, or any number of the curses can be injected into another curse for a month, and those who come into contact with the curse will be cursed, and the second method of use will temporarily make the curse disappear from the trigger before it returns. Bones and blood need to be loaded into the back of the hammer like bullets. The amount required is very small. The only requirement is that it must be used once a week, and the sacrifices used each time must be bones and blood from different people. Whether the sacrifices are repeated or not used, 3 kinds of curses will be randomly injected into his body for 24 hours. Salvatore was still talking, but Annan's thoughts had drifted away. He suddenly remembered something. In his first nightmare since he came to this world, Annan saw a mirror, tongueless mirror, type, material/miscellaneous, blue, description, a destroyed cursed object that has lost its original function, effect, the holder will suffer the curse cannot speak. Now Annan has known that the so-called cursed object is an object wrapped in a curse. If the destroyed cursed object has lost its original function, then why is the effect of the curse cannot speak not lost? Or, cannot speak is not the attribute of the mirror itself, but is it added by someone? Annan narrowed his eyes slightly. Everything was connected. If Annan guessed correctly, Klaus's cursed mirror was enchanted by Dr. Gerald. The murderer who killed the real Don Juan Gerald was his guard captain Klaus. In fact, the guard captain was the third prince's man. Also on the side of the third prince was the eldest son of the Gerald family, Don Juan's eldest brother. He was the one who revealed the curse of the old wizard Benjamin to Klaus. In order to ensure that he could defeat the silver-level wizard Benjamin before docking, Klaus still asked for the cursed mirror even though he knew Benjamin's curse, and used the ritual tongue in the mirror he had learned before on the ship. This ritual requires a cursed mirror with a large amount of curses, and it must be smaller than Klaus' head. Such a mirror must be very difficult to find. But if the amount of curse is not required, any cursed mirror will do, and the difficulty will be much lower. According to Salvatore, one of the main tasks of the extraordinary and the church is to recover cursed objects from the secular world. After all, even for ordinary people, it is not completely impossible to pass the nightmare. With such a large population base, there are always lucky people who can pass the relatively simple nightmare. Or unlucky people. After passing the nightmare, there is a chance to get a cursed item. Cursed items are always magical. This is true. But cursed items are entangled with curses. For extraordinary people, these curses are equivalent to nutrients, but for ordinary people, they are no different from poison. Living with a cursed item for a long time will make the owner's body become obviously weak. If the cursed item is slightly stronger, it may infect a considerable area, and even produce a simple nightmare according to the owner's obsession and desire, and unconsciously pull the people around. Weak cursed items such as a comb that turns hair white, a mirror that can't reflect a person's face, and a glove that is covered with blood after taking it off are also within the scope of recycling. They are basically useless and are used as sacrifices or materials to open high-level cursed items or hold rituals. In other words, the person who helped Klaus complete the tongue in the mirror ritual with the third prince was Dr. Gerald. He is now in Rossberg, exchanging letters with the Viscount's butler. The Viscount of Rossberg was still planning to murder Annan a few days ago. They are connected. Annan murmured. He was silent for a while, then asked, what is his rank? Silver. He was just silver the year he defected, Salvatore said affirmatively. It's only been 4 or 5 years, he can't have advanced to gold. And the previous news can prove this. Gold-level soul-stealing wizards will get the iconic spell, Full Control. This is a more advanced and enhanced version of Control of the Heart. The controlled creature will be like a puppet, and its will be taken away silently. Even if the other party is a long distance away from him, the spell will still be effective. But, Control of the Heart is different. It is an aura effect. Under certain conditions, it will take away the will of humans within his field of vision. and it is ineffective against animals and ghosts. Salvatore replied affirmatively. The fact that your guards were able to wake up from the opponent's soul-stealing spell means that he has definitely not yet advanced to gold. In this way, we have a chance of winning. From what you said, it seems that you are planning to fight him to the death. Annan couldn't help laughing. But Salvatore didn't laugh. He just suddenly fell silent, and after a while, he said softly, "Sorry, Don Juan. I may not be able to continue to help you guard Frozen Water Port. Aren't you planning to go back and advance?" Annan raised his eyebrows. "You are ahead of others with a big item, but you don't go home to equip equipment and go gank with low health? If you were in our zone, you would be interacted with, young man." Salvatore just shook his head. He is a soul-stealing wizard, and it is a rare opportunity to catch him. So it's not that I plan to go, but I have to go. There are some things that I want to end with him. I have a silence spell on me, so I can't tell you too much. You just need to know that only one of him and I can survive, and I have to admit that. He has grown up much faster than me. At this point, the young wizard who always looked tired slowly opened his eyes that were always squinted due to fatigue. This was the first time Annan saw his pupils clearly. They were very gorgeous, but extremely strange eyes. There were very obvious circles of marks on his eyes. The outermost circle was silver gray, and the color became darker as it moved towards the middle. The center was a dull and pure black. It looked like a downward vortex or an upward tower. Salvatore's eyes were very firm. Once he enters the gold level, I will no longer have the possibility of revenge myself. The Soul Reaper can read minds freely over a large area, and it is basically impossible to catch him. And he seems to have reached some kind of agreement with Viscount Rosberg. Once he gets the protection of the nobles or controls the Viscount, I will have even less chance of revenge. Even if I also advance to the gold level, it is impossible for a transformation wizard to defeat a Soul Reaper in a one-on-one battle. Don't worry, Annan, I have made a lot of efforts for this matter, and they will not be in vain. For example, I know his curse. I also know what spells he mastered, and I know him well. As long as I kill him, I can return to Frozen Waterport with peace of mind, and there is no need for me to return to the Black Tower to advance. After all, this is my hometown. Salvatore kept talking. But Annan suddenly interrupted him. "Okay, senior. It's done." He had to interrupt him. Salvatore's lines sounded too scary. Death flags were set one after another. After this series of lines, Annan suspected that he would die on the spot with a bang. "I believe that your efforts so far will not be in vain," Annan said in a deep voice, "but you said one thing wrong." "What?" "You still have to help me continue to protect Frozen Waterport." Annan's face was calm, and he spoke in a childish and clear voice. "You will never die here. Because I will walk with you. You don't have to do this, Don Juan." Salvatore was a little touched. But he still rejected Annan. "You are still young. This is not a battle for you. Nor is it a hatred related to you." "No, this hatred is indeed related to me," Annan said calmly. At this point, he finally understood who Don Juan was facing. The kingdom's potential heir, the third prince, Viscount Rosberg, who controlled the heavy border troops by unknown means, a silver-level wizard who could manipulate people's hearts, and had a high-level curse in the name of a false god in his hand, Don Juan Garant's eldest brother, who was stabbed in the back and betrayed the Garant family, and a traitor. These were not only Salvatore's enemies, but also Annan's enemies. It could even be said that the other party did not need to kill Salvatore, but intended to murder Annan. This was not actually Annan helping his senior to fight his mortal enemy, but using Salvatore to help himself defeat a terrible enemy in advance. Of course, these don't need to be mentioned. After all, he was just an innocent, naive and righteous beautiful boy. Besides, I'm not planning to go with just you and me. Annan said slowly, "You also know that my guards are very powerful." Salvatore was stunned. "You mean?" Annan answered affirmatively. "To fight against a strong enemy, you must use all your strength. Let all players go with him. Give them the power of temporary and unlimited resurrection. The so-called power of cutscene CG and plot killing. Yes. Annan is going to bring his family with him. I still think that we should go find that person again. Or do something else." The wandering child couldn't help but say, "I just logged in for more than an hour today. I can't waste a whole day of game time waiting to die here." "Don't talk yet." Linny stared into the void and murmured, "Look at the forum. There seems to be news from Frozen Waterport." The wandering child was stunned when he heard it, and opened the forum himself. After regaining consciousness, the three of them immediately retreated to their base, a beer factory that had been abandoned for many years. It is located in the west of Rosberg, close to the wheat fields in the suburbs. There are very few people around, and the houses are very low and simple. It is completely different from the prosperity in the city and the south of the city. There are even few patrols around. Maybe it's because there is really nothing to steal nearby. Now it's past noon. There are no players who haven't logged in the temporary base. All players have woken up and left, so there is no one in the base. If there is a safest place, then it is undoubtedly here. Although it is called a factory, its area is actually equivalent to the size of a mill. You can see some traces of the machinery, as well as a small number of used containers that were used to hold green fire, and 4 or 5 huge wooden barrels that are empty and more than 2 meters high. Other things that can be moved have long been emptied. When the players found this place, these wooden barrels were already broken. The room was full of dust, and there were even dead rats in the barrels. But there was no sign that anyone had lived here. It seemed that even homeless people were unwilling to live here. This made people feel a little strange. After all, the players had just arrived and didn't know what taboos were here. But in general, it was at least windproof here. If you closed the door and light a fire in the house, it would be quite warm. Except for Linny, all the players who came to Rosberg this time were men. Therefore, the cleaning after moving was naturally taken over by the men. More than a dozen strong men with physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people worked together, and they had completely cleaned up in less than half an hour. Because the players needed a bed to log off, after cleaning up the place, they took out their weapons and dismantled a large wooden barrel. They used some cotton cloth and ropes they brought to make some crude wooden beds that made people want to cry. Rather than beds, they were more like canoes. But the players didn't really need to sleep on them. Whether it was actually comfortable to lie on them or not was none of their business. And the players probably knew it in their minds. Most of the beds in this era should be considered uncomfortable in their eyes. They didn't even need to take off their clothes and shoes. They just needed a warm, windless, hidden place to log off safely. In order to complete the successful lurking requirement in the main quest, 18 out of 20 players would choose to log off here at night, so that everyone could always take care of each other. Instead of living in the city, where they would have nowhere to escape once they were caught. A dozen strong men with strength and agility far exceeding that of ordinary people, holding sharp blades and mastering military swordsmanship for at least 5 years, squatted in a small house very densely. This is a horror game in a sense. Imagine that a police officer, a patrol guard, or a busybody feels that something is wrong with this place. So he came alone late at night and opened the door with a lock that was useless. Then he looked up and found that a dozen strong men were fully armed, lighting candles and practicing fighting and disarming in silence in the house. A girl with disheveled hair and a sword on her knees squatted in a wine barrel and stared at the void, gesturing something in the void with her fingers, and occasionally making weird laughs. What kind of shock and mental impact will this be? And the remaining 2 players did not leave because they were not sociable. They also lived here on the first night. But they were born as anchors and have good social skills. In other words, they have a strong ability to tell lies with open eyes. One of them, using some unknown means, managed to sneak into the Viscount's mansion as an illegal resident and became a guard. He successfully entered the enemy's camp. The other one was even stronger. He came into contact with one of the extraordinary powers in this world in just one day. Yes, he joined the church very smoothly and became a deacon of the Silver Lord. He was directly assigned a warm house in the church, and even had free breakfast and dinner. The most outrageous thing was that he actually had a salary. Therefore, they naturally had other tasks during the day. They no longer acted with other players. Of course, the information still had to be posted on the forum in a timely manner. Because the task was time-limited and would fail, and these players were not familiar with each other, at least they all knew that each other was reliable. So after getting the information, the players would upload it to the forum in a timely manner, open a post, and brainstorm. This way of communication across time and space really helped the players very well. For example, it allowed them to notify Don Juan Garant, who was far away in Frozen Waterport, of Dr. Gerald's information as soon as possible. They are all coming? After reading Joer's post, the wandering child's pupils shrank and he was very surprised. The main quest has been changed? Yes. The 20 people who originally stayed in the Frozen Waterport, whose main quest of defending the Frozen Waterport was suddenly changed to the same Rosberg disaster as them. The information you uploaded may be more important than you think. Delicious Windgoose said in a deep voice, I speculate that the NPC you 2 caught may not be an enemy we can encounter at our current level, but a leader who will appear after a series of quest chains. In other words, you are most likely stuck in a bug and skipped the level, God of Children. Ah? The child looked confused. He was silent for a while, and suddenly blurted out, then I won't be banned, right? Definitely not. And if nothing unexpected happens,
the three of us may make a very high contribution to the mission. Linny analyzed, the doctor used this roundabout method to kill the child, which means that he himself did not want to be exposed. He should have some need to hide his identity. Which means that his identity cannot be made public. But the Viscount has a secret connection with him, which means that he is roughly in the same group as the Viscount. And now the Viscount and we are in the hostile camp, so it means that the doctor should be the enemy we will encounter later. He can hypnotize others, change their minds, and even curse others silently without them knowing it. If he keeps hiding in the dark, then this enemy will become very difficult to deal with. But this enemy hiding in the dark was blown out by us. Linny affirmed, I think the variable we caused is likely to make things much better. So, the fact that Mr. Gerald was discovered is likely to be a good thing. On the other side, Annan was also explaining to Salvatore softly. His voice was soft and childish, but full of wisdom, since I will face him sooner or later. I would rather stand with him under the sun and duel openly. The convoy from Frozen Waterport was heading towards Rossburg. In 4 hours, they would arrive. In the center of Rossburg is the sharp castle that looks crimson from the outside. Its name is also Rossburg. It looks like a broken sword, pointing to the sky unyieldingly, and is covered with the blood of the evil dragon. In the common language, the original meaning of the word Ross is broken sword or airless. In addition, it also means to describe the Ave. But the irony is, the current holder of Rossburg seems to be really about to be extinct. The current old Viscount is actually sitting back in his position for the third time. He is now over 80 years old and will soon be 90. 45 years ago, he passed his position as the lord of the city to his eldest son, who was also his only son. Unfortunately, he died in a woman's belly 7 years later, so the position of Viscount returned to the old Viscount himself. Fortunately, he was still young at that time. A year after his son's death, he had a son in middle age and had a new son, Alan Barber. When his son was 24 years old, he passed his title and the position of lord of the city to him. Even more unfortunately, 7 years later, his second son died suddenly. This time he died in his own study, and the old Viscount didn't even know who to vent his anger on. At this time, Viscount Alvin Barber was already 82 years old. Even if he used magic to force the old horse to stay in the stable, he was sure that he would not be able to harvest anything in the future. Fortunately, at least his young second son did not die without an heir. The year Alan died suddenly, his wife was already pregnant. A year later, she gave birth to a baby boy, and then died of dystocia. Now, old Alvin's grandson is about to turn 6 years old. He was born without a father or a mother, and his only blood relative is his grandfather, old Viscount Alvin. Perhaps because of premature birth, old Alvin's grandson is also weak and sick, and often bedridden. Rossburg is almost about to become a real broken sword castle. Don Juan? The old man repeated the messenger's words, his voice muddy and weak. What is he doing in Rossburg? He was a tall and thin elder, with very sparse silver-gray hair that was very delicately groomed. He wore a ring with tiny gemstones on his head. The most striking thing about him was his eye sockets, which were so deep that it seemed impossible to see through them. His turbid eyes were embedded in them, sunken downwards, like the moon covered by dark clouds. Compared with his thin figure, this comfortable leather seat seemed much larger. He seemed not to be sitting on it steadily, but to be leaning on it powerlessly. Behind Alvin's seat stood a tall and somewhat sturdy bald man. He looked to be in his early 30s. There were 3 bronze rings of different sizes and shapes on the fingers of his right hand, and a heavy bronze necklace hung around his neck. It was more like a heavy dog chain than a necklace, although he looked like a personal bodyguard or an underground boxer. But in fact, his identity is the butler of the Barber family. Yes, he is Justin Kenny, a curse hunter. I smell the scent of the extraordinary, sir. Justin Kenny whispered, there are 2 of them, both bronze level. They are not carrying any powerful cursed items. His voice was dull and honest, and he sounded like a very steady and reliable person. Oh, it seems that our little crow has brought helpers. Not simple. Alvin Barber sneered silently. Sure enough, he is exactly the same as his father. By the way, you say it again. How many of them are there, and how long will it take them to enter the city? He sat on the chair, tilted his head slightly, hunched his back and stared at the messenger kneeling on the ground, and spoke slowly. Alvin always kept his head down. Keeping his head up was a big burden on his cervical spine. His neck had made it impossible for him to lift his head, and his legs and arms were as thin as matches. Being stared at by this old noble who had experienced 3 generations of monarchs, and even 4 generations of monarchs soon, the young messenger couldn't help but tremble all over. They are a total of 22 people, sir. They should have entered the city now. The messenger said tremblingly.
Just being stared at by old Alvin, he felt a chill on his spine. Then go and invite them. What? I said, you go and invite them to be guests here, don't you understand? Old Alvin laughed, and said in a hoarse voice and calm tone, by the way, only invite 2 people. No, 3 people. Only allow the blue-eyed bird to bring 2 guards, and he can choose them himself. Remember? Yes, sir. The young messenger hesitated and quickly responded, although he was still not very clear about this somewhat vague instruction. For example, what the remaining people should do and when they should enter. But the messenger knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. He clearly realized that old Alvin meant to drive people away, so he quickly took his leave. After he left, old Alvin turned his head slightly and said in a hoarse voice, Justin, here. Go. Notify our guest. Old Alvin said slowly and softly, word by word, also invite him to the dinner, and say that we want to have a good talk about cooperation. It's time for him to show his determination. By the way, give him a big surprise as a gift. Justin said bluntly and refused straightforwardly, once they fight, I may not be able to protect you. One of the 2 extraordinary people who just entered the city has a strong smell of curse on him. It should be the son of the Black Tower. He and Wizard Gerald must have a grudge. And he himself is a wizard of transformation. Let alone you. If a conflict breaks out, the entire Rossburg may be in danger. Why are you protecting me? Old Alvin just glanced at him strangely and sneered hoarsely, I invited them to the banquet, but I didn't say I would definitely attend. Is this their wedding? Do they need me, an elder, to give a speech for them? You mean, after you notify the guest, take the child with you. We will stay at a winery on the outskirts of the city tonight. Remember to leave guards and servants here. The style of the banquet can't be low. No matter who dies, it's a good thing. It's best if both sides are injured. Just go and kill them all. If one of them is seriously injured and the other is in good condition, we will temporarily stand on the side of the winner. As for Rossburg, when the old man said this, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. His rough and bent fingers knocked on the armrest twice, and he whispered coldly, a pile of broken stones, it's better not to have it. On the other side, at number 13 Rustwater Street, Gerald's Dental Clinic. A young man with a gentle smile and ordinary look suddenly raised his head, frowned, sniffed the air, and his face changed slightly. But his hands kept moving, and he pulled out the patient's tooth neatly and threw it into the small box at hand. He took out a small spice bag and stuffed it into the tooth cavity. Drink some porridge for the next 3 days, and don't eat anything too hot. He whispered, took the money and smiled and said goodbye to the customer. The young dentist frowned slightly, unconsciously turning the delicate silver ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Old Alvin suddenly became hostile to me and wanted to kill me? He murmured, strange, why is this? I shouldn't have been exposed. Gerald thought for a moment, reached out and grabbed the silver hammer on the table, and took out the small box of teeth with his other hand. He took out 6 teeth and pressed them into one side of the hammer one by one. It was like loading a bullet. Every time a tooth was inserted, a strange click sound came from inside the hammer. It was not a mechanical sound, but a strange sound made when the cervical vertebrae were moved. After all 6 teeth were inserted, he reached out and pressed the hammer, turning it over. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of killing early or late. Gerald murmured, and a gentle smile subconsciously appeared on his face. It's good to do it tonight. He pondered for a while, and whispered, Skeleton Lord, block the prophecy for me, I'm listening. Without warning, a low voice with overlapping echoes sounded in Gerald's ears. Gerald nodded with satisfaction. After paying the entrance fee for more than 20 people, Annan and his party successfully entered Rossburg. Of course, it must be Salvatore who paid. After Annan stared at Salvatore for a moment, the senior retreated, obviously embarrassed to go out with such a young child and ask him to pay. Annan has now begun to seriously consider whether to hurry up and get some money. At least enough for daily expenses. Always using Salvatore as a fool, even if the other party doesn't mind, his own role will sooner or later go wrong. It's okay to say that he is stingy. How can there be such a poor nobleman who lives in normal times? Excuse me, suddenly, Annan heard someone outside the carriage raised his voice. Is that Master Gerald in the carriage? Who is it? Annan's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Salvatore, who understood what he meant and said loudly, I am Salvatore Black Tower. Who are you? I am the Bishop of Silver Lord, Darrell, the respected son of Black Tower. The man outside the car said with a smile, I think you may have heard of me. I have indeed heard of this name. He is the Bishop of Rossburg and is said to be very capable. Salvatore looked at Annan and asked in a low voice, Go down and take a look? You can go and take a look. Maybe he is here to help us. Annan said in a deep voice. After all, this matter is related to that person. Salvatore understood what he meant. Annan glanced around and signaled the players to come closer to him. In fact, Salvatore had already agreed with Annan that Annan would decide what to do after entering the city. Soul-stealing wizards are experts in manipulating people's hearts. Even if they don't use spells, they are usually good at this. After all, Salvatore had murderous intentions towards Gerald, and Gerald should also know about this. This means that he is likely to use Salvatore's murderous intentions to lead him to make mistakes. And Annan doesn't know Gerald at all. This means that he can't be induced by the other party and can always remain calm, especially when the two disagree. Salvatore will begin to reflect on whether he has been influenced unconsciously. This is the countermeasures that Annan and Salvatore discussed in the carriage on the way. Naturally, the whole process was also live broadcasted by Jor, who stayed beside Annan. On the one hand, the players were nervous and excited about the strength of the enemy they were about to encounter. On the other hand, they were also convinced of the conjecture that Don Juan is the protagonist of this game. Although the cover of this game is Don Juan, there are always exceptions. For example, a game where a poster girl has no sense of existence. But look, is it possible for ordinary people to be so smart when they are 12 or 13 years old? Are ordinary people so calm and composed when they are 12 or 13 years old? Annan's wise words made the players more convinced to hold on to the big thighs and wait for the plot to kill. After all, they have come into contact with the extraordinary power of this world many times. They have also realized that although they can easily defeat those private armies disguised as bandits, their combat effectiveness is almost not worth mentioning compared to those extraordinary people. There were only 2 extraordinary people in their entire team. Then, I should just come here to run through the scenes, do some chores, and clear some small monsters, right? In the end, there must be a series of CG scenes, and the young Master Don Juan and the senior with panda eyes will show their power, right? The footman thought very optimistically. But Annan's idea was completely different from the players. He just said to the short girl beside him in silence and coldness, "Protect me, Jor, protect me with your life." "I will." Jor replied briskly. But she paused, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She said without hesitation, extremely firmly and fluently, "Please rest assured, young master. I will never let any attack get close to you." Whenever Salvatore saw this scene, he felt very confused. How did Don Juan find such a group of loyal guards? But in fact, Annan just gave Jor a temporary task. Temporary mission, close bodyguard, mission requirements, in Rosberg, always protect Don Juan Garant and block any arrows, spells, poison wine and daggers that may attack him. Before this mission fails, resurrection does not require any cost and ignores the number of resurrections per day. Special requirements. The final reward is issued according to the satisfaction of Don Juan Garant. Jor understood this mission requirement. Flash to block the hook. She is very good at this. If she didn't think that this would bother the young master, she would definitely stick to Annan tightly, and then stretch out her arms and shout after leaving the carriage, "Braun is here." Of course, when this mission appeared, she also took a screenshot and posted it on the forum as soon as possible. And she specially tagged Linny. Considering her impression in Annan's heart, Jor just smiled reservedly, then diligently opened the door and helped Annan get out of the car. Seeing this scene, Salvatore, who got out of the car himself, felt more complicated. Especially when he saw the other guards looked at Jor with envy and almost jealousy after hearing this order, he felt even more confused. So strange, these people are really so strange. Are all the guards from the capital so good-looking, powerful, and so loyal? Is the rumor wrong? Don Juan Garant is not the son that Count Garant dislikes the most, but his first heir? His eldest son is just a cover? A target to protect Don Juan and resist assassination? Salvatore can only think so. After getting out of the car surrounded and protected by the players, Annan also saw the man who stopped the car. It was a man who looked like the Silver Duke priest. Bishop Darrell has a broad face, kind eyebrows and big ears, which can be called fat head and big ears. His hair was completely shaved and he always had a kind smile on his face. Although he looked very old, his skin was still smooth and you couldn't tell his real age. He was wearing the same white suit as Priest Lewis. But the bishop's clothes had obviously endured hardships that clothes of this type should not have endured. The same white suit that looked particularly slim and handsome on Priest Lewis seemed to prove the excellent tolerance of the fabric on the bishop. The fabric on his stomach seemed a little tight, as if the buttons would fly out if he bent over hard. In his chest pocket, there was a silver pocket watch similar to the one on Priest Lewis. Unlike Priest Lewis, his pocket watch was smaller and looked more like a silver coin. But compared to the bishop's overly tall figure,
What made people remember at first glance was the 2 rows of golden teeth that appeared when he smiled. Yes, he had a full mouth of gold teeth. When he smiled, he would shine with an exceptionally bright light.
Annan was very envious. Salute to the silver coin, Bishop Darrell.
Annan and Salvatore saluted the bishop respectfully. The players behind him reacted a little slower and followed Annan's actions to salute him. Bishop Darrell just responded with a smile, took out his pocket watch and opened it with a snap. May you also be loved by the Silver Duke today, lovely children.
I am young, so I asked directly, you can't blame me. Annan made full use of every advantage he had and asked shamelessly, you stopped us, do you have anything to say to me?
Yes, little sir. Bishop Darrell said with a smile, Earl Gerald wrote to me in advance and asked me to take good care of you.
My father knows you? Annan asked in surprise, feeling a little alert.
The bishop just waved his hand and said with a smile, in fact, I didn't know your father, but your grandfather.
I am a good friend of your grandfather, little sir. If you want to address me, you should call me Grandpa.
The bald fat bishop, who looked no more than 40 or 50 years old, smiled like a Maitreya Buddha.
Then, Grandpa Darrell.
Although he felt that this person was taking advantage of him, Annan did not hesitate at all.
He shouted without hesitation and went straight back to the previous topic. What do you want to talk to me about?
Just a suggestion. For the sake of the son of the old man. The smile on Bishop Darrell's face faded slightly, and his tone became more formal. Alvin Barber will invite you to a banquet later.
I personally advise you not to go.
This is not your hatred.
It's not on either side.
As soon as he finished speaking, the dazzling lightning fell.
Annan blinked, and the fat bishop had disappeared.
Until then, he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing, and his chest was cold. The thunder that suddenly sounded in the distance rolled in like a wheel. The passers-by around screamed, and their steps quickened a bit, preparing to go home to avoid the rain.
Annan suddenly realized that after this strange fat man appeared, no one passed by on the street, and he didn't feel the cool breeze before the heavy rain at all.
Annan looked up and saw that the sky was gloomy and dark clouds were pressing down on the city.
The wind is getting stronger. It started to rain. The raindrops were big and heavy.
But they were also sparse. Judging from the way passers-by took shelter from the rain, it seemed that the raindrops had been falling for a while.
But Annan and his group were completely unaware of it.
It was as if they had just entered another world.
Is it an illusion?
Salvatore put his hand on Annan's shoulder and asked in a low voice, is it
that person?
He already had some trust in Annan's wisdom.
Not likely, Annan said slowly. Because it was meaningless.
If Gerald could easily create a barrier that could isolate passers-by from the wind and rain, and could not be discovered by anyone, even the Black Tower's top graduate did not realize it, then, he could have easily separated and killed the two of them. If the gap in strength was this big, strategies and vigilance would have been meaningless.
How much do you know about this person? Annan suddenly asked. You mean Bishop Darrell?
Salvatore shook his head.
I've only heard the name. And this name doesn't seem to be a common name in the kingdom, and there's not even a surname. I haven't seen this name in the previous newspapers.
But the news from the Black Tower confirmed that he is indeed the bishop guarding Rossburg. So, I suspect this may be a pseudonym.
Can a bishop still use a pseudonym?
Rarely, but there are. Salvatore answered affirmatively, because some names are already dead.
I think you can understand what I mean. Is that so? Annan nodded slowly. The name is already dead.
That is to say, the real identity of this person has long been dead in the eyes of most people.
So, a pseudonym is needed?
Hello.
Dear sir. At this moment, Annan suddenly heard a weak voice of a young man. Excuse me, are you Master Don Juan Garrant?
Annan turned around and found that it was a thin boy with some freckles on his face. He looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. When he looked into Annan's icy blue eyes, he immediately showed a look of amazement in his eyes, but soon, that concentration was drowned by fear and timidity.
It's me. Annan replied calmly, what's the matter?
His voice was childish, calm and melodious, like clear lake water. Even if there were many players between him and the other party, he could still hear it clearly.
It's your invitation.
The boy didn't dare to look up at Annan, but his face flushed, and he said more and more difficultly, it's the invitation from Lord Viscount Barber.
He asked you to go there immediately and prepared a welcoming dinner for you.
As he said this, he handed the invitation over. The first player reached out to take the invitation, then took a photo and passed it to the next person.
The next person took a photo with the invitation and passed it to the next person.
Salvatore looked at the group of people shaking the invitation in their ears and then solemnly handed it to the next person, and he was a little confused.
What are they doing? Is this also some kind of etiquette of the people in the capital?
He took the invitation and then subconsciously imitated the player's movements, shaking it beside his ear before handing it to Annan.
Puff! Salvatore heard a faint laugh. He was immediately annoyed. Was it because his movements were not standard?
Ah, yes, he was too restrained and didn't dare to raise his hand.
Actually, you don't have to do that. Annan looked at Salvatore's embarrassed look and couldn't help but whispered a word of advice.
He took the invitation and opened it.
Salvatore just nodded and didn't say much.
But in his heart, he couldn't help criticizing his subconscious timidity. No, actually, this is very simple. It's just that he can't let go.
Is it because he was born in the countryside that he is afraid? This problem must be overcome.
These guards have lower status than him, and he is a little nervous and a little afraid.
How can he talk to wizards from the capital in the future?
Fortunately, Salvatore had made full use of his excellent memory and deeply engraved this etiquette in his brain. In fact, he had been constantly memorizing the strange actions of Annan and his followers in the past few days, and silently memorizing them all. At the same time, he also deeply felt the cultural differences between small places like frozen waterport and marshland and the prosperous capital.
Only 3 people? Annan shook the invitation in his hand and asked softly, "Do you know what it says?"
His pair of ice blue pupils quietly stared at the boy who came to deliver the letter, but made him lower his head in fear.
Yes. The Viscount specifically instructed that. I think that such a big Viscount's mansion should not be so poor that it cannot accommodate my guards, right? Annan interrupted the other party. We will all be there.
Just reply like this, you go.
Yes. The boy didn't dare to say anything more, but just bowed to Annan awkwardly and left in a hurry.
Annan looked at his back deeply and called Salvatore and Joer to get back in the car.
Salvatore couldn't help asking, "Are we really going?" Didn't Bishop Darrell?
It's going to rain hard, Annan answered irrelevantly. We have to find a place to shelter from the rain.
I don't think the Viscount's mansion will leak.
No, I mean 3 people.
Annan interrupted Salvatore again and reminded him.
Salvatore was slightly startled when he heard this. He realized something. He frowned and said uncertainly, "But there are 2 of us."
"That's too deliberate," Annan replied, "because we have 2 extraordinary people."
If he directly said that only 2 of us are allowed to enter, it means that he has made it clear to us only extraordinary people are allowed to enter.
Such a condition is too easy to associate. The black-haired and blue-eyed boy looked at Salvatore and asked seriously, "The question now is, Senior, how did he know that there are 2 extraordinary people among us?"
"This is very easy to detect,"
Salvatore quickly replied. "Any profession in the hunter family can do it."
"Hunter?"
"Yes, curse hunter.
A relatively rare profession. They can mark their own hunting ground, monitor the existence of curses and locate the opponent. And extraordinary people and nightmares are both aggregates of curses. Unless there are cursed objects or abilities that hide the curse, all extraordinary people are visible within the hunter's hunting ground."
Salvatore frowned slightly and warned, "The entrances to the underground passages of various countries will be guarded by gold-level hunters. Many grand ceremonies will also be guarded by hunters, and extraordinary people living in big cities will be visited from time to question their identities.
Viscount Barber is a very senior noble. It's not surprising that he can recruit hunters. But it should be noted that the extraordinary people hunted by hunters can become their new curses through rituals. They can also gain some abilities from it. It's not about destroying the opponent's carrier and inheriting the opponent's curse in the traditional way to obtain part of the opponent's ability, but directly setting up a new curse.
Convert the opponent's curse carrier into a temporary curse object, bypass the opponent's curse and use the opponent's ability.
Generally speaking, the new curse set by the hunter profession is that the method of killing the extraordinary person cannot be used to kill other people. Therefore, the higher the position of the hunter, the more limited the fighting method is. But it will usually be incredibly powerful.
So are we being targeted by the hunters? Annan laughed instead.
The speculation in his mind became more and more certain.
First of all, this must be a hangmen banquet, because they have basically torn their faces apart.
If the Viscount and Gerald are in the same group, he would not need to do this. In the common sense of ordinary extraordinary people, the combination of a hunter and a wizard must be far greater than the cooperation of 2 young wizards,
and one of them is a transformation wizard and has no survival ability at all.
This is when the Viscount did not recruit any other extraordinary people, and he already had a comprehensive advantage.
After all, as Salvatore said,
the ability of a wizard is closely related to age to a large extent. The older the wizard, the more powerful the spell. The other party has no way of knowing that Annan has 4 times the mana of an ordinary wizard. In other words, when he estimated Annan's actual combat effectiveness, he must have underestimated him. And now he came here specifically to let Annan go in with only 1 or 2 people. This will make Annan, who was already very vigilant, decisively refuse to attend the banquet. After all, this was equivalent to exposing the truth that the other party might have a hunter helping him. He turned this hunter from the dark into the light. You know, that guy didn't even dare to send a large army to kill Annan on the road. That was the real way to ensure that Annan was killed, and even Annan himself didn't know how to deal with it. He could only be ready to escape at any time. But as soon as Annan entered the city, the Viscount planned to make trouble. But he still didn't dare to send troops, but tried to assassinate or poison himself at the banquet. In other words, the Viscount actually didn't take Annan seriously at all. He didn't treat him as an equal enemy to fight against, but an enemy who could be easily killed with a conspiracy. Annan sneered. But this is also reasonable. His age is the best disguise. Especially for an old man like the Viscount, he will undoubtedly despise Annan's youth more than ordinary people. Because his only advantage is experience. This is the strength he relies on to maintain his dignity and prove his wisdom, and he will not abandon this advantage. Therefore, he will definitely design a conspiracy based on his experience advantage. And he will never overestimate Annan's wisdom. He may think that Salvatore is the leader of the team. That's it. So, Senior. Annan analyzed calmly, the question is, if you are the leader, what would you do? I mean, if you don't meet Bishop Darrell. I will still attend the banquet. Salvatore thought for a while and replied softly, because in front of Gerald, the number of people is actually our disadvantage. He can control many people. The more guards you have, the greater the danger we will be. So if the 3 of us go in, it will be more convenient if a fight really breaks out. That's the problem. Annan said, there is no doubt that the Viscount must know about this. He also knows that our numbers are a huge disadvantage in front of Gerald. So, they exposed one thing. The 2 of them are not in the same group? Salvatore's pupils shrank and he blurted out. That's why I asked the messenger to go back and inform the Viscount that I must bring people in. Annan added calmly, from the Viscount's strategic style, I am sure he will retreat. A dozen elite warriors who obey Gerald's command are undoubtedly a threat to him. So no matter whether he decided to leave before, he will definitely leave after hearing the reply. After we enter the door, I am afraid we will not see the hunter or the Viscount at all. There will only be one person waiting for us, Gerald. But this is our chance. Annan crossed his fingers on his knees and replied calmly, it's a very simple psychological analysis, sorry to laugh. This is common sense for planning. Linny huddled in the narrow wine barrel like a cat, staring into the void. Today, she had a very legitimate reason to come to the forum. Because this was not to slack off, but to collect intelligence. They had agreed before that whoever left the team should remember to upload their own news to the forum in real time and post it to their own posts. In this way, those players who could not find the task for the time being and could not find any investigation clues could also work part-time as a dog-headed military advisor, jumping back and forth in several posts and passing the information to the players who needed it as soon as possible. And today's forum was particularly hot. Purple Hydrangea, at Jor, did you enter the city? At Delicious Wind Goose, boss, what should we do? After the Viscount came back with the messenger, he suddenly asked us to move the black fire from the basement. What? Linny was shocked. Purple Hydrangea was the player who had successfully sneaked into the Viscount's mansion as a guard without being discovered by some unknown means. Without waiting for Linny to notify her companions, Delicious Fenge, who opened the forum in a startle after receiving the message, was so shocked that his pupils shrank, and he quickly replied, Delicious Fenge, where is the black fire placed? Is there a plan? Take a picture and send it up. Jor, we have just entered the city. Just now, a golden-toothed bishop named Dali Yuan came to warn the young master, and told him a bunch of nonsense like, that is not your hatred, and asked him not to go to the Viscount's mansion. Then, someone really came to the Viscount's mansion and invited the young master to be a guest. But in the end, the young master agreed. Jor, the young master is really smart, look at this post-it, this is what the young master just analyzed. He said that the Viscount intends to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, and there will only be that perverted dentist in the Viscount's mansion. Sakurajima Muggle, that person is called Bishop Darrell. Jor, yes, a bishop named Darrell who was quite round. Purple Hydrangea, at Jor, don't come. The black fire is outside the Viscount's mansion. Purple Hydrangea, there are so many black fires, take them all out. They are already connected together. If it explodes, we will definitely not be able to get in or out. Purple Hydrangea, a hand-drawn map of the Viscount's mansion with many circles. JPG Purple Hydrangea, I can only be sure that there are black fires in these places, I can't be sure about other places. Now the Viscount has already run away, and we are about to evacuate.
After placing the black fire, we will follow the Viscount to some manor in the suburbs, leave a few people on high ground, and use rockets to ignite them after they all go in. Delicious Wind Goose, at Jor, stop Don Juan quickly. That is planning to burn Don Juan and Gerald together. Delicious Wind Goose blurted out. Wait a minute, I have an idea.
Suddenly, the child spoke.
Linny immediately covered his mouth with a snap, with a worried look on her face. Don't be anxious, go over what you are going to say in your mind first. Speak one sentence at a time, don't open your mouth and die suddenly here.
Because of the curse, the child could be in danger of his life even if he posted a post about eating melons, let alone discussing it with them.
I just mean, I'm feeling very uncomfortable.
The wandering child took a deep breath. I feel like I'm the only one who can help.
Your contribution to the mission should be very good.
After all, you seem to have hooked Gerald out in advance.
Wait, shut up, think about it first.
Linny slapped the child again, and then comforted him. You can just stay here, but going over to help is the best help.
If you meet the doctor again, maybe he will realize that you are deliberately testing him. You might get Don Juan into trouble instead. Quit while you're ahead.
The child grinned. I don't want to. What I hate most is quit while you're ahead, play it safe, delay and so on. I can still go, why should I wait here to die?
And what can I do without?
He pointed at himself and smiled brightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't I still have a life? Such an old joke, don't play it.
Delicious Wind Goose couldn't help but complain.
But he also quickly realized what the child meant.
You want to light those black fires? You are worthy of being a goose.
The wandering child praised. Hurry up and notify Jor, let Don Juan wait a moment.
I will leave my armor and weapons here, and take nothing with me, just my life. After that person enters the door, I will light the black fire, and then let the young master go over to harvest it. The wandering child stood up at once, his face was fearless, and even seemed to be shining. This is what I call exerting the last bit of heat of life.
On the other side, after hearing the action plan relayed by Jor, Annan thought for a while, and immediately agreed, okay, but modify the plan. The people who were ambushing in the city before can be dispatched. First, capture the people who are ambushing in the high places and replace them with our people. Then move some black fire and transport it to a farther place, just use the name of the Viscount. Light it in advance before the plan starts and lead the guards away.
Of course, you can also let them keep some black fire. If there is any left, send some to the Viscount.
Annan pursed his lips and showed a gentle smile to Jor. Just tell him.
Sir, you forgot to bring something. Remember to be polite to the Viscount.
Yes, sir. Jor's pupils became more and more bright and excited, but his voice became softer. I will deliver it to him personally when the time comes. Annan immediately patched and optimized the player's plans, as if he had thought of it originally.
This is indeed the case.
He really thought of it from the beginning, but he just didn't say it. In Annan's common sense, the intelligence he now shows is just at the level of an ordinary teenager, not too exaggerated and ostentatious. After all, his colleagues can keep up with this level of thinking and rhythm. Then, just set this state to the cognition of ordinary people. Viscount Barber, Dr. Gerald, and the fake Don Juan Gerald.
Each of the three parties wants to eliminate the remaining two. The weakest among them is undoubtedly Annan.
The Viscount has people, power, money, and time. The entire Rossburg is his territory, but he has no resistance when facing Gerald at close range, so for him, Gerald is a more important enemy than Don Juan. The only reason why he did not continue to assassinate Don Juan is that he must want to use these two extraordinary people to check and balance or even kill Gerald. If the Viscount realizes that his plan may have variables, he will definitely launch a more radical and effective plan to ensure that it is foolproof. With his age and military experience, Annan can judge that the Viscount must know the flaws of the refueling tactic. Whether it is Don Juan Gerald or Gerald, they are enemies that will cause endless troubles once they are released. So the Viscount will definitely take heavy hands to ensure that he gets it right in one step. So, what does he have to do this?
Black fire.
Viscount Barber, who was born in the battlefield, must understand the justice of the equivalent.
Only the equivalent is the only reliable backup force.
Therefore, Annan forced 20 people to go in and disrupt the Viscount's original plan, which was actually forcing him to activate the black fire. It was not to kill Don Juan Garrett, but to kill Gerald, who had obtained more than 20 powerful servants after defeating Don Juan. According to Salvatore's intelligence, Gerald, as a soul-stealing wizard, has no reliable defense ability.
The more amazing the hero is, the more fragile he will appear when facing the indiscriminate bombing of full-coverage AoE.
As long as Annan uses the Force to fight the Force, he can let the Viscount's long-awaited punch hit Gerald's face, who was confused when he just entered the door.
But Annan did not explain these plans to Salvatore.
Being a little smart will make people admire, but being too smart will make people afraid.
Let them exist as accidents and coincidences.
Annan's plans always look quite rough and wild, even a little crazy.
But in the end, there will always be a coincidence that will work wonders.
So they will continue to look down on Annan, just a lucky lunatic.
But coincidences will not appear forever.
If they always appear, it is not a coincidence.
No one knows better than Annan.
In this world, there is no one who is always lucky.
The lunatics in the casino only trust tricks.
Mike took a deep breath,
feeling a little nervous and uneasy.
He nervously walked to the balcony, leaned on the railing to look outside, stretched out his right hand and raised his thumb to roughly measure the distance, and then retreated back into the house.
The rain is getting heavier. He couldn't help but complain to his companion in a low voice. What if the arrows can't be lit?
Impossible, these are arrows dipped in black fire.
Rain can't extinguish them.
His companion shook his head, carefully separated the 4 arrows in the quiver, and put them back in place again.
Black fire has a very strong viscosity.
Doing this regularly is to prevent them from sticking to each other and igniting when they are taken out.
Mike sighed and sat on the bed. I'm not worried that the black fire will be extinguished by the rain.
I'm worried that when the rain gets heavier, I won't be able to see where the bucket is. Where are these 4 pots of arrows, brother?
His companion said bluntly, if you don't hit the target with any pot of arrows by then, it's my turn.
It's better if you come. Mike didn't care, you can just take my share of the bounty.
To be honest, I don't think highly of such a small amount of money.
What are you hiding, kid? His companion was slightly stunned and asked in disbelief, this is a full £5.
If you really don't want it, I will take it. £5 is nothing.
Mike grinned, revealing his buck teeth, this is the valuable stuff. As he said, he pointed with his chin to the 4 pots of black rockets on the table. He grinned, leaned over and nudged his companion with his arm. Hey, man, join us?
We hid this amount. Do you know the price?
He stretched out his right hand and gestured 5, and whispered, 5 barrels. If you want to join us, you should at least bring 1 barrel out.
You hid black fire? His companion asked in disbelief. This is a capital crime. Murdering the Lord is not a capital crime?
Mike spat on the ground and cursed, let us brothers do this kind of, old barber deserves to be wiped out.
Good curse.
At this moment, they heard a low voice. They stood up alertly and reached out to pick up the weapons beside the bed. But at this moment, an arrow burning with black fire suddenly shot in from the window and ignited the bed. The flame on the arrow was very dirty, emitting a pungent stench and a continuous stream of black smoke that made it difficult to open your eyes.
Don't move.
The voice continued to sound from outside the window, and it seemed a little vague under the increasingly fierce rain. You know what this is. As he spoke, a strong and tall man in brand new brown leather armor jumped in. He held a sword in his right hand and raised it high towards them. In his left hand, he held a quiver without arrows. The next moment, another arrow shot into the house.
This time it hit the corner of the wall.
But the 2 people in the house became more nervous.
This means that there are at least 2 people attacking them.
Friends, who are you?
Mike asked cautiously, anything can be discussed. How about letting our friends outside come in to avoid the rain?
No, we'll leave right away. The swordsman, whose hair was ruffled by the rain but whose eyes were not moved at all, looked at Mike calmly. You said, you hid 5 barrels of black fire? Mike didn't dare to talk to him for a while, not sure which side this person was on. But his attitude had already said a lot. The swordsman did not hesitate, drew his sword and stepped forward. His muscles moved abnormally, and the power was pumped from the heart to his arms, a full-strength attack. Mike's companion was caught off guard and tried to raise the dagger in his hand to parry. But as soon as the dagger was raised, it was attacked by a sword and flew to the side. Ugh! His right hand was directly numbed by the huge force, and he even felt that his wrist was sprained. But these were all trivial matters, seeing that the second sword was still opening and closing, slashing at him without stopping. His heart was full of despair. Military swordsmanship. It was a member of the army. The next moment, his head flew out in a spin, hit the wall heavily, and his body fell backwards weakly.
You shouldn't be enemies with the Lord.
The swordsman replied calmly. At this moment, there was a strange noise outside the window. A young man who was also wet, holding a longbow but not wearing armor, jumped in. Let's go, old goose.
Next place.
The young man urged casually, but his eyes quickly noticed. Why did you leave a survivor? He had 5 barrels of black fire, answered seriously. Tie him up, let someone else interrogate him, we'll go to the next place. No interrogation, 2 generals. Mike watched his companion being beheaded without even taking a single move, and was so scared that his voice broke. I'll just tell you directly.
I've just been recruited here for 3 months, I don't know anything. If you knew, you wouldn't be left to do this kind of thing, laughed. Do you really think you can get the money afterwards?
Mike was slightly stunned when he heard this.
He fell silent.
I never planned to, he spit in self-deprecation, otherwise why would I do this kind of thing?
Give me a definite answer, General.
If I tell the right place, can you spare my life?
Mike looked at as if pleading. Replied calmly, if we can really get it, we won't kill you.
3 of the 5 barrels of black fire are mine, hidden by me at the bottom of the lake in the East District. The stone near the west bank goes straight down and is scattered under the mud.
You can find it with a little search. Mike felt a little relieved and answered immediately. But he soon saw the obvious disappointment in the eyes of the two. He panicked. Why? Forget it, it's too troublesome. I don't have the time to look for it. Delicious Wind Goose shook his head and commented with pity, it's a waste of time.
I thought of a game where you draw a big circle and ask you to find someone, and in the end you find that they are all in the corners.
The child couldn't help but complain. What a waste of time. I thought I could save the time of moving buckets out. Here's the experience, kid. I'll write down this address on the forum. Whoever has nothing to do can go dig it. TSK, it will probably take at least half a day to dig it out.
Okay. The wandering child responded happily, took the sword from the delicious Wind Goose, and beheaded Mike, who was standing there in a daze and looking confused until his death.
Mike even died with his eyes open.
He couldn't understand why they were not interested in the black fire he had hidden.
Oh, a gang said that we can go. The last place was cleared by her alone. You should go to the house and stay there first. Gerald should be coming in soon.
The delicious Wind Goose patted the child on the shoulder. Get ready to go, brother.
Okay.
The child was excited and made an excited voice. His attention was highly focused and his morale was high.
Maybe. It's definitely okay to try your best to deal some damage, but it's okay if I accidentally kill that guy, right?
The child glanced at his own death countdown, his face calm, and said in a deep voice, at this point, there's nothing to be afraid of, you're just giving up, so you dare to say any lines.
Delicious Wind Goose couldn't help but complain. How about, let's go to K11 for barbecue after logging off tonight. Are you going to die with me? The sky was dark. Dusk was approaching.
In the increasingly heavy rain, the wheels of the carriage broke through the puddles on the ground, making a clattering sound as it sped forward. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of the Viscount's mansion.
Thank you so much for troubling me.
A young man with ordinary looks and a gentle smile opened the door and thanked softly, you came to pick me up in such heavy rain.
It's okay, Sir Gerald. The coachman laughed, should I wait for you here? No need, I will ask the Viscount's coachman to take me back.
Dr. Gerald responded politely, the rain is getting heavier, you may catch a cold if you wait here.
Please go back. It's okay, Sir Gerald. I will definitely help with such a small matter even if you don't pay. Besides, you gave so much money, it doesn't matter who you take. The coachman didn't care, you are such a kind neighbor, there are not many in this world. Gerald just smiled and got out of the car with an umbrella. He replied slowly and gently, then I'm leaving, sir. Salute to the silver coin tonight as well. Salute to the silver coin, sir.
After seeing off the neighbor's coachman, Dr. Gerald walked to the front of the courtyard with a gentle smile on his face. 4 guards were hiding under the eaves, guarding the door with guns on their backs. Seeing Dr. Gerald coming alone, one of the guards hesitated slightly and walked over. The other guards also held their guns vigilantly at the first time.
The guard asked, excuse me, are you Sir David Gerald?
When he said this, he raised a square, very flat jade plate in his hand and pointed it at Dr. Gerald.
Dr. Gerald was not annoyed at all.
He just answered in a gentle and clear tone, yes, I am David Gerald. After answering this, the jade plate shone with a bright white light. The guard nodded slightly, and the other guards also put away their weapons.
Come in, sir.
Another guard came over and saluted to Dr. Gerald, I'll take you in. Gerald followed him and joked with a smile, I thought Justin would be the one to receive me.
Sorry, sir.
The guard was silent for a while and replied in a low voice. His voice was faintly trembling. Gerald's steps paused slightly, and then he continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened.
But transparent ripples had already appeared in his pupils, like circles of water waves spreading out in a lake.
The world in front of him instantly turned into black and white like an old TV, and everyone exuded colorful brilliance with different tones and proportions.
Consciousness judgment.
Gerald looked at him quietly.
Such a strong sense of vigilance? Fear is not very strong. As expected, is there a backup plan?
This subtle murderous intention.
Ha, if I hadn't expected it, I might have regarded it as hostility.
He was more certain of his previous speculation. As a fugitive wizard, David Gerald has been removed from the Black Tower and is no longer directly under the kingdom's official jurisdiction. Instead, he is being softly wanted, which is the so-called Dark Wizard mark. The so-called soft wanted order means that no one is really sent to arrest him.
His name is only put on the wanted order as a formality. Gerald himself cannot cross the border, borrow money, marry or have children.
And he also does not enjoy the protection of the law. In other words, whether the curse hunter kills him or robs him, it is not illegal.
But that's all.
After all, he just stole the cursed objects, and has not held illegal sacrifices or killed anyone.
He can only be judged as likely to cause harm. Naturally, no one will be sent to arrest him.
Especially since he is a wizard of the Soul Reaper school. He is the type that can run away if one comes but cannot be beaten, and they are too lazy to waste precious manpower on him. But Gerald must be wary of those curse hunters. As long as their wizards keep using spells while maintaining the balance of mana, they can continuously enhance their strength. It is undoubtedly very difficult for the hunter profession to quickly improve its strength in peacetime. Because they have to hunt other extraordinary people. These wanted orders are actually written specifically for hunters.
It was almost like telling them, you can only kill these people.
Only by killing these people will it not be considered murder, and you will also get a bounty.
Even Gerald would be afraid of hunters.
Who knows what strange abilities hunters can combine?
The extraordinary people of this era are usually well educated.
Before they enter the ranks, they will try to plan a system of abilities that can be self-contained. After obtaining the bronze level curse, they will basically start to decide the path they want to take. In this way, they can achieve the most perfect or extreme personal abilities within the limited own curse capacity, that is, the number of skill slots that come with the upgrade.
But in any case, these skills are traceable.
If you want to get other abilities, you can only rely on temporary curses, or cursed objects, or inherit the curses of others to get random additional abilities.
Hunters are completely different.
As long as the hunter kills the extraordinary and holds a simple ceremony, he can plunder part of the opponent's abilities and can activate them temporarily. So the abilities of the hunters are very messy. Although each hunter has a very fatal flaw, that is, their killing methods are limited.
But hunters have always been using darkness to fight light.
Only hunters can investigate extraordinary people, so there is no reason for them to investigate killers in advance. Gerald's way of dealing with it, in addition to the curse I am not here that has been protecting him, is to briefly activate a simple spell every hour or so. Consciousness capture, killing intention.
The water waves in Gerald's eyes condensed, and the
deep red light in his pupils flashed for only a short second. In this second, he clearly saw a very thin line pointing out from the Viscount's mansion, and the other part was tied to himself.
Ha, as expected.
Gerald pursed his lips slightly, and his eyes turned cold.
This is the prerequisite spell for the soul-stealing spell.
Consciousness capture, killing intent allows Gerald to find out the direction of the person who has a clear killing intention towards him at the first time.
It is like a mind detector.
Whenever someone tries to aim a gun at Gerald, a line of indication will immediately appear in his consciousness, aiming back at the person pointing at him. Even outside the range of the spells of consciousness replacement and consciousness loss, he can roughly know where the enemy is coming from. As long as he appears in the field of vision, he can lock him at the first time. Their main way of fighting in the bronze stage is to capture a certain consciousness of the other party, and then capture and transfer it to another person, or reduce it or detonate it. Only when they reach the silver stage can they have the ability to kill directly. But if they only capture without interfering, and are limited to killing intent, then as long as it is turned on and off in seconds, it means that it will hardly consume order mana, and it is unlikely to be detected by other people's anti-detection spells or abilities. Just after arriving at the Viscount's mansion, he saw a killing intent in the Viscount's mansion, which was clearly directed at him.
Did the Viscount really want to take action?
Gerald looked in that direction, his mouth slightly raised.
That person should be Viscount Barber.
He could feel that the other person did not have many curses on him, and should be an ordinary person. And Gerald was very sure that he had never offended other ordinary people. In his daily life, he would be very careful in doing things. He never made enemies with others, alienated his relationship with others, and always remained kind, even to the point of being almost humble. And ordinary people who might be enemies with him and have murderous intentions towards him would be killed by him silently. In this way, the search error can be minimized. Gerald had never interacted with anyone in the entire Viscount's mansion. This was a strategy he had thought of after arriving at Rossburg. He only interacted with extraordinary people, so that he could clearly realize when the Viscount had murderous intentions towards him. When he had murderous intentions, he would be ready to run away. 4 hours ago, he detected a murderous intention from an ordinary person in the direction of the Viscount's mansion. That could only come from Viscount Barber, because other people had no chance to know him. Yes, everything was as expected. Gerald had a bright and confident smile on his face. "My Lord Viscount has been waiting for a long time," he said gently, with his eyebrows downcast. He was ready to use control of mind to completely deprive the Viscount of consciousness the moment the door opened. But the guard beside him was suddenly stunned. Fear and panic suddenly emerged in his heart, and then he replied calmly, "My Lord Viscount is not here for the time being. He will be back soon, please wait." "What?" Gerald was stunned for a moment, and his steps that were 3 or 4 steps away from the main door stopped in place. He did not use any magic, and only needed professional common sense to judge that the guard's words were indeed true. If the Viscount is not at home, then who is the person behind the door who wants to kill him? Gerald immediately turned his head and whispered the key words he had set to the guard beside him. "Look at me. Patient." The moment he said the key word, patient, Gerald's eyes instantly burst into a colorful glow. The guard did not react at all. "Tell me, what exactly is your Viscount planning?" "The Viscount plans to trick you and Lord Gerald here, and then ignite the black fire to burn you all to death in the house." The guard answered fluently, "And he and the butler have gone to the winery in the suburbs. Shoot at that door in 5 seconds. Gerald interrupted the guard without hesitation, pointed to the other end of the line of killing intent just now, and ordered the guard, "Kill everyone who comes out of the door." At the same time, he immediately evacuated outside and ran away, preparing to go to the door to control another group of armed guards to cover his escape. The guard whose consciousness he seized did not hesitate to pull out the rifle Blackfire. Hearing the name of this thing, Gerald turned around and ran without any hesitation. Gerald himself knew very well how powerful they were, because this batch of Blackfire was sold to Viscount Barber by Gerald. As expected, the door was opened from the inside. A thin boy holding a barrel of Blackfire in his right hand and a burning torch in his left hand wanted to rush out in a daze and exasperation. He had no idea how the other party realized the problem. Considering that Gerald had the ability of mind control, the wandering child made a long detour. In order to avoid being noticed by anyone in the Viscount's mansion, it took more than half an hour to carefully go back to the door. But he was still discovered. "Wait, don't run!" But the child had just opened the door. The guard who was controlled by the mind did not hesitate, aimed at the barrel of Blackfire in the child's hand, and shot it. The high-speed rotating lead bullet hit the wooden barrel full of Blackfire without any suspense at a distance of less than 10 meters. Boom! The air wave was stirring. The smelly hot breath roared, and a huge ball of fire exploded, engulfing the child and the guard who fired the gun at the same time. But this was just the beginning. At the moment of the flame explosion, the temperature in the air began to rise abnormally. Then, the black fire barrels buried nearby were also ignited. The ground fire exploded like a fountain. The sticky dark brown flames gushed out, exploded and shattered into countless tiny droplets in the air, attached to the building and continued to burn. The flames steaming with terrible black smoke surged from all directions, and in an instant, the Viscount's mansion was completely ignited. Explosions followed explosions, and the fierce fire ignited new fierce fires, condensing into an extremely dense line of fire. If you look down from directly above, you can clearly see 2 rapidly spreading fire snakes spreading outward, enveloping the entire courtyard. "Ha!" Gerald looked at the black fire that ignited in front of him and covered the last passage, and stopped with some regret. It was still 5 seconds late. If that person had not opened the door so hastily, but was killed inside the door 5 seconds later, then the timing would be just right. He could just escape safely. Not trapped in such a narrow space, but into the wide streets. Into the home environment where he could borrow power at will and control people's hearts on a large scale. The extra who Gerald didn't even see his face clearly, although seemingly useless, bought time with his life. "Salvatore, you are plotting against me." He stood in the fire and shouted fearlessly, "And you fake, counterfeit. All of you come out." Only Gerald knew that this batch of black fire was actually a defective product. It was not a transformation of the famous wizard Benjamin, but just a nominal product. That is, the kind that says made by Benjamin, but is actually a defective product made by his apprentices. However, for some special reasons, its value is higher than the real thing. Blackfire is a very unstable and dangerous transformation creation. Not only high temperature, but also violent impact or vibration can cause explosion. It is usually used for siege, defense, or to prevent the enemy's cavalry from charging. Therefore, the sensitivity of Blackfire is very important. It is best to make the shallowly buried blackfire explode due to violent vibration when the cavalry passes by. But because of the curse of its maker Salvatore, this batch of blackfire is very blunt. Not only can it not be detonated when the cavalry passes by, even if it is hit hard with a hammer, it may not explode. It is very incompetent as a dangerous explosive, but it has become a powerful sticky incendiary agent.
Not only Benjamin.
Even Salvatore himself does not think that these defective and failed products have any value. Instead, Gerald is keenly aware of their value and specifically purchases his batch of defective products anonymously through internal channels. Then wait for this opportunity to sell them to the Viscount. Yes, this is Gerald's purpose. Even Viscount Barber didn't realize how Gerald had used him. Without participating in the whole process, he witnessed the creator being naturally murdered by his own work. This is the highest level of sacrifice ceremony among all the ceremonies related to the Skeleton Lord. As long as this ceremony is completed, Gerald can officially advance to the gold level.
It's a pity. Just a little bit.
Gerald sighed, just the last 2 days. I don't know where the guy pretending to be Don Juan Garrant jumped out from. If there was no intervention from him, or even if he had come to Frozen Water Port 2 days later, Gerald would have successfully advanced by now. He vaguely realized that this faker might become his biggest enemy in the future.
Are you thinking, this faker might become my biggest enemy? Annen's calm voice sounded from outside the flame curtain. But do you think you will have a future?
The next moment, the hot ground quickly cooled down, cracking traces, and the frostwhite traces slowly condensed and spread. The firewall slowly lowered its height and was crushed to the ground.
A disabled wizard? This is consistent with Don Juan Garrant.
Gerald retreated slowly and cautiously. He retreated to a place outside the frostwhite traces. After a few seconds, the flames were suppressed to a narrow gap.
Annen and Salvatore walked in. Annen's skin became extremely pale and bloodless, and his eyes burned with a never-ending azure light.
His skin was constantly emitting a large amount of white frost, and the whole person seemed to be made of transparent ice. The white mist quickly sank down, lying on the ground, and slowly vibrated and spread outward.
Is this Frost Nova?
Gerald lowered his head without hesitation. He chose not to look Annen in the eye and kept retreating. Behind him was steaming flames, and in front of him was unmelting ice. The courtyard, which originally looked very wide, became so narrow after the formation of the Colosseum with a circle of fire. All the players stood guard outside, holding sharp blades to guard the only gap, but no one dared to walk in rashly.
This was an order from Annen. And Annen just looked at Gerald calmly. Should you announce the attack?
As Salvatore said, Gerald has a spell that is quite deadly, but very powerful if not clear. Its name is Break Declaration. Before launching an attack on others, a warning must be issued 3 to 10 seconds in advance and the target of the attack must be revealed. At the same time, the closer it is to 10 seconds, the more powerful it will be. If the attack is launched within 3 seconds, the attack will be returned to itself. If the attack is launched at 3 seconds, the power will be considered twice the normal value. If the attack is launched at 10 seconds, the power will be considered 3 times the maximum. If the attack is launched after 10 seconds, it will be considered undeclared. Gerald did not warn himself, so he is now in a position where he cannot attack. And Annen raised his right hand and chanted in a low voice, "The element of frost, frost is the wheel, David Gerald is the road." Annen stretched out his right hand, which was so pale that it was almost transparent. His cuffs were blown by the cold breath and fluttered in the air. 5 crystal-colored transparent flames ignited at Annen's fingertips, and a very light ice-blue magic circle emerged from between his 5 fingers, and then quickly disappeared, leaving only a water ring surging like water waves. After Annen threw it out, it quickly grew larger in the air and condensed into ice. It was a huge, hollow wheel of frost. A gorgeous wheel of light intertwined with ice-blue rays of light. The inside shone with a mysterious brilliance, and this light condensed into frost when it met the air, and the frost marks continued to expand and spread. The wheel of light fell to the ground, and a layer of broken frost marks instantly floated on the ground. Just like the broken grass carved from white crystal. Before that, Gerald suddenly raised his head and looked at the players and guards guarding the door. Patient, Dashi didn't dare to look at Annen, because he was worried that his control of people's hearts would cancel out the control of Eye of Sloth that Annen might have. The other party has a transformation wizard who can help with output, but he has no allies. But these ordinary people definitely have no counterattack ability. Caught off guard, the wills of the 4 players and the remaining 3 armed guards were instantly deprived by Gerald. The 3 armed guards aimed their guns at Annen without hesitation and pulled the trigger. And the 4 players also rushed over here. Be careful! Salvatore shouted loudly, pulling out a thumb-sized medicine bottle from his waist and throwing it into the air. The medicine bottle instantly shattered in the air, and the bright red crystal expanded out, forming a shield, blocking 2 lead bullets. The broken red crystal fell to the ground, shattered, and began to slowly melt. The reason why there were 2 bullets. Because one of the players noticed that the 3 guards were controlled, and he rushed to one of them without hesitation, knocking him to the ground.
Annen's spell was formed without any obstacles.
Annen waved his hand and let it spawn next to the player closest to him. The hollow light will fell from the sky and landed on the frostmark, and then it made a sharp and terrible whistle and rushed towards Gerald. The player who tried to slash at Annen with a sword was instantly rolled into the ice wheel and was directly carried away by the frostmark that had just condensed.
Countless small wounds were cut on his exposed skin.
But although the outer frost shell of the wheel of frost fell off, the light wheel inside did not decay at all. It was like an illusory projection, passing through the guard's body without any hindrance. The wheel was like a speeding car on the highway, and it quickly hit the player behind him who had just been run over and woke up because of the severe pain and coldness. The moment he heard Annen chanting the spell, Gerald used the instant spell he registered. It was also the only life-saving spell in the early stage of the Soul Reaper school.
Change target. Almost all curses and all ritual locks can only use name as the tracking target.
This is also the main profit method of the idol school. After all, in this world, it is too simple to curse an ordinary person with a name. Even Annen learned the ritual of cursing the living by flipping through a book in a nightmare, and the ritual requirements are indeed not high. Those wizards of the idol school can create substitutes with the same name and surname for monarchs or nobles, and change the priority of absorbing curses under the condition of the same name and surname, or use special rituals to exchange their real names with substitutes or give them a safe temporary name. Gerald's spell can have a similar effect. Construct a mirror in a short time to swap the consciousness coordinates of 2 people, not to let the other person control your body and you control the other person's body. It is simply to swap the identities of 2 people in a short time. Whether it is a treatment or spell cast on the other person, or a tracking spell aimed at yourself, it can be deflected through this spell. The premise is that the other party has no immunity or counter to this spell. The only disadvantage is that maintaining this state will greatly consume mana. Therefore, it can only be used at the moment when the opponent's lock attack has been launched but not yet reached.
Gerald was so hasty that he almost didn't react. The frost will cast with the frost element is the original form of this spell.
Its movement speed is very high, and the initial speed can reach more than 20 meters per second, and it will continue to accelerate if it runs in a straight line. But he finally completed this instant spell just before the wheel hit him. The frost will suddenly made a 180-degree turn, drifting silently on the ground, and turned around and hit the player who was still lying on the ground without getting up. He was still lying on the ground, and just raised his head. He looked at the huge wheel with a blank face and rolled towards him fiercely. But this time, he was not lucky enough to escape the wheel's crushing. The player let out a very miserable wail. After the wheel ran over him, countless crystal frost grasses quickly emerged from his body, just like the ground passed by the wheel, but they were no longer pure white, but dark red, mixed with muscle and internal organs. These ice spikes grew rapidly, and continuously drilled out from all sides of his body. And the moment the wheel ran over him, it exploded directly. It turned into countless scattered frostwhite breaths, rolled up a small extremely cold storm, and suppressed the surrounding sea of fire a little.
The unlucky player finally stopped wailing in pain after the wheel exploded.
Because at the moment the wheel exploded, his whole body was completely covered with thin frost, and he lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. And the blood-red frost grass on its body was still growing rapidly, making strange creaking sounds on its hard body. Then his whole body suddenly broke into pieces, and the ice spikes that gushed out of his body were divided into a ground of red crystal sand, without leaving a drop of blood. Then, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew away. The whole process, which was the wheel flying away and turning back, took less than 2 seconds. At this time, Gerald's announcement had already landed. "Salvatore, my next attack will seriously injure you." The moment his voice fell, there was a strange click of the second hand in the air, like the click of a stopwatch. "Stop him." The next moment, Gerald shouted again. His spell did not restrict him from using magic to control others, or to suggest others to attack. It was just that he himself could not make an attacking move. Therefore, when he used the bone and blood trigger of the Skeleton Lord, his movements were always very gentle. He was afraid that he would hurt the other party and be judged as an attack. This was another reason why he disguised himself as a dentist. It was normal for a dentist to hit a tooth with a hammer. After all, no one would think that a dentist picked up a hammer to kill himself. Gerald thought quickly. Once the transformation spell started, it could not be stopped. Salvatore had already transformed the red crystal into a steel needle, so he could no longer use it to block the lead bullet. Unfortunately, time was too short. They had no time to change bullets.
Of course, Gerald did not think that this mortal weapon could pose any threat to the prepared extraordinary people.
It was just a prop to buy time, so it didn't matter. The two guards threw their valuable muskets at the back of Annan and Salvatore's heads without hesitation. The other players reacted, quickly took out their weapons, and mercilessly beheaded the two controlled guards. One of the controlled players suddenly turned around and ran towards Annan, opening his arms to hug him tightly.
Click! The first second passed. Ha! Annan suddenly exhaled.
The frosty white air that kept gushing out of his body suddenly surged to his back. The new star-shaped frost air radiating from the ground gradually faded, and the thick white air condensed into an illusory wall behind him. The moment the two guns passed by the wall, they seemed to be frozen.
Frozen in the air, motionless.
The player who was hugging Annan suddenly trembled, and the whole person turned into black ash and floated away.
Annan's right hand had turned into a heavy blue-black color without knowing when. Is that some strange curse?
Gerald had noticed that these fearless people would turn into black ash and drift away with the wind after death.
It would be fine if it happened once. But it happened twice in a row.
Even if they died in different ways, the same effect would appear.
Moreover, their weapons were so consistent.
Even their armor was somewhat similar, and everyone seemed to be fearless of death. This made Gerald's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but feel a little afraid.
Could this be a rare humanoid curse? Just like the legendary 300 Knights of the Red Knight? No, it's different.
The reason why 300 Knights of the Red Knight is the top curse is that it is composed of 300 silver-level war knights who can slowly restore their numbers.
This curse alone is enough to protect a country.
But this group of people are just ordinary people without ranks.
Even if they can be resurrected, it's nothing great.
Gerald was slightly certain in his heart and had a new plan. The fake who looked familiar should be a more senior bronze-level wizard. But considering his age, he has only been a transcendent for 3 or 4 years at most. According to the information collected so far, he has 4 spells: Cold Contact, Stall Wall, Frost Nova, and Frost Wheel. He can have 2 instant spells and 1 chance spell at most.
The chance spell is not to be feared.
Assuming that he has the most dangerous, Eye of Sloth, then the remaining instant spell can only counter his mental control if it is Freeze Thought. But at present, the fighting style of this disabled wizard is more inclined to the fighting style of the Kingdom of Noah, that is, the concentrated output of Salvatore. After all, if this impostor is the most traditional disabled wizard of the Principality of Winter, then he should be holding an axe or a mace in his hand now. Use Frost Nova to make others slower than himself, use Eye of Sloth to make it difficult for close enemies to attack and defend, use Stall Wall to stop tangible ballistic attacks from a distance, and then use Freeze Thought to strengthen his will and resist mental attacks. Then walk over and swing the axe.
Cut. If it was really a disabled wizard like that, Gerald would definitely run as far as he could.
However, considering his age and body size, it was normal that he was not good at that kind of wild fighting style. Gerald thought of a countermeasure quickly, lowered his eyes, and glanced at Annan's equipment with his peripheral vision. He saw the sword on Annan's waist. He could tell at a glance that it was a decorative sword for self-defense. There was no threat at all. He also saw the satchel on Annan's waist.
The size of the satchel on Annan's waist was obviously not big enough to hold anything.
It should be for converting raw materials for Salvatore. Then it can be done this way: first capture his emotions, and then detonate the fear in this kid's heart. As a bronze-level transcendent, he cannot resist his spells. Then at the moment when he is so scared that he can't use spells to counter, raise your head to look at him and use Control Heart. Although control of the heart cannot make them commit self-harm or suicide directly, it can control them to attack each other.
And this whole process is silent.
Salvatore did not realize that Annan had been controlled by him, and could not wake him up immediately.
As bronze-level extraordinary people, their will should be relatively strong.
Gerald thought that he could not control them for a long time. But Salvatore was very close to him. Assuming that the control time of Control of the Heart is the same, Annan can effectively control Salvatore by using Cold Contact to attack Salvatore. Even if he cannot seriously injure him, he can interrupt Salvatore's spell and make him unable to resist his attack. At this time, he can send a powerful blow to Salvatore, tearing and peeling off his soul. When Salvatore is calm, this blow can only barely injure him even if it is 3 times more powerful, so he made such a statement before. But being suddenly backstabbed by his companions, this panic and resentment will greatly increase the power of soul tearing. The double power of soul tear was enough to kill Salvatore instantly. At the very least, it could cause fatal injuries. In this way, they would have a one-on-one duel. If Salvatore hadn't reacted and woke Annan up in time, Annan wouldn't even be able to wake up from the control of people's mind state. In this way, Salvatore only needed to order him to use the Wheel of Frost on his guards again, this time using all his safety mana. As a wizard of 12 or 13, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. Even if Salvatore woke him up, it would just be another round. Yes, Gerald was so confident. He was an expert in controlling emotions, and he could easily bewitch people even without using spells. Click. The second passed. Gerald's mind raced, and he thought of a countermeasure in the blink of an eye and decided on the lines in an instant. Are you immortal? Suddenly, Gerald asked. He was very sure. If he asked this question out of the blue, the other party would definitely have a fear that his secret had been seen through. Especially when the other party is fighting with him, he will definitely think about, has he seen through me somewhere else, has my plan also been seen through, and other worries. Even if the fear flashes by, he will be tightly grasped. As he said this, he had already closed his eyes. This is to cover the spell effect in his eyes. Consciousness capture, fear. The dark red light flashed in his eyes, and all the fears in his eyes would become bubbles. Burst with a poke. Click. The third second passed without any incident. Gerald suddenly trembled. This is. What kind of monster? Everyone has fear in their hearts, but it is either big or small, sinking or floating. He couldn't immediately tell what a certain bubble was fearing. The previous plan was just to make the fear he wanted to detonate float up with his words and become the biggest one. But, this boy with a solemn face. There is no fear in his heart at all. Clean, just like a puppet. Not even a bubble. Gerald switched the spell without hesitation. Consciousness capture, anger, the answer is the same, still nothing. His heart is clean, without any emotion. But in human history, there has never been a talent that can completely eliminate emotions. Gerald shuddered in his heart. His pupils dilated and trembled, as if he realized something. This is like, just like, the true god he saw that day, Skeleton Lord. What on earth are you dash, what kind of monster? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Annan in despair. Gerald's heart was filled with inexplicable grief and anger. He didn't care about the deterrence of the Eye of Sloth, because even if he was controlled by the Eye of Sloth, it would be better than that future. This little fake was not sure which false god walking the earth, or even a true god. This was meaningless. He just wanted to take another look at who the other person was. Consciousness judgment. Ha! Gerald was stunned. He originally thought that he would see the mysterious nature of the other party, just like when he looked at the real body of the Skeleton King that day. The whole spirit was washed away by it, and the will and thinking were destroyed and then reshaped. It was like dying once and then being reborn. But this time he saw the color of human beings. That was the color of emotion. Incredibly strong, incredibly pure, incredibly passionate emotions: excitement, joy, confidence, love, hope, joy, 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 joy. Gerald shuddered and realized that something was wrong. I've been fooled. The moment he looked into Annan's eyes, Gerald realized that something was wrong. Contrary to what he thought, the other party was not emotionless. In the field of vision of consciousness judgment, he saw it clearly. Annan not only had positive emotions, but also neutral emotions. The only thing missing was all negative emotions. At first glance, he was like the sun in the sky, shining and brilliant. It almost blinded Gerald's dog eyes. He almost cursed out loud. Since you don't have any tension or fear in your heart, and you have never felt such emotions, why can you see such an expression flashing on your face? And the timing is quite appropriate. Who are you acting for? And at this moment, Gerald has realized the other party's true identity. If it is not the lack of all emotions, but only the lack of negative emotions, it is theoretically possible. The direct descendants of Grand Duke Winter have the extraordinary talent called Winterheart, and the Church of Lady Silence, the god of darkness and negation, holds a ritual to engrave the reverse inscription. If these two abilities are combined, the effect of lack of negative emotions can be achieved. But this possibility is even lower than the possibility of meeting a god. Gods occasionally walk on the earth, but this example is truly only one person in the world. It is said that the blood curse of the Winter family comes directly from the grandmother. The curse contained in the bloodline of the true god is difficult to resolve, and it is very difficult for newborns to live to the age of 7. So they will not name their children until they are 7 years old. Now there are only one lineage and the last 4 people who inherit the blood of Winter, the current Grand Duke and his 3 children. Now there may be only 3 people left, and there is only one underage among them. Ivan Winter's 3rd child, Annan Winter. That's right. Gerald finally realized why Annan looked so familiar to him at first.
He had the honor of seeing the face of the Storm Daughter a few years ago. Except for the completely different temperament, Anon looked almost exactly like his sister Maria Winter when she was a child. But how could he appear here? He didn't know when the reverse inscription was engraved, and he crossed the grey fog in the Black Sea, and traveled thousands of miles alone to the enemy country of Noah's kingdom. Then disguised as the son of an earl who was about to be exterminated. What was he after? Why did I meet him? Gerald was full of despair. Fortunately, Anon was not killed, otherwise, once Maria knew about it, no matter where Gerald fled, she would catch up and kill him. The more realistic problem was that he found that he couldn't beat Anon. Although his ability as a soul-stealing wizard was completely blocked, he was indeed in an absolute decline in front of the two young bronze wizards. However, it was not that there was no chance of a comeback. Wait. Gerald opened his mouth immediately. Yes, he planned to surrender to Anon and offer his loyalty. This was the best way to turn the tables. If you can't beat them, join them. As a soul-stealing wizard, I can silently change the hearts and minds of others, and I will definitely be able to help the other party. Whether the other party was expelled to seize power in the future, or planned to carry out some spy plan in the kingdom of Noah, he would definitely be more useful than the bronze wizard Salvatore. As long as he completes the ritual, he can. The next moment, a strong sense of laziness filled Gerald's mind. His thoughts began to stagnate, and his sense of time gradually weakened. 2. Advance. 2. Gold. Ha! Anon chuckled. The gray light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and Gerald suddenly stopped in place, motionless. What a strange person. Anon's eyes flickered. If Anon guessed correctly, this guy just wanted to surrender. Maybe he recognized his identity. After all, he is more or less a silver-level wizard, and he should have this self-esteem. The identity of the Earl's son will definitely not scare the other party, but the son of the Grand Duke is different. This won't do. Anon swore that he interrupted Gerald the moment he tried to surrender, not because he was greedy for Gerald's experience. Anon just felt from the bottom of his heart that this was not cool enough. Even killing Gerald, he felt that it was not exciting enough. This is the first supernatural battle for players to officially show their supernatural power. So Anon will not accept surrender. The possibility of revealing his identity is a small matter. It will only make players feel that there are clues in depth in Anon, and it will also allow players to help them search for the background story of Anon. The most important thing is personality. In order to ensure his own personality of being kind, cold-faced, kind-hearted, wise and decisive, Anon regretfully cannot let Gerald say the words of surrender. If he surrenders, and you kill him, are you not kind-hearted? This won't do. I am a good boy now. I have to hurry and kill you. Anon thought calmly in his heart, and the frosty breath was once again surging from his body. The frost marks on the ground that had not yet melted became obvious again. As Anon moved forward, they gradually permeated the earth and spread to Gerald. This time, Anon easily pulled Gerald into the range of the frost nova. The body of a silver-level extraordinary person is quite strong. In other words, the resistance to curses is very strong. Anon's frost breath did not kill him instantly, so he had to use the extreme cold curse to grab Gerald's throat and seal his eyes, so that even if he woke up from the control of the Eye of Sloth, he could not say a word or open his eyes. No matter what you want to say to me, whether you want to threaten me or seduce me, my answer is the same. Anon showed a resolute look on his face, and a cold and pleasant voice came out of his mouth. My answer is no. For the people who follow me. For my friends, my seniors. For my subjects, and even more for myself. I cannot accept the possibility of being in cahoots with dangerous, cold-blooded and despicable people like you. I think you sold these black fires to the Viscount. You also sent those who attacked me. You are now buried in my ice and in your own fire. This is the ending you deserve. Anon talked nonsense in a sonorous and powerful manner, and casually put the accusation on Gerald. At this time, Gerald had already woken up. His first thought was, how did Anon find out? After that, his second thought was an extremely strong desire to survive. Whether it was to control Anon, or to shout out his secret and make it public to force him to turn against Salvatore. Just open your mouth. But these 10 seconds of frost had caused Gerald's internal organs to begin to necrotize. His mouth was blocked and his eyes could not be opened. The previously announced attack time had also been dragged on. He no longer had any possibility of fighting back. He could only silently stretch his neck as far as he could in the direction of Anon, and his body kept making crisp cracking sounds. That was the sound of bones gradually cracking. I'm sorry, I can't let you get up and chat with me. Anon looked coldly at Gerald, who was still alive and trying to silently accuse him, and continued to maintain Frost Nova.
If it weren't for his mana value far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he would have exhausted the mana in the safe zone and was on the verge of losing control.
Anon even had the energy to sigh in his heart.
The suppression of the silver rank over the bronze rank was also obvious.
Unless all the curses of the opponent could be destroyed, if an ordinary wizard came over, he would really not be able to kill the enemy even if he used up all his mana. And the physical attribute of the wizard was not increased when he upgraded. If he replaced him with a silver rank swordsman, would it be more difficult to deal with?
And Anon's mouth cannon continued, using it to fill in the free time outside the fierce battle to make the picture and plot more rich and not have a few seconds of gaps.
I am not just killing you for truth and justice.
I am doing it for myself, and more importantly, for my friend Salvatore.
Although he didn't tell me why. But he told me that only one of him and you can survive.
Then I will choose to help my friend unconditionally. His implication was to hint to Salvatore, it's about time you tell me your story later, my friend.
And Salvatore also showed obvious hesitation.
Let me kill him, Don Juan. He thought for a long time, finally made up his mind, and said softly. But Anon suddenly shuddered and looked back with sharp eyes.
You kid have been slacking off since you went down the dungeon, how dare you cheat on the experience? Do you have to kill him yourself?
No, that's not necessary. I can also just kill him, but I won't get the curse on him, right? Salvatore looked at Anon strangely, of course. But you have no hatred against him, and you won't get any benefit by killing him. Because I must get his curse I will compensate you for it later.
How can it not be beneficial? Anon answered without hesitation. I want experience, isn't that enough?
But unfortunately, this reason cannot be told to Salvatore. Fortunately, Anon had anticipated this, so he opened the bag on his waist and took out the excuse for grabbing experience that he had carefully prepared before.
A blood-stained kitchen knife.
As if realizing something, Gerald's struggling speed suddenly became a little faster.
Anon's body was still gushing with chilling frost.
Before he took out the kitchen knife, Salvatore immediately held down Anon's arm and winked at him. Even though his palms were frozen and painful, he just grinned. He alertly directed the players behind him and shouted, "You have nothing to do here. Spread out, and go and notify the security guards to put out the fire."
No. It's okay, Salvatore.
Anon just smiled gently at him and stretched out his hand to signal the players not to leave. Hearing two completely opposite orders, the players were a little shocked for a moment, not knowing whether they should go or stay, and stayed where they were hesitantly. They looked at each other for a while, and finally decided to obey Anon's orders. Although they were both NPCs and wizards, it was obvious that the words of the camp leader were more effective. After Anon stopped the players from leaving, he turned around and looked at Salvatore. He took out the blood-soaked boning knife from his shoulder bag and threw the excess blood on the ground, just like a nurse clearing the air from a syringe to prepare for an infusion. This action was too big and forced Salvatore to retreat back and forth to prevent Anon from cutting him when he threw the blood. When the players saw this scene, they were almost silent. They watched Anon take out a kitchen knife in horror. And the inside of his shoulder bag was covered in blood, as if it contained something that shouldn't be in it. They began to regret a little. Should they have followed Salvatore's advice and retreated? You won't be silenced after seeing this, right? The key is, if you really want to silence someone, it's fine, but don't deduct your favorability.
As I remember, you have to
use this before you can use it, right?
Salvatore showed a subtle expression, and asked awkwardly and cautiously, "Are you sure you have used it?"
"Yes, I used it to cut a piece of ham and ate it before I went out." Anon nodded and answered in a low voice, "I actually wanted to cut bread at first.
But I found that this didn't work.
Because bread will absorb blood, it will spray blood desperately, and finally the whole bread is red. On the contrary, when I cut a piece of ham, it didn't get much blood on it, and it can be eaten after wiping it." Originally, Anon planned to take a random kitchen knife from the kitchen of the Lord's mansion of Donshue Port. But this might leak his curse from the natives. This is different from leaking it to the players.
And it's quite a waste of things. After all, no matter how big-hearted Anon is, he can't put the kitchen knife that has been used to chop people back into the kitchen. He can't just serve a table full of dishes to guests with a smile when they come to the door, and then introduce them to them. Come and try this dish. This is the knife I used to chop Gerald's, this is the knife I used to chop the Viscount, you must try it, this is the knife I used to chop Salvatore, it's especially nourishing, and so on. If Anon kept asking the servants to buy new kitchen knives and oil them in the kitchen, they might very well suspect what Anon did with the knives. By then, there might be some horrible rumors that would affect Anon's personal image. But if he wrongly accused someone of losing the kitchen knife, that would be sheer shamelessness. Even if Anon would not blame the other party, he would have wronged someone after all, causing innocent people to suffer for no reason.
In the end, Anan regretfully discovered that he could only use the kitchen knife that came with the curse.
It was better than troubling others for no reason. And Anan unexpectedly discovered that this kitchen knife was not as inconvenient as he thought. If he carried it around all the time, the scene would be very scary. But if he just put it in his bag, the speed at which it dripped blood would actually slow down a lot. Its introduction was a kitchen knife that can never be wiped clean of blood. And Anan simply tested it and found that if it was hung upside down, it would drip about 1 milliliter of blood per minute, but if he tried to wipe the blood off its surface, it would immediately ooze out more blood in the next second. If, on the other hand, its surface was covered with blood or soaked in blood, it would stop bleeding. In other words, the reason why it keeps bleeding is just to keep the requirement of there are blood stains on the kitchen knife. Perhaps this is the last stubbornness of it. This is actually quite a pity. Anan originally wanted to hang it up and make it into a source of blood plasma that can be continuously supplied. If it is human blood, it can be made into a blood bag. If it is not human blood, it can also be made into blood balls, blood sausage, or blood soup. Unfortunately, it spits blood too slowly. It is so slow that when Anan puts it in the bag will not drip blood from the seam. So Anan simply carries it with him. Use it to peel fruit or slice ham or meat every morning or evening. Anyway, it can be eaten after wiping it, so it is not a big problem. This can also ensure that Anan can take it out at any time when he encounters an enemy and use it to dissolve his curse. Anan raised the kitchen knife and showed a gentle and pleasant smile to Salvatore, who dodged him. I plan to use it to dissolve my curse, do you have any objection? I have no objection, but they. Salvatore looked at the players with some hesitation. Anan answered without hesitation, I believe them, they will definitely keep the secret for me. This is the agreement we have made with them long ago. When was the agreement? But they are all smart people, no one asked about this matter, but took it as their own character setting and nodded in agreement. But you can explain to them what the curse is. I haven't told them in detail before. You know the reason. Anan skipped this part with a vague tone, and then answered with an upright and serious face, because I think they all have the qualifications to become extraordinary people. Okay, if you want. Salvatore shrugged, glanced at Gerald, whose whole body was covered with a layer of ice but who was still struggling slowly and making a clattering sound, and walked towards the players. It was just right to use this opportunity to introduce the setting to the players. Anan breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Gerald with a kitchen knife, and took a rough look. I have to make a few more cuts quickly. Otherwise, I will freeze to death. Sorry, my friend. Anan smiled lightly and said in a very low voice, we are indeed free of worries and grievances. But I will not accept your surrender. You can almost give up struggling. I'll just give you a quick death, and you should also be kind enough to give me some more experience. As he spoke, he lightly used the kitchen knife to chop out a very light frost mark. The blood on the kitchen knife instantly turned white, was knocked out and nailed into Gerald's body, and then the blood on the kitchen knife began to melt again. The frost mark silently sank into Gerald's body, which was frozen into a lump, and made a click sound that Anan was already familiar with. He didn't die? Anan was a little surprised, and chopped out the second knife, and then the third knife. Kill silver-level enemies in battle and gain 1240 points of public experience. Just after Anan exclaimed in his heart, silver-level wizards are really fat, he suddenly realized. It seems that the pressure he felt when he chopped out the frost sword technique 3 times was far less than before. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the attribute page. Health, 85%. This time, the third frost sword art only lost 15% of health? Anan raised his eyebrows and had some speculations in his mind. If he guessed correctly, this frost sword art was more of a supernatural ability than a sword art. Or in other words, it was a key to safely stimulate the power of blood. Anan had realized before that when the frost sword art was used continuously, the damage of each attack would not increase too much, but the damage he himself would suffer would double. This was not very reasonable or practical. It was not like the skill that the Winter Guild taught Anan very severely to learn and master. And this time, when he used the frost sword art while activating the frost nova, he realized something different. Because the only enemy had died, Anan was not sure if this was an illusion. When he chopped the third sword, he felt that the power of the frost nova seemed to have increased a little. Because Gerald had suddenly died before Anan's third sword hit him. You know, Anan couldn't even hurt him at the beginning. Anan's frost nova was enough to freeze a strong soldier who had not entered the rank to death within 5 seconds. And the player who was under mental control also had his health bar emptied out directly after Anan touched it. But Gerald had always been within the range of Anan's nova. Although he was controlled to the point where he couldn't even move, he was able to keep struggling on the spot. In addition to the frost wheel, which politely dodged for a while, even the Eye of Sloth woke up in about 3 seconds.
If Anon hadn't made up for the control in time, especially the continuous control of Frost Nova, he would not have been able to stop Gerald at all. Therefore, ordinary people who have not entered the rank have no resistance to curses. But when they enter the rank and become extraordinary people, they will more or less gain some resistance. This curse resistance should mainly allow them to resist the side effects of their own abilities. When they reach the silver rank, they will be like Gerald. Those curses that are lower than their soul rank will find it difficult to stop him. At the beginning, Anon even felt that when his safety mana was exhausted, he might still not be able to freeze Gerald to death with spells alone. But when Anon used Frost Sword to strike the third sword, he clearly felt that Frost Nova was becoming colder and colder. Gerald was also suddenly frozen to death in the ice. It was like, as the number of layers of Frost Sword increased, the spell penetration of Frost Nova was gradually increasing. He had tried it before when he upgraded Frost Sword to level 2, and the damage of the curse to the body did not increase. But strangely, the power did not seem to increase. So, Anon suddenly reacted. Could it be that the attribute damage of Frost Sword itself was a gift? What was really important was the deep cold curse that suddenly surged out of his body? Was it just because he was too weak now and his body couldn't bear it? Maybe when the Winter family used Frost Sword, they didn't really use it to chop people. It was completely possible that they used it to trigger a magic penetration or ice penetration buff. After all, just like a certain profession with 5 swords on their backs, they could increase the damage after chopping people. I just don't know whether this is damage penetration, spell penetration, or attribute damage penetration. Anon thought for a while and decided to max out the Frost Sword skill. Since the skill level of Frost Sword skill determines the penetration effect brought by the buff, then when the skill is maxed out, the penetration effect should be very obvious. So Anon first allocated the experience to the Swordsman level, and then tried to increase the level of the first level wizard. His attribute list soon became like this: Anon, human, male rare elite, gold, challenge level 15 title, none rank, bronze health, 85% corrosion, 8% attributes, strength 10, agility 9, constitution 9, perception 25, will 14 public experience, 303 personal characteristics, Heart of Winter, reverse inscription, employment list Swordsman LV 10, advanced, Winter Swordsmanship LV 5, disarmament LV 1,